Watson?
Hmm? Oh, yes. Oh, would you like to have them, Holmes?
No, not yet. I'm busy on my correspondence. This is interesting. Listen. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm most anxious to have your advice on a most important event. I was present at the White and Milton auction of coins yesterday and became involved in what might be a serious charge. May I call upon you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? I shall understand if I'm not granted an interview and hope for another appointment. Yours faithfully, Evelyn Summerhays.
Evelyn Summerhays. Name sounds vaguely familiar. Man or woman, Holmes?
And the name's popular with both sexes at the moment. The letter's typewritten, which could mean a woman. The signature is made with a firm flourish, which could be a man's. We shall just have to wait and see, shan't we? Pass the newspaper now, please, Watson.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Auction of an Oxford Crown.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000, or visit their website at www.destinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Flower Connection has just opened their flagship store in Linden, Johannesburg at 65 on 4th, situated in 4th Avenue. For fresh cut flowers, plants and florist accessories at wholesale prices, come to Flower Connection. Our Florist Academy is well known for its courses and flower arranging lessons. Give a unique gift this Mother's Day, a flower course. We supply all flowers and materials. Remember, instead of giving one bouquet, the flower course will be a gift for life. Call Jenny on 076 951 9449 or visit our website at www.flowerconnection.com.
I was very rarely seated at breakfast before Sherlock Holmes came down, but at that time, early in 1882, I'd not been living in lodgings at 221B Baker Street long enough to appreciate Sherlock Holmes' early morning habits. I had therefore helped myself to eggs, bacon, and coffee, and proceeded to read the newspaper. The one Holmes always opened the moment it was brought up by Mrs. Hudson. Holmes soon took it from me. He glanced at the headlines, dismissing all the political and business news, and quickly found a report that interested him.
Did you read this, Watson? A strange coincidence. Listen. Strange event of the Royal Oxford Crown. The well-known sales rooms of White and Milton were placed in confusion yesterday when all hope of bidding for the special coin, the Charles II Royal Oxford Crown, were abandoned. The coin, which has been on view for days, disappeared within hours of it coming under the hammer, and another comparatively worthless coin of a similar type was found in its place. The resulting investigation and search proved useless. The coin has disappeared, and the authorities are completely baffled.
But, Holmes, that letter you just opened, it must refer to this event. The auction rooms of White and Mills. This person who's coming to see you has been involved in some way.
Yes, it's most interesting. That could well be our early visitor. I think Mrs. Hudson will answer the bell, Watson. But perhaps you'd welcome her in while I clear some of the breakfast things onto the tray.
Very well, Holmes. I think we shall find that our caller is a young woman. Beautiful and in distress.
Not a romantic, Watson.
This way, madam. Thank you. You have an appointment,
That's all right, Mrs. Hudson. Mr. Holmes is expecting the lady. Please, step this way.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Watson. I share these rooms with Mr. Holmes. Please, come in.
Thank you. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You got my letter? Ah, yes. I see it upon the table. Thank you for granting me this appointment. My name is Evelyn Summerhays, and I really am in great trouble. I hope I shall not take up too much of your time.
The missing coin, the Royal Oxford crown? I've just been reading about it in the newspaper. Please do be seated, Miss Summerhays. May I offer you some coffee?
Thank you, no. I've had breakfast.
Well, now, tell me how you happen to be concerned in this strange affair.
Well, it's a long story. I will try to be brief. I came to London nearly a year ago from Cumberland. I knew very few people in the city. I managed to get suitable accommodation, but I found I needed to work. I am not a very patient person. I could not make a success of the task as a governess or teaching children. On the other hand, I'm very well read and speak quite a few languages. I obtained a job working on a newspaper. Oh, yes, I know it's unusual to have women writing for the press, but one must move with the times. My articles and news reports are acceptable under the heading of Evelyn Summerhays, because most readers think that I'm a man. I enjoy my job, Mr. Holmes.
I'm sure you're extremely good at it. And was it as a newspaper woman that you went to the auction rooms?
Yes. I'd heard about the Charles II coin being up for auction. It realized some £250 some years ago. There are only a dozen known to have been struck. It was to commemorate the Oxford Parliament when Charles II ruled without using the house at all. I thought it would make an interesting article. I didn't know much about coin auctions, but I went along. There were only about 8 people present, a handful of elderly gentlemen asking to see the coins, which were in trays taken from drawers. Each coin had its own separate box in the tray. I obtained a catalogue and looked up the Oxford Royal. It was lot number 28. I thought it was a good opportunity to view the coin in detail, and so I called for that particular tray. May I view lot 28, please?
Tray with 28 to the lady at the centre of the table, please.
Thank you. So this is the famous Oxford Royal. Most interesting. Hardly seems any different from the others.
You think it looks like all the rest?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you read my mind. It does look quite ordinary.
Compare it with others from this trade, for instance. You will find it is quite different. Regardless of the age of the coin, the metal itself shows a different color, and the weight is quite extraordinary. You see?
Yes, of course, you're right.
You are obviously not a collector. Others around this table have no need to even hold the coin to tell you these things.
No, I don't collect coins, although I have seen many coin collections. I haven't taken all that much interest until now. How long do you think it'll be before this lot is auctioned?
Oh, an hour, I should say. That is if they start straight away.
Please will the attendants collect all trays on display. Thank you.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Here, take the tray, attendant.
Very well, madam. We will commence with lot 1. If you consult your catalogues, you will note the history of these coins, which make up the Downsbury collection. They were originally...
I sat fascinated as the auction proceeded. Everyone round the arc of the maiden table seemed to know exactly what would happen. It moved very swiftly. The young man sitting next to me bid for a lot and made the purchase with hardly a glance at the coin when it was placed in an envelope and handed to him. Shortly after that, lot 28, the Oxford Royal, came up. I was interested to find out how much it would bring. After that, I would leave and go back to my apartment, write the article. But
Lot 28, the Oxford Royal coin, minted in the time of Charles II, the year of 1681. I am sure...
Excuse me, but that is not the Oxford Royal. Maybe in the right box, but it's the wrong coin. I can see it from here. That is not the Oxford Royal crown. It is not.
Quiet, King, quiet. Allow me to examine the lot, please. The gentleman is quite correct. There has been some mistake. This is the wrong coin. I'm sorry, but I must discontinue the selling. This is an important lot. Did anyone in this room ask to see the royal crown before the bidding began?
Yes, the lady did. She was the last to handle it before you began, sir.
Madam, did you see the tray before the auction started?
Yes, I examined it and returned it to the box. I know it was the correct one. I made notes about it. Even a rough sketch of the face design.
Well, this is a most awkward situation, Miss...
Summerhays. Evelyn Summerhays.
Well, Miss Summerhays, I hardly know what to say. Everyone here is known to me by sight, if not by name. We have, of course, the name and address of everyone. But yourself?
I live at number 17, Hearthstone Mansions, Trevor Square, Knightsbridge.
Thank you. I have no intention of embarrassing you, but is there anyone to whom we can refer who knows you personally? You must understand that this is no reflection upon yourself. It simply places you on the same terms as the gentleman.
If you care to refer to the editor of the Evening Star newspaper, he will give you any references you may need. I don't see that I can help more than that. If you have any ladies on the staff, I'll be agreeable to a personal search of my clothing and handbag. I presume that the gentleman will also raise no objections to submitting to similar treatment.
Order, please! Order! Now, please, this must be conducted in a decorous manner. I am afraid I shall have to get in touch with our solicitors and perhaps inform the police. Meanwhile, will you all please remain...
There was no confusion. It was all too orderly and civilized for that. Nevertheless, I remained until the end. I was the last to go, having made a written statement. The orderly who showed me out reassured me by saying muddles like this had occurred before, but I'm still very much under suspicion as a thief. Can you advise me, Mr. Holmes? This could jeopardize my whole future.
First, a few questions. The young man sitting next to you, did he speak to you again that morning?
Yes, he hung about after the others had gone and wished me well. He hoped I wouldn't be detained.
I see. Now, when he suggested, before the bidding began, that you compared the Oxford Royal with a coin from another tray, was there at any time a slight confusion? Did you, for instance, drop any of the coins?
Well, why, yes. Yes, I think I did. Yes, I was a little embarrassed by the young man's attention, and I dropped the coins in the box. But I picked them up and placed them back immediately, of course.
But could you, quite inadvertently, have returned the coins to the wrong boxes? Transposed them, for instance? Now, think carefully, Miss Summerhays. Is such a thing possible?
Why, yes. But I was confused. I could have done so, I suppose. Yes, that is quite possible. Mr. Holmes, is that the answer?
No, I don't think it is the answer at all. But I do think it could be the beginning. Would you like me to investigate the matter from now on, Miss Summerhays?
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
New Pepsodent has Earlium, an amazing discovery that actually polishes teeth so sparkling clean and white, dulling film can't find a hole. Feel the difference with your tongue.
You wonder where the dullness went when you polish your teeth with Pepsodent.
New Pepsodent, the white toothpaste you can feel working.
Pepsodent.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline Distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colours. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Miss Summerhayes' reaction to Holmes' suggestion was one of great pleasure. She protested that she had merely come to him for advice, that this was a case far too minor for his attention, and that she'd be unable to pay for his services. All these doubts Holmes brushed aside with a wave of his hand. He was intrigued, like a student being set a mathematical problem. He was determined to find the correct answer, and as quickly as possible. I half suspected that already he was way ahead of us and had formed a possible theory. Even Summerhayes was caught up by his quiet enthusiasm.
Well, it's most generous of you, Mr. Holmes. Naturally, I wish to clear myself of all suspicions and get to the bottom of the whole matter.
Good. Then let me continue with my questioning. There was a search of sorts, I imagine. I mean, the trays must have been examined, the areas around the table, the floors, etc.
Oh, yes. The auctioneer, a gentleman named Dukes, was very thorough. A few officials arrived and asked interminable questions.
This must have meant that everyone left the seats they were occupying. Yes, tell me, Miss Summerhayes, did you return to the same chair once the search had been concluded?
Well, yes. But at least I think it was the same chair.
Ah. Now tell me, and think carefully, can you recall anything happening at that particular time? Anything? However small and unimportant it may seem. Any little detail?
I don't think so. Oh, just a moment. There was one small detail. I went back and sat in what I thought was the same chair, and then the young man who was talking to me earlier, he came along the same row, and he spoke to me again.
Excuse me, but you are occupying my seat, I think.
Oh, well, there are plenty of vacant chairs. The row is almost empty. There was nothing on the seat to say it was yours. No coat, pass.
No, but, well, I like to sit in the same place, you see.
Oh, please take your places. I must ask no one to leave until they have given permission. It has been decided to cancel the rest of this morning's selling. Miss Summerhayes, I wonder if you would be good enough to stay for a short while after the others have left.
Then that was that.
So, the young man didn't reclaim his seat. Splendid. Yes, it's all beginning to make sense. Fitting in like a neat jigsaw puzzle.
I must confess that I cannot see it myself.
Well, no matter. The whole point is that if you didn't remove the coin, then someone else did. And the only person who could have done so was the young gentleman next to you. Now, 2 questions. Do you know the man's name? And do you know the number of the lot you say he purchased earlier in the auction?
The answer to both those questions is no. His name was never mentioned. Although I think I heard one of the men call him Oldbury, something like that. And while I know he did make a purchase, I can't remember the lot number.
It doesn't matter. Those facts can be obtained without much trouble. Tell me, when you were asked to stay on after the others had left, did this young man speak to you again? I think you mentioned something about him wishing you good luck.
That's right. He came over and he said that he hoped I wouldn't be further embarrassed by any detention.
Forgive the question, but did he appear rather intimate? Did he touch you at all?
No. But he did come rather near. He actually leaned against the back of the chair. I remember pulling away a little. I was a little embarrassed. But he removed his hands at once, smiled, gave a little bow, and left the room. He really was very charming, good-looking and well-spoken. I can't believe that he had anything to do with the missing coin.
I think that there you were quite wrong. Right, Miss Summerhayes, I think that's as far as we can go on the case at the moment. Watson, I wonder if you're going in the direction of White and Mills this morning. They're in Wigmore Street. The owner of the rooms is Clinton White. If he and Dukes, the auctioneer, can grant me an interview, say, at 3:30 this afternoon, I shall be very much obliged.
Yeah, I can go that way in my rounds, Holmes, yes. Of course, certainly.
Oh, that's all, I think, except for one question, Miss Summerhayes.
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
Why are you doing all this?
I beg your pardon?
You are the daughter of Milton Summerhayes, are you not? You mentioned earlier that you came to London from Cumberland. That is where the Summerhayes live. They've had lands there since the time of William the Conqueror. I can easily look up the history in Who's Who and Debrett. You are related to that family, are you not?
Yes. Lord Summerhayes is my uncle.
He is also a very well-known collector, stamps and coins. So what are you doing working for a London newspaper, eking out a living and staying in Knightsbridge? Why, Miss Summerhayes?
It must seem very strange to you, Mr. Holmes, but as a famous detective, I have no need to point out to you the details of my personal appearance. I am 25, Mr. Holmes. I'm not exactly a beauty, am I? I've always had an unfortunate face, and my figure is large and ungainly.
Oh, no.
Yes? There is no need to be polite. I am an ugly woman. I am also quite a rich one. I've had many men try to become attached to me, and in every single case it has been for my money. I made up my mind that I would not be used in this fashion. I would not let my life slip by. And so I came to London to try to prove to myself that I am a person of some worth and intelligence who can be independent and worthwhile. I'm sorry. I'm afraid you have made me speak too freely about myself.
I apologize, Miss Summerhayes. Please don't be upset. I'm sure you will be successful in working out your personal problems. You are a woman of great courage and determination. You will not fail. You are greatly to be admired.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. May I go now, please? Of course, I shall be available at my home address or the offices of the Evening Star if you should need me.
I don't think I shall trouble you again. But rest assured, this whole matter will be cleared up quite soon, and there will be no more trouble. I promise you that. Good morning to you, Miss Summerhayes.
After Miss Summerhayes left, Holmes hurriedly scribbled a short note to the owner of the salesrooms in Wigmore Street, Clifton White, and I left for my rounds. I was able to deliver the note quite early, and although I missed Holmes at lunchtime, I was determined not to be left out of things. And so, at 3:30 that afternoon, I made my way back to White & Mill's salesrooms. Holmes was already there.
Watson, I had an idea that you would wish to join us. Let me introduce you. Clinton White, Dr. John Watson.
We made ourselves known earlier in the day. Glad you could come back, Watson. This is a most delicate affair. Things have often gone wrong in this business, but we've always managed to hush things up. I hope there'll be no trouble this time, no publicity. I mean, the lady from the newspaper.
There will be no trouble, I assure you. Now, Watson, to give you a clearer idea of our position. We know that the gentleman who sat next to Miss Summerhayes and engaged her in conversation quite a few times was a Mr. Derek Olmsted, who lives in Portman Close. It's very near here, and I've sent a message round to him. I expect him at 4 o'clock. That gives us half an hour to finalize things. Mr. White, would you be good enough to show us to the room used yesterday for the auction?
Of course, this way. It is locked, of course. Will be until next Saturday. Through here. The place has been cleared and cleaned, as you can see. All the chairs have been placed to one side.
Yes, in neat rows. Let me see. Yes, I think there will be no trouble at all. I imagine that while you do not wish for publicity, the fact that the public is now made aware of the Oxford Royal Crown, interest in the coin will boost its value. You will get a better price?
Fortunately, yes. That would be the case if we can regain the wretched thing.
Oh, no difficulty in that. Here you are. Here it is.
Mr. Holmes, this can't be... But it is. It is the Charles II Oxford Royal. But this is miraculous.
Oh, not at all. It was neatly hidden beneath the seat of that chair. They're all identical, of course, but there's a mark on the back of one, a number 28, scratched on the top of the wooden frame. There, so you have the precious coin. And now, all we have to do is wait until it's proved who took it. Shall we adjourn to the next room for half an hour?
Already, I was beginning to put the pieces together. It only remained for Holmes to catch the culprit. We left the door to the auction rooms ajar and concealed ourselves in the alcove leading to the passage as 4 o'clock approached.
There you see the door is opening slowly. Someone is entering the room. Stay exactly where you are and don't move, please.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I have no need to ask your name or what you are doing here. You came to collect the missing Oxford Royal, didn't you? Will you please produce the coin you have just placed in your breast pocket?
I don't know what you're talking about. I came here to see Mr. White. I left some gloves here and...
It's no use, Olmsted. Holmes has explained exactly how you bought a quite ordinary lot at the auction yesterday, knowing it was the royal crown. Kindly produce that coin.
Oh, very well. Here you are. But I bought it legally. I took only what you sold to me. I didn't switch the coins.
No, you simply noticed that Miss Summerhays did, and so you took advantage of the fact. When people were searched, you had to conceal the coin, so you slipped it into the crack beneath your chair seat. Later, you tried to get it back. But you couldn't. The lady was occupying the place. So you had to mark the seat to identify it and come back later to collect it. Well, it's now your decision, White. Do you prosecute this man or not?
Well, I don't know.
Here, please take the coin. Take it back. You'll make far more money on it now than you would have done yesterday. Please, think of the publicity. I shall be a ruined man. Please take the coin.
No, you can keep it, Olmsted. You didn't think we'd take a chance like that, having found the real one, do you? This is simply 2 pennies stuck together. Keep it as a reminder that honesty is always the best policy.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Rosa, the gay red wine, Villa Bianca, the sprightly white.
Villa Rosa, Villa Bianca.
Lively, exciting, the perfect complement to the perfect meal, the wines of good living.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on springbokradio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on springbokradio.com, contact Dave Dupree on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at springbokradio.com.
We were able to reassure Evelyn Summerhays that all was well. The coin had been recovered and was later sold at a highly improved price. We heard no more of Derek Olmsted. There was talk that he'd gone abroad, as Holmes said.
He was an amateur criminal, really. I mean, what use was the coin to him? It's not like stealing a string of jewels, which can be broken up and reset and become marketable. A coin remains a coin. If he tried to sell it to a dealer, the whole crime would be exposed. No. A foolish, greedy young man. And Evelyn Summerhays was right. It was hardly worth my notice. But it helped everyone concerned. And after all, it was all over in one short day, wasn't it? Oh, well, join me in a drink, Watson, and let's toast our next case of real crime. It's about time I crossed swords with a gentleman known as Moriarty.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson. We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Getting about in this fog, it's almost impossible.
Yes. I've been fortunate in not having to move from this most comfortable fire. Give me a day or two in which to get my records straight. The indexes were sadly out of date.
Anything of interest in the papers? I imagine this fog has stopped a great deal of the crime in the city.
On the contrary, it's made a lot more possible. Perhaps we don't hear about the crimes because they're easily hidden away, but there's increased activity going on, you can be sure of that. Some crimes will get full publicity. I imagine the murder of P.C. O'Keefe on Wanstead Flats will not be easily ignored.
Oh, the murder of a policeman? Well, that's unusual.
Yes. Depends on the circumstance, of course. If he was trying to make an arrest, it's understandable enough. But his body was found on the common. Oh, no details have been given. Interesting. I wonder if that's what our friend Lestrade is calling upon us for, to discuss the murder.
I say, this stew's good. So that's why our front door is unlatched. Lestrade's coming round, is he? When do you expect him?
Well, I think, if my hearing is correct, any second.
Evening, Holmes. Evening, Watson.
Just in time. Come in, Lestrade. Now, take off your top coat and settle by the fire. I'd invite you to join Watson at supper, but I'm sure you must have had a bite to eat at the King's Head when you stopped there for a drink on the way here.
How the devil did you know that?
You have a winter anemone in your buttonhole. Rosie, the barmaid in the saloon, has several bowls of those flowers on her counter. I know she likes to give buttonholes to her special friends. Take a seat by the fire, Lestrade.
Thank you.
Now, has this visit anything to do with the death of P.C. O'Keefe?
No. No one has turned to the yard for help on that one yet. Now, this has to do with an event not yet reported in the press. A dangerous criminal lunatic has escaped from the hospital in Hornsey. He'd been serving a 15-year sentence in the scrubs, but went off his head. They shoved him in the men's ward of the Crouch End Asylum. Yesterday, he went for his usual treatment at the doctor's section. He assaulted the doctor, threw a chair through the ground floor window, jumped out, tore across the grounds and out of the gates that were just being opened for the weekly goods van to come through. Now, the alarm was raised, but, well, in this blasted fog, he's on the loose.
A dangerous criminal lunatic, you say? What is his name?
Nathaniel Cross.
I see. This is really most interesting.
You recall him, Holmes?
I most certainly do. It takes me back to, what was the case? Yes, the Greek interpreter. Nathaniel Cross convicted for 15 years, and he's broken out, has he? Yes, I think you're going to have to be careful, Lestrade. Cross is as cunning as a rattlesnake and hates authority, and particularly the police. By a strange coincidence, I read up some notes upon him when I was editing my files only yesterday. I remember he always refused to sign his name in full. He just put N and then a cross.
That's right. I thought you'd remembered him. If you have any theories about how this man will operate now he's got his freedom, I'd like to hear them, Holmes.
I have no theories, Lestrade. I can only say that if Nat Cross is as clever as I think, then you'll have a very hard time finding him. But if he's truly mad, then he won't have to go looking for him. He will come looking for you. And if that happens, then I wish you and the men in your force the best of luck.
Started my rounds the next morning. The fog was as dense as ever. But by midday, it had lifted a little. I lunched out and decided to go home to tackle some paperwork. Upon leaving Baker Street Station, I heard the familiar cry of a paper boy at the entrance.
Read all about it! Another murder! Second policeman found dead! Read all about it! Another policeman found murder!
Great heavens, did I hear correctly? I beg your pardon, sir. Sorry, the fog.
Watson, here's a bit of luck. Were you going back home?
Yes, that's right. Holmes, that paper boy, did I hear correctly?
The second policeman murdered? Yes, you did. The press got hold of the news quickly enough. I'm on my way now to join the Hampstead police.
Hampstead?
Yes, the body was found on the heath. Care to come along, Watson? In spite of this fog, crime in London has taken a most interesting turn. Shall we go?
It was ages to get to Hampstead. We took a hansom and then met a small group of police at the north entrance to the heath. As we walked, the sergeant explained.
The body has been removed to the mortuary, of course, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, well, why, of course. If you really needed my help, it should have been left where it was until I made a thorough examination. I suppose not only is there no body, but everybody's been trampling the spot with their number 11 police boots, destroying every chance of picking up decent clues.
Sorry, sir, but you know how it is. These things have to be reported through the station. It wasn't until Inspector Lestrade at the yard was called in that they agreed to send for you.
The police seem to be getting more and more tied up with red tape. A few years ago, I would have been sent for immediately without having letters in triplicate about it.
Well, that comes under the heading of efficiency and progress, sir. I've been in line for promotion myself for years. Never gets beyond somebody's desk in headquarters. Blind alley job. Here we are. The body was found over there under that tree where the constable is standing. Constable!
Is that you, Sarge? About time, I'm getting frozen stiff.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Sherlock Holmes, and I've been asked to take a look at... oh.
Afternoon, Mr. Holmes. P.C. Allen, remember me?
Well, of course I do. The Reigate Squires case, wasn't it? Huh. Odd old memories springing back to mind. How are you, Jim?
I'm fine, Mr. Holmes. The sergeant will tell you all about this place.
Well, the body was found here, lying face downwards, arms outstretched. I think you can see the impression in the grass and earth. He'd been crushed, hit at the base of the neck with a blunt instrument.
I doubt if there's much here that can help us. Do you know why he was up here? I mean, this isn't a regular police route. What could have made him come to this remote spot, and in a fog?
Well, there is a patrol from the Highgate Road to Hornsey and Crouch End. I've done it many times myself. I suppose there must have been some trouble. He left a beat to follow someone, something like that, and then... Well, there was a fight, and he got crushed.
Oh, there's no fight here. There's no sign of a struggle.
Well, he was hit from behind.
Without the protection of his policeman's helmet. Odd. But what is this here at the base of the tree? Shine that fog lantern, Jim.
Right, sir. Yes, somebody's carved their initials.
At the base of a tree? And quite freshly cut. But not someone's initials. Merely a cross.
Holmes went to inspect the body. I chatted for a while to the constable, Jim Allen, who made a most unusual request, that he accompany Holmes and myself back to Baker Street. It seemed he was going off duty and had an arrangement to meet his brother at Paddington later that evening. Naturally, we agreed, and once there, invited him up for a drink.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Holmes, I'm worried. When I saw you this afternoon, I was very pleased. You see, I needed advice. I don't know what to do. I'm torn apart with worry, loyalties, and that...
Drink this, Jim. Tell us everything.
Well, it's my brother Arthur. He's in the force, too, as you know. He's a few years older than me, and I always looked up to him. The fact is, well, I think he's turning crooked. I noticed for some months now that he's mixing with the wrong crowd, and I caught him out spying. Yes, spying at the police station. Last week, for instance. I come into the super's room, and there he was.
What the devil are you doing? Creeping in here like that?
I can ask you what you're doing. That cabinet holds confidential police files. How'd you manage to get it open?
Mind your own blasted business. Just peer out and keep your mouth shut about all this. It's nothing to do with you.
It is to do with me. You're my brother and a member of the force, and
look, Jimmy boy, just do as I say. Keep your place. If I want to play games, I'll play them, and according to my own rules.
You've got to tell me what you're up to. Are you stealing information?
What if I am?
Well, then it can only be to use against the force. Arthur, are you turning crooked for heaven's sake?
I told you, get out of here. Keep your mouth shut. Just remain a dumb cop all your life. That's all you're good for. Now get out.
I'm afraid there's more to it than that, Mr. Holmes. I've been doing some checking up myself. I think Arthur's in touch with someone who lives in Hampstead, right near where that body was found.
It was some time before young Jim Allen could be persuaded to listen calmly to the advice Sherlock Holmes had to give. And that was to go about his business quietly, to avoid quarrelling with his brother Arthur, but to keep a sharp eye upon his movements and report anything suspicious not to his superiors, but to Holmes himself. After Jim had left us, Holmes fell into a silence. Eventually, he said...
There's got to be a connection, Watson. Nathaniel Cross, who hates all policemen, breaks out of the mental hospital. 2 policemen have been killed, both in much the same way. Constable Arthur Allen is known to be in touch with someone in the Hampstead district, and he's seen taking secret information from the police files. Now, if he turned crooked, he could be feeding Cross with the facts he needs to avoid the police cordons.
In which case, shouldn't Jim go to the sergeant to speak the truth?
Well, he cannot betray his own brother unless he's sure of his guilt. No, the thing to do is to tackle it from the other end.
And what play is that?
Find Nathaniel Cross, of course.
But the police must be working full out on that, Holmes. I know it's almost impossible to search everywhere in this darn fog, but they have the organization for big searches. Well, you can't help them much.
I'm not so sure. Information is what we need. In the underworld, the news of Cross's escape must have spread like wildfire. A man with his record has plenty of friends, but also plenty of enemies. He's been behind bars for 9 years. That's a long time. People forget. Other, smarter people come up in their places. Yes, I think that's the first priority. Find Nathaniel Cross.
The fog persisted, and there was still no news. I was busier than ever, attending a growing number of patients with flu, bronchitis, and whooping cough. On my feet all day, I saw Holmes but for a few minutes to ask how he was and envy him the comfort of our fireside. Then, about 3 days later, I was appalled to read in the newspaper as I reached home that there had been yet another murder. A young policeman had been found in Eltham Park in southeast London. I immediately went in search of Holmes and found him in the saloon bar of the King's Head, sporting one of Rosie the barmaid's buttonholes and talking to a very dubious-looking character.
That's all I can tell you, Mr. Holmes. No one don't know nothing about these murders. And mind you, I must be honest, even if they did, they wouldn't say. But I don't really think the Copper murders are the work of any one gang.
And Nathaniel Cross?
Ah, well, of course, he's another matter. Conflicting rumours, as you might say. Them who've never met him, they say he couldn't be getting out of sternness, starting murdering. But he's always been a bit crazy. But them who do remember him say he's just waiting.
Waiting? Waiting for what?
For a ship, of course. Waiting to get out of the country. And what's more, they say it'll be here at the end of the month. Half brig to Rio. And he'll be smuggled aboard it.
Half brig? Do you know the name of that?
No, but rumour has it again that she'll be loading from the Surrey docks. So if I were a knowledgeable man, which I'm not, of course, I'd think of looking somewhere around Rotherhithe for that cross, wouldn't you, Mr. Holmes?
Well, thanks. Thanks for the tip. Here, buy yourself a drink and keep those roomy eyes of yours open. Here.
Thank you.
Holmes! Holmes, I wondered if I'd find you here. Now, is it true? I mean, a third police murder?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Watson. Come on, let's get out of here and walk back home. Is the fog just as bad?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Now, stay close to the wall, Watson. Right. Luckily, we both know this road like the back of our hands. The street lamps can act as a guide, right?
Yes. I can find my way back, all right. Don't worry about me. Holmes, tell me about this latest tragedy. What happened?
Well, much the same story as the other two, Watson. A policeman on the beat, on duty, killed by an injury to his spine and a broken neck. Clutched in his hand was a sheet of notepaper. Nothing on it but a large cross.
Oh, gracious, this really is the work of a madman.
Yes, I think it is. The crimes are without motive. The only factor that links them together is that they were all policemen.
And this man, Cross, hates the police. Oh, Holmes, they've got to catch him soon before he kills more of these young...
Watson, I think we should cross over.
Right.
That's strange. There's a light on in Mrs. Hudson's room.
Oh?
She must have come home suddenly. Come on, Watson. Let's find out what happened.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I know it's a cheat, but when I saw Mrs. Hudson come home, I asked if I could come in and wait.
Oh, don't apologize, Jim. Obviously, you wouldn't turn out in this weather unless it was important. What is it? Has anything happened?
Well, yes. I've done exactly as you advised. I haven't spied on my brother Arthur, but on the other hand, I haven't trusted him. Of course, I didn't tell the sergeant of my fears regarding his conduct, but I did check up on him. He's been avoiding me. He's not on the same schedule as I am. He's working at Clapham Police Station at the moment. Today I went to make a few inquiries, and the sergeant, you know him, Sergeant Morrison, and to my amazement, he said...
You know that your brother Arthur is resigning, Jim?
What? Oh, I can't believe it. When did he tell you this? But why?
I don't know why. But he asked for an interview, and then when it was over, he came in here and said he was leaving the force at the end of the month. I would have thought you'd have known about it.
Oh, no. It's a total surprise to me.
It seems that he's thinking of going abroad, leaving England for good. Said something about a ship to South America at the end of the month. What could I say? Nothing, except to wish him luck. He might be doing the right thing. I don't think they have pea soup fogs in Rio de Janeiro, eh? No doubt he will come to say goodbye.
I don't know what I should do, Mr. Holmes. If Arthur's been up to something shady, then perhaps I should speak up now and have him stop him from leaving the country. What do you think?
I think it's time we had an open confrontation with this brother of yours, Jim. Where did you say we could find him?
I don't rightly know. I don't know his lodgings, but Clapham Police Station could be a good place to start.
Right. Now, come on, Watson. Let's see if we can get ourselves to Clapham.
It took simply hours to get to Clapham due to the fog. And then when we did arrive, a completely unknown inspector greeted us with news that could hardly have been worse.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and you, Constable. But the fact is that there's been another of these terrible killings, discovered not an hour ago. Constable on the beat stumbled over the body. It's the same as the rest. Bludgeoned to death and a cross mark in chalk near the body. Here, the body is Right here under the sheet on this dresser table. See for yourselves.
But it's Arthur. It's Arthur.
It was after midnight before we all got home. Lestrade was called down to Clapham and took over the case. And eventually we persuaded Jim Allen to take the spare room. I gave him something to calm his nerves and induce him to sleep. I almost felt like taking some myself. The next morning, Lestrade called round, and a very stern-faced and determined Holmes held a council of war.
I think the time has come for some straight speaking, Lestrade. Between us, we've made a thorough mess of this case. Oh, I've been fooled as much as you have, and I thoroughly admit it. But now, let's start by forgetting any preconceived thoughts about Nathaniel Cross and his murderous instinct. Just let's look at the facts. On the day that Cross escaped from the mental hospital, the first policeman was killed here, Wanstead Flats. Now, the second, which is when Watson and I were called in, was here, Hampstead Heath. The third, here, Eltham Park, South London. And Arthur Allen was killed here in Clapham. Now, 4 different parts of London. They almost make a square, don't they? But now, if you draw a line through them diagonally to make a cross, what do you find? Let's see. And a large cross. And at the centre, what? Surrey Docks.
Holmes, this is all very intriguing, but I don't
Wait a minute. I think I do.
There's a murderer who makes crosses of 4 policemen
And
killed.
the 5th will die in the centre of that cross you've just drawn. There is a 5th murder planned near the Surrey Docks.
That is what I believe.
Then let it be me. Let me patrol the Surrey Docks beat. Can that be arranged, Inspector Lestrade?
Evening, Jim.
Oh, Sergeant. What are you doing here?
Been sent to keep you company. Reckon it's too dangerous on your own. You can't know the beat very well? It's this way. We take the first turning, and that leads us round towards Bermondsey, and then back the Rotherhithe way. That's the visit.
Round here, you say? But this is just a blind alley here.
Yes, a blind alley. Ready for you, like your brother.
Yes, I was fooled, and I admit it. I didn't realize until the lie Sergeant Morrison told you, Jim, about your brother leaving the country, that he was the person responsible. It was one madman living out another madman's threats. The report will show that Morrison was a depressive maniac, someone thwarted in ambitions and the force. His hatred turned against his younger colleagues. They didn't suspect him. They were easy to kill. When Cross broke out of jail, he realized how easy it would be to trick the world into believing he was doing the killings. But your brother Arthur was onto him. He was slowly building up evidence against the sergeant. It's a pity Arthur didn't turn to me in the first place the way you did.
I can't believe it. But of course, when you think about it had to be someone who knew police procedure, knew where every man on the beat would be at a certain time. And of course, the sergeant could stroll along any of those beats at any time without rousing suspicion. But he must have been stark raving mad. How can anyone who appeared so calm and reasonable turn out to be a madman?
The line between sanity and insanity is very thin. Frustrations, anger. No one can answer certain questions.
Oh, what about Nathaniel Cross? He's the other madman in this case. He's still at large. What's going to happen to him, Mr. Holmes?
Lestrade is laying his plans just as I laid mine. Let's hope he will be successful.
Lestrade was successful. Nathaniel Cross was caught just 1 week after Sergeant Morrison was held for trial. He gave no trouble and is back inside finishing his term of sentence. But I doubt very much if either of them will be released to plague society again. As Holmes said.
Let's hope we never get such another fog over London, Watson.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000 or visit their website at www.destinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge, Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Though it hurts to go away, it's impossible to stay. But there's one thing I must say before I go. I love you. I love you. You know, I'll be thinking of you in most everything I do. Now the time is moving on, and I really should be gone. But you keep me hanging on for one more smile. I love you. I love you. All the while. With your cute little way, will you promise that you'll say your kisses for me? Save all your kisses for me. Bye bye, baby, bye bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Gonna walk out the door, but I'll soon be back for more. Kisses for me, save all your kisses for me. So long, honey, so long. Hang on, baby, hang on. Don't you dare me to stay, 'cause you know I'll have to say that I've got to work each day, and that's why I go away. But I count the seconds till I'm home with you. I love you. I love you. It's true. You're so cute, honey G. Won't you save them up for me? Your kisses for me. Save all your kisses for me. Bye bye, baby, bye bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Gonna walk out the door, but I'll soon be back for more. Kisses for me, save all your kisses for me. So long, honey, so long. Hang on, baby, hang on. Don't you dare me to stay, 'cause you know you've got to save your kisses for me. Save all your kisses for me. Bye bye, baby, bye bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Won't you save them for me, even though you're only 3?
Ek wonder wat van jou geword het. Jy wat nog so by my spook. Ek weet net ons het die vuur gemaak, die wêreld aan die brand gestook. Nou is die nagte soveel stiller, die daar is eie dom. Maar ons twee was die verlewendste blare. Ons kaartjies lê die hele wêreld vol. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê daar basies, net die leespore. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê die leespasies, van die onskuld nou verlore. Nou vraag ek waar het alles begin, die ding van loswees voor die wind. Onthou jy ook die rook, die yster, die lig wat in die verte blink. Dan dink ek terug aan soveel dae, soveel stawe op die spoor. En ja, daar was voorheen 'n tyd van treine, waar en wanneer het ons dit verloor. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê daar basies, net die leespore. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê die leespasies, van die onskuld nou verlore. Elke keer was dit 'n afskeid, elke keer weer 'n begin. 100 haltes langs die spoor, elke stasie het sy eie skyn. Miskien het ek verleer om te kyk, jy bepaal jou eie baan. Soms sien ek die skadu van jou spieelbeeld, 'n speels verbrokkel voor die maan. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê daar basies, lê die leespore. Tussen treine, tussen stasies, lê die leespasies, van die onskuld dan verlore.
U is ingeskakel op die internetradiodiens van springbokradio.com.
Watson has a medical practice to attend to. It's rather worrying. His appointment book, have you seen it anywhere?
Well, he usually keeps it in his doctor's bag, but I did find this on the all-stand sort of note.
Let me see. 5 Westley, EC3, Tuesday, 10th, Royston.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A friend in need.
I was doing very nicely in my practice and thinking of going into partnership with an old medical colleague. His name was Royston. I'd met him on several occasions and knew he was engaged upon opening up a medical centre in one of the poorer parts of London. I didn't think twice about the authenticity of the proposal. One Tuesday, I called at a very grim and rather dilapidated building called Westley, just off the river. I was totally unprepared for my reception, for instead of meeting my old friend, I was shown into a small anteroom. It was dark. I couldn't see properly. Before I knew what was happening, hands seized me from behind. I struggled valiantly, and then a violent blow against the side of the head caused me to gasp. Stars swam before my eyes, and I lost consciousness.
Couldn't have been easier. See him falling for it like that.
Yeah, you'd think anyone who'd associated with Sherlock Holmes would be a bit more careful.
What's the next step?
We get him out and into a cab. Drive him to the boss's nursing home. From then on, it's nothing to do with us.
They're not thinking of knocking him off, are they? I mean, it's not murder.
No, the idea is to hold him as hostage, that's all. This is the one way of getting at Holmes. Those two have been buddies for years. If anything can tempt Holmes out into the open, this is the man. Come on now, prop him up.
Yeah.
He'll be coming round soon. We want to have him safe and sound by then.
It's not going to be easy getting him into a cab. He's a big bloke.
No, bigger than I am. We'll switch clothes. I'll carry the doctor's bag, and it'll look like we're helping a patient home.
Yeah.
Here we are. Check the street.
Yeah, looks all clear. Getting just gas lamps aren't on yet. But there's more than a bit of fog gathering. Yeah, right here. Come on. No more talk. Get him on his feet.
Right. He'll be able to put one foot in front of the other. By the time he comes to, he'll be in the nursing home, with no idea of where he is or how he got there. Come on. You support him under one arm, and I'll take the other. Here we go. Hurry now.
So that's the position, Lestrade. Watson is missing, and there's no trace. As you know, this is completely unlike him. I'm quite certain something's happened. He would never have remained silent if it had been possible for him to get a message to me.
Might have met with an accident. Have you tried the hospital?
Well, yes, of course. Watson's well known in most of the local hospitals. There's no report of anyone answering to his description being found.
And what do you think it's all about?
Well, I'm afraid I take it very seriously. This could be someone's way of getting at me. At the moment, there seems very little we can do except wait. But I should appreciate your help.
Of course. Of course. Anything I can do.
I need to carry out an investigation into a place in EC3. Now, all I have to go on is two names. One is Westley and the other is Royston. Now, these were scrawled on a note that Watson must have left by accident on the hall stand when he was putting on his coat. Can I have a couple of men and do a search of that river district?
Of course. I'll do better than that. I'll even come along myself. What do you say to that? Now, this sudden fog is not going to make our task any easier, Holmes.
No, but in a way it's an advantage. One can remain more secretive in the heavy mists. Look, I think we're on the right track. That large building over there. I have a shrewd idea that it's empty. And I think... Yes. Look here, see by the light of my dark lantern. The street is Westley. Now, that building will be number 5, and if it is, well, we're in luck.
I might remind you that we don't have a search warrant.
Oh, Lestrade, you're in plain clothes. I've no intention of letting your men swarm all over the building. Come on. I think there's bound to be a window open. I'll do the breaking and entering, and you can come in through the front door. Yes. That's a nice one. There you go.
If they could seat me at the yard now, I'd get a railroad tailing off. What sort of place do you think this is, anyway?
It's just a disused house. Strange. Now, why should Watson want to call here? Now, wait a moment. Look out here in the hall. There's signs of a struggle. A chair knocked over, movement in the dust, and hold the lantern up. Yes, look, smudges of mud.
Yes, here, down by the wall. That looks like blood to me.
Yes, I'm afraid the good Watson got into quite a bit of trouble here. Do you see this? It hasn't rained in these parts for some days, and yet this is that grey type of mud that's found near the river. And imprinted in the mud are leaves and small particles of petals. Well, this should tell us something.
Holmes, do you seriously mean to say that Watson has been abducted?
Well, it certainly looks like it, Lestrade. But why? That's the question. Watson hasn't got an enemy in the world. It can only be because of his connection with me. Yes, so who is behind all this? That's the question.
What's the next move?
Well, I don't think we can do a great deal tonight. If I'm right, then Watson will not be in any active danger until I've been approached direct. There will be an attempt to blackmail or coerce me in some way. I think we might well find something of interest if we question the cabbies who service this district. There can't be many of them on these routes. If Watson was abducted, he must have put up a struggle. He's a big man. Now, come on, Lestrade. Let's get back on the street and see if any of your men have picked up any clues.
Nothing to report, sir. The fog has settled in good and proper. Most folk have got themselves indoors by a good fire.
Yes, something we'd all like.
Now, here comes a cab. Perhaps we should return to Baker Street and wait for events to develop. But just a moment. Hello there, cabby. Not many fares on an evening such as this. Going off duty?
Oh, that's about it, sir. Leading the old mare back to the stables. Can't see a thing in this.
Are you a regular in these parts?
Oh, that's right, sir. Been working this part of the city for near 20 years.
Well, then you must know it like the back of your hand. Tell me, have you, in the last 24 hours, had reason to convey a sick man from that large house across the way there, number 5?
Oh, funny you should ask that. As a matter of fact, I did. Earlier on, there was a doctor and his assistant. He had a sick fellow with him. He was recovering from an accident. They bundled him in the cab, and I took them south of the river. Place set back on its own grounds. They said it was a private sort of nursing home, sir. Why do you ask, sir?
Well, because we're most interested in this accident. Look here, I know it's a foul night and you're thinking of going home, but could you find your way to this so-called nursing home?
Oh, yes, of course I could. Come on up in, sir. It'll take a little time, but we'll manage it.
Ah, good man. Now, there'll be a sovereign for your pains at the end of it. Now, send your men home to their beds, Lestrade, and jump in.
There you are, sirs. This is the place where I drop the doctor and the patient. That driveway. They say it leads up to the nursing home.
Thank you, cabby. I think you can find this place again, Lestrade?
Yes, certainly I can. Quite easy.
Right, well, that's what we're doing tonight. To attempt to enter there would be showing our hand and perhaps putting Watson in further danger. Well, I suggest that we now drive back to Baker Street. I shall be very surprised if the next move doesn't come from our adversaries. Whoever's behind this has thought it out extremely carefully. Right, Gabby, 221 Baker Street, and there's another sovereign for you if you can get us there before midnight.
Mr. Holmes. Oh, I'm so glad you're back, and you, Inspector.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, but why are you up and about at this hour?
Well, I was worried about Dr. Watson and how you was getting on, and then I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea. I spotted this on the front door mat. It's a message, and it's from him. It's gotta be. I recognise his handwriting anywhere. Oh, do open it, Mr. Holmes, and set my mind at rest. He must be all right.
Well, it's only a note, not a posted letter. It certainly looks like Watson's writing. Dear Sherlock, a reassuring note to say that I'm back in town and staying with an old friend, Dr. Hugh Royston, at his nursing home. I expect to be away for another couple of days on this most interesting development. John Watson.
Oh, well, that's all right then, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's far from all right.
Oh?
Watson most certainly did not write this note. He's never called me by my first name in his life. This is practically an invitation to visit that nursing home that we traced Lestrade. We must be careful. Watson's life is all important to me. But I'll never fall into a trap like this. Never.
I had no idea where I was and knew better than to attempt to open my eyes. There were two uncouth voices and one cultured foreign one.
There you are, boss. Delivered just like we promised.
No trouble at all. Easy as pie.
How long has he been like this?
Several hours.
Then we can take no chances. He is here in the nursing home, but he is not to stay here. He must be moved once again to his
final resting place. But just as an added precaution, I think a small injection into the right arm, a drug I use, is most effective. He will not regain consciousness for over a day and a night. And now the syringe. Yes, the skin is neatly punctured, so no question of pain. Caught him just in time. Now, in an hour's time, he will be moved. This time on a stretcher in a carriage ambulance, which you will drive. He will be taken to Bale's Wharf, the number 1 laboratory. I shall be there to arrange things.
Will we then be paid off in full?
No, your task is not yet complete. Then we have to await the arrival of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. After he's found Watson and is a fellow prisoner, you will be dismissed and it will all be over.
You mean you're going to do them both in?
The eventual outcome of these 2 men is really none of your concern.
Well, we have given her a hand, though. We're what is known as accessories after the fact or some such. Ain't that right?
You are being handsomely paid. That is all that need concern you.
I'm not so sure. If you get caught, then so do we.
I shan't be caught, and neither will you if you will only keep your heads and do as you're told. Now, enough of this. Come to our final preparations. There is no time to lose. Sherlock Holmes is a fast worker. And now that the overnight fog has disappeared, we must expect swift action. Come, enough of this chatter. Come, to work.
Yes, I'm sorry to behave so strangely this morning, Lestrade, but I believe this is more difficult than I thought. It's clear to me that Watson has been abducted for the sole reason of trapping me. I've therefore not rushed in, but taken things slowly. And the first essential is to establish the true identity of this man, Dr. Hugh Royston. I've therefore taken an hour of early morning, looking him up in the London Medical Register. He does exist, and he lives in this street. We're about to call upon him. Now, this way, up these steps.
Yes, can I help you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard. Is it possible to see Dr. Royston for just a few minutes?
Please do come in. I will inform Doctor that you have called.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Well, this looks respectable enough, Holmes. Doesn't look much wrong here.
No, I didn't think there would be.
Would you like to come through, please? The doctor will see you now.
Thank you.
Sherlock Holmes, great pleasure to meet you. You're a great friend of John Watson's, isn't that so? Please, won't you be seated and tell me what I can do for you?
It's Watson himself. He has disappeared. The only clue we have is your name and address in Wesley Street, EC3.
Gracious, are you sure of this? Disappeared, you say? Extraordinary.
You can throw no light upon this? For instance, when did you last see Watson?
Some weeks ago. We'd been corresponding. I was rather keen to take a small nursing home in the East End and run it for hard-up people, the poor and delinquent. Watson agreed to consider this. The suggested site was at 5 Wesley Street, that rather derelict and seedy, run by a man called Henry von Bork.
Von Bork? So he's the man behind all this?
You know the man?
Only too well. One of the most treacherous spies in Europe. It's all becoming quite clear to me now. Von Bork is using Watson to lead me into a trap. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to ignore it. He will have no hesitation in killing Watson unless he thinks I am coming to the rescue. Thank you, Doctor. You've been a great help. Come to straight. Royston told me what I wanted to know. I know Von Bork's mind. I know it's tortuous and arrogant. He's convinced that he can outwit me, and in order to save Watson, I shall have to allow him to think so.
Well, why don't I get a search warrant against his home and let's raid the place? The element of surprise is always good. This Von Bork won't think you'd consider such a bold plan.
Well, you may do that by all means if you wish, Lestrade, but I don't think that is the answer to our problem. I'm prepared to believe that Watson was enticed into that nursing home thinking he would meet the good doctor there. But I cannot think Von Bork will keep him there. It's too risky. No, he'll have him removed.
But where to?
Von Bork used to have offices in the dock area. You may recall that we thought he was using them in the smuggling case of the Blue Peter. Now, wait a moment. When we called at 5 Wesley Street, we found evidence of a struggle. Undoubtedly, that is where Watson was overpowered. Then I also observed grey mud, do you recall? Imprinted in the mud were leaves and particles of petals. Now, the flowering petals were autumn willow blossoms. Those trees only flourish down by the river. Yes, I think I can trace the old offices that Von Bork used. If I'm right, then that's where they would have taken Watson.
Seems to be taking a long shot to me, Holmes. Wouldn't it be better to stick to more orthodox methods?
There's no time. Von Bork will be getting anxious. He's not going to hang around keeping Watson alive if he can't get at me. Now, I've got to move. The point is, Lestrade, are you still going to back me up?
I've done so up till now. I'm not backing out when it comes to a crisis. Lead on, Holmes. I'm with you.
Now, this is it, Lestrade. These are the offices. And I fancy Bork has been using them for experimental purposes. They have the appearance of being scientific laboratories.
Doesn't look as though they're at all occupied.
I think this way, round the side entrance. I know you do not approve of my method of entering premises, but needs must when the devil drives. Watson has always said that the police were lucky that I didn't choose a career in crime. I should be rated with the best of them. Observe, I have a full set of burglars' tools with me now. For instance, this door, although made of steel and padlocked, presents no problems.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this. If we're caught, it's demotion for me, no doubt of that.
Oh, nonsense. Now, here, watch. Now, come on, let's take a look.
Blessed, I can see why you think Watson should be shut away in a place like this. It's quite dark.
There's just packing cases. The workrooms must be through there. Yes. Yes, this looks more like it. Fully equipped as a laboratory. Yes, we're on the right lines, all right. Look, wooden steps going down and footprints. Muddy footprints. Now, you see how staggered they are? Now, those are the sort of prints 2 men would make if they were carrying a stretcher. Come on, Lestrade. Now, here. Now, once our eyes grow accustomed to the dark, and Lestrade, I'm right. There, in the corner. It is a stretcher. And it is Watson.
By Jove, you're right, Holmes. What the devil?
The door. The top of the stairs. It's closed.
Caught, Holmes. Caught like a rat in a trap. I knew you would find Watson sooner or later. It's all worked out as I planned. It is useless to think you can't escape. And within 20 minutes you will both die. You see, for months I have been working on an explosive device which is triggered off by that iron bar door closing. 20 minutes, Holmes. Goodbye.
What the devil? Holmes, we've fallen right into his hands.
Explosive device. It must be here. Down by the stretcher. Look straight. Gun cotton, sulfuric acid, nitric acid. Look, help me to move, Watson. Right to the far corner. There's only one chance. We must make our own explosive first. Quickly, Lestrade. Right over here, by the fence. Now, come on, give me a hand. Prepared cotton. It has to be 3 parts sulfuric acid to 1 part of nitric acid. It will burn without explosion on ignition. But it's laid up by that iron door. With percussion, it goes up at about 5 times the power of gunpowder.
Holmes, do you really know what you're doing?
Oh, I'd better be right, Lestrade. Well, this really is a triumph for Herr Bork. Now, listen. Do exactly as I say, and as swiftly as possible. Take this. Carefully now. Right. Now, here. Now, get right back. That's by the far wall. Cover Watson with anything you can to protect him. The percussion, when I trigger off, should blow the gate outwards. If it does, then we are safe. We grab the stretcher, get up those stairs as quickly as possible. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, I'm nearly there, Will. Here goes.
Now, get down.
We've done it. We've done it. Come on, come on.
It was some hours later that I opened my eyes.
My head ached till I could hardly see. But I was aware of familiar surroundings. The clean sheets under me and the softness of the pillow, which smelt of lavender. I was in my own bed back in Baker Street. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I knew that someone was in the room with me. A friend. A friend whom I knew very well indeed.
Oh, Dr. Watson, I do believe you're coming round at last. Now, don't try to move or speak. Just lie there and close your eyes. You've had such a terrible time of it, but it's all over now. Mr. Holmes and Inspector Lestrade have got everything under control. They found you down somewhere by the river, brought you back more dead than alive. But you're all right. They've gone after the men who tried to kill you, and they'll get them. I'm sure they'll get them.
Well, place is surrounded, Holmes. No chance of anyone getting in or out of this so-called nursing home. This is what we should have done in the first place.
Perhaps, but it would have meant sacrificing Watson, and that I was not prepared to do. All right, Lestrade, this is more your line of country than it is mine. Go ahead. Do it your way from now on.
Right, men. Follow me. In we go. Well, I'll be... Not a sign. Nothing. Not a living soul in the place. Now, what do you make of that, Holmes?
I'm hardly surprised. If Von Bork had been successful and killed Watson and me and you in his booby trap, then he wouldn't have wanted to stay around London to be questioned. Now, clearly this nursing home's just a blind. A hideaway until he carried out his plans. Well, I'd soon it worked out like this. Watson is alive and Von Bork has escaped. But he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. I'll catch up with Von Bork, and when I do, it will be a fight to the death.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, Holmes, nearly there. Oh, look from the window, our first glimpse of the sea. I think of all the things I love, it's the sea breaking over the Cornish coast.
You're a romantic at heart, Watson.
And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm looking forward to 2 weeks walking, swimming and fishing, and you, Holmes, are to do exactly the same. You're utterly tired out. As a doctor, I order complete rest.
Well, from the plan you've just laid out, it seems to be quite the reverse. A very energetic holiday.
I mean no studying and no getting involved in local criminal matters.
Now, Watson, we're going to live at the Seagull Inn at Lizard Point. Now, what possible crime could happen in such a remote spot?
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Lizard Point.
In the spring of the year 1897, that Sherlock Holmes' iron constitution showed some symptoms of giving way in the face of constant hard work of a most exacting kind, aggravated perhaps by occasional indiscretions of his own. But he was induced at last to give himself a complete change of scene and air. And so it was that we found ourselves in train for Lizard Point, the southernmost tip of Cornwall. A carriage was waiting at the Falmouth station, and I thoroughly enjoyed the long ride to the Seagull Inn. It was out of season, and I thought that perhaps we would be the only guests. However, there was another smart, foreign-looking gentleman signing the register.
Please sign here, sir. Thank you. Will you be staying with us very long?
I do not know. It depends upon so many things. Perhaps a week. I should not think any longer. Is it convenient?
Oh, are you? Bless you. Stay as long as you please. We aren't all that busy at this time of the year. Room 5, just along the corridor. Shall I have someone take your things?
No, that is not necessary. I can manage myself.
There we are then, sir. There's your keys. If you like to take half a cider in the bar, it's right there on the left.
No, thank you. I drink only wine. Perhaps you can tell me, is it far from here to the place known as Cliff House?
About 20 minutes walk along the cliff path. Turn left at the top of the lane and follow the path. Can't miss it. Grey stone building. Looks right out over the sea.
It is owned by Mr. Adam Leach. Is that not so?
That's right. Why, Adam's right there in the bar at this very moment.
Then perhaps I shall take a drink. After all, thank you.
Good afternoon to you, good sirs. You must be the two gentlemen who made reservations. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson from London. That be right?
Yes, that is correct. I'm Watson, and this is Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do? How do you do? If you'd be so kind as to sign the register. You have rooms 8 and 10 with a connecting sitting room between. Nice view, right out to sea.
Oh, thank you. It sounds ideal. Holmes?
Oh, certainly. If you could have our cases taken to the rooms, I think Watson and I will take up a suggestion of a drink in the bar straight away. It's been a long and very tiring journey.
Very sensible. I'll be joining you myself very shortly, once the wife comes off duty. To the left there, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Watson. I'll buy you your favourite cider.
The bar of the Seagull Inn was obviously the gathering place of all the local residents of Lizard Point. There were not many in there when Holmes and I entered, but perhaps half a dozen. Behind the bar was a buxom Cornish woman who I assumed correctly to be the landlord's wife. She was talking to a strong, middle-aged man whose weather-beaten face was topped by a mop of the most luxurious silver hair I've ever seen.
I won't be doing with it, Arthur. They know nothing of their own mind, and he's too smooth, too clever by half.
But nice and well-behaved, Adam. No one in these parts has anything against him. We was all young once, you know.
I still be against it. Over to enough of that. You've got company.
Oh, evening, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
2 of your best, strongest ciders, please.
Oh, come in for a first taste, have you? Well, I can tell you it's the best you'll ever get. You the 2 gentlemen from London who'll be staying here?
That's right. We've just arrived.
Well, have a good holiday. Not exactly the right time of the year, but you struck it lucky. Weather be that fine and hot the last week. Suppose it'll break with a storm sooner or later. There we are.
Thank you. Place it on the bill, will you?
Of course. I think you're wrong, you know, Adam. Why not try to get to know Mr. Mason better?
Well, here's to your much improved health, Holmes.
What? Oh, yes. Good health.
Good evening. Is it possible to have a glass of wine?
Well, yes. We've got some French stuff, but it's by the bottle only, you understand.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
I'm on my way. Good night to you, Martha.
Up early, are you? Night, Adam.
Please, excuse me. Mr. Leach. Mr. Leach, please. You know me. My name is...
Well, strange things are going on here tonight. Who was that?
A French gentleman named Jules Lebrun, who arrived from Paris quite recently and intends to return there once his business here is completed.
Holmes, how can you possibly know that? You haven't even met the man.
No, but I signed the hotel register after he did, and it's very easy to add up. 2 and 2 make 5 if you have any imagination at all. You were right, madame. An excellent cider.
Evening, Martha. Did I see Miss Leach go out?
That's right.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to have a word with him in here.
Oh, if you ask me, I wouldn't bother him right now. He don't seem in none too good a humour. I'd play a waiting game if I was you. Slowly, don't you?
Oh, you mentioned me.
Aye, and he wasn't too friendly. Take it easy, my boy, and you'll stand a chance. Otherwise...
I suppose you're right. I'll have a pint of ale then, Martha.
Right you are. Oh, meet Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Down from London they be. This is Christopher Mason.
Oh, good evening to you. You're here on holiday, are you?
Yes, that's right, and a fine spot it looks, too.
Oh, Lizard Point is a rare place and no mistake. Take a turn up on the cliffs when the moon comes out. You'll see. It's like a fairyland.
There you are, then.
Oh, thank you, Martha. And here's to your good health, gentlemen. May you have a very pleasant stay. Cheers.
Mason was an agreeable young man. He sat chatting to us for half an hour or so, and then the landlord came through to advise us that supper was ready. Afterwards, we took Christopher Mason's advice and strolled the cliffs. The moon was up, far out over the silver water. It was enchanting.
That young man was right. The visual effect from here is amazing.
Breathtaking. I don't think I've seen anything like it.
Well, that I take it is Cliff House. That's where the man Adam Leach must live with his daughter.
Oh, his daughter?
Yes, of course. Christopher Mason is in love with her, and the old man doesn't approve. That much of the scenario is clear already.
Holmes, you'll never change. Here we are in a wonderland of scenic beauty, and you're already more interested in the ordinary problems of the local people. Oh, come on. Let's walk back to the inn.
Oh, you think I exaggerate, Watson? Then look carefully down there. There, on the beach path. Two lovers, if ever I saw a pair. No?
I followed, Holmes pointing fingers. Yes, there, sure enough, was a man and woman held in tight embrace. Well, they had an ideal setting for their romantic evening. I wished them happiness. We turned, walked swiftly back to the inn, had a nightcap in the sitting room, and said good night. I think I slept better than I had in years. I know Holmes did, because he was still sound asleep when I rose to bath and shave. The morning was quite glorious. We decided upon a walk before breakfast. Glorious morning, Holmes.
Yes, a really beautiful spot. Yes, I'm glad you recommended this, Watson.
Well, 2 weeks of this, and you'll be a new man. Ah, look, we aren't the only ones about. Here comes that French gentleman. What's his name?
Jules Lebrun. Yes, it seems he doesn't wish to greet us. He's turned and deliberately gone the other way.
Oh, well, he's probably quicker back by the path he's taken. Shall we walk down to those rocks? Seems that they form a natural pool. Ideal for swimming, I should say.
Yes, and someone has already made use of it by the look of things. Is that not Christopher Mason, a towel round his shoulders? He must have got up bright and early.
Yes, and I think he's seen us. Yes, coming up this way. Hello there!
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, what a lovely morning it is.
Yes, makes one feel good to be alive. Oh, you've been for a swim?
Oh, just a quick dip right over there.
Oh, you don't use that natural rock pool? Surely that's safe enough.
Oh, yes, but I haven't got time this morning. I've got a lot to do. Excuse me. Have a good day. Bye.
What's he in a hurry about, I wonder? Oh, Holmes, this is exactly right for both of us. Peace and quiet, fresh air, good food, no troubles at all. Well, come on. Let's step it up. This is the rock pool. Must be careful how we climb. Down slippery. Just look at the color of the water. It's all kinds of...
Watson, you may not be correct in saying all is peace here. Look, there on the beach between the rocks.
Great heavens, it looks like a man's body floating face down.
Quickly, Watson, quickly. Down here, the beach. Here, Watson, come, give me a hand. Help me drag him out and onto the shingle. Here.
Right. Come on, Nigger. There. That's it. Oh, heavens, Holmes. Poor fellow, he's dead, I'm afraid. No point in trying to revive him. Drowned, of course.
No, not at all. It's the old man, Adam Leach, killed by a vicious blow at the back of the head. Not the traditional blunt instrument either. Look at that wound. Surely it could only have been made by something like a pickaxe.
For a long moment I stood and stared at the dead man. I've seen some dreadful wounds upon the human body in my time, but never one of such a peculiar nature. It was, as Holmes said, the sort of injury that would be sustained by a blow from a pickaxe. I found it puzzling, but there was no time for speculation. We raised the alarm immediately. Men were summoned from the inn, and the body, covered in canvas, was removed to the local mortuary. The one and only police constable was summoned, and an urgent message sent to the police station in Falmouth. It seemed quite natural that Sherlock Holmes should take charge.
It seems that you've all heard of the unfortunate death of Adam Leach of Cliff House. I must ask you all to remain calm. This is a most regrettable tragedy. One can only assume that he went for his usual morning swim and was overcome with cramp, and while floundering, crashed his head against the rocks and drowned.
Aye. Adam, he always took a morning swim down there when the weather was good. Like you say, Mr. Holmes, we must all be calm. Inspector Brendan from Falmouth will be here soon, and he'll take charge. Meantime, someone has got the telephone.
Hey, poor girl. She'll be that heartbroken.
Yvonne, I take it is Adam's daughter. In which case, I think I should like to go up to Cliff House with you, Mr. Mason. You will be anxious to be with the young lady when she hears the news, will you?
Yes, of course I do. Well, I just can't believe this. It's unreal. Yes, of course I must go to Yvonne.
Right. Constable, perhaps you'll wait for the inspector. Come along. Let's get up to Cliff House.
Yvonne Leach was a young, attractive girl, well-spoken and neatly dressed. She was deathly pale, but in no way hysterical.
Good morning. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and you, Dr. Watson. Thank you for coming up here with Christopher.
We can only say how sorry we are. It's a great tragedy.
I've often warned Father about taking exercise so early in the morning. He was always an active man. Didn't seem to realize that he was no longer young. I suppose it was an accident, wasn't it, Mr. Holmes?
Why should you think otherwise? Did your father have any enemies?
None that I've been aware of until recently. Oh, he was not very likable in many ways. He had a vicious temper and always wanted his own way. He resented Christopher, for instance. There's no point in denying that. But Father usually came round and compromised. It's going to be hard to think I shall ever see him again. I'm sorry.
You said your father had no enemies until recently. What did you mean by that?
Well, it started about 6 weeks ago. He received a letter from France. At least it had a French postmark. And from then he appeared strained, even frightened. And then last night he had an unexpected visitor. I was in my room. I didn't hear the man arrive, but I did hear voices coming from here, this room. I wondered who it was and if Father needed anything. So I left my room and came down here. I didn't enter because it was quite clear that they were quarreling. I heard Father say...
You shan't get a penny. Really, not a penny.
An unwise decision, Leach. You know that you will have to pay in some way or another. I think paying in money is better than paying with a year or so in jail, don't you?
I refuse. Not a penny. I don't believe you have any evidence at all about what happened in Paris. In any case, that was so many years ago that no one will take the slightest interest in your feeble accusations.
That I should not bet on. The families who suffered are still alive. They will remember. They will demand retribution, whereas if you agree to the sale of the letters, then all will be peace and quiet once more. After all, what is £100 to a man like you?
No. I say no.
Here, look, the letters.
No, that's got it now.
You really are anxious to have the letters destroyed, aren't you? You don't think I'd be stupid enough to bring them with me tonight, do you? These are only the empty envelopes. No, I still have the letters, and they are still for sale. But now that I am sure you want them, the price goes up. I want £500 now.
What?
A nice round figure. 500, and I promise you I will hand them over and leave for France by the next packet steamer. What do you say?
I say get out. Take your blasted letters. Get out of my house and stay out. Oh, go on, do your worst. Get out of my sight while you're still alive. And if you ever set foot in this house again, I'll kill you.
Very well. I will go. But you will live to regret this, Adam Leach. That is, if you continue to live at all. Good night.
I was in the hall. I stepped back and concealed myself behind the curtains by the stair windows. I was able to see the stranger as he left. A tall, dark man, smartly dressed and top-hatted.
Jules Lebrun, the foreigner from the Seagull Inn. I know it was. He's the only French-speaking visitor in these parts.
This is most interesting. Well, thank you for telling me, Miss Leach. I think you'll be having a visit from Inspector Brendan of the Falmouth Police later on. I advise you to confide this to him.
Very well. But I do not wish to cause more trouble. Whatever happens, it can't bring Father back, can it?
I could tell that Holmes already scented a crime. As we walked slowly back to the inn, he hardly spoke. He studied the nature of the scenery, watched seabirds of all kinds wheeling their way high above the jagged cliffs, and paid particular attention to the nature of the rocks that formed the pool where old Adam was found.
No, it couldn't have been an accident, Watson.
You mean the man wasn't drowned, Holmes?
No. A post-mortem will show that he was killed by a tremendous blow on the back of the head. It was not caused by crashing against the rocks. If that had been so, the body would have shown signs of cuts and bruises all over. There wasn't another mark on him. The puzzling thing is that the blow must have been caused while he was in the water. Now, the water in that pool is deep. We know that. It was hard for us to get at him and pull him out.
Yes, within a matter of a few paces, the bottom falls away by several feet. But, Holmes, if the man was swimming, and he would have had to have been, how could anyone have delivered a blow to the back of his head? The wound was actually at the base of the skull.
Exactly.
Well, it means that if he was swimming when it happened, he would have had to be swimming underwater.
Yes, exactly. Yes, this case grows more interesting the more one studies it.
But could anyone have thrown anything like a spear, a fisherman's gaff?
Can't see where they could have thrown it from. No, I don't think that's the answer. I have a theory. It's just a theory, but... Well, enough of this speculation. Let us return to the inn and see if the good inspector has arrived.
The inspector had arrived and was in the process of interviewing the local inhabitants. None of them could throw any light upon the tragedy. All gave testimony to the rather violent character of the dead man and agreed upon his physical strength and habit of taking regular early morning swims in that particular part of the beach. Then the inspector was told by the landlord that Jules Lebrun, who had said he might wish to stay for a fortnight, had requested his bill. He wished to leave immediately.
I wish to leave. Why I have shortened my stay here is really no one's business but my own. I go back to Paris as soon as possible.
Well, I suppose we can't stop you, monsieur, but I'd be grateful if you could answer a few questions. The dead man, Adam Leach, you knew him?
No, that is only slightly. I had some business dealings with him years ago. I came into the bar last night. He was just leaving. I followed him out into the lane. We greeted each other, had a few moments' conversation, and then we parted. I have not seen him since, and know nothing about how he was drowned.
He was not drowned, monsieur. He was killed by a blow at the base of his skull. Good morning, Inspector. I'm Sherlock Holmes. And this man is lying. He came here for the express purpose of blackmailing Adam Leach. He went up to Cliff House last night, and there was a violent quarrel between the two men. His daughter Yvonne overheard the whole affair. He ended by threatening to kill Leach. He was also on the beach this morning shortly before Watson and I found the body.
Oh, is that so? Well, in which case I'm afraid I shall have to insist that you do not leave here, monsieur. On the contrary, I'll have to take you in. You'll have to come to Falmouth for questioning right away.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I deny it all. You cannot hold me against my...
Lebrun was led away protesting vehemently. Holmes seemed quite satisfied. And when the carriage taking the Frenchman left for Falmouth, Holmes went with it. He didn't ask me to come with him, and I knew this was one of those occasions when he wished to be alone. I didn't mind. The sudden tragedy had put a blight upon the day. I decided upon a long walk across the cliffs to clear my mind and restore my spirits. And by the time I got back, it was late in the afternoon. To my amazement, I found Holmes, the inspector, and Christopher Mason in the kitchen of the inn. A large side of ham stretched on a table. Holmes was in the process of tying something to the ham.
Watson, good. There is some time to witness an experiment that may clear up our mystery.
Holmes, what is this? There is a sizable chunk of ham pinned down to a plank of wood, and you're now tying a fish on the top of the ham.
Yes, quite. It appears a most bizarre mess, doesn't it? But come, I think this is ready. Now, we shall take ourselves down to that rock pool, and I will show you how Adam Leach was killed. Come. Now, you see, we float this strange contraption out into the calmer waters of this large rock pool. Now, see, it floats just below the surface. Only the silver glint of the fish appears visible. Come, stand way back, and wait and watch.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. This is some kind of joke.
Not at all. The local man, you must surely have guessed at the solution. Might I remind you of two things? Adam Leach, although an elderly man, was mightily strong. He used to do a great deal of underwater swimming. The sitting room of his house is filled with precious shells gathered from the bottom of the sea. He dived many times, searching with his head just below the surface of the water. He had a mane of white hair, did he not? It must have streamed behind him as he swam. And from way above could look exactly like the fish out there in the calm waters. Now, Now, look at the sky.
Birds wheeling round. What are they? All different types.
Yes, but one in particular, the cormorant, the bird fisher. That dives at incredible speed down like a hawk, only much faster and with far more strength. It crashes through the waves and takes the fish in its beak. If anything stands in its way, well, look. Now, look. There is your killer, Inspector.
It was some hours later that, back at the inn, Holmes went over the whole case again in detail. We had all assumed that Adam Leach's death had been part of the local intrigues, his daughter's forbidden love affair, the treacherous blackmailing of Jules Lebrun. But it simply wasn't so.
I've always said, Watson, that when everything else has been ruled out in a case, whatever is left, however impossible, must be the answer. In this case, no one could have delivered that death blow. We've seen, from examining the side of hand, that the gash caused by the enormous beak of the diving cormorant was exactly the same as the wound at the base of the dead man's neck.
It's quite the most extraordinary death I've ever heard of, Holmes. But, I'm glad it wasn't murder, as I thought.
Justice will be done. Lebrun will be let off with a warning. And Yvonne Leach will doubtless marry Christopher Mason. And we, my dear Watson, will be able to resume our holiday. And now, enjoy it to the full.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage's Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Here we are, Andreas. Drink this.
I do not know why you should make this fuss over me, Dr. Watson. Anyone would think that I am seriously ill.
Oh, well, you're not. But you might be if you don't take care of yourself. You're not a young man, you know. And after a life such as you've had, well, it's a wonder you're in such good shape.
It tastes bad. But you are right. At least I, Andreas Paulus Juno, have lived. Look at my pictures, the photographs, Greece, Spain, Italy. Ah, yes, Italy, the most beautiful. If only my Maria were alive. She would be really looking after me. But thank you, Dr. Watson. There's really no need to concern yourself anymore. Good day.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Italian Intrigue.
Sherlock Holmes was never a man to believe in luck or in coincidence. As a medical man, I suppose I should have been equally scientific, but my long travels in the East, mixing with strange fakirs and mystics, had left me with a form of ingrained superstition. I became aware of this once again in the summer of 1891, when I attended one of my most colourful patients in his small detached house in Moorfields. Andres Juno was a wonderful man, filled with a zest for living at every moment. He'd married an Italian girl, Maria, and they had one son, Rico. They were supremely happy. Later, tragedy had struck. Maria had been killed in a riding accident. Andreas showed his courage then by the way he forged ahead, heartbroken but strong. These thoughts had been uppermost in my mind as I drove back to Baker Street. And somehow, I wasn't surprised to find a well-dressed, foreign-looking woman outside our home.
Scusatemi. Oh, please, But this is the house of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
That is correct. My name is Dr. John Watson. I share rooms with Mr. Holmes. Can I be of any help to you?
I wish, please, to be interviewed by Mr. Holmes. I have no appointment, I'm afraid.
Well, let us go inside. I'm sure if Holmes is free, he'll talk to you. Come this way.
Oh, grazie.
Sherlock Holmes was free. He was sitting by the open window reading a book. When we entered, he looked up and greeted us both with a thin-lipped smile.
Ah, Watson. I observed you arriving by hansom and wondered if you'd be kind enough to bring up this young lady. She's been hesitating outside for some little while. Please do be seated. I observe that you have travelled a long way. I'm very flattered. You are an Italian? You come from Naples, perhaps? And you are not familiar with our English currency. You have difficulty paying the cabbie.
That is quite correct, Mr. Holmes. Although how you can tell at just a glance, I really do not understand.
Oh, it's really quite simple. Please, do be seated. Your very appearance says that you are not English. There's always a style about continental women that shines in our drab London streets. You're wearing a locket round your neck, which is unmistakably Italian. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, it is the charm of Naples. Only people born and bred in that city are allowed to wear it. It's supposed to bring good luck.
That is also correct, but I'm afraid the luck, it is not with me for a long time now. I am in trouble, Mr. Holmes, and that is why I come to you. My name is Lucia Cataldo. I'm not married. Until recently, I lived with my father, Marco Gino Cataldo. He was the prosperous merchant. Then a year ago, there was trouble. Things in the business, they go wrong. We lose the money and the prestige. My father, he suddenly sells most of what we own, and then he disappears. I do not know where he is. Friends, relatives, they do not know. I must find out what has happened.
Well, if I can help you, you may be sure that I shall, Signorina. But tell me what brings you to England.
I hear from a friend of the friend that Papa, he took the boat from France across the channel. That was some months ago. I have little money, but I come to try and find him. But London, it is so big. I don't know how to start.
Well, of course, there is your own embassy.
That I have tried. They do not know of him. He does not report to them.
And you have already tried to reach him through the agony columns of both the Morning and Evening Standard?
You know that? How?
I study these columns. Recently there was an appeal for a Signor Cataldo to reply to an urgent appeal. The moment you mentioned your name, I knew it must be the same family.
So what can I do? I must find Papa.
Well, of course, I shall make all the inquiries I can. Tell me, you have no names or addresses of any of your father's friends in London?
No, not as far as I know. He has no friends here. All the time we lived in Naples, there was never an English visitor in our home. The only time Papa spoke English was to a Greek friend.
English to a Greek friend? But how odd. Do you recall the friend's name?
Oh, it was many years ago. The man, he married a girl from my village, and he became friendly. I cannot recall the name. It was, I don't know. My friend's name was Maria Goldini.
Maria Goldini?
She married this man who was much older than herself.
Well, it could have been Juno. Could it be Andreas Paulus Juno?
Un momento. You know, Dr. Watson, I think that was it. I cannot be certain. It's so many years ago, but it might have been.
Well, come now, Watson. What magic trick are you about to perform now? An Italian rabbit out of a hat?
Not exactly, but by the wildest coincidence, I've just returned from administering to a patient. He's an elderly Greek gentleman, Andrea Paolo Juno. He married this Italian girl when he was middle-aged. I have a strong feeling that it must be the same man.
Oh, well, now, that is something to go on.
Dr. Watson, even if this does not lead us to Papa, if this is the same man, then please, can you not take me to him? I should greatly like to meet him again.
Oh, of course I will. Andreas is not desperately ill, but I can always find an excuse to call in upon him. I shall be busy with other patients for the rest of the day, but tomorrow morning, perhaps.
Oh, grazie. That I can agree to.
Good. Now, where are you staying at the moment?
In the Garibaldi Hotel in Albion Street.
Marble Arch. It's quite convenient. Shall I pick you up there at, say, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Oh, that will be most convenient. Oh, thank you very much. I will take up no more time, Mr. Holmes, but I do hope that we shall meet again soon.
I do most sincerely hope that we find your father. Good day to you, Signorina Cataldo.
I saw Lucia Cataldo downstairs and into a hansom cab. When I returned, Holmes was seated at his desk, one of his innumerable research folios open in front of him.
I do not seem to find what I'm looking for, Watson.
Well, might I ask what it is?
The name Cataldo. It has a definite ring about it. I thought when I saw the agony columns the other day that it was to do with a criminal element associated with Palermo in Sicily, the treacherous organization known as the Mafia.
You're not suggesting that Lucia Cataldo's family are criminals, are you, Holmes?
I didn't say that, but ask yourself one thing, Watson. Why has this man uprooted from Naples and come to England? And without explaining the reason to his only daughter. It's the act of a desperate man. A man afraid for his life.
You mean he's been hounded out of his own country and is hiding over here? He doesn't want to acknowledge the fact, not even to his own daughter.
Yes, exactly. You might even think the advertisements appealing to him in the newspapers are a trick to get him to reveal his whereabouts.
I see, and I don't fancy our chances of tracing him.
Oh, I wouldn't be as pessimistic as that. Follow up on the visit to your Greek friend in the morning, but keep your eyes and ears open, Watson. There could be a great deal more behind this than first appears.
The rest of that day passed uneventfully enough. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and Lucia Cataldo was waiting for me at her hotel. She spoke little on our drive up to Moorfields. It was clear that she was extremely worried. But when we were shown into Andreas Juno's house, it was Rico, his son, who welcomed us.
Ah, Dr. Watson. How pleased I am that you have called. Father was taken quite bad during the night. I was wondering how to get in touch with you. Do come in.
Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is Lucia Cataldo. She believes that her father and your own were friends many years ago in Italy.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Signora.
And are you?
It was lucky that I called here yesterday afternoon. As you know, my job takes me all over the country, Doctor. I'm rarely home more than a few nights every month. Will you please follow me?
Well, what appears to be wrong with your father, Rico?
Oh, he has the pains in the chest and can't breathe very well. I gave him some of the medicine you left yesterday, but he didn't sleep at all. If I didn't know him better, I would think he was imagining it all. He seems to be worried about something, quite unlike him. In here. Dr. Watson to see you, Father, and also a friend from Italy.
Italy? A friend from Italy?
I am Lucia Cataldo. I wondered if you were the friend who used to visit my father, Marco, in Napoli.
Lucia, I cannot pretend. Oh, si. Oh, but what are you doing here?
I think before you start to explain, Signora, I must attend to this gentleman. Would you mind? Rico, please, now that the Signora knows your old friends, won't you take care of her until I've examined your father?
No need. I'm all right.
You are not all right. You're clearly in great distress. I must take your temperature and listen to that chest of yours.
Do as the doctor says, Father. Come, Lucia. I may call you that, mayn't I? Come this way.
Now, let's get one thing clear. If I have any more of this nonsense, I shall have you removed to a hospital. You won't like that, so you'd better do exactly as you're told. Now, open your mouth and don't talk. I gave Andreas another thorough examination. His condition was much the same as it had been the day before. I could detect no marked deterioration. All I could do was leave more medications and order him to take a complete rest. Then I allowed Lucia Cataldo back into the room and left them together.
So you see, Signor Juno, I must find my father. I must know what all this means. You are the only person I know in England who may have heard from him. Ti prego, have you seen him? Has he been in touch with you? Tell me.
My dear, my heart, it bleeds for you, but from the little I know, I can only advise one thing. Go back to your own country. Cease this search for your papa. It is a hard thing for me to say, but if you stay here, continue to ask the questions, you will only make things far worse. Go, while there's a chance. Go, leave now. Leave me in this house and never come back. Understand? Never.
Lucia Cataldo was with Andreas for only about 20 minutes. When she came out of his room, she was pale and trembling. She refused to talk about their conversation and begged me to go about my daily business. I was reluctant to do this, but when Rico Juno said he would take her back to her hotel, I was forced to agree.
We said we'd keep in touch, and I assured Rico that I would call upon his father within 2 days, and that I was available on the telephone should he want me before then. The next afternoon, just as I got back to my surgery...
Call for Dr. John Watson.
Watson speaking.
Hold the line, Dr. Watson. You're going through.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Dr. Watson. This is Rico Juno speaking.
Oh, good afternoon, Rico. What is it? Anything wrong?
Yes, there certainly is. It's father. He's been attacked. I went to my office this morning, and when I returned about noon, I found him lying on the floor of the sitting room. Someone must have got in and beaten him up. He's in a bad way.
Gracious, where is he now?
In the Moorfields General Hospital. They say he'll be all right, but it's very worrying.
Oh, I'll get over there as soon as I can, Rico. Thank you for letting me know. Now, try not to worry, and I'll be in touch with you later.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. It was later that afternoon before I managed to get across to the hospital. I was allowed to see Andreas because I was his doctor, but I knew that it was useless to question him at any length. He was extremely badly beaten. And although no bones were broken, there was obvious concussion. And a lot that he said didn't make sense.
Don't get away. No right to be here. Well, won't tell you a thing. Where am I?
Andreas? This is Watson. Can you understand me? Now, I am here. You'll be all right. Just try to lie quiet.
Dr. Watson, yes. Not made a very good job of this, have I?
You've been attacked. Can you tell me how it happened?
Broke in. 2 men. I don't know them. And they asked questions. I didn't understand. I told them to get away. Get away. No right in here. Won't tell you. Never heard of the man. No one here called Marco.
It was clearly a waste of time to stay further. I had a talk to the doctors and nursing staff and left knowing that Andreas was in good hands. I tried to concentrate upon my work for the rest of that day, but I couldn't get my mind away from what had happened. Holmes was out when I got home. He came in later for supper, and I explained as best I could what had happened. It seems very clear that things are moving to a climax, Holmes. I'm sure that it's all connected with the disappearance of Marco Cataldo. It's got to be. Otherwise, why did Andreas keep muttering his name in protest?
Yes, that's obvious. Well, I'm afraid the time has come for us to take an active hand in all this, Watson. Although it's getting quite late, I fear we must delay no longer. Well, if you're willing, I think we should call a cab after supper and get over to Moorfields immediately. I presume that this young man, Rico, will be at home?
Oh, yes, I think so. They won't allow him into the hospital at this hour. I doubt if his father will have visitors for some days. Well, Holmes, I agree. I should be grateful for your advice. Frankly, the thing's growing upon my mind. It's, in a strange sort of way, I feel responsible.
Well, in that case, let us finish up the remains of the game pie, wash it down with a draught of fine ale, and be on our way. What do you say?
Within half an hour, we were in a hansom and pattering our way across London. By the time we got to Moorfields, it was quite dark and the streets were deserted. The lights were on in the downstairs windows. That at least showed us Rico Juno was at home. He received us with delighted surprise.
Oh, come in. How nice to see you, Mr. Holmes. I take it that Dr. Watson has told you of our latest trouble.
Yes, I'm very sorry. Perhaps if I'd taken a more active hand earlier, I might have been able to prevent this. However, we must deal with things one at a time. You say that you rarely spend much time in this house?
No, I feel a little guilty about it, but I travel a great deal in my job, all up and down the country. Father is left alone for days and nights at a time.
You have someone who comes in and cleans and cooks?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Lawson. She comes in 3 times a week, has her own keys. Been with the family for years, quite trustworthy.
When you do stay here overnight, do you ever notice anything strange? Noises, movements that you can't account for?
Oh, well, I am usually so exhausted from my day's work that I go to bed quite early and sleep very soundly. But, well, sometimes I do get the feeling that all isn't well. It's an old house, of course. Stairs creak a bit. I'm not the nervous type.
Do you notice any food disappearing? Things misplaced in cupboards?
Well, no. I have nothing to do with the running of the place. Why? Well, why do you ask?
I ask because I am sure that you are not living here alone, and neither is your father.
What do you mean?
You have a lodger, an unpaying guest. He's here in this house at this very moment.
Mr. Holmes, what are you talking about? Do you mean... Oh, no, you don't think that Lucia's father is staying here under this roof?
It would seem to me to be the most likely solution.
But that's impossible. There are only 2 rooms upstairs, father's and mine. There is an old box room.
An attic, I presume?
Yes, but no one could live up there.
You can't be sure.
There's only a couple of foot of space between the ceiling and the tiles. It is impossible.
Nonetheless, I think we must investigate, and I think we must handle this very gently. Now, come, take me to the top of the house, and let us take a look at this attic. Lead the way, please, Rita. Ah, yes. You see, there is the hatch to the attic. A small plank of wood, about 3 feet square. And here, see the top of the stairs? If one stood on the rail at the top landing, one could easily reach the hatch, remove it, and pull oneself up. Yes, and look, you see marks upon the rail here. Yes, that is exactly what has happened. Now, give me a hand, Watson. I'm going up.
But this is ridiculous. There is nothing up there. No one could exist up there.
Careful, Holmes. Here, take my shoulder.
Right. Quiet now. Now. The light, please. The lamp. Hand it up.
Here.
Good. Come out, please. Please come out. No one is going to hurt you. Please, Senor Marco Cataldo. You are among friends. Please, now take my hand. Let me help you down, please.
I cannot. I cannot.
Yes, you can. You can come along now. You can do it. Come along now. That's it. Gently now, gently. Careful now, legs.
What happened next was one of the most bizarre sights I can ever remember seeing. From the small aperture came the emaciated legs of a tiny, filthy, frail creature who hardly resembled a human being. His staring eyes were wild with fear. He was shaking with ague. A man hardly in his right mind. Holmes handled him like a child. Soon we were back downstairs. Drinks were poured, and Marco Cataldo was persuaded to sip a small brandy. Gradually, we managed to get some sensible words out of him.
I had to hide there. It was the only place I could find. Andreas, he did not know. I came here. The cleaning woman, she let me in. I pretended to go, not to wait. I said goodbye, closed the front door loudly, and crept back up there till I found a place to hide.
Yes, you did that because you thought there were no friends here. But there are. Andreas is your friend, and so is Rico, his son.
His son?
Yes, and your own daughter, Lucia. She is here in London.
Lucia? Here? Oh, no. Oh, Lucia.
Now listen to me. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. I have great influence with the British police. I can guarantee your protection. All you have to do is to tell me who your enemies are, and I shall do the rest. Now come. Will you tell us the whole story?
Marco Cataldo did exactly that. He described how back in Naples he'd been accused by the mafia of betraying them, when in actual fact it was his cousins of the same name who were guilty. He'd been blackmailed by them, forced to pay protection money, and eventually flee for his life. Now they had followed him to England, and he'd been forced into hiding. Holmes listened to the story with the greatest of interest. I was able to use my influence to get Cataldo admitted to the same hospital as his friend Andreas. I knew he'd be safe there. The following morning, Holmes announced over breakfast.
If you go to read the agony column of the Morning Standard, Watson, you'll see that Marco Cataldo has come out into the open. He's appealed to his daughter to call upon him at a certain address in Elm Park. He even stated the time, 8:30 this evening.
Gracious, Holmes, how extraordinary. Is it wise?
Well, I hope so. The apartment of Inspector Gregson of the Yard. Yes, I think our mafia friends will be unable to resist this invitation. Young Rico Juno is going to help by impersonating Marco. Shall we also attend? It'd be rather gratifying to be in at the kill, as it were.
And so it was arranged. There were several of us concealed in Gregson's flat that evening. The front door was conveniently left unlatched. The light was dimmed. Rico Juno, conveniently slumped in a chair by the fire, could have been mistaken for anyone. There was not long to wait.
Leave all this to me. This time we shall not fail.
See, it must be over and finished.
Hey, there by the fire. It is him. So, Marco, you think you're kind of scared, eh? No, not our vengeance. This time you die before you can tell the truth. You die swiftly with the knife in your throat.
It was all over in a matter of minutes. The two would-be assassins were arrested and led away. Much later, Lucia was reconciled to her father, who made plans to immigrate to America, taking her with him. But this plan did not materialize, because...
I shall not be leaving London after all, Father. Rico and I are in love. He has asked me to marry him, and I have accepted. Oh, sono così felice. I am so happy.
And, as Holmes remarked...
Well, at least the Italian intrigue had a happy ending. Not all our cases do they, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
More coffee, Holmes.
What's that, Watson?
No, I merely asked if you'd like a final cup of coffee. I presumed you'd finished your breakfast.
Oh, no, thank you. I've had enough. A busy day today?
Yes. This has been one of the worst winters I can recall. Never seen so many cases of bronchitis and influenza. These terrible fogs. Wrap up well when you go out, Holmes.
I shan't be going out. I've got a lot of bookkeeping to do. I hate it and everything involved with money and finance, but, well, the time has come when it must be faced.
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Holmes, but there's a message here for you. And Mr. Samuel Wise left it very early this morning. A pawnbroker, he said he was.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight...
An item of cartography.
Sherlock Holmes' finances had always been a mystery to me. I knew that upon occasions he'd been rewarded for his most remarkable talents by princes and heads of state most handsomely. Yet, more often than not, he'd solved a crime that baffled Scotland Yard without apparently receiving a penny. Could he be in need of money? Well, surely he'd confide in me, his oldest friend. He'd not resort to pawning his possessions. Surely not.
No, Watson. I can read your mind. My affairs are not in such a parlous state. This notice from Samuel Wise, the pawnbroker in Great Titchfield Street. He asks if it'll be convenient to call and see me this evening. Yes, well, I shall write a note telling him to be here after 8 o'clock when his business closes.
A pawnbroker? Here, Holmes? Do you know the man?
Oh, yes, extremely well. There have been times when I've been able to help him out of trouble. You remember the curious case of the blind Madonna? He's cooperated well with me, too. It's surprising the number of people a pawnbroker gets to know, Watson. Wise Fingers, as he's affectionately known in underworld circles, is a valuable between-man. Not as an informer, mark you, but as a man who prides himself on helping others.
I shouldn't think a man of such altruistic principles would become a pawnbroker. Well, I have a patient in Belsize Park who'll be my first call of the morning, and from there I'll be making my way to Oxford Circus. Should you wish, I can easily drop your reply at the pawnbroker's premises in Great Titchfield Street, as I'll be passing that way.
Oh, thank you, Watson. That's extremely kind of you. I shall write it immediately.
I did as Holmes requested, merely dropping the note into the letterbox of the door under the pawnbroker's sign, and went about my duties in cold, fog-bound London. Inevitably, everything was slowed down, and by the time I'd completed my day's calls, it was far later than usual. I let myself into our rooms at Baker Street with notions of a quiet, peaceful evening. I heard laughter and realized that we were not alone.
Come in, Watson, come in.
Good evening.
Yes, I don't think you've met Mr. Wise. Fingers, this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
You won't know the likes of me, but I've heard a great deal about you, Doctor. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Do take off your cape and coat, get yourself near the fire, Watson, and allow me to pour you a warming drink.
Oh, thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Fingers was just about to tell me the reason for his visit, Watson. I thought we'd wait until you were present to witness it all. You know how I always rely upon you to give me an opinion.
Thank you, but I fear I may be intruding.
The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. But I think I should say straight away, Mr. Holmes, that this has nothing to do with any crime. At least as far as I know, it hasn't.
Well, now, pour yourself another drink, Fingers. Sit down again, and now that Watson is comfortable, tell us what brings you to see us.
Well, it was on a Tuesday, about 3 weeks ago. The bell of the shop door tinkled, and a well-dressed but rather pale young man entered. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I wish to get some money on this antique map. Could you... I mean, that is... Will you value it?
Yes. Well, this looks quite valuable. Oh, here's a date. Yes, it's 18th century. It's beautifully worked.
It's a privately commissioned map of the Greek island of Hydra. You see here the name of the artist, Francois Loudun. It's an extremely rare specimen, and it must be worth a lot of money. Here, look at the carefully worked decorations around the edges.
Oh, old maps are not really up my street, if you pardon the expression, sir. Why not take it to the antique booksellers in Bond Street?
Oh, because I don't want to part with it. But just at present, I need some money, as you can judge from my appearance. Let me have £5 on the map until I can redeem it.
£5 is a lot of money. Map isn't worth it.
Oh, but it is. It's a very rare. And Loudun is a famous name. It must be worth well over £100.
Oh, if that's so, why not sell it?
Because I don't want to part with it. Well, give me £5.
£4.
£4, 10 shillings.
4.
Oh, very well. 4.
I'll write out the ticket. Now, let's see. Number 71. You can redeem the map whenever you like. 6% interest. Name and address?
Robert Beecham, 32 Tunbridge Street, Maidavale.
Robert Beecham, Bridge Street, Maidavale. There you are, sir. £4 in gold.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do take care of the map. I'll take it back whenever I can. Good day to you. Much obliged.
Well, the young man left me, Mr. Holmes, and I placed the map away in a drawer. Didn't think much about it until yesterday, when, out of the fog, the door opens, and in comes the most vulgar creatures I've seen in many a day. Elderly and coarsely spoken, seemed very excited. He put a pawn ticket on the counter in front of me, and the number on the ticket was 71.
Give me the map this ticket is for, in quick now.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yes. Well, I can remember this now. That old map. It was handed in here by Mr. Robert Beecham. You come from him?
That's right. Here's the money with the interest. Where's the map?
Is Mr. Beecham ill? Why didn't he come here himself?
What's that going to do with it? Here's the ticket and here's the money, so hand over the map I'm redeeming.
No, I can't do that. That map's valuable. I could get into trouble if I didn't let him redeem the map himself.
I'm telling you, I come from him and all you want that map.
Oh, I'm sorry. If Mr. Beecham is ill, then tell him I'll bring the map to him. If he isn't ill, then he must come to me. Now, you may as well clear out. You can't have the map ticket or no ticket, so that's the close of the matter.
Oh, yeah. I'll call the police, I will.
Well, there's a police station not 5 minutes walk down the road. If you hurry, you'll find a sergeant on duty.
You haven't heard the last of this. I'll get that map. I'll get it, I tell you. If it's the last thing I do.
Well, now, as I say, I have a way of sensing when things are amiss, and I was sure they were amiss.
So what did you do, Fingers?
I shut up shop and I took a cab to Maida Vale. I was sure that young Mr. Beauchamp wanted me to hold on to that map. I expected him to be ill, or to tell me that the man had robbed him of the ticket. But no, Mr. Holmes, he did nothing of the kind. I was surprised when he said...
The man's name is Victor Scribbin. I owe him money. I thought I might stop him pestering if I allowed him to redeem the map with his own money.
Asking him to spend more on you. Are you going to give him the map?
Well, of course not. I'm just going to let him look at it. The fact is that the map may be as valuable for the message it contains as it is for its artistic merit.
Message?
Well, yes. The fact is that the map belonged to my uncle, Jack Beauchamp. Just before he died, he hid his money away and left a will, which gives everything to the person who finds out where it is. Victor Scribbin worked for my uncle and has as much right to the fortune as anyone. Uncle Jack told me that the secret was contained in the map. Victor found this out and wants to study it himself.
And you were going to let him?
I've studied that map. I've gone over it with a fine-tooth comb, and there's nothing there. No clue at all. If I let Victor try it, it might keep him quiet.
You must be mad. Giving an opportunity like that to that ruffian.
What else can I do?
I'll tell you exactly what you can do. Get the help of experts, my boy. Leave this to me. You're not to allow anyone to see that map until I've spoken to my friend Sherlock Holmes. I'll call him as soon as I can, and I'll let you know his advice. But until then, I'm holding on to the map, and no one is going to even have a butcher's at it. Is that understood? And, well, that's the position, Mr. Holmes. That's the story.
Quite remarkable. Don't you think so, Watson?
Yes, indeed. Well, what do we do now?
Well, let's see that map, Fingers. You brought it with you?
It's on the sofa in my bag. I'll get it out. There.
Good. Now, you want my advice?
Oh, of course.
Well, leave the map with me. Get in touch with young Robert Beauchamp and tell him to come over here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If there is a message regarding his uncle's fortune contained in that map, we shall find it together.
Well, yes, of course. As you say.
But although you do concern yourself with the well-being of others, you also have to live. If there is any money found, you will have some reward. If there is any money. Is that it, Fingers?
Well, my interest is 6%, as you know. It sounds fair enough, don't you think? Oh, let's 6% and I'll do everything you say. How's that, Mr. Holmes?
It was typical of Sherlock Holmes that after Fingers Wise left, he did not study the map at all. He simply locked it in the center drawer of his large desk. Until he gained all the facts from the owner of the map, he was not prepared to investigate the matter. The next day, the fog had lifted, and for the first time in over a week, a glow of yellow light showed through the low clouds. Holmes was engrossed in the morning paper when...
There's a young gentleman here, Mr. Holmes. Says his name is Beauchamp. Shall I show him through?
Yes, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Shall I bring some more coffee?
Perhaps a little later. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Very well. I'll show the gentleman through then.
Robert Beauchamp was exactly as Fingers Wise had described him. Shabby, but personable. He wasted no time and came straight to the point.
What Mr. Wise has told you is quite true, Mr. Holmes. There is a secret in that map that means money. I have been unable to find it. Perhaps with your help...
Well, first, give me all the facts. Tell me the whole story of your Uncle Jack and this strange will.
Uncle Jack died 6 months ago at the age of 70. In his early days, he had led a roving life, and 10 years ago, he came home with a fortune from the West Indies.
How much fortune?
Oh, that's the odd part. Nobody ever knew the amount of his wealth, for he was a secretive old fellow who confided in no one. He bought a place of his own in Woking, just a small cottage, big enough for his needs, with a garden, of which he was very fond. His only great luxury was collecting old books and antique maps. He had an extensive collection.
Where is it now?
It was sold along with the house and the land. A man in the city claimed the estate and sold it.
A creditor? What about the fortune?
Well, Uncle Jack was a miser. Everybody knew it. All he gave me was the map, a valuable item. It was an unusual gesture of generosity.
Well, tell me all about it. How he came to give it to you.
You come to see me because you think I'll give you money. Is that it, Robert?
Oh, no, not really, Uncle. I am hard up. I still want to complete my studies, but if necessary, I can get a job. It seems a pity, though, to have to do so now.
Never mind. Pity didn't have anything to do with hard work. It's leisure that harms folk. To be rich is to be idle, and to be idle is to waste one's mind.
That may be true, Uncle, but these days it costs money to educate oneself. I can't learn without being given the right tools. You went abroad to make your fortune. I have to study to pass examinations.
Examinations? Pass a set of questions. That's not education.
Then what is?
Life. Life. That's what's education, my boy. Going to school, learning your sums. That's nothing to compare with getting out into the world and finding out the facts for yourself. I educated myself, and I can tell you it was quite a task. And you know the chief lesson that I learned?
What?
That it is all one big, huge joke. Nothing matters much except having a sense of humor. It's all a joke.
Oh, I don't think I find life very amusing at the moment.
Well, you will. Look, I'd like to help you out, but I'll not be giving you any money. I'll give you something, though, of rare importance. I've got it here, on the shelf, under this window ledge here. Yeah, this is for you, laddie.
What is it? A map?
And a rare one. And valuable, too. But not for what it is, but what's hidden within. When I die, that map will tell you all. Just read my will and study that map, and we'll see who has the last laugh about my life. Yes, it's all a joke.
That was the last time I saw Uncle Jack. Well, now you know everything, Mr. Holmes. Please study the map. Tell me if you can find any clue in there.
Very well. And let us start by putting it out carefully on this table. Now, Watson, come round here so you can get a good close look.
Holmes used his powerful magnifying glass and made no comment as we all studied the map, section by section. Not one pen or pencil mark marred the creamy surface. There was no hint that betrayed the secret of the hidden money. Finally, Robert Beecham leaned back in his chair and sighed.
There you are, you see. There's nothing.
Nothing visible. And so, you know my methods, Watson. If there's nothing visible and yet something is there, then what is the answer?
Just as I know, Holmes. Something invisible, I suppose.
Exactly. And what is more obvious than invisible ink?
What?
Precisely. You told me two things about your uncle. One, that he was a miser, and the other, that he thought life was a huge joke. Was a practical joker, what is more likely than the use of invisible ink?
Lemon juice.
That could well be, Watson.
Message and lemon juice that we can discover simply by using heat. But what do you say, Robert?
Well, it's worth a try. Well, there's a good fire burning in the grate.
Wait, we must proceed carefully.
By Jove, Holmes, a flat iron. You had a flat iron by the fire all the time. You knew that this is how we'd find out the secret.
This is a reasonable deduction. This is purely a question of reasoning. Now, let's get to work. Now, here's a thick velvet pad upon which we place the map first. Pass me that sheet of brown paper, Watson. There it is on the table. All right. Now, place the paper over the top section of the map first. Now, I press the flat iron on there. Now, let's see.
Nothing there. Nothing at all.
Very well. Let's place the brown paper over the lower section of the map. That's it. Then we take the iron to that section. Now, let's see.
Something is there. Look, it's coming up.
Yes. Look. A name printed in the bay there. And under it a series of numbers.
Well, what does it say? Can you read the numbers?
It says 45, 74, 69.
And the name there, underlined?
Theolodakis.
Does the name Theolodakis mean anything to you?
No, not a thing. It is evidently a Greek name. I have not even traveled to Greece.
It doesn't seem to have much bearing on anything. Now, what about the numbers? Let's see. Spaced out in twos. 45, 74, 69. Could be a date. Let's see. 9 of 11 of 15, 1815. How old was your uncle when he died?
He was 70. Yes, he was born in 1815. This looks like the date of his birth, yes. It must be 9th of November, 1850.
Date of birth and a Greek name. This property of your uncle's at Woking, has it been occupied yet?
Well, not as far as I know. It's still deserted. Why?
Because it is there that we must take up the case again.
You have formed an opinion. What is it, Mr.
All in good time, my friend. I think we can take a train from Waterloo, which will get us down there this afternoon. Oh, and yes, bring the map, won't you, Robert?
The cottage at Woking was small and neglected. It was set at the end of a square piece of ground that held a number of trees. Fruit trees were unpruned, and the flowers grew wild with colour among the tall grass. The centre of the garden was a large oak tree, underneath which was an old wooden bench. A peaceful spot in which to read on mild days. It was certainly desolate now, although not quite deserted. For there, under an apple tree, was a man with a spade in his hand. He stopped digging and turned when he saw us.
Victor Scriven, what are you doing here?
What we be, Jim? I might ask you and the other two gentlemen who were with you, what are you doing here?
Well, this gentleman is Sherlock Holmes, a famous detective. He thinks he can find my uncle's treasure for me.
And I'm here digging every foot of this garden till I find the money. Worked a lifetime for him, I didn't got nothing for a lifetime service. The old miser, I deserve to find the money, even if I have to dig for a month.
I think that would be rather a waste of effort. I think this will provide the answer.
Well, a map.
Yes, now let me explain. It's chiefly a matter of numbers. Watson, give me the numbers we've gathered together.
Well, I'll give them to you, Mr. Holmes. 45, 74, 69.
Right. And now, Robert, the name printed in the bay.
Oh, yes. Theo Ledakis.
Right. Now take the fourth letter of the name.
It's O.
Now the fifth.
L. Oh, I see. If that is the method. The seventh is D. The fourth is O. The sixth is A. And the ninth is K.
Which gives us quite simply Old Oak.
Then that's enough for me. That's where I'll be digging.
No, wait.
No, let him go ahead and dig. If he finds anything, we can quite easily prove that it belongs to you. Just let him dig.
Old Victor Scriven started digging. He was digging furiously for 2 hours at the base of the old oak tree, until he eventually found what we were all waiting for. A large tin box was raised to the surface. Chuckling and gloating, Victor forced it open. We all expected to see gold coins spill out onto the damp earth. But instead...
What? What is this? A tin trunk? Nothing in it. Nothing. Except a piece of paper.
Allow me.
What?
To whoever finds this. When I returned to England, everyone thought I was so wealthy. They were wrong. I had just enough to lease this land and the cottage for as long as I thought I should live. There is no money, no reward. 'Tis better to be thought rich than to be rich. It's all a joke, a colossal joke.
What? Nothing? Nothing?
So, I'm penniless after all.
Not exactly. You have the map. That's the start. A beginning on which to build your own fortune. I must admit I'm not at all surprised by this. A wealthy miser with a sense of humor is a man I've yet to meet. Human nature is very strange, don't you think?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
There you are, Gerald. I think that should do the trick.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watson.
I must confess that I can't for the life of me think why you should need a reference from me. After all, you are a registered practitioner.
Well, that is what the advertisement in the paper demands. Here, see it yourself.
Wanted for short period services of medical man. Necessary he be of strong physique and steady nerves. Must be entomologist. Coleopterist preferred. Apply in person, 77 Brook Street, immediately. A reference from other medical man essential. Very curious advertisement. I wish you well with your application. But if you get offered the post, I advise you to go into the position quite thoroughly before accepting it. Good luck, Gerald.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
The Man Who Loved the Beatles.
I hadn't seen young Gerald Hamilton for some years. I'd taken quite an interest in his career, simply because he was a distant relative and the only member of my family who'd decided to take up medicine. I knew he'd done quite well and passed all his finals with flying colours. He was ambitious and was intent upon specializing, but was wise enough to get in as much general practice as possible beforehand. A strong, handsome young man, he was particularly interested in entomology, believing there was great need for medical research and the spreading of diseases by insects. Of course, I gave him a splendid character reference when he applied for a post with Lord Linchmere at 77 Brook Street. We neither of us were to know what a trail of bizarre events were to start with this initial meeting.
You've come in answer to my advertisement, Dr. Hamilton, and do you fulfill the conditions which I've laid down?
I think so, yes, sir.
It would seem satisfactory from your references. Have you ever been exposed to imminent physical danger?
I can't say that I have, but I believe I would react with promptness and keep my head in such circumstances.
Certainly appears strong enough. So far, so good. And now, what about beetles?
Beetles, sir?
Yes, you say you're interested in entomology. Can you talk at all about beetles?
Well, I cannot profess to have anything original to say upon that creature, but I have a small collection for study. And I did contribute a small medical article regarding them in the Journal of Entomological Science.
Oh, you were a collector. Splendid, quite splendid. You're the very man for my purpose. You must have heard of my brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Rossiter.
One of the greatest authorities on the insect.
You've not met him?
No, sir.
Ah, but you shall. I must tell you that my sister, Lady Elaine Rossiter, is abroad at the moment, and I have to stay with Sir Thomas over this next week. He's interested in nothing but his recent studies on the South American beetle. It will greatly aid me if you will accompany me to Delamere Court at Pangbourne. That is my brother-in-law's country residence. Would that be convenient?
If it falls within the scope of my duties, yes, of course. But with respect, sir, you have yet to outline those duties.
Oh, yes, quite. I should require, Dr. Hamilton, that you put yourself absolutely at my disposal. For as long as you're with me, particularly this coming week, you must remain by my side. You must promise to do, without question, whatever I may ask you to do, however unreasonable it may appear to be.
That is asking a good deal. Could you not elaborate a little?
Unfortunately not, as I do not know what turn matters will take. You may be sure that I shall not ask anything criminal. You may well be proud to have been concerned in a good work if it all ends happily.
It sounds extremely vague. May I ask the term?
Yes, £20 a day.
£20 a day?
Yes.
Lord Linchmere, you may rely upon me.
Good. Then the matter is settled. Consider yourself engaged as from this very moment. I will have a necessary contract of employment drawn up, should you desire it. Meanwhile, let it be a gentleman's agreement. And shall we shake hands on it, Dr. Hampton?
By all means. By all means.
It was in the middle of the next week that I received a letter from Gerald Hamilton explaining his circumstances. It was a very interesting and somewhat puzzling letter. I read some of it aloud to Sherlock Holmes. It really is a most strange household. And as each day passes, I ask myself just what I'm doing here. Lord Linchmere is pleasantly eccentric, but his brother-in-law, Sir Thomas Rossiter, is quite extraordinarily mad. He is a singularly ugly man, standing some 6 feet 6 inches, and is thin but wiry. His craggy features are topped by a domed head of strange appearance. His forehead appears to be in a state of continual movement, sometimes twitching, and at other times the muscles seem to rotate. Most alarming, and I have never encountered this condition before. As a medical man, have you? I can't say that I have.
Most interesting. Carry on, Watson. Read more.
My duties are extremely vague. I am simply a companion to Lord Linchmere, accompanying him wherever he goes, and even sleeping in the adjacent dressing room of his suite, so that I am within call should he wake in the night. Why he requires a doctor to attend him, I don't know, as he seems in very good health. For some hours every day, I talk to Sir Thomas, usually in connection with his work. But there is a strange atmosphere in this house, Dr. Watson. It radiates a sinister feeling. It would not be over-fanciful to say that the place smells of evil. How long I shall manage to stand it, I cannot say. How I would like you to visit here and see for yourself. But I need the money, and I shall endure it for as long as I can. Well, that's the main body of his news. Seems very odd, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. Well, I've heard of Sir Thomas Rossiter, of course. I think he's mentioned in all the modern works of entomology. There was a Rossiter who was a triple murderer.
I sincerely hope there's no family connection, Holmes.
Yes. So do I.
Another 2 weeks passed, and there was no more news from Gerald. And then I came down to breakfast one morning to find a telegram propped up by the coffee pot. Holmes had finished his meal and was puffing away at his first pipe of the day when I opened it. Good gracious. Something serious must have happened, Holmes. This is a telegram from Gerald Hamilton. He's in trouble. Listen. Please come Delamere Court, Pangbourne, soon as you can. Murder imminent. Bring Holmes. Despair for sanity. Hamilton. Yes, what do you make of that, Holmes?
No more or no less than what it says, Watson. Lord Linchmere warned the young man of danger from the very beginning. Shall you go down?
Yes, of course. Will you accompany me?
By all means. I've already looked up the times of the trains and discovered that the best inn in the district is the Drover's Arms.
How could you have anticipated this, Holmes?
The postmark on the telegram is Pangbourne. It's marked urgent. Must be a cry for help. Only your young prodigy could have sent it. Shall we hurry and catch the 9:45, Watson?
The journey from Paddington to Pangbourne was uneventful. The train was quite crowded, and we had little opportunity to talk. We took a donkey cart from Pangbourne Station to Delamere Court, and the driver of the cart seemed ill-disposed to chatter. As we clattered our way over the uneven dirt road that dwindled into a single track, I looked around the bleak countryside. The skies had clouded over and threatened rain. The leaves of the trees seemed to be grey and not green. The foliage of the hedges was dank and gave off an unpleasant smell. It was indeed a most depressing vista. And Delamere Court, grey-stoned, bleak and depressing, peered from the hillside with gloomy foreboding. What a miserable-looking district, Holmes.
There's not a great deal of cheer about it, is there? That, I take it, is the home of Sir Thomas Rossiter.
It must be. Is that Delamere Court, driver?
Aye, that be it. I'll be dropping you at the Drover's Arms as we arranged. I ain't going to drive up to that place no matter how much you pay me.
Oh, now, why should you say that?
Because it's haunted, that's why. That place is haunted. By the dead and by the undead. You take my advice, steer clear of it. There's many who set their foot in there and never been seen again. Just be warned. Stay clear. Aye, well clear.
Staying clear of Delamere Court was the last thing we had in mind. We signed in at the inn and immediately changed into our country boots and set out to walk across the fields to join the driveway of the estate. We were crunching our way towards the house when... What the devil?
Stay quite still, Watson. Make no attempt to take cover or move in any way. That shot was meant as a warning.
What may I ask you two doing here? Can you not read the signs? Trespassers will be prosecuted. Turn immediately and leave my land.
You are Sir Thomas Rossiter?
What if I am?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We've come to visit Lord Linchmere.
Well, this is my land.
Don't want any strangers here. I don't care who you are. Name Sherlock Holmes doesn't give you any more rights than anyone else.
No, I agree. On the other hand, the name Sir Thomas Rossiter does compel me to thank you for your book upon the Coleopatra. I found your chapter on the better-known species of British scarabaei quite fascinating.
Oh, it's a rare thing to meet a man who takes an intelligent interest in such matters. If you wish to speak to my brother-in-law, perhaps we could discuss this matter on the way to the house.
Oh, certainly. But surely this is Lord Linchmere approaching.
Ah, yes, it is. But come, let's not bother about him. Now, what is your opinion upon the life cycle of the golden brown raspberry beetle?
Thomas! What is this? Who are these men?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson called to see you. Mr. Holmes is about to give me his views on the Laparispa acid. Please do not interrupt us. Now, you were saying, Mr. Holmes...
Well, of those fast-running active creatures...
Dr. Watson, and you brought Sherlock Holmes. Oh, thank heavens for that. Thank heavens. Please promise you will stay with me. Please promise me that you will never leave my side. Promise.
I was immediately caught up in the weird atmosphere. I sensed at once the unbalanced mental state of both the men who walked with us up the windswept drive. Sir Thomas Rossiter appeared only calm and reasoned when he was discussing his work. When talking about beetles, he was thoughtful and rational. On other subjects, he was quite distrait. As for Lord Linchmere, he seemed beside himself with fear. Once inside the house, Sir Thomas made for his study with no word of explanation. Linchmere took us through to the sitting room and offered us drinks.
I know it's early, but I feel the need. Will you join me?
Thank you, no.
Not for me, thank you. Lord Linchmere, I feel I must explain our intrusion. The fact is that we've been sent for by my young friend and colleague, Dr. Gerald Hamilton. He seems to have been in some trouble.
Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton. Well, yes, he isn't here.
Not here? But you mean he is out at the moment?
Yes, since the morning, this morning, early. He had some business to attend to today, so he asked me last evening if he could take the day off. I naturally gave him permission, and so he's out this morning. He's gone to London.
This is extraordinary. He sent a telegram to us, urging us to come down here immediately. Well, why would he have done so if he contemplated coming back to town? He could have seen us there.
I don't know. Believe me, I don't know. I'm most distressed by it all. Perhaps he will return this afternoon. Please, you will stay to luncheon, won't you? Stay tonight, as long as you like.
Oh, thank you, but we are comfortably housed at the Drover's Arms.
I'll send your luggage. It'll be a pleasure having visitors here.
We wouldn't dream of imposing upon your hospitality.
No trouble at all. Just let me...
But I do assure you, Lord...
I think we shouldn't be so churlish as to refuse an offer to stay in such a unique home, Watson. And after all, we do want to find Gerald Hamilton, don't we?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Capital. You rang, sir. Yes, please take a trap down to the Drover's Arms and bring the luggage for Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Very good, sir.
And tell the maid to make up the beds in the room either side of mine.
Very good, sir. Will that be all, sir?
For the moment, yes. Thank you. Well, I cannot tell you how thankful I am that you've called, gentlemen. Most obliging of you to consider staying over until Dr. Hamilton gets back. I'm sure he will not be long.
Well, I still find the whole business most confusing, but naturally we want to do what is best for both you and him.
Yeah, thank you. I'm afraid you may find things a trifle dull here. Sir Thomas hardly ever leaves his own room except to walk in the gardens and study the insects.
It's a very large house. Does he live here alone?
My sister Elaine is travelling abroad at the moment. She runs the house. There are some 5 servants. It's large but comfortable, providing you stay in the rooms that she has planned. No one dare venture into Sir Thomas' domain. There are some rooms that even servants are forbidden to enter. Heaven knows what they're like inside.
Would it be possible to see around the place?
Yes, of course. Come, let me show you to your room.
We were carefully shown over the house, seeing, I suspected, only what Lord Linchmere wanted us to see. I could tell that Holmes was very intrigued. Although he kept up an endless stream of small talk with our host, he was noting every square inch of the rooms and corridors.
That is a door that can never be opened. It leads into Thomas's private quarters. As for the rest, well, it is at your disposal, gentlemen.
Certainly roomy
I hope I can find my way about. No, stay close to me. That is all I ask. My bedroom is here. Yours, Dr. Watson, is this one. And on the other side, that is yours, Mr. Holmes. There are connecting doors to my own room, and I beg of you to leave them open tonight. I have a morbid fear of being alone, even when I'm sleeping. Shall we return to the sitting room? There should be a pleasant fire there by now. Oh, we can talk quietly into lunch.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but could you please have a word with cook about meals? They have to be changed now. She wants definite instructions.
Oh, dear, how tiresome. Yes, I suppose I'll have to do so. Oh, if only Elaine were here, things would be so very, very different. Will you please excuse me, gentlemen? Go down to the sitting room again. I will join you there in just a few moments.
Yes, very well done. Bother about us. We can find our way. Now, quickly, Watson. This may be our only chance to talk. Lord Linchmere is going to stick to us like glue.
Holmes, what is going on here? I can't understand.
I think it's very clear that Gerald Hamilton has not left this house. If that's the case, then he must be here somewhere and held against his will. We've just got to put up with all this quaintness until we can find him.
How? How will you do that if we're never left alone?
Look, after lunch, stick at Lord Linchmere's side. He's so scared that he's wearing himself out. Stay with him. Encourage him to relax. I shall make a thorough search and somehow or other get into Sir Thomas Rossiter's apartments.
We think that he's being held in there, but why?
No, well, in this house there could be many reasons. But I'm certain that he is here. Somewhere beyond that closed door he's being held prisoner. One doesn't like to think of what might be happening, but we must find him. Come. Let's get back to the city.
So, my friend, you're awake. Good.
What the devil is going on here? For heaven's sake, untie me. Why am I tied down like this?
So many reasons. Yes, very many reasons. One is so that you cannot protect that tiresome brother-in-law of mine who's always watching my every move. He's worse than my wife.
Look, that's nothing to do with me. I'm only here to do my job.
Your job will be over quite shortly. Oh, yes. You'll not be needed after tonight. But meanwhile, I'm anxious to try a small experiment. I am sure, with your interest in the South American beetles, you will agree to this in the cause of science. I have a theory that the large red Montevideo thrives on human blood, in much the same way as leeches draw blood. And so...
Get away! You must be mad!
I have many of them here, in this large glass container. I shall open your shirt. So...
Get away! You must be mad! Those blasted things away!
Now remove the top. So. There. And now... up in it. Facing it upside down on your chest. There. The little ones will fall. Ah, yes. They have fallen onto your skin. Oh, they're confused. They run backwards and forwards over your flesh.
This is coughing off me. The baby's maniac. Take him away.
Oh, no. I have cords on either side of the glass container. On each cord I can fasten to your wrist. So, and again here. There, I have the glass case will now be secure. The experiment now begins. How long before they start to take your blood, I wonder? Yes. How long?
There must be... I can't stand it! I can't stand it! I'm sorry, gentlemen. You have been disappointed. Dr. Hamilton fails to return. I cannot explain this, but perhaps in the morning there will be an explanation. Meanwhile, the only thing I can suggest is an early night for us all.
And, Sir Thomas? We've not seen him all day.
He has food sent through to his quarters. He's more than happy to be alone with his work. May I suggest a nightcap?
Not for me. Oh, excuse me. As for the country air, I think your suggestion of retiring is a splendid one, Lord Linchmere.
Then may I lead the way upstairs? Rogers will put out the lamps. Come this way, please. And please do remember to sleep with the communicating doors wide open, won't you? I simply loathe the feeling of being alone in the dark. If you hear anything at all, however slight, then wake me. You will promise, won't you? Wake me if you hear anything during the night. Promise.
Watson, we can waste no more time. Come quietly now, follow me. Fortunately, I packed a dark lantern with my things. Come this way.
Holmes, where are we going? We're surely not outside.
That's right, it's the only way. Careful. The door. Quickly, Watson, quickly.
Holmes, what is this? I thought you said that Gerald must be held inside the house.
He's in the cellar under Rossiter's study. There is a large ventilated grill that must lead down into the cellar. It should be easy enough to remove. Come, see. Here, by the light of the lantern. There. Half covered by the ivy. That has got to be the place.
Yes, I think you may be right, Holmes. Shine the light downwards.
That's him all right, Watson. Come on. Use the strength of yours. Get that grid up. Come on.
It took us nearly 20 minutes with all our combined strength to ease the iron grillwork away. A few minutes later, we were in the cellar unfastening the bonds that tied Gerald Hamilton to the table. Holmes threw the glass case that covered his chest to the ground.
Are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
Well, let's get those loathsome creatures off your chest. What a horrible ordeal.
It's all right. Harmless. Just one of Sir Thomas's illusions. Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes, he's mad. Start staring, raving mad.
Right, well, come along. Let's get you out of here. We'll get back to the Drovers Inn and call the police.
No, wait. There's still Lord Lynchmere.
Yes, I was hired to protect him. He knows that his brother-in-law is dangerous.
Yes, well, there's no time to wait. Come, let's get out and into the house. There may still be time. Hurry now, both of you. Hurry. Careful. Softly now. Quiet.
Right, now, through here into my room. It leads to Lord Lynchmere's. Shh. Yes, I think it's all right. Yes, he's still asleep. Careful now.
Wait. Listen, someone's coming. It's Rossiter. It must be. Back into the shadows. See, the lamp still burns on the table. Wait. No! I'll get you, Watson!
It took four of us all our strength to overpower Sir Thomas Rossiter. The lamps were then lit and order restored. Rossiter lay back in a chair, his arms securely tied with the sash cord from the windows. One glance was enough to prove that he was a most dangerous maniac. Gerald Hamilton found his doctor's bag and administered an injection that took immediate effect. Later, downstairs, Lord Lynchmere explained.
My poor brother-in-law is stricken with a disease. He comes from a stock which is deeply tainted with insanity. He has these periodical outbreaks in which he will attack anyone who seems to interfere with his work. We tried for years to conceal this. My sister has led a dreadful life, and we realized that it could not continue. He grows worse each time. That's why I sent Elaine away and hired you, Hamilton. I needed protection and also a witness. A witness who was a doctor and could testify that Thomas is unbalanced and quite certifiable. We have had ample proof of that tonight. Thank heavens you came, Mr. Holmes.
Watson has been more help than I. It was quite easy to discover the layout of the house and realize there had to be a cellar beneath the study. Well, you had a dreadful ordeal, Hamilton. I sympathize completely. The fact is that I've never been able to bear beetles. I think it's time we went home.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Watson has a medical practice to attend to. It's rather worrying. His appointment book, have you seen it anywhere?
Well, he usually keeps it in his doctor's bag, but I did find this on the all-stat sort of note.
Let me see. 5 Westley, EC3, Tuesday, 10th, Royston.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A friend in need.
I was doing very nicely in my practice and thinking of going into partnership with an old medical colleague. His name was Royston. I'd met him on several occasions and knew he was engaged upon opening up a medical centre in one of the poorer parts of London. I didn't think twice about the authenticity of the proposal. One Tuesday, I called at a very grim and rather dilapidated building called Westley, just off the river. I was totally unprepared for my reception, for instead of meeting my old friend, I was shown into a small anteroom. It was dark. I couldn't see properly. Before I knew what was happening, hands seized me from behind. I struggled valiantly, and then a violent blow against the side of the head caused me to gasp. Stars swam before my eyes, and I lost consciousness.
Couldn't have been easier. See him falling for it like that.
Yeah, you'd think anyone who'd associated with Sherlock Holmes would be a bit more careful.
What's the next step?
We get him out and into a cab. Drive him to the boss's nursing home. From then on, it's nothing to do with us.
They're not thinking of knocking him off, are they? I mean, it's not murder.
No, the idea is to hold him as hostage, that's all. This is the one way of getting at Holmes. Those two have been buddies for years. If anything can tempt Holmes out into the open, this is the man. Come on now, prop him up.
Yeah.
He'll be coming round soon. We want to have him safe and sound by then.
It's not going to be easy getting him into a cab. He's a big bloke.
No, bigger than I am. We'll switch clothes. I'll carry the doctor's bag, and it'll look like we're helping a patient home.
Yeah.
Here we are. Check the street.
Yeah, looks all clear. Getting just gas lamps aren't on yet. But there's more than a bit of fog gathering. Yeah, right to you. Come on. No more talk. Get him on his feet.
Right. He'll be able to put one foot in front of the other. By the time he comes to, he'll be in the nursing home, with no idea of where he is or how he got there. Come on. You support him under one arm, and I'll take the other. Here we go. Hurry now.
So that's the position, Lestrade. Watson is missing, and there's no trace. As you know, this is completely unlike him. I'm quite certain something's happened. He would never have remained silent if it had been possible for him to get a message to me.
Might have met with an accident. Have you tried the hospital?
Well, yes, of course. Watson's well known in most of the local hospitals. There's no report of anyone answering to his description being found.
And what do you think it's all about?
Well, I'm afraid I take it very seriously. This could be someone's way of getting at me. At the moment, there seems very little we can do except wait. But I should appreciate your help.
Of course. Of course. Anything I can do.
I need to carry out an investigation into a place in EC3. Now, all I have to go on is two names. One is Westley and the other is Royston. Now, these were scrawled on a note that Watson must have left by accident on the hall stand when he was putting on his coat. Can I have a couple of men and do a search of that river district?
Of course. I'll do better than that. I'll even come along myself. What do you say to that? Now, this sudden fog is not going to make our task any easier, Holmes.
No, but in a way, it's an advantage. One can remain more secretive in the heavy mists. Look, I think we're on the right track. That large building over there. I have a shrewd idea that it's empty. And I think... Yes. Look here, see by the light of my dark lantern. The street is Westley. Now, that building will be number 5, and if it is, well, we're in luck.
I might remind you that we don't have a search warrant.
Oh, Lestrade, you're in plain clothes. I've no intention of letting your men swarm all over the building. Come on. I think there's bound to be a window open. I'll do the breaking and entering, and you can come in through the front door. Yes. That's a nice one.
If they could seat me at the yard now, I'd get a railroad tailing off. What sort of place do you think this is, anyway?
It's just a disused house. Strange. Now, why should Watson want to call here? Now, wait a moment. Look out here in the hall. There's signs of a struggle. A chair knocked over, movement in the dust, and hold the lantern up. Yes, look, smudges of mud.
Yes, here, down by the wall. That looks like blood to me.
Yes, I'm afraid the good Watson got into quite a bit of trouble here. Do you see this? It hasn't rained in these parts for some days, and yet this is that grey type of mud that's found near the river. And imprinted in the mud are leaves and small particles of petals. Well, this should tell us something.
Holmes, do you seriously mean to say that Watson has been abducted?
Well, it certainly looks like it, Lestrade. But why? That's the question. Watson hasn't got an enemy in the world. It can only be because of his connection with me. Yes, so who is behind all this? That's the question.
What's the next move?
Well, I don't think we can do a great deal tonight. If I'm right, then Watson will not be in any active danger until I've been approached direct. There will be an attempt to blackmail or coerce me in some way. I think we might well find something of interest if we question the cabbies who service this district. There can't be many of them on these routes. If Watson was abducted, he must have put up a struggle. He's a big man. Well, come on, Lestrade. Let's get back on the street and see if any of your men have picked up any clues.
Nothing to report, sir. The fog has settled in good and proper. Most folk have got themselves indoors by a good fire.
Yes, something we'd all like.
Now, here comes a cab. Perhaps we should return to Baker Street and wait for events to develop. But just a moment. Hello there, cabby. Not many fares on an evening such as this. Going off duty?
Oh, that's about it, sir. Leading the old mare back to the stables. Can't see a thing in this.
Are you a regular in these parts?
Oh, that's right, sir. Been working this part of the city for near 20 years.
Well, then you must know it like the back of your hand. Tell me, have you, in the last 24 hours, had reason to convey a sick man from that large house across the way there, number 5?
Oh, funny you should ask that. As a matter of fact, I did. Earlier on, there was a doctor and his assistant. He had a sick fellow with him. He was recovering from an accident. They bundled him in the cab, and I took them south of the river. Place set back on its own grounds. They said it was a private sort of nursing home, sir. Why do you ask, sir?
Well, because we're most interested in this accident. Look here, I know it's a foul night and you're thinking of going home, but could you find your way to this so-called nursing home?
Oh, yes, of course I could. Come on up in, sir. It'll take a little time, but we'll manage it.
Ah, good man. Now, there'll be a sovereign for your pains at the end of it. Now, send your men home to their beds, Lestrade, and jump in.
There you are, sirs. This is the place where I drop the doctor and the patient. That driveway. They say it leads up to the nursing home.
Thank you, cabby. I think you can find this place again, Lestrade.
Yes, certainly I can. Quite easy.
Right, so that's what we're doing tonight. To attempt to enter there would be showing our hand and perhaps putting Watson in further danger. Well, I suggest that we now drive back to Baker Street. I shall be very surprised if the next move doesn't come from our adversaries. Whoever's behind this has thought it out extremely carefully. Right, Gabby, 221 Baker Street, and there's another sovereign for you if you can get us there before midnight.
Mr. Holmes. Oh, I'm so glad you're back, and you, Inspector.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, but why are you up and about at this hour?
Well, I was worried about Dr. Watson and how you was getting on, and then I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea. I spotted this on the front doormat. It's a message, and it's from him. It's gotta be. I recognise his handwriting anywhere. Oh, do open it, Mr. Holmes, and set my mind at rest. He must be all right.
Well, it's only a note, not a posted letter. It certainly looks like Watson's writing. Dear Sherlock, a reassuring note to say that I'm back in town and staying with an old friend, Dr. Hugh Royston, at his nursing home. I expect to be away for another couple of days on this most interesting development. John Watson.
Oh, well, that's all right then, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's far from all right.
Oh?
Watson most certainly did not write this note. He's never called me by my first name in his life. This is practically an invitation to visit that nursing home that we traced Lestrade. And we must be careful. Watson's life is all important to me. But I'll never fall into a trap like this. Never.
had no idea of where I was and knew better than to attempt to open my eyes. There were two uncouth voices and one cultured foreign one.
There you are, boss. Delivered just like we promised. No trouble at all. Easy as pie.
How long has he been like this?
Several hours.
Then we can take no chances. He is here in the nursing home, but he is not to stay here. He must be moved once again to his final resting place. But just as an added precaution, I think a small injection into the right arm, a drug I use, is most effective. He will not regain consciousness for over a day and a night. And now the syringe. Yes, the skin is neatly punctured, so no question of pain. Caught him just in time. Now, in an hour's time, he will be moved. This time on a stretcher in a carriage ambulance, which you will drive. He will be taken to Bale's Wharf, the number 1 laboratory. I shall be there to arrange things.
Will we then be paid off in full?
No, your task is not yet complete. Then we have to await the arrival of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. After he's found Watson and is a fellow prisoner, you will be dismissed and it will all be over.
You mean you're going to do them both in?
The eventual outcome of these two men is really none of your concern.
Well, we have given her a hand, though. We're what is known as accessories after the fact or some such. Ain't that right?
You are being handsomely paid. That is all that need concern you.
I'm not so sure. If you get caught, then straight away.
I shan't be caught, and neither will you if you will only keep your heads and do as you're told. Now, enough of this. Come to our final preparations. There is no time to lose. Sherlock Holmes is a fast worker. Now that the overnight fog has disappeared, we must expect swift action. Come, enough of this chatter. Come, to work.
Yes, I'm sorry to behave so strangely this morning, Lestrade, but I believe this is more difficult than I thought. It's clear to me that Watson has been abducted for the sole reason of trapping me. I've therefore not rushed in, but taken things slowly. And the first essential is to establish the true identity of this man, Dr. Hugh Royston. I've therefore taken an hour of early morning, looking him up in the London Medical Register. He does exist, and he lives in this street. We're about to call upon him. Now, this way, up these steps.
Yes, can I help you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard. Is it possible to see Dr. Royston for just a few minutes?
Please do come in. I will inform Doctor that you have called.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Well, this looks respectable enough, Holmes. Doesn't look much wrong here.
No, I didn't think there would be.
Would you like to come through, please? The doctor will see you now.
Thank you.
Sherlock Holmes, great pleasure to meet you. You're a great friend of John Watson's, isn't that so? Please, won't you be seated and tell me what I can do for you?
It's Watson himself. He has disappeared. The only clue we have is your name and address in Wesley Street, EC3.
Gracious, are you sure of this? Disappeared, you say? Extraordinary.
You can throw no light upon this? For instance, when did you last see Watson?
Some weeks ago. We'd been corresponding. I was rather keen to take a small nursing home in the East End and run it for hard-up people, the poor and delinquent. Watson agreed to consider this. The suggested site was at 5 Wesley Street, that rather derelict and seedy, run by a man called Henry von Bork.
Von Bork? So he's the man behind all this?
You know the man?
Only too well. One of the most treacherous spies in Europe. Yes, it's all becoming quite clear to me now. Von Bork is using Watson to lead me into a trap. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to ignore it. He will have no hesitation in killing Watson unless he thinks I am coming to the rescue. Thank you, Doctor. You've been a great help. Come to straight. Royston told me what I wanted to know. I know Von Bork's mind. I know it's tortuous and arrogant. He's convinced that he can outwit me, and in order to save Watson, I shall have to allow him to think so.
Well, why don't I get a search warrant against his home and let's raid the place? The element of surprise is always good. This von Bork won't think you'd consider such a bold plan.
Well, you may do that by all means if you wish, Lestrade, but I don't think that is the answer to our problem. I'm prepared to believe that Watson was enticed into that nursing home thinking he would meet the good doctor there. But I cannot think von Bork will keep him there. It's too risky. No, he'll have him removed.
But where to?
Von Bork used to have offices in the dock area. You may recall that we thought he was using them in the smuggling case of the Blue Peter. Now, wait a moment. When we called at 5 Wesley Street, we found evidence of a struggle. Undoubtedly, that is where Watson was overpowered. Then I also observed grey mud, do you recall? Imprinted in the mud were leaves and particles of petals. Now, the flowering petals were autumn willow blossoms. Those trees only flourish down by the river. Yet I think I can trace the old offices that von Bork used. If I'm right, then that's where they would have taken Watson.
Seems to be taking a long shot to me, Holmes. Wouldn't it be better to stick to more orthodox methods?
There's no time. Von Bork will be getting anxious. He's not going to hang around keeping Watson alive if he can't get at me. Now, I've got to move. The point is, Lestrade, are you still going to back me up?
I've done so up till now. I'm not backing out when it comes to a crisis. Lead on, Holmes. I'm with you.
Now, this is it, Lestrade. These are the offices. And I fancy Bork has been using them for experimental purposes. They have the appearance of being scientific laboratories.
Doesn't look as though they're at all occupied.
I think this way, round the side entrance. I know you do not approve of my method of entering premises, but needs must when the devil drives. Watson has always said that the police were lucky that I didn't choose a career in crime. I should be rated with the best of them. Observe, I have a full set of burglars' tools with me now. For instance, this door, although made of steel and padlocked, presents no problems.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this. If we're caught, it's demotion for me, no doubt of that.
Oh, nonsense. Now, here, watch. Now, come on, let's take a look.
Blessed, I can see why you think Watson should be shut away in a place like this. It's quite dark.
There's just packing cases. The workrooms must be through there. Yes. Yes, this looks more like it. Fully equipped as a laboratory. Yes, we're on the right lines, all right. Look, wooden steps going down and footprints. Muddy footprints. Now, you see how staggered they are? Now, those are the sort of prints 2 men would make if they were carrying a stretcher. Come on, Lestrade. Now, here. Now, once our eyes grow accustomed to the dark, and Lestrade, I'm right. There, in the corner. It is a stretcher. And it is Watson.
By Jove, you're right, Holmes. What devil?
The door. The top of the stairs. It's closed.
Caught, Holmes. Caught like a rat in a trap. I knew you would find Watson sooner or later. It's all worked out as I planned. It is useless to think you can't escape. And within 20 minutes you will both die. You see, for months I have been working on an explosive device which is triggered off by that iron bar door closing. 20 minutes, Holmes. Goodbye.
What the devil? Holmes, we've fallen right into his hands.
Explosive device. It must be here. Down by the stretcher. Look, Lestrade. Gun cotton, sulfuric acid, nitric acid. Look, help me to move, Watson. Right to the far corner. There's only one chance. We must make our own explosive first. Quickly, Lestrade. Right over here, by the fence. Now, come on, give me a hand. Prepared cotton. It has to be 3 parts sulfuric acid to 1 part of nitric acid. It will burn without explosion on ignition. But it's laid up by that iron door. With percussion, it goes up at about 5 times the power of gunpowder.
Holmes, do you really know what you're doing?
Oh, I'd better be right, Lestrade. Well, this really is a triumph for Herr Bork. Now, listen. Do exactly as I say, and as swiftly as possible. Take this. Carefully now. Right. Now, here. Now, get right back. Back by the far wall. Cover Watson with anything you can to protect him. The percussion, when I
trigger off should blow the gate outwards. If it does, then we are safe. We grab the stretcher, get up those stairs as quickly as possible. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, I'm nearly there, Will. Here goes.
Now get down.
We've done it. We've done it. Come on, come on.
It was some hours later that I opened my eyes. My head ached till I could hardly see. But I was aware of familiar surroundings. The clean sheets under me and the softness of the pillow which smelt of lavender. I was in my own bed back in Baker Street. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I knew that someone was in the room with me. A friend. A friend whom I knew very well indeed.
Oh, Dr. Watson, I do believe you're coming round at last. Now, don't try to move or speak. Just lie there and close your eyes. You've had such a terrible time of it, but it's all over now. Mr. Holmes and Inspector Lestrade have got everything under control. They found you down somewhere by the river, brought you back more dead than alive. But you're all right. They've gone after the men who tried to kill you, and they'll get 'em. I'm sure they'll get 'em.
Well, place is surrounded, Holmes. No chance of anyone getting in or out of this so-called nursing home. This is what we should have done in the first place.
Perhaps, but it would have meant sacrificing Watson, and that I was not prepared to do. All right, Lestrade, this is more your line of country than it is mine. Go ahead. Do it your way from now on.
Right, men, follow me. In we go. Well, I'll be... Not a sign. Nothing. Not a living soul in the place. Now, what do you make of that, Holmes?
I'm hardly surprised. If Von Bork had been successful and killed Watson and me and you in his booby trap, then he wouldn't have wanted to stay around London to be questioned. Now, clearly this nursing home's just a blind. A hideaway until he carried out his plans. Well, I'd soon it worked out like this. Watson is alive and Von Bork has escaped. But he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. I'll catch up with Von Bork, and when I do, it will be a fight to the death.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
What's that, Holmes? Oh, you mean more coffee? You want me to pour you some also? Or would you like more bacon?
No, Watson. I was not referring to the breakfast or the coffee. You will not, I'm sure, be offended in any way if I say that I find your acceptance of the ordinary always refreshing.
I don't think I understand, Holmes. I'm not aware I've done anything unusual. I've barely spoken to you since I came to the table.
Exactly. Yet you told me a great deal. You will always accept things on their face value. I happen to see quite a bit deeper than that. That's why I say you should do it. You should accept the invitation from your old school to contribute to their field bazaar. Now, am I not right?
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The Field Bazaar.
In the early days of my association with Sherlock Holmes, I have to admit that I found him rather overbearing. In later years, I grew used to his manner, And after I'd married Mary and moved away from 221B Baker Street, I was able to laugh at my feelings of inferiority. But he was never an easy man to understand. And I well remember, during the summer of 1885, being particularly disconcerted by his attitude. It was one of those lovely, long, hot English summers, days which cried out to be spent in the country, walks along narrow, leafy lanes filled with the drone of bees and the smell of honeysuckle. That's why, when our letter arrived on that August morning, I was very tempted, and Holmes knew this.
I repeat, I should say yes.
Holmes, I really don't know what you're talking about.
I've just told you. You've been asked to help in the Oxley Field Bazaar, haven't you?
Yes, that's correct, but I cannot for the life of me see how you know this. The letter has only just come to hand, and I've not spoken to you since I opened it.
In spite of that, I would even venture to suggest the purpose of the bazaar. It's to gain funds in order to enlarge the school's cricket field.
Holmes, there are times when I think you use some form of black magic.
You really are a most excellent companion, Watson. You respond instantly to all my mental processes. Really, I can find you easier to read each morning than I do the daily newspapers.
I'm sorry. I'm so transparent. I don't think it's unintelligent to be puzzled by your knowledge. But if you're so clever, perhaps you'll tell me how you've arrived at your conclusion.
I really claim no credit. The facts are so obvious. You came into breakfast with a thoughtful expression, the expression of a man who is debating some point in his mind. In your hand, you held a solitary letter. Now, last night you retired in the best of spirits. So it was clear that it was in this letter which caused the change in you.
Yes, well, that's obvious.
Well, anything is obvious once it's explained. I naturally asked myself what the letter could contain, which might have this effect upon you. As you came and sat down, you had the flap side of the envelope towards me. There is a crest upon it, the Oxley crest. The same shield-shaped device which is on your old cricket cap. Then you poured yourself a cup of coffee and walked over to the mantelpiece.
Yes, well, that's very observant. And then?
You gazed for some time at the group photograph of yourself in the cricket team. Clearly, you were remembering many occasions of being in that side. You came back down, helped yourself to eggs and bacon, and again read the letter. This time the envelope was face side up. I could see that it was informally addressed just to John Watson, Esquire. So it must have been something of a friendly and informal nature. Now, there are 3 institutions that are almost always debt-laden. The country churches, the old people's homes, and the cricket clubs. Your interest was certainly in the cricket club.
Well, quite correct.
Well, the best fundraising idea is a form of a bazaar. It's a very popular activity among public schools at the moment. Hence my suggestion that you should take part in it. Now, what is it to be? An old boys' cricket match on Oxley Common? Or will you use the school facilities?
All right, Holmes, all right, you win. Your deductions are correct as usual.
Splendid. Now tell me, are you accepting?
Yes, I will. On one condition.
Oh, what's that?
That you accompany me. Our old boy's side may be a man or two short, and you're a good bat as well as a rather crafty slow bowler. What do you say, Holmes? The weather's ideal. We can stay Friday and Saturday nights at the Boar's Head on Oxley Common, get back here on Sunday evening. Very welcome break in the country. Now, come on, do say yes. To my surprise, Sherlock Holmes agreed immediately. I wrote off to Oxley School, accepting the invitation and placing my name down for cricket. I also mentioned that Holmes, while not an old boy, was prepared to help out as extra man should he be needed. The weather continued to hold good, and Friday saw us down at Oxley in good time. I'd known the Boar's Head since I was a student, and I was happy to find that it still maintained its excellent standards. That evening, the bar was crowded with visitors, all with one subject in mind: the next day's cricket match.
No. I say. It's Watson, isn't it? John Watson.
That's right. By Jove, don't tell me, Rufus. Matthew Rufus. Why, I haven't seen you in over 20 years.
Must be every bit of that. I take it you're down here for the match tomorrow.
That's right. Thought I'd like to support the old school, you know. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sherlock Holmes.
How do you?
Colonel Matthew Rufus.
How do you do? How do you do? Have you studied the sides? A copy of the teams and batting order over there on the notice board.
Yes, I did take a look at it earlier. It seemed very well balanced. Should be a good match. Hardly anyone I can remember on the list, though.
Most fellows have simply sent in a contribution. Bad show. I think it's much more cooperative to turn up and do one's bit, eh? There are a couple of the old stalwarts there, of course. Thackeray and Monckton. I was all for putting them in the same side, but the committee thought it would unbalance the match. They're both fierce cricketers. Playing together, their side would win hands down.
They always were rivals, even at college.
It got worse as the years have gone by. There's some talk about Thackeray making a pass at other men's lives. No, I'm not surprised. He always was a dog for the ladies. And Monckton's as jealous as blazes. Ungovernable temper.
Well, let's hope it doesn't find its way onto the pitch.
Oh, it could well do. Monckton is a bowler of tremendous speed, but not all that careful. He's inclined to aim at the batsman more than the wicket. Oh, dangerous. Thackeray, on the other hand, is known to go all out to win, regardless of what happens.
Yes, from what I recall, he's never been a popular man with the other side. Never takes a risk. Successful, but not really a sportsman. Plays to win. Doesn't care how it comes about.
Yeah, that's right. Uses his pads too much. Never played an innings without 2 or 3 appeals for LBW. Rumour also has it that he'd often tried to square the umpires in his favour.
Yeah, doesn't sound a very good sort.
Well, neither of them are, in my opinion. The captains will just have to keep a tight rein, huh? Oh, that's your captain over there in the corner having a quiet pint. Charles Ellis, local chemist. Sound fellow. Take you across and introduce you, shall I?
I met Ellis and a few other cricketers whom I didn't know. Holmes, never bored when there were interesting people around to study, puffed away at his meerschaum pipe and listened avidly to the local gossip. Time went by, and then Ellis and the Colonel were joined by James Monckton.
Well, Monckton, ready for the game tomorrow?
You're ready for anything, Colonel. Anything that your side and that lout Thackeray can dish up.
Come on now, Monckton. That's not the spirit to approach the game with. It's a social occasion, not a private war.
And that's all very well, Ellis. You're Thackeray's captain, and it's your job to see he plays cricket in the proper manner. For as long as I've known him, he's been utterly selfish out there in the pitch. He thinks only of himself, getting runs and blocking with his pads. It holds up the game and drags it out, just stonewalling until the spectators groan with boredom. I hope you give him some firm instructions not to apply those tactics tomorrow.
Monckton, you know as well as I do that that's his style of play.
But surely you can advise him to take a few chances. Go for some runs and give the crowd their money's worth. And as you say, it's a social occasion. Let's give him something to clap for.
I'm sure he'll do his best.
Well, if he plays his usual game, it won't be good enough. I tell you, now give him a run for his money. If he starts that pad play stuff, and I'll pack my leg field and have him on the hop.
Oh, now, look here, Monckton. That's no attitude. That's no attitude in which to approach the game. This is cricket, not a blasted vendetta.
No, and you've got to remember that Thackeray isn't as young as he was. You start bowling bouncers and aiming for his body, it could cause him an injury.
Well, that's too bad. It's up to him.
I heard all that, Monckton. Didn't know I was at the bar just behind you, did you?
Huh? No, Thackeray. Well, I don't care if you heard or not. In fact, it's just as well. Perhaps now your captain will give you some well-founded advice.
I don't need any advice, not from Ellis or anyone else. I'm going to play my usual game. Just because you've never got the better of me, on the field or off, is no reason why I should change.
It's a pity you can't change a lot of things. Your behavior as a man is almost as bad as your cricket manners.
Now, look here. If you really want to get personal, everyone knows you're not much of a man in lots of ways. Ask your wife.
Why, you dirty lout! You take that back or I'll not...
That's enough. Colonel Rufus, take these men out of here. This be a respectable pub, not gymnasium. Hear me? If you want to fight, get out on the lane. Now, come on, it's time anyway. Time, gentlemen, please.
Clear from that very first evening that the Saturday match on Oxley Common was not going to be the quiet, relaxed game of village cricket that we'd all expected. Most of us, from Colonel Rufus and George Biggs the publican, down to the lowest farmer's boy, deplored the bad manners shown by both Monckton and Thackeray. Outside the Boar's Head in the warm night air, the two men were made to apologize to Biggs and were persuaded to shake hands. And then, in an atmosphere of uneasy truce, they said good night. Monckton went striding off down the main street, while Thackeray stood for a while arguing with Ellis, who was, no doubt, giving him a bit of a dressing down. The next morning saw the opening of the Field Bazaar by the Vicar of Oxley. And after luncheon, our side won the toss, and Chelmsford and Howes went into bat. I noted that Monckton was not put on to bowl, and wondered if they were saving him for when Thackeray went to the crease, which seemed rather a dangerous plan. However, whether by accident or design, that's exactly what happened. Chelmsford was caught in the slips at a score of 15, and in went Thackeray. He played his usual tight game, scoring quite a few runs, but taking no chances, and using his pads whenever possible. Then, when the total was 29, the opposing captain put Monckton on from the duck pond end. A murmur went round the spectators. Rumours spread quickly in country villages, and Oxley was no exception. Everyone knew of a row the night before.
Gad, those two are really at it. A bad show, eh, Holmes?
Well, they're certainly not sinking their differences for the good of the game.
Oh, yeah. An appeal for LBW.
Umpire has disallowed it there. Thackeray was very lucky there, if you ask me.
Just the sort of thing to infuriate Monckton.
Yeah, afraid so. You start bowling straight at him to teach him a lesson. Same old arguments. Just what we feared would happen, huh?
Here he comes again. Long run, right up to the wicket.
That must have hurt. Bounced right full up and caught Thackeray in the chest. Oh, it was not cricket, sir. Intent to harm, all right. Definitely not cricket.
Thackeray seems doubled up, but I think he's all right. He's not leaving the field, anyway. He's just rubbing his chest under the heart, hitching his pants up now and patting the crease.
Monckton in again. A fast one. And this time, Thackeray has got his own back. Well outside the stumps. And he stepped out and put his left pad to it. Can't blame him. Oh, Monckton is furious, of course. Going back now to run again. Takes a long run, this man. All that faults, he needs it. But in he comes. But wait a minute. Thackeray's staggering. Something is happening out there. But Thackeray's slumping down. Great heavens, he's collapsed. He's fallen down on his face.
Watson, that man is ill out there. Come on, get out to him. He's seriously ill. Come on, let's get out there while there's still time.
Holmes and I left our seats in the pavilion, and hurriedly followed by the Colonel, we raced across the grass towards the cricket pitch. Game had stopped, of course, and a cluster of fielders gathered around the prostrate body of Thackeray. They made way for me automatically, and I knelt down beside him. One look was enough. The man was dead.
What's the matter, Watson? You're a doctor. What's wrong with the man?
I'm afraid he's dead, Colonel. Must have been that blow under the heart. We must get him back to the pavilion.
Dead? All right, men. Lift him up. Carefully now. Ellis?
Yes.
Please see that there's as little fuss as possible.
Okay.
Carry him off the field. The match must, of course, be abandoned, and I see that the police are informed. Monckton, please find the village constable.
Police? What for? I mean, it must have been a heart attack. Why send for the police?
Well, there must be an examination. Must make it official. I have no doubt about Watson's verdict, but things must be done in the correct manner. Give a hand there. Give a hand and keep the people back, for heaven's sake. Come along. Let's get some order into things. Come on.
Thackeray's body was carried to the pavilion, and there a meeting extraordinary was held by the Colonel. There was no panic. People were very concerned, but sympathetic and considerate. Sam Wiley, the local constable, was dispatched on his bicycle into Oxley for a carriage ambulance from the hospital, and shortly after that, Inspector Winters arrived. Well, there's really nothing much anyone could do. It was just a regrettable accident. At least, so we all thought at that time. I looked around the pavilion and found Sherlock Holmes carefully removing the dead man's pads. Holmes, what a tragic accident.
That's what it appears to be, doesn't it? But as I'm always saying to you, Watson, you will take things at their face value. Oh, now, careful with these pads. I imagine the inspector will be in here at any moment. Things must be left to him, of course, but if he needs my help, then I will willingly give it. I think that for the time being, it would be better not to interfere.
Holmes, you can't mean that this was not an accident.
Of course it wasn't.
I see what you mean. Monkton's intention to harm Thackeray at all costs. Yes, it's a very tricky situation.
Right,
Here they come now. Colonel, Monkton, and the inspector.
Yes, well, we carried him in here, of course. Encouraged all the spectators to get back to the field bazaar. There's no sense in allowing this tragedy to ruin the whole of the charity.
I understand, Colonel. I agree. But after the body is taken away, I'm afraid I shall have to go into things in rather more detail. For instance, Monkton, I shall have to ask you to come with me to the police station.
But whatever for?
Well, there will be an inquest. It's purely another formality, of course. I have no doubt it was heart failure. But heart failure caused by what? Everyone knows it was a blow to the heart by a cricket ball traveling at terrific speed.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't kill Thackeray. I mean, it was an accident. I didn't deliberately kill him.
Manslaughter is a very loose term, Monkton. There's a great deal of difference between manslaughter and murder. Manslaughter involves unplanned conditions and the like, accidents through negligence. But you were intent on causing bodily harm. There are dozens of witnesses prepared to testify to that.
But that's ridiculous. An unlucky blow.
Like a man who killed someone in a fight? Exactly. Sorry, the matter will have to be taken up. It simply can't be glossed over. Do you not agree, Colonel?
It's not for me to say. You're the law, but... I'd seek advice from a solicitor as soon as you can, Monkton.
Sound advice, Colonel. Come, man, you haven't been charged with anything yet? Let's get the body out of here. The carriage is waiting.
Bring him out this way.
There we go. That's it. Get the doors open, Peter.
Well, Holmes?
Aren't you coming?
No. No, and neither are you. We are both staying here.
But, Holmes, what do we do here?
Very simple, Watson. Catch the murderer.
Murderer?
Quite. Thackeray didn't die of a heart attack. He was poisoned.
Holmes, you can't be serious.
My dear Watson, have I ever joked about sudden death? You are a medical man, but you were just as taken in by the circumstances as anyone else. I examined the dead man and thought it looked more like poison than a heart attack, and I was right. Look, careful now. Study the dead man's pads. Here, let me show you. Now, you see, these pads are stiffened with cane struts, but here is another twisted thorn. That splinter of wood is impregnated with a deadly poison. The man died not directly after a blow under the heart, but immediately after a blow on the left knee. He stepped out, used his pad. The splinter tore into the flesh of his knee, and that's how he died.
Then if what you say is correct, whoever organized this dreadful crime must have known that Thackeray would be hit on the pads.
The whole of Oxley knows that. Thackeray was bound, sooner or later, to risk putting a pad out to a fast ball in sheer defiance of Monkton's tactics. The fact that he received a blow the ball before was simply coincidence, and one which worked very nicely as far as the murderer was concerned.
But, Holmes, who could have done this terrible thing?
Well, that's what we have to discover, isn't it? Look, the hue and cry has died down a little now. We shall have to be patient, I'm afraid. This pavilion is used not only as a dressing room for cricketers, but for storage as well. The cement roller, the gardener's equipment, everything used to keep the common clean and tidy. There are plenty of places where we can conceal ourselves. Somehow I don't think we shall have long to wait. Yes, here, behind here. Yes, that's it. Now, Thackeray's pads are clearly displayed there on the bench. Wait. Quickly, Watson, quickly. I think we're about to have a visit. Shh, wait. Look there. The open doorway. Wait,
Now, Watson, hold him. Hold him.
What the devil? How dare you? What do you think you're doing?
All right. Call the colonel and the constable. It's all over, Ellis. As a cricket captain, you may be quite good, but as a killer, you're caught out, in every sense of the word.
Ellis was taken away by Constable and Colonel Rufus. Under interrogation, he broke down and confessed everything. It was a diabolically clever plan that he'd conceived and almost carried out. It was left to Holmes to fill in the details, as usual.
You may have noticed when we first arrived down here that I was unusually quiet at the bar. I was listening to the local gossip. It wasn't all about Thackeray and Monckton and their cricketing rivalry. There was a deal of talk about Thackeray's amours with the local ladies. Everyone thought he was after Monckton's wife, but quite a few locals knew that it was Ellis's wife with whom he was carrying on an affair quite openly. Ellis, being the local chemist, had no difficulty in obtaining the Brazil curare poison. It fades from the bloodstream in a matter of hours and so would remain undetected. Oh, yes, it was very clever. But thanks to you being on the spot, Watson, he had no chance of examining the dead man and removing his pads straight away. I think we've made our contribution to justice and the field bazaar, don't you?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Are you sure that'll be all, sir?
Yes, thank you, Gilpin. I shan't want anything more. Oh, by the way, how's your wife? Is she recovering from the operation?
Well, I'm happy to say there's progress, but it will be a long job, sir.
Yes, yeah. Buy her something with this. Cheer her up.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're most kind. I do appreciate it.
Oh, that's all right. I hope things go well for you. Good night, Gilpin.
Good night, sir.
Well, no use putting it off any longer.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A matter of conscience.
James Beresford's death by his own hand shocked the London business world. The rumours had been well-founded. Never smoke without fire, the financiers said over their whiskies and sodas. Beresford's notes had been going about the city at 40% discount, and there were no takers. Settling day was the very next day. He realized he was a completely ruined man, and so he took the only way out.
James Beresford, the man who shot himself yesterday. He at least did not leave a wife and family.
Oh, no, quite. Poor devil. I know the man was a gambler and probably wreaked a great deal of havoc through his ruthlessness in business, but I can't help feeling sorry for him. He must have been in a desperate state of mind.
Indeed, yes. I met the gentleman on more than one occasion through my brother Mycroft in the Diogenes Club. He was on the surface a most amiable and fair-minded man. He was well liked by many and feared by most. A man like Beresford makes many enemies in the course of a lifetime.
Well, you mean that his enemies may have brought about his ruin?
Oh, undoubtedly. The point is that in order to outmaneuver his kind, one has to be within the inner circle, as it were.
Well, I don't think I follow that, Holmes.
Well, I mean only someone near to him, someone who held his confidence, would be able to trick him so cleverly that it would lead to total bankruptcy.
But you think he was driven to this by the treachery of his friends?
Oh, almost certainly. That may appear cynical of me, and I doubt if we shall ever learn the truth, but I should judge it to be so.
How dreadful that any man can be betrayed to that extent.
Quite. It is inhuman and immoral. But not a criminal matter, for no one has broken any laws. One can cheat a man quite legally by giving him false advice. If I sway your judgment to back a horse that has no chance of winning, well, whose fault is that?
Yes, well, I see what you mean. But if Beresford was forced to kill himself by someone else, I wouldn't like to have that person's conscience.
Ah, yes, a matter of conscience. Yes, that is a different matter. Ah, we have a visitor. I wonder who that can be so early on a cold November's morning.
Now, if it's anybody important, you have no need to fear of my presence. I've sadly neglected my patients due to this flu epidemic, and I must be about my business.
Oh, no, please don't go. I value your opinions. They give me the slant of the ordinary man in the street.
Oh, excuse me, a young lady to see you, Mr. Holmes. Refuses to give her name, and apparently she ain't got no card.
Well, our business must be urgent to ignore the weather and the social niceties. Show her in, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, very well. This way, please. Thank you.
Do come in. May I introduce myself? I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
I know who you are. I have often seen you, Mr. Holmes.
Do come nearer the fire. Take a seat. Some coffee?
No, thank you. I cannot stop. And you will possibly ask me to leave anyway. You see, I want some advice, but I'm not prepared to give you my name or address.
That is at least honest. You could have lied about those facts and hoped to get away with it.
I don't lie. I always tell the truth. I want you to advise me on the correct course of punishing a man who has forced another man to commit suicide.
Ah, that is a most curious request. Something which is both pertinent and topical. I take it that you're referring to the death of Mr. James Beresford.
How did you guess that?
It's really not at all hard. The case is splashed all over the newspapers. Watson and I were discussing the tragedy and the poor fellow's state of mind just before you called.
Suicide while the balance of his mind was disturbed. That what you think? Nonsense. He was driven to it by Max Corbett.
Max Corbett? Yes, they started as partners, is that not so? Very many years ago. An enterprise known as International Supplies. Very ambitious and very successful.
It was all James Beresford's skill and business acumen. But Corbett and his cronies got to know more. They deceived him in various different ways under different names. Beresford trusted them. He was unaware, even up to the last 6 months, of the bitterness and hatred he was faced with. Can you believe it?
Oh, yes. Please continue. You're telling me very little that I didn't know.
Beresford was forced in the end to turn to moneylenders, only to find that they also were puppets of Max Corbett's men. Then came the final squeeze. It was cold-blooded and calculated, and at the moment these men are pretending to be heartbroken, but they are inwardly delighted. They should be punished. They must be punished. Particularly Max Corbett. Do you not agree with me, Mr. Holmes?
My dear young lady, as I pointed out to Watson only a short while ago, this cannot be regarded as a criminal matter. Everything you say may be true. You may even be able to produce certain facts as proof, but there is no way that you're going to pin a crime onto Max Corbett. If you start to spread these rumors, you can lay yourself open to an action for slander. But Corbett is too clever to be caught like that.
You mean that my hands are tied? That there is nothing I or anyone else can do?
I didn't say that. I shall have to give the matter some thought. I wonder... Watson, while you're doing your rounds, will you be anywhere within the vicinity of the Diogenes Club?
I can be, Holmes, yes.
Then would you be good enough to deliver a note to my brother Mycroft? He's bound to be there around lunchtime. Excuse me a moment. Paper and pen. Envelope. Yes.
Mr. Holmes, it is quite clear that my worst fears have been confirmed. I am doing no good here, merely wasting your time. I'd better leave.
No. Please don't go. There you are, Watson. Now, if you could see that this is delivered as soon as possible.
Very well. I shall do my best. Oh, will you excuse me now? I'm a doctor and have to attend to patients. I shall call back later, Holmes. Good morning to you.
Now, young lady, answer me one thing. If I agree to help you, you will give me your name and address here and now?
I got to the Diogenes Club just before lunch and left Holmes's note for his brother. The place seemed unusually crowded. I met a few people I knew who invited me for a drink, and it being a cold day, I accepted gratefully. It was while in one of the rooms that I heard the name Max Corbett mentioned.
Ah, Max. Max Corbett. Might have known that you'd be here today. Toasting to success?
I don't know what you mean, Wilder. I came to collect some mail. And now I'm off to see my fiancée. That's worth a toast.
Ah, yes, the Honourable Abigail Stratton. Yes, I read of your engagement. Congratulations.
Thank you. But today is not a happy one. Not after hearing of poor Beresford shooting himself.
Poor Beresford indeed. Cut out the rot, Max. I happen to have been on the right side when international supplies went under, so I'm not complaining. But I'm not a fool. You and I and the rest of the crowd caused it to happen.
That's a lie.
It's true, and you know it. You put Beresford out of the game as surely as if you pulled the trigger of that revolver yourself. You played every dirty trick you could to beat him. I've got to hand it to you. You got what you wanted. Mind you, what Abigail Stratton would think. Well, lucky for you, she doesn't understand business deals.
Now, you keep Abigail out of this.
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. She's your problem. I wonder how you'll explain it all. Tell me something, Max. Were you very afraid of him?
Afraid of him? Afraid of Beresford? No, of course not. Not in the slightest.
Well, I'd say you were scared stiff. That's why you couldn't fight straight. You've made a fortune out of him, but you had to do it crookedly. James Beresford was a gambler, but a fair one. Something you'll never be, a fair fighter.
Now, that's enough, Wilder. I'm not staying here to listen to this. And you'd better watch your step. You're right when you say I have influence now, more than I've ever had. So be careful.
You can't frighten me, Max. I've taken all precautions.
Excuse me, Mr. Corbett. You called for your mail, but this one must have been overlooked. It was at the desk. How it got there, I can't say. It must have just arrived by hand.
Oh. Well, thank you. Excuse me, Wilder. What? Well, that's strange. That handwriting, it looks like...
Well, go on. Open it up then, old boy. Might be important.
We can't end it like this. You cannot get rid of me. I shall always be near. I will call upon you at your home in Eaton Square next Thursday evening, exactly at 9 o'clock. You will see me. You cannot avoid it. Jimmy. Oh, what the devil?
What's up, Max? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Not bad news, I hope. Something frightened you? Again? What is it this time? Something real or something imaginary? Or is it the fact that you have a guilty conscience?
The next few days were very busy ones for me. I was either out in the cold, misty London streets visiting sick patients or attending to them in my surgery. I hardly saw Holmes, and when I did, he was usually coming in or going out of 221B Baker Street so muffled up that I could scarcely recognize him. Then, about 2 days after the inquest on the death of James Beresford, we had a caller. The morning was a foggy one. Gas lamps burned in the streets long after daylight. It was surprisingly cold, and Mrs. Hudson arrived later than usual. She was not pleased to receive a visitor in these circumstances.
Oh, now, what on earth? Oh, it's going to be one of those days. Yes?
I want to see Sherlock Holmes, Mark.
I'm not so sure that you can. Have you an appointment?
No, but it's early. He must be at home. That is, if he isn't still in bed.
Mr. Holmes is always up early, but he doesn't like to be disturbed at this hour. Now, if you give me...
No, look here, that's enough. Let me in. I didn't come all this way to argue with a common washerwoman on a doorstep.
Common washerwoman, indeed.
The rooms are upstairs. Very well, I'll find my own way.
You can't charge him like this, sir. You want to know who you are and what your business is. It's my job to look after him and see that he isn't put upon by the likes of people like you.
Come in, quiet.
Yes, what is it?
This man pushed his way in, sir, and he demands to see you. Mr. Holmes, I couldn't keep him out.
That's all right. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. You may come back to clear breakfast in 10 minutes.
Oh, Common washerwoman, indeed.
Come in, Mr. Corbett. Take a seat. You know Dr. Watson?
How do you do? No, I don't know, Watson. But I'm glad to see you remember me, Holmes. We've met a couple of times at the club, haven't we?
That is correct. May I ask the purpose of this surprise visit? Oh, it's all right. You may speak freely in front of my friend. I have no secrets from him. Well?
I'm being persecuted, and I want you to put a stop to it.
Persecuted? You mean someone is threatening you? You're in bodily danger in some way? A threat to your well-being? Then why not go to the police?
Oh, no. There's nothing tangible for the police to get their teeth into. It's far too subtle. The fact is that since my good friend and ex-partner James Beresford killed himself, someone's been persecuting me. I've received a note. Here, I'll show it to you. It was delivered at the club. It's a stupid joke, of course, someone with a perverted sense of humour. It's written, as you can see, as though it came from Jimmy Beresford. The handwriting is the same.
My dear Corbett, if you know this is just a malicious trick, then why not burn it and forget the whole matter?
Because it won't stop there. It hasn't. I'm being watched, followed. I know I am. And I've seen him. Not once or twice, but several times.
Seen him? Seen whom?
Well, someone, disguised as Jimmy. Okay, coming out of the fog. Why, only yesterday I banged into him. I could have sworn it actually was him. Tall, big, dressed in the way that Jimmy always dressed. Even the same cigars, the smell. The fact is that someone's trying to scare me, break my concentration.
If that was the objective, it certainly succeeded. You seem very distrait.
Well, it's getting on my nerves. Well, of course it is. I'm too busy a man to be bothered by such petty things. I'm going to get married soon. I don't... This going on a moment longer. You've got to stop it, Holmes.
I fail to see quite what I can do.
Well, catch whoever it is behind all this. I'll pay you any amount of money you want. Now, look, today is Tuesday. And in that blasted note, it says that whoever it is going to call on me at 9 o'clock on Thursday.
Well?
Well, here's your chance. You've got 2 days. Now, catch whoever it is that's tormenting me. Arrest him. Hunt him out. Scare the living daylights out of him. Warn him that if this persecution continues, he'll be dealt with. I don't quite know what methods you can use. I don't care. Just tell me how much you want to offer me complete protection.
Mr. Corbett, I'm a private detective. I only deal in very important criminal matters. I am not a bodyguard. And cases like this are of no interest to me whatsoever.
You mean you won't take the case?
May I clear now, sir?
I do not consider that there is a case, Corbett. Yes, Mrs. Hudson. You may take away the breakfast things and see this gentleman to his carriage.
Oh, very well. But you'll be sorry for all this. And I don't need that creature to show me out. Goodbye.
We've had some ill-mannered people in these here rooms, Mr. Holmes, but he must rate as the worst chink. Novi reach, that's what the French should call him.
I am inclined to agree, but forget it, Mrs. Hudson.
But he called me a common washerwoman and a creature.
It really doesn't matter.
That's all very well. But people in glass houses shouldn't try to put the straw that breaks the camel's back through the eye of a needle.
A plethora of mixed metaphors, Mrs. Hudson, but you made your point.
Ta!
After Max Corbett left, Holmes was strangely silent. He returned to his seat by the fire and relit his pipe. He knew far more than he'd told me, and wasn't going to tell me more. I packed my things and prepared to leave on my daily rounds. As I put on my overcoat and gloves, he said...
You will be free this evening, won't you, Watson?
No, I have no appointments, but I doubt if I shall be home before 7.
That's all right. Ample time to get over to Eaton Square by 9.
Where Corbett lives. We're to pay a call upon him?
That's right. Although I'm quite sure he will have another unexpected visitor before then, but we must be ready for all emergencies.
A young lady to see you, sir. Her card.
Oh, thank you. Miss Gillian Marsh, secretary to Mr. James Beresford. Oh, what's the time here?
8 o'clock, Mr. Corbett.
Oh, all right. Show in.
Very good, sir. This way, please, miss.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Corbett.
Good evening.
I don't think we've met. I was Mr. Beresford's secretary. I have called because I wanted to know if you could help me. Have you any similar work for me to do? I'm very experienced in your type of business, and I'm now unemployed. I'd be grateful for some help.
Well, sit down, Miss Marsh. This seems a most odd time for you to call, hardly business hours. But let's not bother about that. You say you worked for Jimmy Beresford. I never saw you in his office.
I worked for him at his home. I was a private secretary.
I see. Then you must know all his correspondence. Tell me, Miss Marsh, Have you ever seen this note before?
James Beresford's writing. Shall see you, Eaton Square. Call on Tuesday evening. Exactly at 9.
What's that? Tuesday evening? No, it says Thursday evening.
Oh, no. No, you're mistaken. I know this writing. It's Tuesday.
But that's today. I made all the preparations for Thursday. I'm going to Paris that morning. It can't be Tuesday. It can't be. It's 8 o'clock.
And Jimmy will be here within the hour. I'll leave you to face him, Mr. Corbett.
No, don't go. Please don't. I have to think. You see, I've been having the strangest hallucinations. I've been seeing Beresford ever since he died. He's been standing on street corners, at the club, getting out of carriages, just standing there, haunting me. And now he's supposed to be coming here within the hour. Are you sure that note says Tuesday?
Of course. Look for yourself. How odd. Of course, even the signature could be misinterpreted. Instead of Jimmy, it could be Jilly. Oh, I realized that before.
Before? You mean you've seen this note before? Now, tell me. Tell me all about it. I pay you well. Anything you can do to put my mind at rest. Just prove this is a stupid, malicious joke and set my mind at rest. Please help me.
You really are frightened, aren't you? Frightened that the doorbell will ring, and through that door will walk the ghost of James Beresford to torment your soul. Well, all right. I'll set your crooked little mind at rest. No one will be coming here.
How do you know?
Because I wrote that note. I wrote it after he died. You see, I wasn't his secretary. I am his niece. Uncle Jimmy was one of the best. You had him hunted down and you were glad when he was killed. Well, I wanted to make you suffer as he must have suffered. I could imitate Uncle's handwriting. I did it because I wanted to see what kind of a man you were. I've proved it. You are a cheap coward.
Oh, is that so? Indeed. Well, don't think that a chit of a girl like you is going to show me up. You think you've taught me a lesson? Well, I'll teach you now, here and now. I'll show you to start with.
How dare you! How dare you! Stop! Just stop it!
Show me up, will you? You little vixen over here. How's this?
Right, that's enough, Corbett. Leave her alone. Watson, take care of him.
Come on. Who do you want me to deal with you?
You all right, Miss Marsh?
Yes, I'm all right.
Maximilian! Just what does all this mean?
Abigail. Well, how did you... Why are you here?
I was asked by Mr. Sherlock Holmes to come here this evening. He said I would learn something to my advantage. I seem to have done so. I'm leaving. I have nothing to say to you now, and I shall have nothing to say to you in the future.
But I can explain all this. I can explain. It's a trick.
Perhaps, Miss Stratton, you would like to take this note. It will explain that what you have seen was premeditated. Max always plans everything, down to the last detail.
Thank you. I'm grateful I found out the worst before it's too late. Good night, gentlemen. Goodbye, Maximilian.
It wasn't until we were back at Baker Street that Holmes confessed his part in the unmasking of Max Corbett. He puffed at his pipe with satisfaction.
You see, I agreed with Gillian Marsh. Something should be done to curb this man's ambitions. So I plotted with her to show up the weaker side of his nature. I even impersonated James Beresford. I'm quite good at disguises, you know, and could well remember how the man looked and walked. Then, when we had preyed upon his mind long enough, we brought things to a climax, making sure that his fiancée, Abigail Stratton, saw what kind of a man he really was. Now, rumours will spread after this. I shall think it will be many long days before he dares show his face at the Diogenes Club, for instance. Hardly a criminal case, I agree, but one where I think justice has been done. Don't you agree, Watson?
Oh, Joe, yes, very clever, although perhaps not entirely ethical.
Well, the man is defeated in a much more gracious manner than he has defeated many others. My conscience is quite clear.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Ah, come on, James. Cheer up. Take a drink. These things happen.
Oh, I know. But I didn't think it'd ever happen to me. I guess I'm going to live to regret it. My life is simply broken apart.
Heck, no, it hasn't. Marriages are breaking up every day. Folk, get over it. Look, I'll tell you what you need.
What?
You need a complete break, and I've got just the idea. What about a trip to Great Britain, huh? We can rustle up the money somehow. It's Queen Victoria's Jubilee year. In June, they're having a big celebration. 21st of June is the great day. What say we go over and join in, huh?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Basildon Estate.
It was 1887, Queen Victoria's Jubilee year, and the spring was quite perfect. The days were sunny and bright. Daffodils bloomed in the parks as workmen became busy cleaning statues and public buildings, and London began to wear a festive air. Sherlock Holmes had just returned from the capitals of Europe, where he'd been working on a case of international importance. He was extremely pleased to be back home and sat for long hours at our windows in Baker Street, looking down at the traffic and the people in the street below.
I must admit, it's very pleasant to be back in London and surrounded by all the old familiar things, Watson. One tries not to apply sweeping statements and generalization about other nationalities, but the fact is that the Germans are heavy and humorless, the Italians are excitable, and the French unpredictable. The French women do dress better than others, and they can make a wonderful meal out of hardly anything at all.
I'm glad your stay on the continent makes you appreciate the English, Holmes. Personally, I'm never really happy when I'm abroad. America, well, perhaps is acceptable. Even there, I feel out of place.
It's a vast and interesting country, but for the observant, Americans are quite easy to pick out in a crowd. For instance, Watson, the lady across the road who has just paid off the cabbie of that hansom. Now, she could well be one of our American cousins.
Uh-huh. What makes you say that?
Well, she's unfamiliar with the currency, you see. The cabbie had to show her which coins were which, so she doesn't live in England. Yet she conversed with him fluently enough, which shows that they've been talking in English. She's smartly and expensively dressed, but she's carrying a large buckskin bag instead of the conventional British handbag. It's attached to a length of rawhide carried from the shoulder. When I was in America last year, I saw many women with those bags. I've never seen an Englishwoman use one. She's looking at the numbers of the houses. I think, Watson, we're about to have a visitor. What's the betting against her being an American lady?
Well, she looked quite English to me, but Holmes was right about her visiting us. She walked up the steps with a confident air. The doorbell rang. I remembered it was Mrs. Hudson's day off, so I went down and opened the door. I found myself looking into an amazingly bright pair of blue eyes. This, with a mass of black hair over an oval face and gentle smile, created as lovely a picture as I'd seen that spring. She requested an interview with Holmes in a soft American accent. So, Holmes was right again. Up in our sitting room, she introduced herself.
My name is Charlotte Basildon. I'm from Boston, the USA. I must thank you very much, Mr. Holmes, for granting me this interview without an appointment.
It's my pleasure. You found me at an unusual time. I have nothing important to work upon. I take it that you wish to ask my advice upon some matter of importance. A delicate matter that requires a discreet inquiry, perhaps?
That is quite correct. I am unfamiliar with such procedures in this country. I have, of course, heard of you, and I know that while you have often worked with the police, you are not part of them, and so anything I say will not be repeated. I am most anxious to avoid a scandal. You see, nothing criminal has happened, at least so far.
Oh, please, I understand. Tell me what's troubling you. From the very beginning, when your anxieties started, try not to leave anything out, even though it may seem very unimportant.
Very well, but it is hard to say when I began to worry. You see, the position is this. My husband is heir to a large estate. He's the great-nephew of Lucas C. Basildon, the Texas cattle millionaire. L.C., as he is popularly known by, has never married. He is now a very old man and quite ill. He has no near relatives except my husband James and another great-nephew, Philip. Philip has proved himself just a no-good. He's a wastrel, a knockabout. What we call smart Alec. In fact, the very reverse of my husband.
I see. Carry on.
James is a very independent man. When young, he scorned Elsie's wealth and influence and went up to Australia to make his own way. The family lost touch with him, so much so that they assumed he was dead. During this time, Philip led a life of ease and luxury. He got into debt, but his prospects were extremely good. He was to inherit Elsie's vast estate. He went to a moneylender and raised a huge sum of money. He speculated, and with his usual carelessness, lost most of it.
And then your husband returned from the dead, as it were?
Quite. You realize what this means, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, yes. Being the eldest and nearest, he's able to claim the estates when Lucas C. Basildon dies. Phillips will be out in the cold, and the moneylender will have absolutely no chance of getting that vast sum, plus interest, back again. So this means, between the moneylender and his money, there only stands your husband's life. Proceed, please.
Well, old Elsie is very ill. The doctors hold out very little hope. And, well, the fact is that I am convinced that during the next few days, an attempt will be made upon my husband's life. And the attempt will be made here, in London.
Your husband is in London. Do you know where he's staying?
No, but he is here. He came over with a man called Peter Cottrell. Peter Cottrell is in the pay of Amos Feltman, the moneylender. James does not know this. He thinks Peter is a good friend. When James and I agreed to separate, Peter saw his chance. He comforted James and suggested this trip to England. Since I left my husband, I have found out many things. One is that Peter Cottrell stands to gain $20,000 if the estate goes to Philip and not James. In other words, $20,000 is the blood money the moneylender will pay him to kill James.
I see. And James thinks Peter is his best friend. A very nasty trap. But forewarned is forearmed. All we have to do is to find your husband. Have you any means of identification?
Oh, I have a photograph of my husband. It is here in my bag. Here it is. And on the back is his name and address in Boston. That is our old address. I am staying at the Westbury Hotel in New Bond Street. You can reach me there any time. Please, Mr. Holmes, you will see what you can do to help me, won't you?
Very well, Mrs. Basildon. I will try to help you.
Thank you. I would stress the fact that I don't wish the police or the newspapers to know about this. It would create a dreadful scandal, and that would easily find its way back to the States.
I quite understand. I shall see what I can do. Now, may I offer you coffee before my friend Watson calls a cab to take you back to your hotel? Have no fear. We shall be in touch quite soon.
I saw Charlotte Basildon out and into a hansom cab. I could tell she was most grateful to Holmes, but not at all sure of his chances of success. I was anxious to resume the rounds of my patients, but I had to ask Holmes what he intended to do about this most curious case.
I shall, of course, first check all the fashionable hotels along the park and Piccadilly. The two visitors, Peter Cottrell and James Basildon, will be using their own names. Cottrell dare not do otherwise for fear of rousing his friend's suspicions. They will also be using a bank near at hand. One cannot live without money, especially on a trip from America. They should be quite easy to trace. Yes, I shall find them all right.
And then?
Then I think I shall take a stroll through Soho. If Peter Cottrell is over here with the express intention of killing his best friend, then he will not do the killing himself. He'll hire someone to do the job for him. And that is why I shall seek out our man known as Raoul the Ferret.
Raoul the Ferret? Extraordinary name.
Yes, he's an extraordinary man. I think I know just where to find him. Excuse me now, Watson. There's much work to do.
That cost £9.
Hey, watch it. Watch where you're going.
Oh, it weren't my fault. You should keep your feet yourself.
Oh, is that so? Now, you look here. If you want to make anything of it, let's get out of this crowd.
Yes, that's not a bad idea, Raoul. I don't think we can talk very comfortably in this noise. Let's move down the side street.
What, the wife? It isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That's correct. I haven't seen you for some months. Are you busy?
So. Why? I can accommodate you if it's worthwhile, of course. What's it this time? Information?
Of course. I've reason to believe that an American gentleman by the name of James Basildon is about to meet his end here in London. He's staying at the Grosvenor House Hotel with another American, Peter Cottrell. Cottrell is the man who is behind the assassination. He must be looking for someone to do the job. Heard any rumors, Ron?
None at all. Well, I could ask a few questions.
I shall be very grateful, and my client will pay handsomely. Here, this is a photograph of the intended victim.
Grosvenor House Hotel, you say?
Yes, that's correct. But you'll have to move very quickly. From the inquiries I made this morning, the two men are due to leave for a tour of Scotland within the next 2 days. They're only booked in at the hotel until the day after tomorrow. I know that Cottrell went to his bank at noon today and changed $1,000 American into British sovereigns. Now, this would be the payment for the killing.
Well, that sort of money talks, eh? Well, if there's any talking going on, I'll make sure I hear it. Don't worry, Mr. Holmes. If there's a job being planned, then I shall find out all about it.
Good. But as I say, you must move fast. If Cottrell has the ready cash, and if they're moving out the day after tomorrow, then it's clear that the murder is planned for tomorrow night. Get to work, Raoul. Live up to your name. Ferret it out. And quickly.
I was extremely busy for the rest of that day and saw little of Holmes, who seemed quite preoccupied and didn't mention the Basildon estate case at all, even over breakfast the next morning. But at lunchtime, when I came back to Baker Street, there was a rather scruffy-looking man loitering around the steps of 221B. He inquired after Holmes and said his name was Raoul, and he had something of importance to impart. I knew immediately what it was about and showed him up to our rooms. There, over a tasty luncheon of bubble and squeak, Raoul the ferret told us all he'd uncovered.
How's it to be tonight, Mr. Holmes? The man who's doing the job is Diggs Baker. He's known to have received 100 quid in advance, and the balance is when it's all over.
Yes. Where and how, Raoul?
Somewhere in Greek Street, outside one of the restaurants, I think.
Which one?
I don't know. Diggs is one of his favoured hangouts. A place known as Aristos. Is the most likely. Can't tell you the time either, but could be any time between 8 o'clock and midnight.
Yes, I should imagine the later the better. I doubt if it'll be before 9. Good work, Raoul. Now, here is what I wish you to do. You'll find someone to give you a hand, as this cannot be stopped without plenty of help. I need 3 men to create a street scene. Now, listen very carefully. Having enlisted these men, you will arrange to patrol Greek Street from 8 o'clock onwards. Station yourself outside Aristos, and I shall arrive to give you final instructions. Now, don't worry, there'll be no police interference and as little trouble as possible. Now, finish up the bubble and squeak. There's a lot for us to do. Watson, I take it that you will have completed your day's work by 6 o'clock and will be willing to join in the evening's activity?
If you try to prevent me, there'll be trouble, Holmes.
Good. Very well. We shall meet later, and from 7 o'clock onwards, we shall be outside the Grosvenor House Hotel. Yes, it could be a very long and quite dangerous evening, so both of you come prepared.
I found it hard to concentrate upon my work for the rest of that afternoon. I simply couldn't see how Holmes could prevent an underworld crime of this magnitude without a sensation and perhaps bloodshed. However, I agreed to pocket my service revolver when we left Baker Street, and in the warmth of that April evening, I stood with Holmes opposite the Grosvenor Hotel. It was a good job the evening's so mild, Holmes. At least we can sit on one of the park benches without arousing curiosity.
Yes, that is fortunate.
But can't you tell me what to anticipate? I mean, what form do you think this murder plot will take?
I can't say. I am, however, fairly sure that Peter Cottrell will not be actively involved. That means that James Basildon will somehow be lured into Soho. Yes, that's why we're watching, Watson. If only we knew what was taking place at this very moment between those two men, we should have a clearer idea of how to go about things. I'm only sure that Peter Cottrell is about to put his deadly plan into action. Basildon will, of course, not suspect a thing.
I'm sorry that I have to go out straight away, James, but I must try to fix up this unexpected business with an export firm.
Oh, I thought you'd done all that.
Well, I couldn't finalize it till after hours. Look, it won't take long. Look, I have a table booked at Aristos for 8 o'clock. It's that great little place in Soho. You know, we went there a couple of nights back. Why don't you go there? I'll join you as soon as I fix things up.
I can wait here. As a matter of fact, I don't care if we don't go out at all.
Oh, come on. It's our last night in London until Jubilee Day, and then the city will be crowded. We can have a leisurely meal and maybe fix ourselves up with a couple of girls. There's some great lookers around Aristos.
Oh, no, I kind of dislike that casual stuff. Ever since I left Charlotte, I've been thinking I made a mess of my love life.
No, come on, at least let's have a decent meal out. We came over here to cheer you up, remember?
Oh, all right. I'll meet you at the restaurant at 8 o'clock. But don't keep me waiting there too long, will you, Pete?
I'll be there just as soon as I can. I'll go order your hansom right now. See you later, James. And don't flirt with too many girls till I get there.
There, Watson. See? The hansom cab that is waiting. That is Peter Cottrell getting into it. Quickly, take the other cab and follow him. Stay near him and report back to me in Greek Street as soon as you find out where he is. Now, hurry now, Watson, hurry.
I did as I was told, and it was a most curious experience. For nearly an hour, my cabby followed Cottrell's hansom about the streets of London. Had I not known otherwise, I should have thought the man was simply on a sightseeing tour. We trotted our way round the Tower of London, St. Paul's and the Embankment, and along to Buckingham Palace, before ending back in Park Lane, where Cottrell alighted at the Grosvenor Hotel again. He had clearly simply been killing time. It was 8 o'clock. I inquired from the hotel reception and was told that Mr. Cottrell had just come in, and Mr. Basildon had left half an hour before. I took the hansom to Greek Street.
There you are, Watson. What's your news?
Cottrell led me a rare chase all over London, stopping nowhere, just riding about until he ended up back at the hotel.
Yes, that's much as I anticipated. Meanwhile, Basildon is in that restaurant. I've been in, and he's sitting at a table in a corner and looking very annoyed. Also in the restaurant is the man Raoul the Ferret, as identified as Diggs Baker.
Gracious, Holmes, I'm supposing the killing takes place there.
Not in a district like this, Watson. Restaurants are particular about keeping their custom. No, it'll be when Basildon leaves the place. He's unwise enough to walk towards Soho Square to find a cab, as is most likely. The Diggs will almost certainly follow. A scuffle, a flash of a knife, and then it will all be over.
Yes, but what do we do?
Look across the road near the entrance. Raoul and some friends are ready. So is that waiting three-wheeler. There's some movement. Come on, Watson. Basildon's about to leave. We must get to him before Diggs Baker does. Come on.
Evening, sir. Nice evening. You've been needing a cab, sir.
Oh, no, thank you. I shall walk.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, sir. Not if I was you. It's dangerous. Much better to come with me. This way, if you please.
No, look here. I guess you want trouble, and so...
No, that ain't wise. Come on, Philip. Come on.
The street suddenly seemed filled with activity. 3 men seized James Basildon, and within seconds a pad of chloroform was placed over his face. The cab moved forward. Raoul, Holmes, and I clambered in beside the half-unconscious form of Basildon, and we set out at a spanking pace for Baker Street. Once in our rooms, Basildon was given a heavy sleeping draught, and I was told to watch over him. Holmes left once again, and I guessed he was going to interview the man who had caused all this trouble, Peter Cottrell.
You are Peter Cottrell?
That is correct. Who are you? And how dare you force your way into this hotel room?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. You're lucky to be dealing with me and not with our Metropolitan Police or even Scotland Yard.
What are you talking about? Get out of here.
No. You are the person who is going to get out. Get out of the country and keep out. I'd also advise you to stay away from your home in America and the clutches of Amos Feltman, the moneylender, in whose pay you have been for many months.
I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you accuse me of having dealings with moneylenders?
Now stop blustering, Cottrell. James Basildon knows the truth. We have proof of your activities, and Philip Basildon's debts have been made public back in Boston. I'm offering you your one chance to escape from the charge of attempted murder. The man Diggs Baker is prepared to give evidence. Now, will you listen to reason?
What are you going to do?
Nothing, if you obey my instructions. You still have a reasonable amount of money in your account at the bank. Tomorrow you will withdraw it all and buy a ticket on the next packet steamer for France. Once there, you will quietly disappear. If you appear again either in London or Boston, I will have you arrested. The choice is yours. Either make your own way somewhere else in the world or face ruin and imprisonment. Well, Cottrell, what do you say?
Holmes returned surprisingly early and related all that had occurred. James Basildon was fast asleep in the spare room. I kept the adjoining door open during the night in case he woke, but he didn't. It was quite late the next morning when he opened his eyes.
My head. Where the devil am I?
You've woken up at last. That is good. How do you feel?
Who the heck are you? What am I doing here? I haven't been asleep. I've been drugged. I remember now. I was in that restaurant in Greek Street. I came out and I was attacked. Now, I demand an explanation for it. How dare you hold me here against my will?
You are not being held against your will. You have been brought here for your own good. There was a plot against you. You're a very lucky man, Mr. Basildon.
Plot against me? What the devil are you talking about? And how'd you know my name? What does all this mean?
I not only know your name, I know all about you. Your failed marriage, your dying uncle, your trip to Europe. I also know more about you than you know yourself.
Stop talking nonsense. If I'm being held here against my will, then kindly order me a cab and let me return to my hotel. Perhaps my friend Peter Cottrell can sort this out.
Your friend Peter Cottrell is not at the Grosvenor House Hotel. And you will be surprised to hear that he is not your friend, but your most deadly enemy. Now, Mr. Basildon, will you rise and don a dressing gown? Over a good old-fashioned English breakfast of eggs and bacon and Indian tea, I will explain to you in great detail how you are now still living and able to enjoy life on the Basildon estate.
At first, James Basildon was reluctant to accept our hospitality. But he could see that neither Holmes nor I were the criminals he first took us to be. He was a very puzzled man as he sat at our dining table and toyed with breakfast, as Holmes went over the case from the very beginning. As Holmes told the tale, the scepticism gradually faded from Basildon's face, and an expression of wonderment grew in his eyes. The disbelief vanished when Holmes explained that his wife had brought the investigation about, and that it was through her love and loyalty that Cottrell's treachery had been exposed.
I was forced to do a little bluffing in the end. Of course I told Cottrell that I had proof of his dealings with Amos Feltman, the money dealer. I hadn't. I told him also that your cousin Philip's debts were well known. They aren't. I also told him that Diggs Baker was prepared to give evidence against him. He isn't. In fact, Diggs is getting off extremely well with £100 in cash for a crime he wasn't able to commit. Unfortunately, we cannot bring him to book. Not this time. But his type will be caught eventually. Before he does another killing, I hope. But if he goes free, at least you are free also.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, if all you say is true, then I am forever in your debt. I owe you my life. It still seems quite incredible that Peter Cottrell could have, deceived me in such a fashion, but I suppose I have to face the facts. I guess I've been just plain stupid. I should have listened to my wife.
Yes, I think you should. But she's still at the Westbury Hotel, not far from here. When you've finished your breakfast, perhaps you'd like to take a cab round there?
I most certainly will. Thank you, again, both of you.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Well, there is one thing. I guess I'll never get used to drinking tea. Do you think I might beg a cup of strong coffee before I go?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson? I came immediately I received your message. What's wrong with Sherlock Holmes?
Well, I think he's busted an ankle, sir. He's had a nasty fall right here outside the house. I managed to get him up to his room, but oh dear, you know what he's like. Do come in. Perhaps he'll listen to you. He won't take a blind bit of notice of me. Come in. Do your best with him.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A matter of deduction.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Die volgende klassieke advertensie van Springbok Radio se verlede kom met die vergunning van die Springbok Radio Bewaringsvereniging van Suid-Afrika.
Net meer as 'n dekade gelede het 'n paar versiende Suid-Afrikaners bymekaar gekom en die enorme uitdagings van die internasionale oliehandel aangedurf. Vandag, met 'n topgehalte brandstof, 'n volledige reeks olies en reeds meer as 300 volstasies tot in die verste uithoeke van ons land, bied Trek jou die een bymiddel wat regtig saak maak. Trots, want Trek is ons eie. Trek in by die kwagga en maak vol met trots.
One Sunday morning, I'd received an urgent message from Mrs. Hudson to call at my old rooms at Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes was in some sort of trouble. Naturally, I dropped everything and hurried round. I found my old friend lying on the sofa in the sitting room with his right ankle up on a cushion. He refused to take his injuries seriously, but I insisted on a thorough examination.
I told Mrs. Hudson not to bother you, but you know what she's like. She'll have to make a fuss. It's only a slight sprain. Nothing broken.
Well, just hold still for a moment, Holmes, and let me be the judge. Yes, I think you may be right, but the swelling's considerable. You'll certainly have to keep it up for a while. Cold compresses will help. It must be very painful. Right, well, I think that's all I can do for you at the moment, Holmes. If you require anything else, you must just let me know. Oh, seems you have another visitor. Now, whoever it is, don't let them get you up and about. The more you rest that ankle, the quicker it will take to mend. Now, you must promise me to be sensible about this, Holmes. I know what a bad patient you can be, so just try and curb your natural impatience, won't you?
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade to see you. Is it all right if I let him up?
Of course it is, Mrs. Hudson. I'm not at death's door, you know. Oh, and put the kettle on, will you? I might as well have a nice hot cup of tea.
Tea is already on the way. You will stay for a cup, won't you, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. That would be most agreeable.
Very good, sir. This way, Inspector.
Holmes, Watson, quite like old times. I heard that you had suffered an injury, Holmes. Nothing serious, I trust?
Very minor, I'm glad to say. Watson's just attended to me and agrees that it's nothing to worry about. Sit down, Lestrade. Well, tell me what brings you here. Surely it can't just be to inquire about my health.
Oh, I was passing this way. Thought I'd drop in. I see that you've been busy reading the papers. What do you think of this body on the train?
There's hardly sufficient data in this newspaper report. It merely says that upon the arrival of the 2:30 train at Tilbury yesterday, a porter discovered the body of a dead man in a first-class carriage. The man was identified as Mr. Harold Brightly, and he seems to have met his death through a blow on the side of the head, although no weapon that could have caused the wound has yet been found. I presume that there could have been many reasons for this.
Any theories?
Hardly. You know, I never go by conjecture, only by facts. Brightly could have been struck by an assailant who left the carriage at an earlier stop, taking the murder weapon with him. On the other hand, he might have leaned out of the open window and been hit by an object on the side of the line, even a passing train. But you must have a professional interest in this, Lestrade. What have you uncovered so far?
Well, I must admit that I have been called in. The Essex police asked for Scotland Yard, and I was approached. I'm happy to say that I've solved the whole case. Not bad in so short a time, eh? Brightly was murdered, all right, by his own nephew.
Just a moment. Please start from the beginning. It's only from there that I can sift out the evidence and form my own opinions.
Well, to start with the body. At first it appeared that Brightly had been struck a terrific blow by a blunt instrument. There was a wound of about 2 inches on the right side of his head. But, on closer examination by the police surgeon, it was found that death was due to a bullet from what would seem to be an ordinary army rifle, which was found embedded in the brain.
Shooting in a train. Interesting. What position was the body in?
In the right-hand corner facing the engine, although I don't consider that of any great importance.
All facts are important in a case of murder, but pray continue.
Well, of course, the first thing to do was to find out more about the dead man and discover a reason why anyone should wish to murder him. Now, Brightly lived with his daughter in a small place called Ben Fleet on the way to Southend. He worked in the city, and yesterday, being Saturday, he left his office at about 1. He lunched at a restaurant near Fenchurch Station and took the 2:30 train. Brightly was in business with his nephew, importers, a young fellow called Roy Simmons. Roy Simmons' mother was Brightly's sister, who'd been dead for a couple of years, and in the Brightly was a very aristocratic man, travelled first class. Simmons is a bit of a wild type. Not much cash. Always travels third. He almost missed the train. Jumped aboard at the last minute. He knew his mates in the army were in the carriage higher up, and so, and this is the interesting part, Holmes, he admits to having scrambled along the footboard outside the train to the third-class carriages. The workman on the line reported having seen a man in uniform with a rifle on his back hanging on to the outside of the train.
Ah. So you think he was able to shoot his uncle through the open carriage window and then join his friend in
the moment the inquest is over, I shall issue an order for Roy Simmons' arrest. And although I say it myself, I think it's extremely quick work.
Oh, it's quick all right, Lestrade. There's no doubt about that. But is it correct? That is the point.
Here you are, sir. Tea.
A timely interruption, Mrs. Hudson. Would you like to pour, Watson? I'm somewhat incapacitated. Oh, and Lestrade, do promise me that you won't make any move on this rather unusual case until I've given the matter far more thought, won't you? 2 sugars for me, as usual. Thank you, Watson.
Holmes managed to steer the conversation away from Lestrade's latest case, but I could tell that his interest had been fully roused. He motioned me to stay on after we'd taken tea, and when Lestrade had left, he once again picked up the newspaper and studied the account of the murder.
Singular case, Watson. Of course, Lestrade is flushed with pride, and I suspect that he only called in here to show me that he was in complete command of the situation.
Well, he does seem to have a very good case, Holmes.
I question that, Watson. Unfortunately, I'm unable to carry out a full investigation. I can only think the matter out from this couch. As you know, I always like to visit the scene of the crime personally and collect my own facts from first-hand observation. But this wretched sprained ankle prevents any such course. I can but rely upon second-hand evidence. You wouldn't be prepared to act for me on this matter, would you, Watson?
Well, I'll do everything I can, Holmes, but as you know, I've not your powers of observation and deduction. I could very easily jump to the wrong conclusion.
Not nearly as readily as our good friend Lestrade, I do assure you. So you will help?
Well, if I can, of course, yes.
Good. Then the first thing I would like you to do is this. Oh, dear. That seems to be my morning for visitors, doesn't it? Mrs. Hudson will be asking for weekends off in future.
No, she won't while you're laid up. She's far too loyal. Would you rather I came again later, Holmes?
No. I should prefer you to stay if you have the time.
Oh, very well.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Young lady and gentleman to see you. Mr. Roy Simmons and Miss Joyce Rightly.
This becomes most interesting. Pray do come in, both of you. Meet my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Excuse the fact that I cannot stand.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to have called without an appointment, but this really is a most urgent matter. May I introduce Miss Brightly?
Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
I think I can tell why you're here. You've been interviewed by Scotland Yard, have you not, Mr. Simmons? And you fear an immediate arrest for the murder of your uncle.
Oh, that's true, Mr. Holmes. But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it.
He didn't, Mr. Holmes. I know he didn't. Oh, please, can't you help us?
I will certainly try my best. If it's any consolation, I must say straight away that I believe you are entirely innocent, Mr. Simmons. I'm quite sure of that. But how can we prove it? That is the tricky question, isn't it? Only by finding the true murderer.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000. Or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, 2 worlds in one.
I had a chance to study the young couple, and quickly formed the opinion that, although they were cousins, they were very fond of each other, They made no secret about this. Roy Simmons explained.
I think I must explain, Mr. Holmes, that one of the reasons that I didn't get along very well with my uncle was the fact that Joyce and I have been in love for some while. There was a resentment upon his part. We tried to explain. He wouldn't listen. He was always a very stubborn man. He was against cousins marrying, and, well, I know he thought I just wasn't good enough for Joyce.
I think that had he lived, he'd have come round to accepting us together. But then this dreadful tragedy occurred, and for the way that Scotland Yard works it out, things look very black for us. That's why we decided to come to you. Oh, please. You say you believe in Roy, but that you have to find out the true murderer. But how can you do so, Mr. Holmes? There is simply no one who has a motive to kill my father. How can there be?
All this will be revealed in good time, Miss Brightly. I requested Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard not to make any positive moves against Mr. Simmons until I've had time to collect many more facts. Tell me when the inquest will be held.
On Tuesday morning. It means we have so little time.
I suppose you'll be unable to be present, Mr. Holmes.
My good friend Dr. Watson tells me that I must remain here and not put any weight upon my injured ankle. I regret that all inquiries will have to be done for me by Watson. However, I see no reason to despair. I take it that you can hold yourself available for any interviews or journeys that I can arrange on your behalf, Mr. Simmons?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Here's my card. I live in a small apartment in Ashworth Road, Paddington. I'll be at home from now on.
I shall be back at the family home at Benfleet. Please feel free to call me at any time, Mr. Holmes. It's imperative that this dreadful tragedy is solved immediately.
I shall certainly do my best. Just a few questions before you leave, and then the investigation will be taken over by Dr. Watson. Now, a detailed account of your movements from the moment you caught that train in your soldier's uniform, if you please, Mr. Simmons.
Roy Simmons gave us a clear account of his actions of the previous day, and I could tell from the frank and yet clumsy way he told his tale that it was the truth. It was a confession of some bravado, but I believed every word of it. Holmes sat back on the sofa, the tips of the fingers of each hand placed gently together, his eyes half closed as though picturing all he was told. Eventually he smiled and dismissed the couple, promising them that he would take action immediately. When they'd been shown out by Mrs. Hudson, he made several immediate requests.
Firstly, Watson, my books. Railway timetable and ordnance maps from the shelves by the fireplace, if you don't mind.
Yes.
This case is becoming remarkably interesting. I think you'll find the red-bound books are the ones. A 6-inch survey map that covers the countryside from Rainham to Purdham.
Let's see. These the ones you want?
Yes, those are they. Yes, now this is what I'm looking for. Come, study this with me, Watson. You see, here is the railway, and here, running alongside, is the country road. Now, it breaks way round about here, because it enters Rainham Marsh. There are rifle ranges there, and here. Now, this presumably was where the reserve soldiers were doing their afternoon practice. Roy Simmons must have been shooting on this one. Yes, this is most interesting. I'm afraid I must ask you to take a trip down to Rainham, Watson. I want as much information as can be obtained from the warden in charge of the ranges. Take Roy Simmons with you. He'll know the terrain. And while you're at it, I think you should go by train from Fenchurch Street, occupy a first-class carriage, sit on the right-hand side facing the engine, and carry out a simple experiment. Will you?
Of course I agreed, and some 2 hours later found myself on the South End train from London. I had the maps open upon my knee, and Roy Simmons explained the countryside in great detail. I was very conscious of my own inadequacies, realizing that Holmes would make far more out of everything than I could. But I tried to follow his instructions as carefully as possible. Now, what I wish you to do, Simmons, is to stand up over there by the opposite window and hold that walking stick as though you would a rifle. Now, point it at me. Now, hold your aim as steadily as you can.
Very well. I think it won't be easy. I might add that I'm not the best of shots. That's why I was part of the team that had to put in extra practice. However, here goes. Yes. Now, you mean like this?
That's it, as though the stick's coming through the window.
Tricky.
How's that? Yes, I think I see what Holmes is after. You're having a hard time pointing that stick accurately. And if you were outside on the running board, holding on with one hand, it would be virtually impossible to aim accurately through the window. The motion of the train would have thrown you off. Well, that's one theory taken care of.
Thank goodness for that. I don't mind admitting that I was scared stiff hanging on out there anyway. It was only my mates cheering me on that kept me going. But, Dr. Watson, my uncle was killed in this train. I didn't do it, so who the devil did?
Well, I can't answer that, but a glimmer of light is beginning to dawn. Perhaps after we've visited the rifle ranges, we shall have a better idea. How much farther to the stop where we get off? And will there be anyone there on a Sunday afternoon? The journey didn't take more than another 15 minutes, and there was a warden in charge of the Rainham Marsh Range. He explained that there was no activity at that particular time.
Oh, nothing going on at the moment. Always quiet on a Sunday. It's weekdays and Saturdays that we're busy.
Yesterday, the Army Reserves were in action, I understand. Do you mind showing me exactly where the practice took place?
It was over there on number 8 range, wasn't it, Warden? I was part of the team.
Oh, that's so. A bunch of right rotten shots you were, too. Yes, that's where you were firing. You notice that the butts are placed right against the fence. Beyond that's the marsh and the river.
Oh, so that if anyone was particularly wild with their firing, there could be no danger from flying bullets.
Oh, heaven help us, no. That's why the place is designed as it is. Very little danger here. The red flags go up, of course, and no one's allowed to walk across. Never been any accidents, I'm thankful to say. Of course, on the other side, there's a house or two and the railway, but, well, the fire doesn't go in that direction.
Excuse me, Warden, but wasn't there other activity going on down here during yesterday afternoon? I think I heard some of the men talking about some unusual firing.
Oh, aye, that's right, yeah. Over there, number 9 range. Special testing going on from Woolwich. Newfangled sort of gun, a sort of repeater device. Testing it out they were. I can't say whether it was a great success or not. War Office were in charge, you see. It's all very secret and hush-hush.
I see. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to keep us here, Simmons. We'd better be getting back to Baker Street and report to Holmes. I'm afraid he won't be at all impressed. I'm not a very good substitute, I'm afraid. Oh, thank you, Warden. You've been very kind. Come on, Simmons. We shall just be in time to take the return train. Back at Baker Street, I made the report to Holmes in as detailed a manner as possible. Roy Simmons helped me by drawing a rough sketch of the position of the rifle ranges and the railway and confirming all that had taken place. Holmes was naturally impatient and annoyed that he had been able to conduct the investigation in person. He studied the survey maps and our sketches in great detail.
It's no use, Watson. I shall have to go down there myself.
Oh, but Holmes, you can't. It's important that you do not use that leg in its present state.
I shall take a stout stick and put very little weight upon the ankle. I'm quite convinced that the answer to this case lies on that rifle range. We've proved that no one on that train could have committed the murder. The rifle range has got to be the answer. Please, be good enough to get in touch with Lestrade at Scotland Yard. He must hire a 4-wheeler, and we shall drive down there. Now, there's a path that goes across the marshes. I shall conduct the investigation from there. Come. Enough time has been wasted as it is. We must get back to Rainham while it's still light. Hurry, Watson. Hurry.
And so, yet again, I made the journey down to Rainham. Holmes was silent for most of the journey, and I could tell that Lestrade thought the whole thing a waste of time. Once on the rifle range, Holmes produced some powerful field glasses and studied the countryside. He seemed particularly interested in number 9 range, where the new rifle tests had been conducted.
Most extraordinary. It's very good of you to give us so much of your time, Warden. Tell me a little more about this test rifle. Was it held by hand by one of the men from Woolwich?
Oh, no, sir. A special clamp was used to hold it quite steady. Very powerful gun it is, too. Something went wrong right at the end of the test. It slipped from the clamp, I believe, and the last round must have gone off over in the river over there.
Ah, something went wrong and the target was missed. That's just the information I was looking for. Watson, Lestrade, study the scene before you. Imagine, if you can, what would happen if bullets from a highly powered gun got sprayed about this range.
I can't see that it would make much difference. As the warden says, they would simply have gone by the target and into the marsh or river.
Yes, unless one bullet was deflected in some way. It is possible. In fact, more than possible. Watson, lend me that rather burly shoulder of yours to lean upon. I'm about to hop my way across the grass and show you just how Brightly was killed. It was not murder at all. It was a pure accident. Come, let me explain.
As we helped Holmes to stagger across the rifle range, he began to explain his theory. It all began to make sense. Even Lestrade was impressed and forced to listen. I was staggered that the facts could have been placed together so accurately without Holmes having been anywhere near the scene of the death.
It was clear from the beginning that Simmons could never have killed his uncle. In the first place, if he was on the train, then he would have had to fire at very close range. A rifle bullet would have simply gone through the man's head and not lodged in the brain. It was obvious that the bullet that killed Brightly was very near the end of its flight, and so must have been fired from a long way off. Now, although the rifle used on this range was pointing in the wrong direction, supposing it hit that metal flagstaff in front of us, it would then have ricocheted off, been deflected, and entered the open window of the passing train. A bullet deflected in this way usually turns over and over in its flight, and that would account for the unusual size of the wound. There, look up there on the flagstaff. That is a recent scar where the paint has been chipped away. I submit to you that that is how Brightly was killed. Check the times of the train against the last round fired by that new rifle from Woolwich, and I think you have the case solved. Don't you, Lestrade? And an innocent man will be able to go free. Saved purely by a method of deduction. Elementary. Not so, my dear Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Who is it? It's Jimmy Richardson, Mr. Bishop.
Oh, very well, Jimmy. Wait just a moment. What the? Who are you? Get him quickly. Get him quickly.
Chloroform, quickly. Don't make so much noise. Get him. It's all right, I got him. And he got lost. Yes, easy now. That's it. Good. Good, he's out. We've got him.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Missing Inventor.
Over the years, I've been privileged to chronicle hundreds of the cases that Sherlock Holmes has worked on, and most of them, I'm happy to say, have been extremely successful. A few have been failures, and many so secret that Holmes has strictly forbidden me to write even the briefest account of them. But as the years pass and the names of the people involved fade from importance and the events become forgotten reports in the yellow ink pages of newspapers, Holmes has relaxed his rules and allowed me to give an accurate account of how his influence and authority has actually changed the policies of many high officials. There was one case that is now over 10 years old. It happened back in 1881. I was still living in the rooms at 221B Baker Street. I clearly remember that it was summer, and for England, a rather beautiful summer, filled with clear skies, warm days, and leisurely evenings. But Holmes was rather bored, and, as always in these circumstances, he scanned the newspapers for any sort of unsolved crime.
Nothing at all, Watson. The fine weather has made all London content. Not a single crime of interest reported in the daily press.
Oh, surely you should be glad of that, Holmes. No law-abiding citizen can actually want a crime to happen.
No, of course not. But the average person can give vent to his feelings in various ways. He can read books of violence and murder, adventure stories where the hero does things he dare not do himself. He can go to the theatre and rid himself of the emotions of anger and hatred. Unfortunately, I am unable to do that. I have to remain apart, to be analytical, dispassionate. I need something real to occupy my mind, not some fictional fantasy. That's why the only thing in this evening's paper that interests me is the so-called agony column, the personal cry for help. For instance, listen to this. It says here, "Colin, please come back. I forgive you and I am truly sorry, Florence." Now, that's human drama, if you like. Now, there's another here. The gentleman who helped an elderly lady to a hansom cab on Tuesday the 15th in Regent Street, please answer this box number, where he will hear something to his advantage. Or even better still, what about this one? "All is well with higher clergy. Await instructions, Seabird." Now, doesn't that stir the imagination, Watson? Can you work out what those messages mean in terms of human relationships?
No, I can't. But, well, we approach life from different angles, Holmes. I'm concerned with the physical well-being of my patients, and I'm content to heal their bodies as best I can. I leave the imaginative workings of the mind to you.
Ah, a visitor. This could prove interesting. I wonder if Mrs. Hudson's still with us.
Yes, I think she is yet to say good night. She usually pops her head in. Yes, I think she's answering the door.
Well, I know I have no appointments this evening. Oh, well, at least it will alleviate the boredom.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes. A young gentleman to see you, sir. He says it's an urgent matter, but he ain't got no appointment. Have you the time?
All the time in the world, Mrs. Hudson. Show him in, please.
Yeah, right, sir. This way, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I must beg your pardon. This is an intrusion, but I do need your help. You are Sherlock Holmes?
At your service. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do?
Whatever it is you have to say may be said in front of him. We work together on most of my cases. Please do sit down. I see that you have walked here. You must be fatigued in this hot weather. Place your jacket over that chair. Feel free to smoke your pipe if you wish.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what is it that you're so anxious to talk to me about? Is it something connected with your past in the merchant navy, or your present job, which is to do with explosives?
Good heavens, Mr. Holmes. I was told that you were swift to deduce things, but how do you know all this about me?
I know very little about you, except that you walk like a seaman, that you have a tattoo mark from Australia on your right forearm, and that while your hands are well kept, suggesting that you do not indulge in manual work, the hairs on both hands and arms have been recently scorched. Those type of burns are usually associated with experiments with some form of gunpowder. Are you perhaps a scientist of some sort?
Well, I'm amazed at your perception. Yes, I am. My name is Jimmy Richardson. I've had quite a checkered career, which did include a long stint at sea. I've always been interested in chemical and explosive research. At the moment, I work for Mr. Giles Bishop in his experimental workshop at Twickenham. I've been with him for a little over a year now, and, well, it's because of him that I'm here. You see, Mr. Bishop is an inventor, quite a brilliant one. He's been perfecting a new type of gun. If he succeeds in selling the invention, it could revolutionize modern infantry warfare. He was to have given a demonstration next week. Everything has been going splendidly, and we are both sure of success. But, well, you see, Mr. Bishop has simply disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, without trace. We were due to carry out final tests at the workshop yesterday afternoon. I arrived, let myself in with my key, and did some paperwork while waiting for him. He didn't arrive. I worked until 10 o'clock and then packed up and went home. I thought some technical matter arising from his negotiations with the War Office might have delayed him. Well, I woke early this morning and was once again at work before him. When he didn't arrive by 10 o'clock, I once again locked up and went round to his lodgings. The landlady, Mrs. Craddock, said he hadn't been seen since the previous evening. His bed was not slept in. He must have been missing for 2 days, and I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what could have happened to him.
You've been to the police?
No, I think the very nature of Mr. Bishop's work indicates that I should stay away from the police. Frankly, Mr. Holmes, I'm worried that someone is after our new invention. In the hands of a foreign power, it could have a devastating effect upon our military position in many parts of the world.
You have evidence that the secrets of this new gun have been leaked abroad?
No evidence at all. I've made a complete check of the workshop. All the equipment is intact. All the relative papers are safely under lock and key. Nothing is missing. I would know if there was. It's all untouched exactly as it should be for our demonstration.
And then you're worried for Mr. Bishop personally?
Yes. He's a wonderful man. It would be much more to the advantage of a foreign power to kidnap him and force all the knowledge from him than it would be to simply take the gun and its secrets. Please, won't you help to try and trace what has happened to him? It is far more important than I've been able to explain. I know that Mr. Bishop would not go off at this crucial time without letting me know what he was doing. He must have been abducted, forced away against his will. It's an urgent matter, Mr. Holmes. Please say that you will help.
Of course, Holmes agreed. Even if it had not been such a slack period in his career, I think he would have taken the case. His first reaction was typical. After taking Jimmy Richardson's address and making an appointment to see him early the next morning, he invited me out to dine. We hailed a hansom cab, and to my surprise, Holmes requested that we be driven to the Diogenes Club. And once there, of course, he asked for his brother Mycroft, who invited us to join him. There was another gentleman in the party, Mr. James Jules.
Good to see you both. Do join us, sir. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. James Jules. Jules is my brother Sherlock and his colleague, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do?
Jules is in the Defense Ministry.
How do you do? This is a most timely meeting. As a matter of fact, I have one or two queries regarding an interesting case that has come my way. Perhaps between the two of you, you might be able to give me a little advice.
I've heard so much about you from your brother that I doubt if I can advise you on anything. But I shall be a very avid listener.
Let's order a drink, sir, and you can tell us what's on your mind, Sherlock. Waiter, same again, please. And 2 more scotch and sodas. That will be to your liking, won't it, Watson?
Thank you, yes.
I know my brother's taste. Well, now, tell us what it is that you're interested in at the moment, Sherlock. More murder and mayhem?
I sincerely hope not. No, I'm inquiring about an inventor named Giles Bishop. I believe he's recently been in touch with the War Office. I'd like to check up on him.
Jules will tell you more than I can. Although I do know the name, of course.
Giles Bishop. Yes, I know him. Bit of a crank. Comes up with all manner of ideas. Some of them might work, but they're very extreme. As a matter of fact, he's got an application in for a demonstration regarding some newfangled invention. Wants to sell it to an armaments firm. Can only do so if the defense boys recommend it. I can tell you here and now the chances are very slim. Of course, one has to have experiments in all fields in order to get progress. But frankly, I'd say Bishop's simply far too visionary. Lots of our people think he's as mad as a hatter. What's your interest in him, Holmes?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I should very much like to meet him. But he seems to be out of town at the moment.
A good thing, if you ask me. Won't be bothering us every 5 minutes. I'd say whatever your problem is, you'd be well advised to forget it.
Here are the drinks. Your very good health, gentlemen.
I was surprised that Holmes appeared to take James Jules' advice, for he immediately changed the subject, and during and after an excellent dinner, the matter was not referred to again. We left the club quite early and took a hansom back to Baker Street. Holmes appeared thoughtful and hardly spoke. It wasn't until we were actually outside 221B that he showed any sign of interest. For having paid off the cab, we found young Jimmy Richardson waiting on the pavement.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I've been waiting for you. I have to tell you, I have received a letter from Mr. Bishop. He says there is nothing wrong and that he has simply gone away for a few days to think things out. But the letter is a fake. I'm sure it is. Please, won't you study it and give me some advice? I know it's late, but please, won't you agree?
I'd rarely known a case start off so very tamely. I was surprised when instead of dismissing Jimmy Richardson, Holmes actually readily agreed and showed the young man upstairs to our sitting room. There, he asked to see the letter from the missing inventor.
Dear Richardson, a short note to say that I've gone away into the country for a week. I've been at it too hard, and I'm inclined to rather overdo it a bit. I want you to clearly understand that there is nothing to worry about. I will see to everything when I return. I want you to simply carry on as usual. Yours, Giles B. This is his handwriting?
Oh, yes, it's his handwriting. No doubt about that. I don't think anyone has forged the note, but he must have been forced to write it. To start with, he would never call me Richardson. He would write Dear Jimmy. And then here, he would never sign himself Giles B. He would write G. Bishop.
Yes. Also, I take it that he's a very educated man.
Oh, yes, most learned.
And yet he has split 3 infinitives in one short note. Yes, I think you must be right.
The note is deliberately couched in this way to arouse suspicions and put us off the track. Did this come through the post?
Yes, here, the envelope. See, you can just make out the postmark.
Richmond, Surrey.
Do you think that I should get in touch with the police after all, Mr. Holmes? Get them to alert the Richmond squad with a description of Mr. Bishop?
No, I don't. If this letter was written under duress, then it would not be posted in an area where we can trace it back. Yes, I think I shall start from quite the opposite end. It's late now. There's nothing more we can do tonight. But first thing tomorrow morning, I should like you to take Watson and me to Mr. Bishop's lodgings. That is where we shall start. Now, shall we agree to meet at 7 o'clock here for an early breakfast?
Jimmy Richardson was right on time the next morning, and Holmes, who had spent a good 20 minutes in deep thought over the agony columns of the morning papers, served him breakfast with no mention of his plans for the day. We took a cab and drove to Giles Bishop's lodgings. They were on the top floor of a terraced house in St. Margaret's Avenue, Spring Grove. Mrs. Mabel Craddock received us with genteel disapproval.
Of course, you may see the rooms, although I consider it quite unnecessary. I received a short note only yesterday from Mr. Bishop to say that he decided to spend a week in the country. It's quite clear that he will return when he thinks fit.
May I see that note, Mrs. Craddock?
I don't think I kept it. It was just a short note in his own hand. I recognise the handwriting. Oh, really, Mr. Holmes, I don't know what all the fuss is about. This way, please, up the stairs. Mr. Richardson, you've been here before as Mr. Bishop's guest. Would you like to show these gentlemen the way?
Yes, of course.
I'd be obliged if you would make sure everything is neat and orderly when you come down. I would not like Mr. Bishop to feel his belongings had been disturbed in any way.
I assure you that we shall not interfere. It's simply the fact that we wish to find out exactly where Mr. Bishop has gone. It is very important, a matter regarding his work.
Oh, I see.
One other point. When precisely did you last see Mr. Bishop?
When he retired for the night 3 nights ago, he went to his rooms. I heard nothing. But he must have changed his mind and gone out again. For the next morning, he had gone. His bed had not been slept in, you see. He must have decided to pack and leave that night. I did think it rather odd as the front door was still bolted. He must have let himself out the back way. I was a little disturbed at first, but of course the note he sent was put everything all right. Up those stairs. I shall be waiting for you when you come down, when you finish.
Thank you, Mrs. Craddock. Please follow me. So, she had a note as well. I wonder what clues Mr. Bishop left, hoping that she would realize all was not well.
I'm afraid Mrs. Craddock isn't the type to understand subtleties.
No, in here.
So these are his rooms. This is the living room, and through here, I presume, is the bedroom. Yes, I think this is the room we want. It looks out over the back roofs, doesn't it? A sash window, and outside, yes, a small fire escape to the roof. Just give me a hand with this, will you, Watson?
Well, you think the bishop might have left through the window, Holmes?
Well, that would certainly explain why Mrs. Craddock didn't hear anything.
Yes, and also how the front door remained bolted.
Just a moment. Don't touch anything until I've made a thorough examination. Yes, there are fresh scratches on the brown paintwork. See here and out on the ledge, near the iron staircase. Several cigarette butts. Did Giles Bishop smoke, Richardson?
No, not at all. He maintained that it was too dangerous in the job that he's doing.
Yes, I see. Well, then it seems clear that the abduction, if there was one, took place from here. Come, Watson, let's see if we can follow a trail. I have an idea we're on the right lines at last.
Holmes clambered out of the window onto the iron fire escape, and I followed him. The staircase led both up and down. Holmes went up, and we found ourselves on a flat rooftop. It seemed to lead to nowhere until Holmes pointed out yet another small flight of iron stairs that took us up and across yet another roof. Holmes moved slowly and carefully, examining the slates and tiles that gave way on either side. Eventually, he was satisfied.
Yes, there's no doubt about it, Watson. I should say 2 men were involved. They carried or dragged our man across this space on the roof, and then...
And then what, Holmes? Having got him up here, what the devil did they do?
Well, there's only one explanation. Look, down there. See that roof?
Yeah. Large glass fanlight. Holmes? Is it possible they took him through there?
That's the only explanation.
Well, what do we do? Climb down there and break in?
No, I think that would be a little premature. No, Watson. We must spend the rest of the day making preparations. I must get in touch with Mycroft once again and visit a few newspaper offices. And then
And then tonight, with the aid of Mrs. Craddock's back door key, we get into the house, come up here, and it is then that we break through that fanlight. Come, let's go back the way we came. And not a word of this to anyone, not even Jimmy Richardson.
I was completely baffled by the rest of that day. When I saw Holmes, he was either hurrying in or out of our rooms at Baker Street. He seemed tireless. But I knew him well enough to recognize that he'd formed a theory and was working upon it. That evening, at about 9 o'clock, we once again took a cab and made our way to Spring Grove.
The house we're about to burgle is owned by a Mr. Harold Kestrel, Watson. He works as head of the Essex Arsenal. Now, does that not mean something to you?
I suppose frankly, no.
The Essex Arsenal supplies government arms of various types on contract to the Defence Ministry. Now, surely there must be a connection with Kestrel and the Bishop's new invention. Yes, now that makes sense. Now, you may have noticed that I've been taking a great interest in the agony column of the newspapers. Do you remember one insertion? It read in the morning paper, "All is well with higher clergy, Seabird." Now, surely that can easily read, "All is well with Bishop Kestrel."
Joe Holmes, that's clever.
Thank you. And there was a reply to that insertion. It read, "Seabird, take care of clergy, money ready, 2 J's.
But you think a ransom is about to be paid?
No, I don't. Now, let me read you tonight's message. It is, "Clergy dangerously ill. Call 10 tonight. Knock 3 times with money and instructions. Seabird."
Well, don't you think they're about to kill the man?
No, Watson. It's a trap. A trap I laid by myself. You see, I placed that insertion. And if I'm right, we shall clear the whole matter up in just 1 hour. Ah, here is St. Margaret's Avenue. Good. It won't be long now, Watson.
The entry into Bishop's lodgings and the quiet scramble across the rooftops in the evening light were far easier than I anticipated. Holmes had left nothing to chance. We had ropes and lanterns and rubber-soled shoes. It was only a matter of minutes before we found ourselves on the rooftop of the house owned by the man Kestrel. Holmes reached into his pocket and produced a gun.
There. Now, you see, Watson, there's a light on. Being a fanlight, there can be no curtain. Careful now, let me go first. Yes, I can see. Yes, we're right. There's a man lying on the bed. He seems asleep. And another sitting in a chair beside him. Well?
How the devil do we get down there?
There's only one way, Watson. I'm going to simply jump through the glass. Follow me as quickly as you can. I'll deal with the tug on guard. You attend to the man on the bed, who must be Bishop. Ready? Here I go. All right. Stand there with your hands over your head.
Who are you? Now, what's this all about?
Not to sound, or you're a dead man. Watson.
It's all right, Holmes.
I'm with you.
Tend to Bishop.
Very well. But this man's drugged, Holmes. He's still alive. And I can't wake him.
Don't try. Wait. Listen.
What's happening in here? What's in that?
Stay quite still, Kestrel, and you won't be hurt. The game is up. The police are surrounding the house. We are taking Giles Bishop out of here, and you are going to face arrest for kidnapping and assault. Come on.
After that, events happened at a remarkable speed. The man named Kestrel must have realized that he could not escape. He refused to make a statement, wisely waiting for his lawyer to advise him. Holmes left me to take care of Bishop, and at gunpoint forced Kestrel and the man called Woods downstairs. They didn't have long to wait before...
Open it, Kestrel, and don't make a false move.
Very well.
Kestrel, what is it? What's wrong with Bishop? Why?
We've caught the big fish at last. Come in, James Jules. Mycroft, bring the police in. The case is over.
Well done, Sherlock. This way, man. This way. This way.
Be careful. Back at our rooms, Holmes was able to add the final detail.
It was all arranged by James Jules. The 2 J's of the advertisements. He was in need of money. He arranged a deal with Kestrel of the Essex Arsenal. He would renew the standing contracts for a certain sum. But then Bishop came up with this new invention, which, if the Defence Ministry were impressed by the demonstration, would alter all their contracts for arms. Bishop simply had to be kept out of the way until the business deals went through. Luckily, we were able to foil the kidnappers. The demonstration will take place as planned. And who knows, it could revolutionize the whole of this country's defenses. Let's hope so.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
What is it, woman?
George, I'm ill. I've got to get medicine.
Oh, go and get it.
Can't you help me, George?
Oh, you'll be all right, though. Go get it.
It's downstairs. And I can't.
Shut up.
All right, George. I'll try. I'll try. Trying. I didn't think it would ever be as bad as this. What an end. But it is the end. Do we have to pay an even greater price? I wonder. Well, we shall see. Ow! Ow! Ow!
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight, The Greater Price.
Soek jy dit? Vryf jy dit? Sien jy dit? Vergelyk jy dit?
Ek het 'n hamburger gewen.
Ja, die Wimpy, dis 'n groot fees. Scratch and match spel is 'n groot fees. Groter as wat jy gedink het. Wen R25 of 'n onvergeetlike reis na Disney World met die Wimpy. Dis 'n groot fees scratch and match spel.
Play a Wimpy now.
In the year 1885, I was still in practice at Paddington. I was living at Baker Street and slowly building up a reputation as a general practitioner. Holmes had already achieved some quite considerable fame, and our friendship was already settling down to a solid partnership. I was growing used to his untidiness and eccentricities, and he was tolerating my steady respectability. I never interfered with his work, and he was frankly not interested in mine. But there was this one case where our interests seemed to overlap. It started when I was called out to the home of George and Emma Baker. Emma was an old patient of mine, and she'd had a nasty fall down a flight of stairs. Now, Emma, there's nothing broken, thank goodness, but you're getting a little too old to take these falls. You must rest in bed until I tell you to get up and take a little exercise. You're very badly bruised.
Oh, I'm all right. It was silly of me, really. I should have made sure the gas was on the landing. I must have tripped over the rug.
Well, you shouldn't have been out of bed anyway.
Well, I had to get me medicine.
You should have insisted that your husband get it for you.
Oh, was that not so good it does to ask him for help? Oh, dear, Dr. Watson, things have reached a desperate state.
You mustn't give in. As I say, you've been very lucky. I'll have a word with George and tell him he must take better care of you.
It won't do any good. He'll be home here soon, wanting his supper.
Well, he'll have to get it himself. I'm sure you've got plenty of food in the larder. Get him to boil some eggs or make some soup.
He'll be off down the road to the Rose and Crown. Spends more time and money in that place than he does in his own home.
Emma? Emma, you all right?
The doctor's here.
I'll go down to him, Emma. Now, stay here, get some rest. Now, there's some liniment to rub on your bruises and some pills for the pain. You'll be as right as rain as long as you take it quietly.
You don't.
There. Yeah, that's everything. I'll call in again in a couple of days' time. Just rest most of the time. Good day to you.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson, and thank you.
Oh, hello, Doc. How's the old girl?
Severely shaken. You really must take more care of her. She works too hard and she isn't a very strong woman. She's been lucky on this occasion, but she's got to take care. And it's up to you.
You know what she's like. She'll be up and about in no time. She moans a bit, but she always comes through. Trouble is the money's running out a bit. They're laying off men down at the plant. Things aren't as rosy as they were.
Well, you'll just have to be as thrifty as possible. I'll call back in a couple of days' time. But please, do look after her. And I mean it. We doctors can't work miracles, you know. Good day to you, George. I had very little time for George Baker. I knew his wife was hard-working and thrifty, but George was something of a spendthrift, throwing money away on horse racing and hard drinking. But there was little I could do but offer advice. I kept my promise and called at their home 2 days later. Emma was up doing the weekly wash and cooking a stew. The air was fetid with the smell of drying sheets and boiled cabbage.
Well, on as you see me. Not so bad, not so good.
I've warned you before, Emma. You're overtaxing your strength.
Oh, it's got to be done. Couldn't go on being ill. Not when we've got a visitor coming to stay. Sort of vague cousin from Australia. Ever such a nice letter he's written. Just arrived in this country. First time he's been here, and he don't know anyone. George has gone down to the station to meet him. Oh, must get this all cleared up before they arrive. Oh, dear. Oh, that sounds like them. Oh, dear, dear. All behindhand. Now, sure you won't stay for a cup of tea, Doctor? The kettle is on.
No. Thank you. You already have company.
Come in, Sully. Meet the wife. Emma, this is Roy Thornton.
Oh.
Roy, this is the missus. Oh, and Dr. Watson, the family doctor, you know.
Well, our Iris is youngest, all the way from Australia.
How do you do, Mrs. Baker? Very good of you to make me so welcome.
Oh, it's great pleasure. I hope you'll be comfortable here. We're only working class, you know, rough and ready. But you can treat the place like home for as long as you like.
Thank you. It's very good of you.
Well, look, the missus obviously isn't ready for us at the moment. Why don't you dump all your cases in the spare room and let's stroll down to the Rose and Crown for a pint? Might as well introduce you to the English pubs. One of the prides of the country. No good, asking you to join us, is it, Dr. Watson?
I'm afraid not. I must get about my rounds. Good day to you, Mr. Thornton. Bye, Emma. Don't forget my advice. Bye-bye for now. Roy Thornton appeared to be a well-set-up young man of obvious education and a wealthy background. I couldn't see him fitting in very well to George Baker's scheme of things, but the matter was no concern of mine. And I put it from my mind. But subsequent events proved me to be right.
Well, now, Roy, think you're going to like it in England?
Hard to say. I want to move about a bit first. Travel, see something of the countryside. Visit places I've read about and never seen.
Not thinking of getting a job at all?
That'll come later. There's no immediate urgency.
Comfortably off, are you? Plenty of the old ready cash?
I'm reasonably well off. I have enough to last. The inheritance I came into has a reasonable backing. I have shares, some jewellery. I'll be all right.
Oh, you are a lucky boy. And no dependents over here.
I don't know a soul. And that's just the way I want it to be.
Well, of course. The wife and I are simply poor Londoners. You'll have to take us as you find us. Of course, it's all a question of give and take. We must try and help each other, mustn't we? Well, how about another pint? Then we'll toddle off home. Must show you the place. Got a nice bit of garden out the back. Of course, you'll be used to wide open spaces. But you might be interested in what we're doing to it. Anyway, cheers, and great having you among us.
I didn't call on the Bakers for some time. In fact, it must have been over a month before I called again. The young man, Roy Thornton, had packed his bags and gone travelling. I can't say I was surprised. The best news was the improvement of Emma Baker. She was in far better health and looked neat and cheerful. She attributed this to a rise George had had in salary. She seemed quite a new woman.
Oh, yes, I'm so much better, Doctor. Just makes all that difference a bit more in the wage packet. And really, George has been so much better about things. You should see what he's done out there in the garden. Look, a new shed he's just erected. Going to have me own pot plants, geraniums and such like. And a bit of a lawn plan, too.
Oh, I'm really glad to see this improvement, Emma. Quite like old times, seeing the sparkle back in your eyes again.
Oh, yeah, I'm all right now. No troubles at all. Now, you will stay and have a cup of tea this afternoon, won't you?
Of course, I discussed none of this with Sherlock Holmes. The progress of a working-class Paddington family was of no interest to him whatsoever. But it was then that the hand of coincidence began to move. I'd returned to our rooms after a rather tiring day to find Holmes deep in conversation with a young man named Arthur Hughes.
I'm sorry to bother you like this, Mr. Holmes. I know you must be a very busy man, and my small troubles are probably beneath you.
No, not at all. I'm always willing to listen to people with a problem. Please do sit down and feel free to smoke. Watson and I find the relaxation of a pipe ideal at this time of the day.
Yes, most agreeable. Take a light from the fire.
Oh, thank you. Well, I arrived in this country only a few weeks ago. Met a fellow on the ship coming over. We sort of chummed up and agreed to meet and travel up to Scotland together. We'd neither of us been here before, and to have a friend to travel with is quite an adventure. Well, this fellow, Roy Thornton is his name, has disappeared.
Excuse me, but did you say Roy Thornton?
Yes, that's right. Why?
Nothing. Carry on.
Well, I left a forwarding address with Roy, and he said he'd get in touch. He was planning to stay with some distant relatives in some part of the city. Well, he just hasn't written, and I know there is uncollected mail from Australia waiting for him at his bank. It's all rather puzzling. I'm sure something must have happened to him. I've tried advertising in the agony columns of the press, but without success. And I wondered if you could give me any advice.
Well, there doesn't seem to be very much data.
I know, but that's what's so bewildering.
I don't like to butt in, but I think I can help you here. It really is the most amazing coincidence, but I think I've met this young Australian fellow. I have a patient, a Mrs. Emma Baker, who lives not far from here in Paddington. She had a young man named Roy Thornton living with her for a while. He was a vague relation. He sounds very much like the same man.
The facts dovetail in far too easily to ignore, Watson. What has happened to the young man?
Well, Emma Baker says he's gone off travelling. I don't know whether he's kept in touch with the Bakers. I could easily inquire.
Well, that's very decent of you, Doctor. I'd appreciate that. Frankly, I'm quite concerned. Roy's not the type of young man to let people down.
Oh, why don't you join me in a visit to the Bakers' home tomorrow morning? If you care to come here at 9:30, I can make it the first call of the day.
Thank you. I think that's a very good plan.
And perhaps an even better plan would be for me to accompany you two gentlemen. I have been known to pick up a few clues where others have failed. At 9:30, did you say, Watson? Then 9:30 it is. And now, a glass of brandy all round to round off the evening, don't you think?
We maak vandaag 'n sunshine dag.
Sunshine Deer, heerlijke smaak, plus die sonskynvitamien wat ons liggame nodig het.
Op wakker en kyk wat daar op jou wag. 'n vrolike lagdag. 'n son skyn oor 'n dag. 'n dag vol van smaak, 'n lewe vol maak, ja.
Sunshine D, die margarien met sonskynvitamien. Kyk uit vir die groot rooi D.
A while back I was coughing, wheezing. My chest was so tight and sore. Fortunately, a friend recommended Vicks Actor Plus, the cough and chest cold remedy from Vicks. You know, Vicks Actor Plus quickly calmed my cough and loosened that tight and painful chest. So next time you've got more than just a cough and want fast relief from a chest cold too, take my advice, try some, and you'll see why they call it Vicks Actor Plus.
The following morning dawned windy and raining. It was not the sort of morning to pay social calls in Paddington, but Arthur Hughes had turned up on time, and Holmes was quite ready. We took a four-wheeler and found Emma Baker alone in her back parlour.
Well, this is a surprise. Didn't expect you on a morning like this, Dr. Watson. Well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, too. This is an honour, I must say.
Thank you. We are here because this young man, Mr. Hughes, is anxious to get in touch with Roy Thornton, who stayed here with you for a little while, I understand.
Yes, that's right. Just a few weeks. Nice lad. Come over from Australia, but he decided to move on. Can't blame him. We weren't his class, if you know what I mean. George said he was stuck up, but I don't think so. He was just used to something a bit better than this.
I see. Have you heard from him since he left?
No. Strange. I thought he might write, but we haven't heard a thing. Easy come, easy go.
Didn't he leave a forwarding address?
No. Now, George saw him off at the station, and he said he would write, but as he was going to be travelling around all the time, we couldn't get in touch with him. I suppose we'll hear sometime.
Oh, I can't understand it. We had a definite plan to travel together. Oh, well, I suppose there's nothing we can do. Did he take all of his things with him?
Oh, yes. Well, that is, I think there were a couple of cases he said he didn't want. George put them in the shed.
I wonder if it might be possible to take a look at those cases, Mrs. Baker. There might be a clue left hanging around.
I suppose there can't be any harm in it. Better put your capes on. It's a wet old morning and no mistake.
Well, there's no sense in your getting yourself wet. Just show us the way.
Oh, well, all right. It's through here. The back door is unlocked. And the key of the shed's hanging up over the door. Mind you, you'll be getting really wet if you don't watch out. Now, here we are. There it is. Down the path.
Right, come on, Watson. Hughes, let's make a dash for it. Here we are. This looks most interesting. Quite a recent building, I take it.
Yes, pride of Emma Baker's life. She's going in for pot plants.
Yes, but meantime, we need those suitcases. There on the shelf, I think.
Yes, that's one. I'm sure I recognize it.
Yes, it's quite a good pigskin bag. I would have thought this far too good to leave behind. Now, let's see. Empty. How very, very strange. A man leaves a house without a forwarding address, doesn't write, and leaves a valuable case behind. Now what have we here?
It looks like a stain.
Yes, or an attempt to remove a stain. Yes, I'm afraid the mystery deepens, gentlemen. It's fairly clear that the man to question is one George Baker. Yes, well, it's not yet mid-morning, but I should judge that Mr. Baker will take advantage of this inclement weather to wet his whistle in the bar of the local pub. Yes, I think we must take our leave of Emma Baker and drop in there, don't you?
Yes, gentlemen. What will it be?
Just a pint of ale, I think, Barman.
Same for me.
And me.
3 ales. Right you are, gentlemen.
Holmes? Holmes, you're right. Look, there in the corner of the bar. That's George Baker. And he looks as though he's been putting away quite a lot of scotch. That's odd. For a man who has just been given a handsome rise at work, he should be drinking at this time of the day.
Quite.
He's seen me. Well, we'd better go over. I'll introduce you, and then you can question him however you choose. Come on. Hello, George.
Why, Dr. Watson, what are you doing here this time of the day?
Just been visiting your wife. Oh, and this is Sherlock Holmes. This is Mr. Arthur Hughes. Arthur's a great friend of Roy Thornton's. Came up this way to see if there was any trace of him.
Been down to the house, have you? Not a medical visit this time. Snooping around. Don't it, Mr. Holmes? I've heard of you, nosy Parker. What are you after this time?
The answer to that is the whereabouts of Roy Thornton. He seems to have disappeared.
Oh, who says so? He's a free man with a lot of money. Able to move about all over the world if he wants to. Wife and I weren't good enough for him, so he packed up and left. Simple as that. It's on the 12th of September, about 8:30 in the evening at Paddington Station.
Had he much luggage with him?
As he wasn't planning to come back, I think he had all of it.
All except a couple of suitcases you placed carefully away in your new shed. Isn't that so?
Now, look here. What is this cross-questioning? I tell you the fella's gone. Cleared out. We don't know where he is, and that's a fact. So keep your nose out of my affairs. That clear enough, Mrs. Sherlock blooming Holmes?
It was clear that Holmes suspected some kind of foul play. What exactly he decided to do about it was a mystery, but he wasn't going to leave things alone. He spent the remainder of that rainy day closeted in a public surveys office at the Paddington Town Hall. And the next morning, Mrs. Baker, once again, had a visitor.
Good morning, madam. My name is Channing from the survey department. We're doing a survey on new road planning. This area has been chosen for examination. If the proposed plans are approved, it could be that part of your land will be requisitioned for development.
Well, I don't think I understand. My husband and I own this place. You mean you could throw us out?
Oh, it wouldn't be as drastic as all that. More than adequate compensation would be made. You would be a very wealthy woman.
Oh, well, I don't know about this. This is our home. We like living here.
Well, I must explain that this is purely in the exploratory stages. No plans have been finalised. But progress must go ahead, you know. Better roads, lighting, sewerage, all have to be considered.
But I thought that was all going to happen on the outskirts. I mean, this is old established area. Just how much would be affected?
Oh, it's impossible to judge at this stage. The whole back garden would probably have to go.
Oh, well, our back garden? Oh, just when we got it looking so nice.
Well, as I have said, this is purely an investigation. We thought that you should be told of our work. Might I suggest that you talk it over with your husband? Reassure him that everything will be taken care of. He will not be out of pocket in any way.
Oh, that's as may be, but he's not going to like it, I can tell you that. Oh, just so we're getting everything right. It's not one thing, it's another. Now, we shall want to know more about this in full detail. Understand that, everything, in full detail.
You're certainly taking a great interest in the disappearance of Roy Thornton, Holmes. What's this all about?
Patience, Watson. We're going back to the Baker house. And this time, we're not subjecting that poor woman to further harassment. We're simply going to break into her back garden.
Well, Holmes, is such a thing justified?
I firmly believe so. Now here, I think, is the entrance to the road. Pull over by that gas mantle, cabby.
Very good, sir.
Here we are. Thank you, cabby.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, not to you. Come on, Bessie. Come on, Uncle.
Now, there's a backyard gate in the fence. It should present no problem. I noticed it last time we were here. Just a bolt on the inside, which is easy for a tall man to reach over and unclasp. It should provide us with no trouble.
Well, Holmes, what's the purpose of all this? What do you intend to do?
Listen, Watson. Just listen. I think our friend George Baker will be in a high old temper when he hears what his wife has got to tell him. Come on, this way.
It isn't possible. It can't be true. You can't mean it.
George, I'm only telling you what the man told me.
But they can't do this to us. You can't go around knocking down people's houses and building roads through their lands.
Well, he said it was just an idea. The authorities were going into it. And if it all come to pass, then we should be adequately compensated. We'd be rich people. They'd buy the house, and we'd be able to move into a smaller place somewhere out of town.
I tell you, I don't want to move. I can't move.
Well, it's all just in the planning stages. I insisted that we'd be given adequate time and told the fullest details.
I don't want to hear any details. I tell you, should have told the man that we weren't interested and sent him about his business.
But this was his business. He's from the Public Surveys Office.
I don't believe it. Have you discussed it with the neighbours?
Well, not yet, but I suppose they'll be given the same opportunities as we are. But I really don't feel as badly about it as I did. And I've had time to think. Well, it might not be a bad move.
Bad move? You must be out of your mind.
Oh, I don't know. It is a big place for the two of us, and all those stairs. I've already had one bad fall, a little bungalow out in the country. Chipperfield way. I've always liked Chipperfield. Oh, come on, we'll talk about it later. Come and have some tea.
I don't want no tea. I don't want anything but to stop this business going through. We've got to stop it. We can't ever leave this house. Get that through your head once and for all.
But, dear, if we have to...
We don't ever have to. It's impossible. We can't. We mustn't. Can't I make you see that? It'll be the end of me if they take over this place. Once they start pulling the place about, digging up the garden, it'll be the end of me.
George, what are you talking about?
The shed. I'm talking about the flaming shed. Once they take that down...
What is this about the shed, George? I've always thought it was funny you suddenly putting it up like that. What's so precious about an old wooden shed? You can always get another.
Don't you understand, woman? He's out there. Young Roy Thornton. We had a quarrel the night he was due to leave. Asked him to lend me some money. He refused. I lost my temper and ate him. I didn't mean to kill him. Hit his head on the side of the fireplace when he went down.
George, you can't mean this.
You've taken your medicine and gone to bed. I didn't know what to do. I took him out in the shed and buried him in the earth. The next day, I started to cement it over. He's out there, lying under a layer of cement. What can I do, Emma? What can I do?
You must go to the police. Confess everything. It's the only way. Oh, what an end. I wondered if we'd ever have to pay an even greater price for happiness. Well, now I know.
Het tydjie gelede het ek 'n slegte hoes gehad. My bors was benoud en seer. Gelukkig beveel 'n vriend toe Vicks Actoplas aan. Die nuwe hoes- en borsverkoue medisyne van Vicks. Jy weet, Vicks Actoplas het my gehoes en daai benoudheid en pyn aan die bors gou laat bedaar. As u ooit meer as net 'n hoes het en 'n verkoue op die bors gou wil verlig, volg my raad. Neem Vicks Actoplas. U sal sommer sien hoekom hulle dit Vicks Actoplas noem.
O, maak vandag 'n sunshine dag.
Sunshine Deer, heerlike smaak, plus die sonskynvitamien wat ons liggame nodig het.
Op wakker en kyk wat daar op jou wag. 'n vrolike lagdag, 'n sonskyn of reëndag. 'n dag vol van smaak, 'n lewe vol maak, ja.
Sunshine Deer, die margarien met sonskynvitamien. Kyk uit vir die groot rooi deer.
Sherlock Holmes and I overheard everything. When George Baker realized they'd been witnesses to his confession, he broke down completely. He took his wife's advice and gave himself up. As Holmes said later...
A sad case, Watson. I've no doubt that when he comes to trial, they will take into consideration that it was an accident. A post-mortem will show that, but, oh dear, what a pathetic chain of events. Of course, Baker might have got away with it if they had continued to live in that house. That's why I had to arrange the fake meeting of the surveyor. I was aware from the moment I entered the shed in the garden that something was wrong. The cement so uneven, the pile of earth outside the window, the suitcases. As I say, a pathetic case.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. I was hoping I'd find you here working in the library.
My dear Tebbit, I know you are a tutor and lecturer at this college, but you must understand I am an extremely busy man.
I realize that, but a very awkward and delicate incident has occurred here at Magdalen. By chance, you are here, and I must turn to you for help.
I'm sorry I cannot be disturbed. If there is any trouble, I should prefer it if you would call in the police.
The police? Oh, no. No, that would cause a terrible scandal at all costs. Maudlin must avoid a scandal. I beg of you, Mr. Holmes, help us. For the sake of the college, help us, please.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
a hollow victory.
It was in the year 1892 that Sherlock Holmes and I spent some weeks at one of the great university towns. We were residing at the time in furnished lodgings close to a library, where Holmes was engaged upon researches into early English charters. It was whilst he was busy with his research that Frank Tebbit, one of the lecturers at Magdalen College, burst in upon him. A gaunt man of excitable character, he was even more agitated than usual.
I must explain, Mr. Holmes, that tomorrow is the first day of the examination for the Hamilton Scholarship. I am one of the examiners. Today, at about 3 o'clock, the proofs of the examination paper arrived from the printers. I read it carefully, as the text must be quite correct, a large part of it being passages in Greek to be translated. There must be no printer's errors, you see.
Quite so.
At 4:30 p.m., I left as I had an appointment to take tea in a friend's room. I left the proofs on my desk. I was away for little more than an hour. As you know, our college doors are double, a green baize one within and the heavy oak without. As I approached my outer door, I was amazed to find a key in the lock. But it was not my key. I knew I'd not been so careless. My key was still in my pocket.
Nevertheless, there must have been a duplicate. Who carries it?
Oh, my servant, Jackson, who's been with me for 10 years. His honesty is above suspicion.
Have you questioned him?
Yes. I met him in the corridor and discovered that the key was indeed his. He had come to my room to ask if I wanted to take tea, and he had very carelessly left his key in the door when he had left a few minutes later. Of course, in ordinary circumstances, it would not have mattered.
And what are the examination papers on your desk?
Oh, the moment I looked at the table, I knew that someone had been in there. The proofs were in 3 long slips. I'd left them all together. Now I found one on the table, one on the side table near the window, and the third upon the floor.
Tell me, Tebbit, is the scholarship a valuable one?
Very. There is a lot to be gained by getting it, including money.
Jackson entered the room with you. What was his reaction to all of this?
He nearly collapsed. I had to seat him in a chair and give him brandy. He was so upset to realize he'd been the cause of such an outrage.
Did you examine the room?
Yes. While Jackson was recovering, I tried to be thorough. I found evidence of a broken pencil, the tip of some lead near the paper on the table.
Ah, excellent. Continue.
Then a definite cut, about 3 inches long, in the red leather surface of my new writing desk. Both Jackson and I are sure it wasn't there before.
Ah.
No, that is not all. I found a small ball of clay with specks of sawdust on it. I'm convinced that these are clues left by the man who entered my room.
Very interesting. Yes, well, of course, I see your dilemma. If the culprit is not found, then the examination will have to be postponed until fresh papers are prepared. That would call for an explanation and could create a scandal that would naturally reflect upon you, the college, and indeed the whole university.
That is it, exactly, Mr. Holmes. Please help me to settle this matter quietly and discreetly.
Very well, I will look into it.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Now, before you go to your rooms, just a few questions.
Yes?
Have you had any visitors in your rooms since the papers arrived?
Only one, I think. Raoul Chabra, a foreign student. He lives in the block. He came to ask certain questions regarding the examination.
Is he one of the entrants, then?
Yes.
And the papers were on your table while he was present?
If I remember correctly, they were rolled up.
Oh, nevertheless, he might have recognized them as printer's proofs.
Possible, though unlikely. No one knew they were there, not even Jackson.
Where is Jackson now?
I left him recovering in the chair in my room. I hurried straight to you.
Well, then it amounts to this. Either this student, Shabra, recognized the papers and is the guilty party, or whoever tampered with them came upon them by accident.
So it seems to me.
Yes, well, we'd better go over there. Would you care to come along, Watson?
I'd remained silent throughout this interview. I was useful to Holmes when there were medical matters that needed attention, but this was purely academic. However, not wanting to appear uninterested, I agreed to walk over to Mortland with them. It was nearly dusk when we reached Tebbett's rooms. He was on the ground floor, and above him, he explained, lived 3 students. Holmes stopped and, standing on tiptoe, peered in through Tebbett's window.
Oh, no use considering this as a method of entry, Mr. Holmes. There's no opening in the window except that one pane high up.
Well, if there's nothing to be learned out here, we might as well go inside.
This way.
We entered the building, Tebbett leading the way. Tebbett let himself in with his own key and bade us welcome. Holmes set to work making a thorough investigation of the carpets.
Nothing here. The day's too dry for footmarks. Jackson has recovered, I see. Which chair did you leave him in?
There, by the window.
I see, near this small table. Yes, I imagine what happened is that the man entered through the door, took the papers to the window so that he could see you if you crossed the courtyard, so you could make a quick escape.
As a matter of fact, that would not have helped him. I returned by the side door.
Ah, that's interesting. Well, that's what he must have had in his mind anyway. Now, let's see the printer's 3 pages.
Here you are.
There's no fingerprints that are visible anyway. So many people could have handled these. How long would it take to copy one of these using every possible method of contraction?
Oh, allowing for careful study and taking pertinent notes, I should say a quarter of an hour.
Ah. Then placing it on the table, he studied the next paper. He was still doing this when you returned unexpectedly. Yes, he could not have seen you cross the courtyard, but something disturbed him. He'd not time to replace the papers. Ah, yes, this is the lead of the pencil.
Yes, I have not touched anything, I assure you.
Good. It's an unusual type of lead, not often used in ordinary pencils. Valuable. This is a small black pellet. Yes, I need to study this through my lens. Yes. Yes, and here is the cut in the red leather top. Yes, it's quite a tear. Well, this gets more and more fascinating. Where does that door lead to?
To my bedroom.
Have you been in there since discovering all of this?
No, I came straight to you. Take a look if you wish. Allow me.
Thank you. What a charming room. I don't wish to pry, but I presume this large wardrobe is where you keep most of your clothes. May I? Yes. Large and convenient. Oh, now, there seems to be... now what have we here on the floor next to the shoe rack? It's a similar piece of clay, formed into a pyramid shape. Identical to the one by your table. Now, isn't that extraordinary?
Yes, let me see that. Yes. Yes, you're right. What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
I don't know. It seems that your visitor had access to your bedroom as well as to the sitting room, Mr. Tebbett.
That does not make sense. Surely anyone wanting to take notes from my papers would be familiar with the layout of these rooms. Whoever it was could not have fled into the bedroom by mistake.
But then he must have done so intentionally, in order to hide.
But do you mean that he might have been hiding in here when Jackson and I came back?
Very likely. In which case, you had only to close this door, and you have had him a prisoner. But first things first. It's necessary, I think, that I meet your servant, Jackson. Can that be arranged?
Excuse me, sir.
No, Jackson. Just the man we wish to see.
I came back to see if there had been any new developments, sir.
No, but this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, who are investigating. Please answer any questions as clearly as you can.
Of course, sir.
I understand all this happened because you left your key in the outside door. How extraordinary that you should do so on this one important occasion.
It's something I can't explain. I missed the key and realized what I must have done. I had a tea tray in my hand at the time, you see. I couldn't believe my carelessness. I hurried back, but met Mr. Tebbett in the corridor, and when we entered together, I saw the worst had happened, and Someone had been in the rooms. I tried to be helpful, but the shock was too much. I felt ill, near to fainting.
Where were you when you started to feel ill?
By the door.
Yet you collapsed in this chair by the window. Odd?
I don't think Jackson knew what he was doing. We were both shocked. It was minutes before either of us could think straight.
Yes, well, that will be all for the moment, Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tebbit. Ring if you need me again, won't you, sir? I'm most dreadfully sorry.
I'd like the names of the 3 students you say live about these rooms. Who are they?
One of them is the foreign student I told you about, Raoul Chabra. He is quiet, keeps himself to himself. His work is good, although I would say his Greek is his weakest subject. Then there is Forbes, a fine scholar and athlete. Well, perhaps too keen on sport, but a fine young man. His father was the notorious Sir Stafford Forbes, who ruined himself gambling. The son is poor, but should do well.
I see. And the third?
Harland McBride. Brilliant. One of the brightest intellects of the college. But wayward and unprincipled. I know what your next question will be. Which of the 3 do I suspect? Oh, I can't answer that.
I'm glad, because I wasn't going to ask you anyway. But I was about to suggest a quick stroll outside in the courtyard before it becomes too dark. Shall we go?
Holmes led us out of Tebbit's rooms and back to the courtyard. It was not quite dark. 3 yellow squares of light shone above us. The 3 students were spending the night before the exams in their rooms. Shadows moved across the blinds of one room. Is Raoul Chabra pacing the floor. An occasional movement came from Forbes's quarters. From the 3rd window, there was a bright light, but no sign of activity. Holmes suggested that we make some excuse and call on each in turn. Tebbit thought it could be arranged and led us up the ancient staircase. At Raoul Chabra's rooms, we were welcomed a trifle coldly.
Please to come in, Mr. Tibbet. Sorry to interrupt, but these are friends of mine who are looking over the college. This is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do?
I am pleased to meet any friends of my tutor.
Oh, thank you. I'm interested in the internal design of these buildings. They're very well appointed, are they not?
I find it very comfortable here. Please to look around. Well, I'm pleased to see that you're not doing any last-minute studying, Chabra. That shows confidence. I do not feel confident. I am greatly worried. I am very nervous. I am lost to know how to spend this last night before the examination.
Ah, you have an examination tomorrow. I'm so sorry. We did not know. Shall we move on, Tebbit? Good luck tomorrow. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
I noticed that Holmes' eyes had been darting about all over the room, especially at the large desk by the window. Raoul Chabra seemed a mystery. Courteous and well-dressed, he could have been thinking anything as he bowed us from his rooms. We went up another floor, and this time called upon Julian Forbes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Come in. Make yourselves at home. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer you in the way of a drink.
Oh, that's quite all right. We're just making a brief tour of the college. If we accepted everyone's hospitality, we'd be here all night. However, it is very pleasant to meet you. I understand you have an important examination tomorrow. And may I wish you the very best of luck.
Oh, thank you. I hope I will do well. I have worked hard for it.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're so relaxed, Julian. Get an early night and do well.
Oh, I shall try. Thank you for your good wishes. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Again, I was aware of the intense scrutiny Holmes had given the room and its occupant. We followed Tebbit up further stairs to the rooms of the 3rd student. This time, our reception was far from cordial.
Who is it?
Your tutor, Tebbit.
Go away.
I beg your pardon. I have friends here who wish to meet you.
Well, I don't want to meet them. Tomorrow is the exam and I have sorting to do. I won't be disturbed by anyone. Is that clear? Go away.
I rather think we're not wanted, Tebbit.
I really must apologize.
Not at all. He has the right to sport his oak on an occasion such as this. I want to know one thing about Harland McBride.
And what is that?
How tall is he?
I beg your pardon?
Is he under 6 feet? Is he taller than I am?
No, not at all. Much shorter. Well built, but shorter.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. And now, Mr. Tebbit, I wish you good night.
But, Mr. Holmes, Surely you're not going to leave me in this abrupt fashion. I must have some definite action. I cannot allow the examination to proceed tomorrow if one of the papers has been tampered with.
You must leave it as it is. I shall drop round early tomorrow morning. I shall tell you my views then. Meanwhile, leave everything as it is, understand? Do not change a thing.
Holmes remained quiet as we made our way back to our lodgings. He said good night shortly after dinner and did no more work on his studies. At 8 in the morning, he came to my room and was quite his old self again, quite changed from the preoccupied person of the night before.
Oh, good morning, Watson. Lovely morning. Come, it's time we went to see Mr. Tebbit. Can you do without breakfast?
Certainly.
Tebbit will be in a terrible state until we tell him something positive.
But have you anything positive to tell him?
Oh, yes, my dear Watson, I've solved the case.
What? Well, how could you have done? What possible fresh evidence could you have got since last night?
This. It's not for nothing that I got up at 5:30 this morning. I put in 2 solid hours of work and covered over 5 miles, and I have something to show for it. There it is.
3 small pieces of black clay, almost identical. But Holmes, yesterday, there were only 2.
Quite. Now, this one I discovered this morning, and the 3 of them will solve the whole mystery. Come, Watson, let's go and put Tebbit out of his misery, shall we?
The unfortunate tutor was certainly in a state of great agitation. In a few hours, the examinations would commence. He appealed to Holmes immediately.
Thank heavens you've come, Mr. Holmes. What am I to do? Shall the examination proceed?
Oh, yes, let it proceed by all means.
But the culprit...
He will not sit the examination.
How can you say that? Does it mean that you know who it is?
I think so. And if this matter is not to become public, then we must pass judgment upon this ourselves. And so, in this private court-martial, so to speak, we shall take up official positions. Watson, will you stand there?
Oh, very well.
There. And ring the bell, please.
But that will bring Jackson.
Exactly.
Very well.
I say, Holmes, can't you tell us a little more? I mean, what do we have to do?
Just you stand there and glare, Watson. Fiddle with your moustache and frighten the life out of anyone who comes through that door. Here is the first person. Come in, Jackson.
Do as Mr. Holmes requests, Jackson. Yes, sir.
Now, Tebbit, would you leave us for a little while? Please go down and bring Mr. Forbes down to us.
But I don't understand. I mean, what...
do as I say, please.
Very well, but I must confess that I do not understand this. It is lamentable.
Now, Jackson, would you please tell us the truth about yesterday's incident?
I have told you everything, sir.
You have nothing to add?
No, sir.
Then I will make a suggestion. When you came in here yesterday, and you appeared to be considerably shocked, you sat down upon that chair. The reason was to conceal something, was it not?
No, of course not.
I think you answered that a little too quickly. I wonder why. You know who was in this room yesterday, don't you, Jackson?
No, sir, no.
It is a pity you feel that you have to lie. Stay with us, but stand over there by the bedroom door and wait. Yes, I think the time has come.
Oh, it is lucky that I found you. I think you must have been coming to see me.
Yes, I was. It was very important, you see, sir.
Come in. Close the door. Yes. Now, Mr. Forbes, we are alone here. We can be perfectly frank with each other. We want to know why an honorable man such as yourself ever stooped to become the cheat you were yesterday.
What? Jackson, how could you? Oh, it wasn't me, sir. Mr. Forbes, I never said a word.
But you have now. Forbes, your only chance lies in a frank confession.
I don't know where to begin. How can I tell anyone?
Then let me tell the story, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Now, Tebbit told me that no one, not even Jackson, knew the papers were in this room. It was extremely unlikely that Raoul Chabra could tell what the papers even looked like when he came in here. After all, they were rolled up. The chances of someone coming in here by accident and finding them would be too remote. Obviously, someone saw into the room from outside.
I see.
Forbes had been training that afternoon. He had his running shoes with him, the traditional kind, spikes on the soles. When he passed the window, he saw that you had been working on the exam paper. As he passed the door on the way to his room, he noticed that the key was in the lock. The temptation was too much. He let himself in and saw the situation at a glance. He placed his running shoes on the table and placed something, gloves perhaps, on the chair whilst he hurriedly made notes. Correct, Forbes?
Yes.
Thinking you, Tebbit, would return across the courtyard, he stayed by the window to watch. But you didn't. You came by the side entrance and he was caught. There was no escape. He grabbed for his shoes and made a tear in the red leather. Darting across to the bedroom, he forgot his gloves on the chair. Some of the black clay from around the spikes of his running shoes dropped off. One piece was left here, another in the bedroom cupboard where he hid himself. That third piece I collected from the pitch where he trained yesterday. Correct so far, Forbes?
Yes, it's exactly as you've explained.
Is that all you can say for yourself after such infamous conduct?
I'm sorry. And to prove it, I have here a letter which I wrote last night. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't live with what I'd done. In the letter, I say I'm withdrawing from the examination. I'm ashamed.
Well, I am relieved to know you have recovered your self-respect. Why the change of heart, Forbes?
Jackson. He persuaded me.
Well, Jackson, can you clear up the last point in this mystery for me? What was your interest in all of this?
It's simple enough, Mr. Holmes. I was at one time butler to Sir Stafford Forbes, this young man's father. When he was ruined, I came here to work for Mr. Tibbet. I never forgot my old employer and made it my job to watch over his son. That's why I pretended to collapse when I sat in the chair in order to conceal the gloves. When Mr. Tibbet left to seek your help, I aided Mr. Forbes to escape. What else could I do? My loyalties. I didn't approve, of course, and I persuaded him to do the right thing. I'm sorry, but, well, can you blame me, Mr. Holmes?
There was silence in those rooms at Magdalen College. Forbes looked down at the floor. Tibbet stared out of the window, and Jackson slowly left the room. Holmes said,
Well, Watson, I think that clears up the matter. Breakfast awaits us. Goodbye, Forbes. You have fallen low. In the future, see how high you can rise.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Are you back?
Oh, Dr. Watson, you're back. Thank heavens for that. I wonder when I heard the footsteps on the stairs if it might have been Eden.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, do you mean that he isn't home yet?
No, not for 4 days and 4 nights he hasn't been here. Oh, Doctor, I'm that worried about him. What could have happened?
No, Mrs. Hudson. You know what Holmes is like. He's often disappeared for days at a time. Well, it's due to his work. It's customary. He'll turn up soon, so don't worry. Is supper ready?
Yes, it's been ready since 8. But you know, this time I'm really worried about Mr. Holmes. I'm really worried about him. I'm worried sick and that.
Yes, well, this time I'm worried too.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The Rubber-Faced Man.
I was accustomed to Sherlock Holmes' sudden disappearances. I knew he had many private hideaways in various parts of London, rooms in lodging houses where he could assume another name and identity. A master of disguise, he could mix with any class, from the lowest beggar to the highest in society. Always, of course, it was connected with his work. And regarding his current case, he was very secretive. I told myself I should hear in due course and tried not to worry, but there was a nagging doubt in my mind that all was not as it should be. And so, later that night, when I heard a commotion upon the stairs, I naturally thought Holmes had returned, but...
I'm so sorry to burst in like this, Dr. Watson, but Amy Castle is here and she says she must see you.
Oh, yes, of course.
I must apologise for calling like this, Doctor, but I am in very serious trouble.
No, that's all right, Amy. Come in, and that'll be all, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you.
Oh, yes, sir. All right.
Right, now, come and sit down by the fire. Now, tell me what's troubling you, Amy. That husband of yours again?
That's right, Doctor. It's the old business, the smoking. You've tried to get him to break the habit many times, but, well, it's the opium. Hugo's been away for over 2 days now. Well, you know what it's like. He can't keep away from the stuff. Of course, I've been making the usual inquiries, and I have traced him.
Well, where is he?
Well, he's in an opium den called the Green Pagoda in Upper Julius Street. You know the road that runs parallel to the river off Bell Lane. I want to go and get him out, but I daren't, not on my own. So I thought, well, if you came with me as his physician, you could get in there and talk some sense into him. Well, I'll come with you if you like.
Well, I don't think that would serve any useful purpose, Amy. It would only distress you. I'll order a hansom and get over there straight away. Now, you go home and wait. I'll find Hugo for you, so don't worry. Hugo Castle had always been a problem patient. Like thousands of others in London, he was a constant visitor to the opium dens that clustered around the dock area. The Green Pagoda was one of the more respectable of these houses of iniquity. Near the river, to the east of London Bridge, it had a single door opening off a narrow alley. I entered, and by the low flickering of the oil lamps set against the damp stone walls, made my way into a low, long room filled with thick, brown opium smoke. Wooden burrs like those in an ancient galley lined the walls. Faint sounds of Eastern music came from the gin shop beyond the bead curtains, but no one listened. Groups of huddled creatures bent over red circles of light where the burning poison waxed and waned in metal bowls. Most men lay silent. Some were groaning or whispering, mumbling their own distorted thoughts aloud. As I entered, a sallow Oriental slipped from the shadows to offer the customary pipe.
Evening, my sir. Comfortable bed, very good pipe. Long sleep and good dreams. This way.
Thank you. No, I'm not here for that. I seek a friend. He's around here somewhere. Would you allow me to look and... yes. Yes, he is. Yes, I think that's him. Hugo Castle.
Dr. Watson, it is Watson, isn't it? Watson, my good fellow. What is it? What time is it?
It's nearly 11 at night.
11? I must go home. Go home. I've been here all evening.
You've been here some 2 days. Now, pull yourself together, man. It's Friday, October the 19th.
I see, but it can't be. I thought it was Wednesday. You're trying to frighten me, muddle my thoughts.
Well, they couldn't be more muddled than this foul stuff has made them. Right, now look, I have a cab waiting, so come along. Let me get you out.
I only had one pipe, just one, no, two at the most.
Right, well, come along. I'll pay for you, and you'll feel better in the fresh night air.
Oh, give me money? Money?
No, not for you, poor wretch that you are. I cannot help everyone.
Shh, softly, Watson.
Oh,
hush, you'll spoil everything. Keep your voice down.
What on earth?
Look, I'll explain on our way home. I'll pay for that poor castle creature and get him into a cab. Send him packing and wait for me on the corner. I shall be for 10 minutes. Hurry, Watson, hurry.
I did as Holmes requested. Hugo Castle made no protest as I bundled him into a cab and, paying the driver, gave Hugo's home address. I was confident that Amy Castle would take good care of him, and once he'd recovered, give him a sound talking to. I would call in the morning and do my best to make him break the pernicious habit. Meanwhile, I waited on the corner. Holmes arrived, still dressed in beggar's rags, and joined me in another hansom. As we clattered our way homeward, Holmes said with a chuckle,
If you could have seen your face in the lamplight, Watson. I suppose you think I've added opium smoking to the long list of my other vices. Well, I assure you that, like you, I was visiting the Green Pagoda in order to find someone. You found Hugo Castle. I, unfortunately, have not found the man I was after.
May I ask who you were looking for?
A man called Maynard Burley. He came to live in London several years ago. He led a checkered, colourful existence, having been an actor, a seaman, and a tobacco importer. He bought a house, married a local lass, and settled down in Islington. Oh, he was happy with his wife and a young son. Recently, he's had no set occupation, but has interests in several concerns in the city. He travels to town every morning by train, returning to Shoreditch Station by the 5:15 each night. Last Monday, Maynard Burley left the house earlier than usual. His wife, Sarah, remembers it very well.
I'm going now, Sarah.
Maynard, dearest, it's long before your usual time.
Yes. There are several things I wish to do before reaching the office. I want to do some shopping. I'll bring home a set of soldiers for the boy.
Oh, Raymond will love that. He's been asking for those for weeks. Have a good day, dear.
And you. Don't work too hard in the house. I expect to be back at the usual time. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Now, shortly after her husband had left that morning, Sarah Burley received a telegram saying that a parcel of considerable value that she'd been expecting from her family in Australia had arrived at the offices of the Tower Shipping Company. So after lunch, she went to the city. She did some shopping and collected the parcel. Walking back to the station, she crossed Bell Lane, and at the corner of Julia Street, looked around hoping for a vacant cab. She waited and looked up at the opposite building. To her horror, she saw at a high-barred window the face of her husband staring down at her. She couldn't believe her eyes.
Maynard! Maynard! What on earth, Maynard? In a place like that? Help someone. Please help.
She tried to enter the building. She couldn't. Because, as you may have guessed, the room she wanted was above the Green Pagoda building that we've just left. Eventually, she appealed to the police, and a sergeant from Tower Hill Station accompanied her back to the building. She identified the room, and as they climbed the stairs...
I know I'm not mistaken, Sergeant. It was my husband, all right. I saw him quite clearly. He had his hands up to his face. He could have been pleading with me for help. He looked so ill, and he covered his face with his hands. He is in here. I know he is.
Oh, this must be the room.
But it's empty. There's no one here. But that was the window. Those long, dirty curtains. He must have been standing here and looking down and... Wait. What's this? It's a box. It's a box of toy soldiers. The present he was going to buy for little Raymond. What is through there?
Let's see. Another room. And a window that looks out over the parapet and onto the river. Wait, there's blood on the windowsill. Fresh blood.
No. Look, there in the corner, the chair. Those clothes. When I saw him at the window, he was wearing a shirt but no tie, but these are his clothes. The clothes he was wearing when he left this morning. I know they are.
Leave this to me, Mrs. Burley. I'm convinced there's something really wrong here. I'll go and question other folk who may be living on this floor. You stay here with the clothes. I'll better get you out of this place as soon as I can. No place for a lady of breeding. What have we here? What are you doing, sleeping on the stairs?
I ain't doing no harm. Just leave me be.
You've been here quite a while. Have you seen anyone come down this way, from the rooms above?
No one at all.
Wait a minute, I know you. Mike the peddler. Beg on the streets. Pretend to sell matches, but you're a beggar, aren't you? Work a beat from here to Threadneedle Street. Have you been upstairs?
No, I swear I haven't. I don't know nothing.
No? Come on, up you get. What's this?
Huh?
Blood. Blood all over the cuffs of your shirt. Well, you've got a lot to answer for, Mike Beale. Come on, come along with me.
And only this evening I have learned from men in the Green Pagoda that Maynard Burley's overcoat has been found in the Thames. I'm afraid it's a case of murder. I feel I've failed, Watson. What am I to tell that poor woman?
It was late when we got back to Baker Street, and I went straight to bed. The lights remained on in Holmes' room, and I knew he was far from satisfied with the way things had worked out. Over breakfast the next morning, he seemed morose and disinclined to talk. We'd finished breakfast, and were lighting our first pipes of the day when Mrs. Hudson bustled in.
I've come to clear away, but there's a lady waiting on the landing, a Mrs. Burley. She says it's urgent.
Well, then show her in, Mrs. Hudson, show her in. Leave the dishes. You can fetch them later.
Just as you say. It's through here, please, Mum. I'm sorry to arrive so early, Mr. Holmes, but I had to speak to you.
That's quite all right, Mrs. Burley. Please do sit down. Some coffee? Oh, I don't think you know my friend and colleague, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, Doctor? No, I won't have any coffee, thank you.
I suppose you've heard the news. They found your husband's overcoat in the river. The police have it now. You may be required to identify it. Strange enough, the pockets were filled with odd coins. Loose change, mostly pennies. It looks very serious, I'm afraid.
You think that Maynard was attacked by that peddler named Mike, or some other thugs, and his body thrown into the Thames?
I'm afraid it is more than likely. But you appear unafraid.
Mr. Holmes, Maynard is alive. I know he is. You see, I've just received a letter from him.
You have? You brought it with you?
Yes, here it is.
Ah. Now, let me see. Well, the handwriting on the envelope is not the same as the note it contains.
No, but the note is in Maynard's handwriting.
Yes. My dearest Sarah, please not despair. I am alive and will make sure all ends well. There has been a grave mistake. It may take time to correct. Please have patience, my darling Maynard.
It is Maynard's handwriting. I'd know it anywhere.
It's written in pencil on the flyleaf torn from a book. The envelope. It seems that the person who wrote it wasn't sure of the address. The name has been blotted first and the address added later. It was posted in Gravesend by a man with dirty hands, and the gum flap smeared by someone who chews tobacco. Yes, your husband gave the note for someone else to address and post. There's something else contained in this envelope, wasn't there? I can tell by the imprint of a circle of creases on the paper.
You're very observant, Mr. Holmes. Yes, there was a ring. A signet ring. I have it here. It's Maynard's.
Ah. Then we must accept the fact that this message is genuine. But if your husband is alive and well and able to write to you, why does he not return home?
I cannot answer that. He must have some unfinished business that he has to attend to.
Either that or he can't return. He's incapable of doing so. Now, let me refresh my memory. To start with, your husband did not at any time show signs of taking opium?
No, never. He hardly smoked tobacco and rarely drank spirits.
When you saw him at the upper window of the Green Pagoda, the window was open. He made some sort of gesture with his hands?
Yes, he gave a hoarse sort of cry and his hand flew up to his face. I'm sure he was signaling for help.
Although it could have been a cry of surprise, astonishment at seeing you.
It might have been, yes, but it was over so quickly. He disappeared immediately.
Ah. He is alive, and yet his overcoat has been found in the river. The pockets filled with pennies and small coins. Strange. Very strange. Well, Mr. Burley, will you consider leaving this note with me? Take the signet ring, of course. But leave the note and future investigations in my hands. I will communicate with you later in the day with, I hope, encouraging news.
Just as you say, Mr. Holmes. But now I know that Maynard is alive, all I want is that he should be found. Please find him, Mr. Holmes. Please find my husband.
I went about my day's tasks and for a few hours forgot the case of the missing man from the Green Pagoda. When I returned in the early evening, I found Holmes pacing the room impatiently. He was fully dressed with hat and Inverness cape, an empty pipe clenched between his teeth.
Watson, good, you're back. I've been waiting for you. Do you think you could forego supper until a little later? I've work to do, and I'm not sure I wish to tackle it alone.
Yes, if you need my assistance, then you've only to ask, Holmes.
That I know, my dear fellow. Here, a small brandy to fortify you for the night's work.
Thank you. That'll be most welcome. I take it, then, that you've made some progress.
Indeed, yes, I think so. I have a hansom waiting at the corner cabby rank. I must now put to test a little experiment. I think I behaved like a blind fool, Watson. I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I think I have the key to the whole affair. How many times have I told you that when all possible solutions are met with failure, what is left over must provide the answer? I've been as blind as a mole. It's better to learn wisdom late than never to learn it at all. Come, Watson, finish that drink and let's be on our way. Hurry, man, hurry.
Within minutes, we were in a cab and pounding our way across London. The horse buses were filled with folk on their way home. The shopkeepers were about to put up their shutters. The gas lamps glowed at every street corner, and Holmes muttered angrily at the slow progress we were making. I could tell from the direction we were taking that Holmes was playing the game by the correct rules. We were heading for Tower Bridge and the police station. Sergeant Bennett, who'd been with Mrs. Burley on the Monday's raid on the opium den, was on duty.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. Well, what can I do for you?
I've called about Mike Beale, the beggar who was questioned regarding the disappearance of Maynard Burley. Have you held him for questioning?
He's about to be remanded on a full charge. At the moment, we know he's still in his room above the Green Pagoda. The place has been closed down. It's under surveillance night and day. No one allowed in or out.
I see. So Mike the peddler is virtually a prisoner in that place?
Oh, put it that way if you wish. Of course, there's no way we could forcibly hold him. But he knows if he as much as puts his nose out in the street, we shall grab him on some charge or other. Can't let him slip through our fingers.
No, of course not.
If he left that place, he could vanish in a couple of minutes into the dock area on a ship and out of the country in 24 hours. That's why we've got him shut up in there, pending further evidence. Once we find the body of Maynard Burley, we'll slap a murder charge across Mike Beale quicker than lightning.
Well, you may be bending the law a little, Sergeant, but I'm very grateful for it. Yes, I suspected as much. That's why I'm here. You see, I want to ask Mike the peddler a few questions. I knew I should be unable to get in to see him without you. Can you arrange to have Watson and me let into that building?
Oh, I'll do better than that, Mr. Holmes. I'll come along with you. There, Constable. I'm off on the Burley case. Expect me when you go off duty. Very good, sir. Come on, Mr. Holmes. I'll have the station wagon get us there right away.
It was a short ride this time. Within a matter of minutes, we drew up outside the dark alley that led to the Green Pagoda. This time, all was still. There was just the music wafting in from the gin shop next door. But the opium den was deserted. It still smelt of smoke and filth. By the light of a lantern, the sergeant showed us the way through and up the stairs to the sleazy rooms above.
He's got to be in here. Can't have left. Mind you, I doubt if we'll be able to get much sense out of him. He just mutters into that filthy grey beard of his.
What was his explanation regarding the blood on his shirt cuffs?
He said he'd fallen and cut his wrist on a bit of broken glass. The funny thing is, he did have a nasty cut. Didn't go into details. He couldn't. He was too drunk to talk much. Of course, he has had time to sober up, being in here all alone. That's unless he's got a real good supply hidden away. Right, this should be where we'll find him. The second door on the right. In here.
The sergeant held the lantern high above his head as he entered the room. It was empty, but for a trestle bed and a table in the far corner. On the bed, covered by a single blanket, was the man we wanted. He was asleep, his face towards us. An uglier man I've seldom seen. His face seemed bloated, yet crustaceous, and of an unreal pallor. I'm a medical man, and not easily shocked, but I was repelled by this sight. Holmes, on the other hand, seemed totally unaffected, but whispered to me urgently.
Don't wake him. Just move close enough to hold him fast. When I tell you, seize his arms. Use all your strength. He's going to put up a devil of a struggle. Wait. Right. Right now. What the hell? Hold him, Watson. Let me go. Now, let me get his face. Yes, I've got to show you his real face. There. Hold on. Hold on, it's coming away. No!
What the devil is that?
His whole face is coming away. It's peeled off like the bark of a tree.
Yes, and the grey hair, too. Off with that. Come on. Light the lamp on the table, Sergeant, and ask this man that question. All right, you may get up now, Mr. Maynard Burley.
What the devil is it? All right. I give in. What am I charged with now?
You really are Mr. Maynard Burley.
If I am, then clearly I cannot be responsible for my own death. So legally, I must be allowed to leave.
You may not have committed a major crime, Burley, but you've caused a grave disruption of the public peace. You've disgraced yourself. And above all, you've let your wife down most dreadfully. If you feel anything for her and your son, then now is the time to make amends.
Well, it was something I drifted into. And once in, I couldn't see a way out. You see, in my youth, I'd been on the stage, and when things became difficult, I I thought I'd turn to writing. I wrote a series of articles on what it was like to be a beggar of the streets. In order to find out by first-hand knowledge, I became a beggar. I used a rubber mask, a different whining voice, and I got all the information I needed. I wrote the articles, and they were a success. Then times changed. I found I could make more money as a beggar than I could as an honest journalist. I could make over £1 a day by whining and begging. I still had a little money from my investments, but regular employment seemed to evade me. I took to begging as Mike Beale as a profession. I left our modest home in Islington each morning well-dressed for the city. I begged all day and changed back into my city clothes in the late afternoon. I rented these rooms above the Green Pagoda for changing purposes. Imagine my horror when I looked out of the window last Monday and saw my wife in the street below. I rushed into the room, threw my overcoat with the day's takings into the river. As I did so, I cut my wrist on the broken window pane. There was blood everywhere. I donned my rubber mask and hurried to the room below, pretending a drunken sleep. I assumed the identity of Mike Beale. I've had to do it ever since. I've been waiting for the chance to slip away, go back to Sarah and my young son.
Yes, you were worried about them. That's why you arranged to send your wife that note and your signet ring, posted by one of the inmates of the Green Pagoda before it was closed down. As well, Mr. Burley, it seems to me that you have a great steel upon your conscience. You obviously cannot be held for the murder of Maynard Burley, but how you'll be able to face up to your wife again is something I shall never know.
Holmes looked at the sergeant, who appeared completely baffled. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders and indicated that he didn't know what line of action to take. It was Holmes who took the initiative.
If the police manage to hush this up, Burley, well, there must be an end to this. No more begging, no more Mike Beale.
I swear by the most solemn oath that it shall be so.
Then I think you should tell your wife everything. If she is the lady I think she is, then she will find it in her heart to forgive you. I promise you that we shall be silent. The rest is up to you. Well, now, Watson, how about that supper waiting for you back at Baker Street? Shall we get back to it straight away?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, the heat wave continues, Watson. According to the latest weather report, there's no sign of it abating.
Well, I suppose after such a cruel winter, one should be grateful. It can't last indefinitely. Look here, Holmes. I have a young fellow working with me. He can take over my practice for a few days. Why don't we get out of London?
Get out?
Yes. The heat in the centre of the city is insupportable. Let's hire ourselves a pony and trap, pack a few things in a rucksack, and take to the open road. Stay at inns wherever we like, walk, swim, fish. Well, just relax and enjoy the sunshine. We both need to get away, and this is an ideal time. Now, what do you say?
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
David Rensburg's will. Summer of 1886 was indeed one to remember. It was one of the hottest, driest times ever recorded for the month of May, and London sweltered. None of us was accustomed to such heat. While most of my patients continued to improve, a great number were suffering from heat fatigue. Of course, the trains to the seaside towns were crowded. But it seemed to me that the quiet peace of the open English countryside held out the best promise of relief. Sherlock Holmes loved London. In fact, I don't think he was really happy anywhere else. But he saw the sense of my argument and agreed to my suggestion. It was easy for me to hire a pony and carriage from the hostelry in Bickenhall Street, and so off we went. Our plan was to simply follow the country lanes through Hertford and Buckinghamshire. Now, you must admit, Holmes, that this is a splendid idea. Just look around. Wild roses are already out on the hedges. Birds are singing, the wild grasses shimmering on the banks each side of us. Not a cloud in the sky.
It is, of course, very beautiful.
It's downside better than those pea-soup fogs and the bitter cold of a few months ago. Thank goodness all is peaceful here. I don't know about you, but I'm getting quite an appetite. Well, surely you must come across a country inn very soon.
Well, according to this map, we're some miles from a village called Little Sutton in the Wold.
Well, that may be it down there. What a view. Shall we stop for a few minutes, Holmes? I could do with a breather.
Oh, very well. I'll take the reins later.
There. Oh, go. Oh, let's get down and stretch our legs. Well, certainly a great sight. An undulating patchwork of different-colored fields stretching as far as the eye can see. Ah, golden corn and sweetest breeze bring peace and quiet to an English heart.
You wax very poetic this morning, Watson. I appreciate the tranquility of all that lies before us, but I do confess that to live amongst all this for very long would become unsatisfying. One needs mental stimulation.
Oh, I should have thought you had had enough of that to last a lifetime. And thank goodness we've escaped from crime and violence, at least for a short while. Personally, I've seen so much pain and suffering that I could cheerfully...
Some travellers are in a hurry. The road is quite narrow. Good job we pulled off to the side.
What was that? Holmes, the driver's lost control. Get me to that horse. I saw the horse rear up, the carriage about to topple over. The driver lost the reins, and unless the animal was controlled, I knew there'd be a dreadful disaster. Instinctively, and almost without thinking, I threw myself forward, grabbing at the horse's head. Found the bridle and hung on. My weight slowed him down. I was conscious of being dragged forward. There was a pain in my shoulder. My arms seemed to be wrenched out of their sockets. Suddenly, I felt a searing stab of agony. Mercifully, all went dark and silent.
How is he, Doctor?
He'll be all right. He's broken a few ribs. I don't like the look of those bruises. But if you ask me, he's been extremely lucky.
Should he be taken to hospital?
Oh, no. He's a very strong man. Let him lie here in this comfortable room at the Dappled Duck. You have no immediate plans?
No. We were taking a country tour with no definite plans. As long as he's comfortable and in no danger.
Oh, no. He's a medical man himself, I understand.
Yes, that's right.
Then he will know what attitude to take when he becomes himself again. Just leave him. Let nature take its course. I'll be in the village if you need me at all. Good day to you, Mr. Holmes.
Good day to you, Doctor. I'll show you out.
I was conscious of what Holmes and the doctor were saying, and strangely enough, in spite of the aches and pains, I felt quite peaceful. I may have been given some form of opiate. I can only remember feeling quite at ease, knowing that Holmes would take good care of me.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That is correct.
My name's Mary Cook. I've come here to inquire into the condition of your friend who so gallantly rescued us this morning. My mistress and I were in the carriage that nearly overturned. I'd been sent from Rensburg Manor to convey our grateful thanks.
My friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, is suffering from a few injuries, but I'm assured that he'll make a speedy recovery. Please, won't you sit down and discuss this whole matter? We were parked at the roadside when we heard a shot, and your horse was frightened into bolting. Can you tell me who was in the carriage at that time?
Just myself and my mistress, Miss Reva Lowe. Oh, it's all very distressing. You see, Miss Lowe and I have only just arrived in this country from South Africa. We were on our way to Rensburg Manor. My mistress is an heiress and has been left the manor and all the estates in her uncle's will. Oh, what a dreadful welcome. Are you sure that Dr. Watson's all right?
Oh, yes, he's a very tough fellow. He'll pull through soon enough. Has anyone inquired into the shooting incident?
Why, no, I assumed it was someone shooting in the woods. Oh, what an unfortunate incident.
Yes. Particularly as the bullet from the gun ricocheted off the rocks on the bank where we were standing. I don't wish to add to your anxieties, Miss Cook, but I have the distinct impression that the shot was deliberately fired at either your carriage or ours.
Oh, but surely that cannot be.
Well, as you are strangers to this country, it would be unlikely that you should be the target of such an attack, and so...
You mean someone aimed at you?
It is quite possible. I am a man with few friends, but many enemies. Please do not distress yourself on my account. If this was not an accident, you may be sure I shall find out the true cause of it all. Well, thank you for calling, Miss Cook. Convey my respects to your mistress, and assure her that all is well. Good day to you.
Within a couple of days, I was feeling more myself again. I'd managed to bandage up my chest to give support to my injured rib cage, but the comfort it gave me was offset by the heat it generated. However, I made progress. There was a goodwill note and a bowl of fruit from the ladies up at the manor, and an invitation to call upon them whenever I was able. For most of the time, I sat in the small back garden of the Dappled Duck Inn under the shade of the large oak tree. Sherlock Holmes disappeared for hours at a time. I was surprised, as he seemed cheerful and enjoying himself no end. Then, on the third day, he suggested a quiet drive up to Rensburg Manor. The mistress of the house, Reva Lowe, received us graciously.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, how good of you to call. We've been so anxious about you, Doctor. Are you recovering from the accident?
Yes, I shall be myself again quite shortly. There's nothing to give concern.
Well, I think you're a very brave man, and we are much in your debt. May I introduce you? This is Harley Albright, our family lawyer.
How do you do?
Little Newman, the squire of Little Sutton. And Mr. Robert Higgins.
How do you do?
Mary Cook, my companion in the carriage, you already know. She's just as grateful to you as I am. Mary, have we sherry and biscuits to offer our guests?
Yes. They're there on the side table.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Albright, I wonder if you'd be so kind.
But yes, of course. Allow me.
I do trust that things will settle down for you now, Miss Lowe. You have inherited these estates, I understand.
Under the terms of Uncle David's will, yes. I must say I don't understand it very clearly. In these matters, I am totally in the hands of lawyers.
Well, as squire, I can state most definitely that you couldn't be better represented. Albright has handled my affairs with great skill for many years.
Yeah, mine too. Not that a hard-worked farmer like myself is a great deal to handle. I've enough to do trying to make the land pay for itself.
I'm sure you manage admirably, Mr. Higgins. If the farmlands about here belong to you, then you've something to be proud of. I've never seen such a green land.
Thank you, Miss Cook. I'd like to show you around them sometime, but I think we'd do better to start by calling each other by our Christian names, don't you?
Should we not take our refreshments into the garden? It's still so dreadfully hot. There are shady umbrellas under the trees. Can you manage, Dr. Watson?
Oh, yes, quite easily, thank you.
Allow me to help you, Doctor.
And I, too, if I can be of any assistance.
I'll be getting back shortly. How about you, Albright?
Oh, yes. I have a great deal to do. Perhaps a few minutes in the garden, then back to work. Papers to prepare, you know.
Well, that leaves us together, Miss Lowe. I understand you come from South Africa. A most fascinating land. What part do you come from? The Cape? Natal?
Natal. My family were amongst the early settlers. This is the first time I've been to England, actually. There's such a contrast.
That was a most agreeable visit, Holmes. I think Reva Lowe and her maid companion are delightful. The squire and Robert Higgins, too, very pleasant. A happy community. Pity we can't stay longer. But I'm quite able to travel.
No, Watson.
Huh?
I said no. You are incapable of enjoying a further holiday and reluctant to return to the heat of the city. I suggest we stay where we are.
Holmes, there's more to this than meets the eye. Now, just what are you up to? Why do you really wish to remain here in Little Sutton?
I wish to remain, Watson, because I know all is not happy. If I stay, I may put a stop to a miscarriage of justice. I may be able to prevent a murder.
I looked at Holmes in sheer amazement. I knew that he longed for the excitement of the city and his routine of continual investigation, but surely, here in the peace of the countryside, he had to be mistaken. But he was quite serious.
Oh, yes, I am quite serious. This isn't daydreaming on my part. You see, I've been wondering about that accident. It was caused by a shot from the woods on the other side of the road. It might have been an accident, a poacher, a wild shot at a rabbit, something like that, but I don't think so. It was deliberately fired at that carriage. It could not have been meant for us. No one, not even Mrs. Hudson, knows we're here. While you've been lying down recovering, I've been making a few inquiries.
Oh, you mean into the affairs at Rensburg Manor?
Yes, I find that David Rensburg died under very strange circumstances. He was found dead after taking a jump whilst out riding one morning. He was alone and there were no witnesses. He was an expert horseman and had cleared that fence most days of his riding life. The horse was found grazing some mile away. Nothing wrong. It must have been an accident.
Well, these things do happen. Why should it arouse your suspicion?
Because he made a will. It was a most strange one. I cannot find out the conditions, but I think there's going to be some controversy within the next few days. I can spell danger, Watson. I'm a man who deals only in facts, not suspicions, but I smell danger.
I had learned never to take Sherlock Holmes' views lightly. He was a man who rarely wasted time, and if he felt the need to stay on down at Little Sutton, then I was quite agreeable. In any case, I was still in great discomfort, and it was easier to convalesce on the countryside than back in the city. But it was some days later before Holmes' fears were confirmed. Miss Reva Lowe called at the inn, and it was in the early evening.
I'm sorry to arrive like this, Mr. Holmes, but I took a chance on the fact that you might still be here. May I talk to you in confidence?
By all means. Do take a seat.
Thank you. I hardly know where to begin. Well, the fact is, since Mary and I arrived up at the manor, things have not been as trouble-free as I should have liked. To start with, the terms of my uncle's will are very strange. They require that I shall stay at the manor for a whole year before the estates are legally mine.
Well, these things often take some time, but a year is rather unusual.
Yes, particularly because after that year I shall be required to prove my identity as being sound of mind and body.
Extraordinary. May I ask if there are any other clauses in the will? Should you not fulfill the conditions, who would stand to benefit?
That's the curious thing. No one else. I am the only relative, and so why all these strange conditions?
Yes. Well, if it's all legally drawn up, I don't see what can be done about it.
Neither do I. But that isn't all that's bothering me. The fact is... I don't wish to be over-fanciful, but I have a feeling that it's a very unlucky house.
In what way?
Well, to start with, there was the accident with the carriage before I even arrived at the manor. And then, since then, several things have happened, even in this short time. The other day, Mary and I were out relaxing on the terrace, enjoying the sunshine. Oh, isn't it heavenly? So beautifully cool under the trees.
Yes, it's lovely. Oh, it's too hot for tea, don't you think? What about iced lemonade? There's some waiting. Oh, look, it's Sandy, your uncle's old tomcat.
Sandy?
I wonder if he misses his master.
Doesn't appear to. I don't think Uncle David liked cats very much. He must have been much more of a dog man. Let's give Sandy a saucer of milk. You feeling thirsty, Sandy? I'd like some lemonade, please.
There we are, Sandy. That's nice, huh? Well, what are the rest of your plans for today?
Mr. Albright is preparing some papers for signing. He should be here in a moment. Then the Squire and Robert are coming for luncheon. Incidentally, I think Robert is becoming very attached to you. He talks of nothing else.
You must be imagining.
What is the matter? What's the matter with Sandy? Sandy?
He seems to be having some sort of fit. Oh, I think...
No.
Oh, he's lying so still now. I think he's dead. Oh, no.
Of course, Sandy was a very old cat. He hadn't been well, and we were told that he was subject to fits, but the incident was upsetting. We naturally called the servants and retired into the house. The cat was dead and buried in a favorite spot in the garden. Well, I thought nothing more about the incident until noon today. It's been yet again another boiling hot day. Mary was about some duties in the house, and I borrowed her green and white parasol and stepped out into the garden. I wandered quietly across the lawns, returning to the house along the open terrace. I was happy, humming to myself, at peace with the world, when... Mary? Mary? Is that you up there? It was all over so quickly, Mr. Holmes. I was on the terrace when I thought I heard a sound from above. I looked up at the veranda, and then one of the heavy flower pots containing pink geraniums crashed down towards me. I just had time to jump aside before it broke into pieces on the tiles. There is no doubt that I could have been killed if I'd not moved quickly.
And this is the latest accident?
Yes, but now I am sure they're not accidents. There is someone trying to cause me bodily harm.
Yes, yes, indeed. You or another.
I beg your pardon?
No, it's nothing. I do agree with you, Miss Lowe. I think you have cause for alarm. In fact, I'm sure there is a vicious plot afoot up at the manor. With your kind permission, I should like free access to the house at all times, day and night.
By all means. I have spare keys.
But first tell me, the cat that died, did anyone think of examining the milk on that milk tray?
No. You mean you think it could have been poisoned?
Almost certainly. Tell me, who was in the house at the time?
Just the servants. We had guests to lunch, the squire and Robert Higgins, both of whom you've met.
You find both men agreeable company? Did they pay you much attention?
Yes. I think they were both Uncle's friends, and they're doing their best to make us feel at home. The squire is most attentive towards me, and Robert is more than anxious to look after Mary. In fact, he seems quite infatuated with her.
He does? Oh, that's very interesting. Well, let me gather a few things together and find out if Watson is agreeable to taking a trip to the manor. You have transport?
Yes, thank you. I have a cab. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I need hardly tell you that I'd be most grateful if you'd keep this conversation to yourself. I don't want the others to know of my suspicions. Can it remain a secret between us?
Of course, but I think it's very important for us not to deceive each other. I'm a well-known detective, and I shall find out the truth sooner or later, and so...
So?
So why don't you stop all this deception and tell me the whole truth, here and now?
Of course, I agreed to accompany Holmes up to the manor. He didn't bother to explain the circumstances to me. Both he and Reva Lowe were silent for the whole journey. Then, to my surprise, we didn't drive the whole way. Holmes stopped the carriage just outside the grounds.
Now, this will do nicely, thank you. Can you get off here, Watson?
All right, if you say so.
Here, Mr. Holmes. I think you'll need these keys. They are to the whole house. The largest one is it's the old side entrance. That'll be the safest way in.
Oh, thank you. Remember all I have said, and good luck.
Thank you. I shall remember. Come on, boy. Come on.
Now, look here, Holmes. I'm accustomed to being kept in the dark about quite a lot, but I really must insist that you give me some information. How am I supposed to help if I don't know what's going on?
All will be revealed to you shortly, Watson. The fact is that I was right. There is a murder planned. So far, a few attempts have been made under the cover of an accident, but those have all failed, and I have reason to think that there'll be a more serious attempt made this very night. Come, we have a long wait ahead of us.
The lights were ablaze at the manor, flooding through the open windows and spreading across the lawns. It wasn't easy to approach the house without being seen. We dodged from shadowed tree to thick bush, and eventually stopped near the side of the house. We waited, hearing voices from within. I could tell that the squire, Robert Higgins, and Harley Albright were all present. It seemed to be hours before the guests departed.
I'll call on you tomorrow, Mary. That's if I may.
Well, yes, of course.
Good night, Squire Newman.
Good night.
Good night.
Come on, dear, let's lock up and good night. Let's go to bed now. I'm really very exhausted.
It's the heat, I think. Oh, it'll be difficult to sleep tonight, even with the windows wide open.
Oh, listen, thunder. Well, a good storm may break the heat. Come on, let's lock up. Oh, it was a most pleasant evening, don't you think?
Come, Watson. The time has come to take up our positions. We enter by the side door and climb the servants' stairs to the bedrooms. Then I'm afraid it'll be yet another long wait. Come.
I followed Holmes, and we gained entrance to the house without being seen. To my surprise, Holmes chose to wait in the very small dressing room next to Mary Cook's bedroom. The two ladies retired, and we heard movements as they prepared for bed. Then followed hours of waiting while the storm grew and the welcome rain began. I began to become cramped and irritable.
I fear the storm is not to our advantage, Watson. It could make all this a waste of time.
Have we not been cooped up here for nothing? Oh, Holmes, I'm in agony.
Listen. Someone is out in the corridor. I'm going to push this door open.
Holmes, this is Mary Cook's bedroom. Surely if there's danger, we should be guarding Reva Lowe.
Shh, quiet. Now, Watson, get him. Get him quickly, man.
Instantly, my cracked ribs and aches and pains were forgotten. I threw myself into the room. Mary Cook jumped from her bed, and Holmes and I grabbed at the man who loomed over her. He struggled manfully, but he was no match for the pair of us. Overpowered, with wrists tied behind his back, Harley Albright, the lawyer, glowered at us as Reva Lowe entered the room.
Just what do you think this means, Mr. Holmes? It means that you will be facing a charge of attempted murder, Albright.
Mary, are you all right?
Yes, thank you, dear.
And the game's up, Albright. I knew there was something wrong from the moment these ladies arrived in this place. Incidentally, I think I better explain, Watson. The two of them changed places. This is really Reva Lowe. And this lady who posed as the heiress is a hired protector. You are a brave woman.
Thank you. It was a job. Reva approached me because she'd received a letter in South Africa from her uncle saying that he thought someone was trying to kill him.
He was killed by Albright's loosening the girth of his saddle before he went jumping. Then when you arrived, he set about trying to kill again. Only he knew the switch had been made, and the person he wished to kill was known as Mary, not Reva. The parasol you borrowed made him think it was Mary underneath the veranda. And that's why we guarded this room tonight. Watson and I caught him red-handed. It had to be him. It couldn't be anyone else. You killed to cover up for all the money you've been swindling out of the estate, isn't that right, Albright? Oh, yes. There's no need to reply. You'll have plenty of opportunities for that at your trial.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Might I inquire your movements today, Watson?
Oh, only my usual rounds in the Paddington area, Holmes. And now back here for lunch at the usual time. Surgery late this afternoon and some paperwork in the evening. Nothing very special. Why?
I've had a note brought round. It's extremely interesting. It reads, Sir Charles Drewings would be pleased if you would receive him at your rooms in Baker Street at 2:30 this afternoon. It is a matter of national importance and extremely urgent. Yes, it comes, as you can see, from the seal on the envelope from the Admiralty.
Well, I think I understand. The matter will be secret and your meeting highly confidential. You'd like me to lunch in town and come back later?
No, not at all. I believe Sir Charles Drewings is a very shrewd and devious character. I should very much like a witness to this meeting. You will be here to assist me.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Lack of evidence.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge, Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Flower Connection has just opened their flagship store in Linden, Johannesburg at 65 on 4th, situated in 4th Avenue. For fresh cut flowers, plants and florist accessories at wholesale prices, come to Flower Connection. Call Jenny on 076 951 9449 or visit our website at www.flowerconnection.com.
Sherlock Holmes was accustomed to dealing with government departments, but any assistance he was asked to give invariably came through the visits from his brother Mycroft. It was unusual to have a direct request from someone as high up as Sir Charles Drewings. I went about my business and forgot all about the appointment. There were several difficult cases that needed hospitalization, and to my consternation, I found the morning had slipped away. Lunchtime had come and gone. And when eventually I got back to Baker Street, it was nearly 2:30. A carriage waited at the curb outside 221B. I let myself in and found Holmes seated in his favorite chair. Opposite him was a tall, distinguished-looking man of rather forbidding appearance. Holmes immediately made the necessary introductions.
How do you do, Dr. Watson?
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you. But surely, Holmes, you must have understood that I intended this appointment to be strictly confidential.
Watson has been privy to almost every case I've ever handled, including the most secret assignments from my brother Mycroft.
Unfortunately, Mycroft is not in England at the moment. Were he so, I should doubtless have used him as an intermediary.
He would have welcomed Watson's assistance, I do assure you. You need have no fear of speaking freely in front of a most trusted colleague.
Well, very well. The fact is that I have an assistant at the Admiralty. His name is Robert Rivers. He lives quite near here in Upper Montague Street, or rather, he did. The fact is that Rivers has simply disappeared, can't be traced at all. He should have been in the office 2 days ago. He didn't turn up. No sign of him anywhere. We're very worried.
You think he may have met with an accident? Surely he has a family who would have known that.
Well, he has a wife. A very beautiful wife, years younger than himself. They appear to be estranged. A delicate matter. Impending divorce, I understand. Naturally, Rivers wishes to avoid that publicity, but that's not what disturbs me, Mr. Holmes. The fact is that for some time now we've been aware that certain information has been passing from our office to foreign shores. As you know, we in Britain pride ourselves on our secret service, best in the world. Information coming back to us leads us to believe that someone in the Admiralty has, to put it bluntly, turned traitor.
I see. And you suspect it's Robert Rivers?
It's a grave accusation, Holmes. I don't care to put it in as many words, but the possibility does exist. Recently I've been watching Rivers. Only he and I have the keys to the safe where the codes are kept. It's top secret. The codes are continually changing. Now, I know that Rivers has been at work on certain papers. I'm reasonably sure that he has contacts in Austria. Your brother Mycroft is over there at the moment and confirms that information is being leaked out.
So you think Rivers became aware that you were onto him and that he has skipped the country with your latest plans?
That is what I fear.
I see. Well, if he's been missing for 2 days, he could easily be aboard ship or even across the channel. What does his wife say?
We have not contacted her. She's rarely at his house. The point is, Holmes, I don't want to call in the yard. If this can be handled quietly, if you can obtain proof that Rivers has defected, then our men on the continent will know what to do. At the moment, there is simply not enough evidence. Will you consider taking up this investigation and giving it top priority? Please agree for England's sake.
First, I knew Holmes would say yes, and he lost no time in taking action. The moment Sir Charles left us, Holmes reached for one of his files. He speedily confirmed the background and address of Robert Rivers, and, giving me time for a light luncheon, suggested a short walk round to the Rivers home in Upper Montague Street. In response to our ringing, the door was opened by an extremely lovely lady, and she was quite obviously the wife we'd been told about.
Yes, can I help you?
I beg your pardon, madame, but am I addressing the wife of Robert Rivers?
I am Irene Rivers, yes.
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Oh, Mr. Holmes. Well, of course, I have heard of you. Would you care to step inside before stating your business?
You are very kind. Thank you.
Please come this way. I presume that a visit from someone as illustrious as yourself must mean that you wish to ask questions about Robert. Please, won't you both be seated?
Thank you. What makes you assume it's in connection with your husband, Mrs. Rivers?
Because he's the only one who matters here. If it is about Robert, then I must tell you that I know nothing. I haven't seen him in months. I'm only here for a few days to collect some possessions, and then I'm about to sail for the United States.
I see. If you see so little of your husband, then presumably you know nothing of his movements.
Nothing at all. Even when I stayed here permanently and tried to help him, he was totally secretive about where he was going and why.
You have no idea where he is at the moment?
Well, at his office, presumably.
He's not been seen for over 2 days. No one knows where he is. The Admiralty are extremely worried. They fear that he may have met with some misfortune.
Not been seen? Oh, but surely I've only just returned here, you understand. I've not even seen the servants. Surely they must know.
Well, I believe they have been questioned and can throw no light on the matter.
I see. Oh, I wish I could help. I really do. Oh, dear. I hope this isn't going to complicate matters. You see, Mr. Holmes, I am leaving my husband, this time for good. I'm seeking a divorce and leaving for America, where I hope to marry the man I'm in love with. I don't wish to part from Robert as bad friends.
When are you thinking of leaving?
Well, I have a passage booked on the Ruritania for the day after tomorrow.
I see. Well, then let us hope we have good news for you before then.
Oh, Irene, darling, did you know that... Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know that you had visitors.
That's quite all right. The gentlemen were about to leave. Let me introduce you. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson. This is Mr. Douglas Beresford from New York.
A great pleasure to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Your name is well known, even on the other side of the Atlantic.
Oh, that is most gratifying.
Mr. Holmes is here making inquiries about my husband, Douglas. I have told him that having just returned to the house after an absence of some weeks, I know nothing of his whereabouts.
I see. Well, I'm sorry. I can't help you either, Mr. Holmes. Rivers and I hardly know each other.
Well, then it's useless to question you further. May I have a few words with the servants before we leave, Mrs. Rivers?
Yes, of course. Be so good as to ring the bell, please, Douglas.
Yes, sure.
May I leave you my card? You will, of course, get in touch with me if you hear from your husband or can throw any light upon his sudden disappearance.
Yes, of course.
You rang, madame?
Yes, Briggs. Please take these two gentlemen down to the servants' quarters and allow them to question whoever is available, and then be so good as to show them to a carriage.
Very good, ma'am. If you would follow me, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, good day to you, Mrs. Rivers. Mr. Beresford.
Good day.
Good day.
Irene, darling, what do they really want? What did you tell them?
I told them nothing, except that I'm in love, and I'm going to America to divorce and remarry. That's all, my dear. That's all.
Really? Oh, my dear.
The christening of the servants at Upper Montague Street took very little time. But to my surprise, Holmes asked to be shown out the back way into Montague Mews. He then entered the private coach house.
Yes, I see. The horse and carriage are not here. All seems in order. The hay untouched, unused. It rained yesterday, but there's no evidence of it in here, except... but wait. What is this over here? Look. Blood.
George, you're right, Holmes. Blood, and quite a lot of it. Dried blood. It's not fresh.
Yes, and here there's been quite a violent struggle. The hay, canvas coverings, all buried away. Give me a hand, Watson. Look. A man. A dead man.
Heavens, Holmes. What a sight. This man's been beaten to death.
Yes, it looks as though he's put up a good fight. His hands are much bruised. And then perhaps when he was down, he was struck violently from the back with a heavy instrument. Look, a coachman's wheel hammer. Shot at the base of his skull. Oh, it's murder, all right, Watson.
Holmes, is this Robert Rivers, the missing man?
No, I think not, Watson. He's a servant. I should judge from his garb that he's a family coachman. The poor fellow's dead, all right. Well, that means we shall have to bring the police into this case. Can you please use the telephone, Watson? I saw one on the wall inside the hall.
Yes, of course.
Get through to Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard. Tell him to come to me or send a man round.
Right.
Meanwhile, I have the opportunity of going over this table before no one else gets here. Now, hurry, Watson, hurry.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000 or visit their website at www.destinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
In less than an hour, Inspector Lestrade had arrived with a police sergeant. Holmes had got the butler to identify the body. It was indeed the coachman Morgan, who had been in service to Robert Rivers for so many years. Lestrade made his own examination and agreed with Holmes.
Struck down from behind. Murder, all right.
Yes, I hope you don't think this is too small a matter for you, Lestrade.
This is the home of Robert Rivers, isn't it? He works at the Admiralty. A murder on the premises of anyone employed at such places has serious undercurrents. I see that the horse and carriage are not here. Is it possible that Mr. Rivers has taken them?
Yes, it is possible, but I think you do well to concentrate on this as a straightforward murder, Lestrade.
Oh, well, where do we start? Any ideas?
Oh, yes, plenty. You're looking for a man of approximately 5 foot 8 inches tall. He has red hair, and he has a tooth missing from the front of his mouth.
Holmes, you aren't serious.
I'm never more so. The coachman Morgan put up a good fight. I see the knuckles of his hands and the bruises on his face. He landed several blows to the head of his assailant. Adhere to the blood on his hands were various hairs. I've used tweezers to place them in this envelope. Yes, the hairs, as you will see, are of a rather vivid red.
Yes. Yes, all right, Holmes. Carry on.
You'll find there's also a broken tooth in that envelope. I picked it up from the straw. It must have been from the man Morgan was fighting, because Morgan's teeth are all quite intact. Also on the beam of the stable there are similar red hairs. That shows that the man was hit and staggered back. His head hit the post at roughly 5.5 feet from the ground. It is reasonable, therefore, to assume that he is a small man. He must have red hair and a beard.
Yeah. Well, that is something to go on, isn't it?
I think so. There must be hundreds of red-headed men in London, but not many who also have broken front teeth. It narrows down the field somewhat. I think you'll find that the killer is a hired thug, experienced in this field. May I make a final suggestion?
By all means.
Try Limehouse. There is a pub called the Anchor near the river. It's the kind of place where all the seamen gather. There is a so-called gymnasium at the back. I've long suspected it as being a screen for various smuggling activities. If you get a couple of plain clothes men to dress up as rough seamen, they may be able to pick up a lead on the man you're after.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll follow through on that, Holmes. Thanks.
After we left Montague Mews, Holmes went back to Baker Street and I took a cab to my surgery. I'd delayed my work long enough. It was now quite dark, but I was able to see the many patients who'd been waiting for me. It was late when I eventually made my way back home.
Watson. I've been sniffing about in Limehouse. The Lestrade's men are there, standing out like sore thumbs. They were in the bar of the Anchor, but in a way they helped. They made my own investigations pass quite unnoticed. I found the murderer all right.
Oh, you have? Well, who is the man?
A most undesirable creature by the name of Joe Cornfoot. He's a burly 5'7", has red hair and a front tooth missing. I've advised Scotland Yard and the Lestrade should call him in for questioning. They should be able to get the truth out of him.
Yes, but Holmes, even if they do get a confession out of this man, will that help you to trace what has happened to Robert Rivers?
Oh, I sincerely hope so, Watson. Well, there must be some connection. An important Admiralty man disappears and his coachman is murdered on the same night? No. There must be a link. It all depends on Lestrade. Can he get at the truth? Huh. Oh, let's hope so. Oh, well, it's been a long day. I'm getting to bed. Good night, Watson.
Good night, Holmes.
Now, come on, Cornfoot. Tell me the truth.
You ain't got nothing on me, Inspector. What makes you think I'm the man you want?
You've got a front tooth missing, haven't you? We've got one that will fit that gap in your mouth exactly.
So what? Lots of seamen have got teeth missing.
How did you come to lose yours?
Well, it must have been 2 or 3 nights ago. I was mixing it with another bloke in the gym at the back there. A fella called Max Welder. Caught me one in the face, knocked me bleeding tooth down my throat. Yeah, look, that's Welder's just come in. You can go and ask him if you like.
I will, later on. Tell me where you were last Monday night between the hours of 6 and midnight.
See, I was here most of the time. Yeah. The landlord will bear me out. He'll tell you that I had a bit of grub, a few pints, and then I went round to the gym and had a couple of rounds with the boys, and got my tooth knocked out and came back in here until closing time. As a matter of fact, because of me swelling face, like, I spent the night right here in one of the rooms at the Anchor.
You expect me to believe that?
Oh, please yourself. I've got a dozen blokes to back me up. Just hold on, Jiffy. Alf Brown is the landlord. Hey, Alf, come over here. What did the inspector here is questioning me about where I was on Monday night. He seems to think I ain't telling the truth. You tell him.
Monday? Oh, let's see now. That will be the day you had your tooth knocked out, wouldn't it?
Right.
Yes, you've got such a nice supper to stayed overnight, if I recall. Yes. Well, there's Max Welder over there. He's the bloke who copped you one, wasn't he? Shall I call him?
All right. You're all going to stick together. But I warn you, Alf Brown, this is a serious offense. If you are shielding a murderer lying on his behalf, then you are an accomplice, and you could end by swinging on the end of a rope. Remember that.
The next day was spent in trying to destroy Joe Cornfoot's alibi and continuing the search for Robert Rivers. Both ended in failure. A very frustrated Lestrade called in the late afternoon.
Oh, I just can't move him, Holmes. Can't make the charge stick. He simply says he's innocent, and that's that.
But he is not innocent. He is guilty. I've been ferreting away down at Limehouse, and Joe's pals are perjuring themselves to protect him. He is guilty, and he knows where Robert Rivers is. I'm sure of it.
Well, Holmes, I don't know how we're going to prove that you're right.
Well, I shall have to take active steps myself. There's no time to lose. We move tonight. First, I want you to send off 2 telegrams for me. One is to Mycroft, wherever he is in Europe. Oh, I think we should be here to take the responsibility. The second is to Sir Charles Drewings. Then I want you to have your men at the ready down at Limehouse, Lestrade. Watson, are you agreeable to accompany me?
Oh, yes, of course.
Good. Then it's about 9 o'clock we will journey to Limehouse. Suitably clad, of course. I'm sure I can find old clothes that you can get into. A large Inverness cape with big pockets that can contain a revolver or 2.
So you think it's going to be dangerous, Holmes?
We're tackling dangerous men. Let's go prepared. Come, let's get started. Now, Lestrade, this is what happened.
And so, on that rainy, windy night, Holmes and I took a cab to the east end of London. We made our way on foot to the Anchor Inn, but we didn't go in. It wasn't all that late. We waited down a side alley. After half an hour, 2 men left by the back entrance near the gymnasium. By the light of the gas lamps, Holmes identified them as Joe Cornfoot and Alf Brown, the landlord. We followed them swiftly and as silently as possible. They made their way towards the river, and at Luke's Wharf, they stopped and slipped into a small, disused warehouse. Holmes touched me by the sleeve and guided me through the darkness. Inside, the 2 men lit a lantern.
There you are. You see that kneeling down, look. About to lift up a wooden trapdoor in the floor.
Yes, but Holmes, what does all this mean?
Shush. You'll find out very soon. Wait.
Waste of time if you ask me. We know we're safe enough.
We've got to check, though. We can't be too careful. Here, give it on. No, you take that side. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Right. See,
still there. Told you. No chance of anyone discovering him under the floorboards. Now, all we have to do is put him in the chest. Come on, now. Easy, now. That's got it. Right. Close him in. Right. Now, tomorrow he goes aboard the Seawolf. And once out at sea, the captain drops the chest overboard, and that's that. We settle back and start collecting. Rich blokes we're going to be, nice and rich for the rest of our days.
The cops won't give up. They'll still be asking questions.
Don't let them. There's a lack of evidence. They can't make any accusations. Stick, it's worth taking a few risks.
One risk too many. Don't move. There are 2 revolvers pointing at you, and both my friend and I are crack shots. Keep them silent, Watson. Let's get this straight in here. I know he's been following us. Right. Yes, well, the game is up for you two. You may have been lucky once, Cornfoot, but you don't need a false alibi for this evening's work. This time you face a charge of murder. The killing of Robert Rivers, whose body you have just placed in that sea chest.
Oh, see, you clever swine. How do you ever find out?
You'll have plenty of time for puzzling out the answers when we have you behind bars.
Holmes. Watson. I take it you're all right?
Yes, there's nothing wrong with us. But our friends here have a lot of explaining to do. You'll find the dead body of Robert Rivers in that sea chest. Take these men away, and then...
All right, come on, you.
I think you can make another arrest. A bigger fish this time. These are just 2 sprats to catch mackerel. Come, Watson. There's still important work.
Holmes and I left Lestrade in charge and took a waiting carriage back to Baker Street. There, we hastily changed from our old clothes, washed ourselves as cleanly and speedily as possible, and at exactly midnight, while the chimes of Big Ben ran out over the city, I heard someone pull our doorbell. It was Sir Charles Druing. Holmes' welcome was most cool.
I have to report that my case is closed, Druing. The body of Robert Rivers has been discovered. Thank you for answering my telegram by keeping this appointment, but you must have known that to stay away would have been more condemning than to face my accusations.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, but I think you do. You have been responsible for all of this, haven't you? You are the traitor who's been selling secrets abroad. The secrets of the Admiralty, new improved armory on our warships. You knew Mycroft might easily discover the leakage and who was responsible. So thinking to throw him off the scent, you turned to me. But you have already committed the major crime, hiring Joe Cornfoot to abduct Rivers. Then you wish to plant further evidence of his treachery by sending Cornfoot back into Rivers' house with enemy correspondence. But the coachman intervened. He was killed. Cornfoot fled. And you had Rivers killed and his body made ready for a final disappearance at sea.
You will have to prove all this.
Oh, yes. I certainly shall be able to do so. In your case, there is no lack of evidence. Would you care for a glass of brandy while we wait for Scotland Yard? They won't be long.
Sir Charles Druings remained quite silent. He refused to make any sort of statement when Lestrade and his men arrived to take him away. Joe Cornfoot and Alf Brown were arrested on charges of murder, and Holmes lost interest in the case completely. It was over a week later when we were sitting at breakfast.
Yes, I see 2 items of undoubted interest to you, Watson. One is the sudden death of Sir Charles Druings of a supposed heart attack. How convenient. Well, we won't bother to question that. The other is that Mrs. Irene Rivers has now become Mrs. Douglas Beresford after hearing of the death of her first husband, Robert Rivers. Well, I trust you have an uneventful day today, Watson. I certainly intend to do so.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
As a medical man, I'd always been a great believer in looking to nature for the secret of health. A balanced diet with everything in moderation, gentle and regular exercise, and plenty of sound sleep. But of course, we all tend to become self-indulgent from time to time. When that happens, I resort to more drastic means. Holmes and I sweated it out in the steam room for a good 20 minutes to half an hour.
Had enough, Watson?
Yes, I think so. This is going to lose me pounds in weight.
Well, it'll all go back on again quite soon. It's purely water weight. Come on, then. Let's have a shower in the next room and then a good massage. I don't want to spend all day in here.
Right. Oh, where's my towel? Right. Come on. This will turn us up. Feel like new men after this.
It's interesting to contrast the effects of heat and cold upon the human body. I suppose this would be quite the wrong thing for a man who was ill to do.
Yes, well, it depends upon the illness. His heart was weak. Yes, I suppose so. Well, here goes. Two or 3 minutes of this will be enough. Rub down with a rough towel and 20 minutes of heavy massage.
I think you have a streak of masochism in your nature, Watson, but, well, I'll take your word for it.
Yes, that's better. Feel fitter already. Oh, gracious, Holmes. What's that?
Like you. How dare you call me a lout? Vera is vain. You'll think your only thing is to be quiet. Get out of here. Stay out. I shall do nothing of the kind. I have as much right to use these bars as you have. I come here regularly, and I shall continue to do so. And no stupid, mad old inventor is going to... I'm warning you, Ashby. I can't tolerate your persecution much longer. I don't want to persecute you. I want to ignore you. I find you interfering in any way. You what? Think a weak, feeble old fool like you can scare me? I'll find a way to make you pay for this. I'll kill you if you get the chance. It will be quite simple for me to put you out of your misery first.
Why, gentlemen, please. There are other people in here. This is a respectable establishment. We can't allow personal quarrels to take place within these walls. Now, kindly dress and leave here as soon as possible.
Very well. But I warn you, Kenyon, I won't tolerate much more of this. You better pull yourself together and be more reasonable, or you'll regret it.
And you'd better mend your ways, and above all, stay away from my daughter.
Common oaf. No good loafer. Only after her money, I know that.
Now, that's enough, sir. I must ask you to leave. There are other clients waiting. Head that way out, please. Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. I'll be with you in a moment.
Watson? Did you say Watson? Yes, a strange morning we are, meeting all the odd types in here. Remember me, Watson? Rex Kenyon, Research Department at Battersea Institution.
Yes. Of course I do. Some years ago. I'd never have known you. You've changed so considerably.
Oh, lost a bit of hair and slimmed down. On the other hand, you look portly and prosperous. Suppose you quacks always win, huh? Come out on top. The only people who can bury their mistakes, huh? Well, I can't waste more time in here. I'll be back next week. I'll leave your tip at the office. Goodbye, Watson.
What an extremely unpleasant man.
Yes, he always was, if I remember.
Just make yourself comfortable on the massage tables, gentlemen. You first, Dr. Watson. Just relax, Mr. Holmes. Sleep, if you like.
I should think sleeping in here is almost impossible.
I don't know. Some people do. Back and shoulders first, Doctor.
Who was that man, Watson? Rex Kenyon, did he say?
Yes, that's right. I met him some while ago. I was doing some research at the same institute. He used to be a very clever scientist. Turned his attention to many inventions. Patents for dozens of things, from steam pumps to vacuum flasks.
Vacuum flasks?
Yes, small portable flasks for carrying hot drinks. Doesn't seem to have caught on, or perhaps he can't find a firm to mass-produce them.
He uses one himself. Brings in cold water to drink. I think it's largely laced with brandy. Rex Kenyon's a very complex man. Terrible temper, you must have heard.
Who was the man he was arguing with?
Young John Ashby. Another one with a foul temper. Apparently, Ashby's keen on Kenyon's daughter, causing untold trouble. They come here and raise Cain.
No wonder you allow it.
Oh, I have complained, and they've been warned that it's got to stop. We tried to persuade them to make different appointments, but each claims he was first in booking these hours. Oh, very trying.
Well, I must say, I'm shocked at Kenyon's appearance. He looks dreadfully ill to me. Oh, can you concentrate on my right shoulder? I think I've had such a fibrositis there.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, a bit of a knot here. Just under that old
I
wall.
suppose the incident with Rex
Ease on that
Kenyon
point.
would have been totally forgotten if we hadn't had a visitor a couple of days later. I came home in the afternoon to find Mrs. Hudson had just announced a young lady.
Ah, Watson, back just the right time. This is Miss Vera Kenyon. She's come to see you and not me. Shall I leave you?
Oh, please. Please, Mr. Holmes, please don't. The fact is, I would welcome your advice.
Oh, what's it all about? Oh, do be seated. I assure you that we shall both help you if we can.
Well, my father is Rex Kenyon. I believe you were acquainted with him some time ago. You met at the Raynor steam bars the other day.
Yes, that's right. I must say I'm surprised that he mentioned the fact to you.
Well, it just came up when you were talking of ways of keeping healthy. And that is really why I've come to you, Dr. Watson. I'm quite convinced my father is very, very ill. He's a brilliant man, as you must know. He's been deteriorating in health quite rapidly. And it's affecting his whole personality. He will not go to a doctor. He hasn't any faith at all in the medical profession. I'm worried to death about him.
Yes, well, how do you think I can help?
Well, you are the only doctor he even knows. Can you not call at our house, quite socially, and persuade him to let you examine him, advise him?
Well, if I thought it would succeed, I'd agree immediately. But it's quite clear that your father would not allow me to even talk about his health. He'd never consent to taking my advice, and it only caused an ugly scene. I imagine you find it difficult enough as it is.
It's becoming intolerable. I have no life of my own. Recently, I became engaged to a young man, John Ashby. I was forced to break off the engagement when father behaved like a madman, ranting and screaming and threatening to cut me off without a penny. I'm afraid John also has a bad temper. Between the two of them, I'm at my wit's end.
I'm sorry, I really don't think I can help at all. What do you advise, Holmes?
Well, I should think a change of scenery for all concerned would be the best plan. Can you not persuade your father to take a short vacation, get away into the country, even for a few weeks?
I have suggested this many times. He'll not hear of it. All he wishes to do is spend most of the day in his workshop attached to the house, drink at the public house, the Falcon, and visit the steam bars 3 times a week. It's the pattern of a total eccentric, but he will not break it.
I cannot see what we could do to help.
Mr. Holmes, if a visit by Dr. Watson to our home will anger Father, then can you not call? You're famed for your scientific approach to life. Surely you and Father could find something in common. Perhaps you might have an influence over him.
I very much doubt it. If anything specific arises, I will most certainly call upon you, but like Watson at the moment, I don't see what good I can do. I'm sorry, but that's that.
It must have been over a week later that I came down to breakfast to find Holmes eagerly reading the Morning Standard, which was propped against the toast rack.
Ah, Watson, come sit down. Pour yourself some coffee. Eggs and bacon on the sideboard. Help yourself and listen to this. Inventor found killed in Turkish bath. Mr. Rex Kenyon, well-known inventor of patent domestic appliances, was found stabbed to death in the Raynor Road Turkish bath and gymnasium late yesterday afternoon. He was heard to be quarrelling violently with another client in the steam bath earlier. The body was found by Mr. Paul Simmons, a masseur. Scotland Yard are investigating. The young man has been held for questioning.
Yeah. Sounds as though Vera Kenyon's young man's in trouble. Almost a duplication of the situation we witnessed when last there. Those two threatening to kill each other. Oh, we heard them say so.
Yes, now it's happened. Well, I said I would help Miss Kenyon if the need arose, and as it's clearly a case of murder... Ah, that may well be the lady herself. Would you answer the door?
When I opened the front door, I was surprised to see not Miss Vera Kenyon, but Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. Of course, I invited him up straight away. It seemed he had called about the matter we'd been discussing. Holmes poured him coffee, urged him to smoke his pipe, and get down to the purpose of the visit.
Oh, well, now, I see from the newspaper lying amongst the breakfast things that you've read of the death of Rex Kenyon in those Turkish bars. I believe you knew him.
Well, Watson knew him slightly. I only saw him once in those very steam baths.
Oh, we were actually expecting his daughter when you rang the bell. She came here to ask me if I could help her with her father. He was a very hot-tempered, eccentric man who led her a terrible dance. We witnessed a very ugly scene when we saw him on the occasion that Holmes has mentioned. He quarrelled violently with the young man, John Ashby.
I take it that they quarrelled yet again, and that Ashby is the young man you're holding for questioning.
We have done that. We were forced to release him. You're well informed.
Oh, not nearly as much as I should like to be. Please, tell us more.
Well, you're right. Kenyon and Ashby frequented those Turkish baths. They were continually meeting and always fighting. Seemed that yesterday afternoon at about 4 o'clock, they both arrived at the baths. They undressed in the changing room and they entered the steam room. Rex Kenyon carried his refreshment flask as usual. They entered at different times and couldn't have been pleased to see each other. They were the only two people in this, the hottest room. It was only a matter of minutes before the masseurs waiting in the outer room heard them quarrelling.
You're a dirty hound. Now, one, shut up. Go to the devil. You stop hounding me, following me about. Follow you? Oh, I'd be only too pleased if I never saw you again, you old goat. You're a sneaky young blackguard. You'd like to see me dead, wouldn't you? Yes, I would. Then you'd try and get at my daughter's inheritance, you swine. Shut up, you old fool, or I'll make you...
The argument continued for a few more minutes. Then John Ashby came out of the hot room and walked across to the headmaster, Atterbury.
Oh, yes, we know Atterbury. Good man at his job.
And I think a sound witness. He told me in great detail all that happened next.
Mr. Ashby came straight out of the hot room and into our parlour. I saw him. He was naked, except for a towel round him. This he discarded when he lay face down on one of our benches and demanded a cold sponge treatment. I got to work on him straight away, hoping that the cold water would cool his temper, too. He's a powerful young man. I could tell he was still very angry. Some 10 minutes passed. No one came in or out of the bath during that time, I can swear to that. Then another client, stripped for the hot room, came through from the changing room and entered it. Well, seconds later, there was this dreadful scream. We all rushed forward. Rex Kenyon was lying on his back on a bench with blood still flowing from a wound over his heart. He was dead. Well, I closed the place up and sent for the police. Nothing was touched, no one allowed to dress or move until they arrived. And that's the whole story.
And no weapon was found, either in the heat room, the showers, or your massage parlour.
The local police made a thorough search. It's easy in a Turkish bath. The rooms are empty, save for benches and towels. There's simply no place where a weapon like a dagger or knife could be concealed. No windows to throw things out of, everything quite sealed in. Frankly, Inspector, I don't know what to make of it, but everything I've told you is the absolute truth.
So that is the position. Well, it's baffling, Holmes. There is simply no murder weapon.
Yet you suspect young Ashby. Will you arrest him?
Oh, we should. Clearly he is the murderer. He threatened to kill Kenyon many times in front of witnesses. He was the only other one in that hot room. Kenyon and he were quarrelling. No one else could have done it. It has to be Ashby.
Yet he came out after the quarrel, clad only in a towel, and instead of going back into the changing rooms, where he could have got rid of the murder weapon concealed under the towel, he stayed for a naked sponge down. Was there any blood on Ashby's towel?
No, it was spotlessly clean, pure white. You see, it doesn't make sense. We know this young man is the murderer, and yet we simply can't prove it. It sounded just the sort of intricate puzzle that you so enjoy. That's why I came round here. What do you think, Holmes? Are you interested in working on the case?
Well, as I promised to help Vera Kenyon, I'm more or less committed, am I not? Yes, I will give the matter my immediate attention. The first thing, of course, is a visit to the baths and an interview with the masseur, Atterbury. Yes. Like to come along, Watson?
We went immediately to the Turkish baths, and Holmes had a long talk with Atterbury, who simply repeated everything he'd told Lestrade. The steam room was not working. Nothing had been touched since the baths had been closed down. We both knew our way about the place, but it was clearly a waste of time. Then Holmes suggested taking a hansom to the Kenyon home. Lestrade knew where it was, and when we arrived, we found a tearful Vera Kenyon and a rather belligerent John Ashby.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, how good of you to come. I know John didn't do it. He didn't kill my father.
Of course I didn't. I didn't like the old man. We hated each other, and it's no use pretending we didn't. I know that the circumstances are dead against me. can't see how he could have been murdered, and I don't know who was responsible, but it wasn't me.
If my father had killed John, I could have understood it. He didn't want John anywhere near me or the house. Why should John want to kill Father?
It has been suggested that with your father out of the way, you would inherit a great deal of this estate. If you married John Ashby here, then he would automatically become a rich man.
That's a lie. A flaming great lie. And if I meet up with whoever said that, I'll...
John, please.
You also have a violent, ungovernable temper.
All right, I admit it. But my temper goes as quickly as it comes.
Lots of murders are committed in acts of rage.
But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, you've got to believe me.
Oh, yes, I do. This killing wasn't committed on the spur of the moment. It was quite premeditated and cunningly thought out.
Oh, well, perhaps you will be able to tell us what Ashby cannot. Who killed Kenyon? How did he get rid of the weapon? And what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you. Perhaps someone could arrange a pot of tea. But I should like Miss Kenyon to show me over the house, and in particular her father's workshop. That I should be most interested to see.
Oh, but of course. John, would you be good enough to slip into the kitchen and ask cook to give us tea up here in half an hour? Do you wish to see the house also, Dr. Watson? If so, then please come with me. I'm sure you'll excuse me, won't you, Inspector?
We left a rather bewildered Lestrade and an irritated John Ashby and were shown over the house. Holmes just glanced into the rest of the rooms, but was clearly most interested in the outbuilding. It was a large, well-equipped type of workshop, filled with benches, Bunsen burners, retorts, metal gadgets, and dozens of tools, each appropriate to the experiment being conducted according to the plans pinned above the bench. It was a fascinating place, one in which Holmes could have spent many hours, but he appeared to know just what he was looking for. He prowled around until he came upon a small desk. On the wooden frame was a small design sketched on squared paper.
Yes, this is interesting, Watson. See, it's a sort of scabbard. Your father did a great deal of work in metal, Miss Kenyon?
He worked in all types of material. Yes, he welded metal into all kinds of instruments and designs.
Now, I wonder what happened to this particular subject. Yes, in a drawer, perhaps. No, there's nothing here, although a small book.
Deliveries of materials, I think. Orders for things needed.
It says here, 7 pounds of ice, cylinder of CO2 gas. That seems to have been ordered several times, and the last delivery on the day of his death. Yes, now I think all is clear.
Look, I'm pressed if I can follow this.
Neither can I.
I cannot explain. The only way I can tell you what happened is to show you. A practical demonstration of your father's abilities. Now, wait just one moment. I need to look around. Yes, it's clear that if something is intended not to be found, it will be deliberately thrown away, and so the dustbins and rubbish boxes. Now, here, this. Now, what about this?
What on earth is it?
Looks like some form of metal mold.
Good, Watson. That's exactly what it is. And now the gas cylinder. Where did they take the empty ones to be taken away?
I think there, by the back exit. Yes. Look, there's one by the door.
Yes. This is what we're after. Do you have ice in the house, Miss Kenyon? It is very important.
Yes, I think in the kitchen. Father installed his own type of gas refrigerator.
Then please go and get me a bucketful and ask Mr. Ashby and Inspector Lestrade to come here at once, please. The tea can wait.
Oh, very good, Mr. Holmes.
Now, Watson, help me to bring that cylinder back near to this bench, will you? For this experiment.
I did exactly as Holmes instructed. And by the time Vera Kenyon had returned with the ice and Ashby and the inspector had joined us, Holmes appeared satisfied. He started on his demonstration.
I don't know how familiar you are with chemistry experiments, but of course Rex Kenyon was an expert. He successfully invented a small type of vacuum flask, the Kenyon flask, which kept the liquid poured into it at exactly the same temperature, be it boiling hot or ice cold, for many hours. He also knew that CO2, carbon dioxide, has a very low freezing point, 80 degrees centigrade. And as it comes out of the cylinder and mixes with the air, it turns into very fine crystals. Now watch. Now observe, this is a metal mold. It looks like a small scabbard in which one places a vicious dagger. Now, this ice-cold material is forced into the mould, directed like this, and forced with ice to be compacted in. Now, notice that if I touch it, I shall virtually burn myself. For the reaction of the skin will be like that of a fierce flame. So, I use a block of ice which I can touch. Now, if that is left to assume the shape of the mould, and when solidified, taken out, what do we have? A perfect ice dagger. That is the weapon with which Rex Kenyon killed himself. It was not murder. It was suicide made to look like murder, and done so that another man's life should be forfeited. That's what this case is all about.
It wasn't until we were back at Baker Street and I was mulling over all that Sherlock Holmes had demonstrated that the pieces of the jigsaw began to fit together.
Kenyon used to turn up at the Turkish bath with a vacuum flask. It was the only other article than the towels that went into the hot steam room. I've often said, Watson, that when all the other possibles have been ruled out, what is left must be the answer. In this case, the only object that could be used as a weapon was the flask. Now, obviously, one could not stab a man to death with that, but with something concealed in the flask? Yes. When Kenyon was found dead with his chest wound still bleeding, the flask was on the floor. It was quite empty. So the contents of the flask. The ice dagger with which he delivered the fatal blow sank into his flesh. He collapsed, and within minutes, the intense heat of the room melted the ice. The murder weapon disappeared.
And he died hoping that Ashby would be convicted of murder. But why, Holmes? I mean, why did he kill himself?
I think as a medical man you can guess, Watson. You remarked that he looked desperately ill. I believe a post-mortem will show that he was suffering from an incurable disease, that he had only a few months to live. That's why he had to work quickly. Well, let's hope Lestrade realizes the truth, and the truth is the only answer.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Mr. Holmes, I was hoping I'd find you here working in the library.
My dear Tebbit, I know you are a tutor and lecturer at this college, but you must understand I am an extremely busy man.
I realize that, but a very awkward and delicate incident has occurred here at Magdalen. By chance, you are here, and I must turn to you for help.
I'm sorry I cannot be disturbed. If there is any trouble, I should prefer it if you would call in the police.
The police? Oh, no. No, that would cause a terrible scandal at all costs. Magdalen must avoid a scandal. I beg of you, Mr. Holmes, help us. For the sake of the college, help us, please.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
a hollow victory.
It was in the year 1892 that Sherlock Holmes and I spent some weeks at one of the great university towns. We were residing at the time in furnished lodgings close to a library, where Holmes was engaged upon researches into early English charters. It was whilst he was busy with his research that Frank Tebbit, one of the lecturers at Magdalen College, burst in upon him. A gaunt man of excitable character, he was even more agitated than usual.
I must explain, Mr. Holmes, that tomorrow is the first day of the examination for the Hamilton Scholarship. I am one of the examiners. Today, at about 3 o'clock, the proofs of the examination paper arrived from the printers. I read it carefully, as the text must be quite correct, a large part of it being passages in Greek to be translated. There must be no printer's errors, you see.
Quite so.
At 4:30 p.m., I left as I had an appointment to take tea in a friend's room. I left the proofs on my desk. I was away for little more than an hour. As you know, our college doors are double, the green baize one within and the heavy oak without. As I approached my outer door, I was amazed to find a key in the lock. But it was not my key. I knew I had not been so careless. My key was still in my pocket.
Nevertheless, there must have been a duplicate. Who carries it?
Oh, my servant, Jackson, who's been with me for 10 years. His honesty is above suspicion.
Have you questioned him?
Yes. I met him in the corridor and discovered that the key was indeed his. He had come to my room to ask if I wanted to take tea, and he had very carelessly left his key in the door when he had left a few minutes later. Of course, in ordinary circumstances, it would not have mattered.
And what are the examination papers on your desk?
Oh, the moment I looked at the table, I knew that someone had been in there. The proofs were in 3 long slips. I'd left them all together. Now I found one on the table, one on the side table near the window, and the third upon the floor.
Tell me, Tebbit, is the scholarship a valuable one?
Very. There is a lot to be gained by getting it, including money.
Jackson entered the room with you. What was his reaction to all of this?
He nearly collapsed. I had to seat him in a chair and give him brandy. He was so upset to realize he'd been the cause of such an outrage.
Did you examine the room?
Yes. While Jackson was recovering, I tried to be thorough. I found evidence of a broken pencil, the tip of some lead near the paper on the table.
Ah, excellent. Continue.
Then a definite cut, about 3 inches long, in the red leather surface of my new writing desk. Both Jackson and I are sure it wasn't there before.
Ah.
No, that is not all. I found a small ball of clay with specks of sawdust on it. I'm convinced that these are clues left by the man who entered my room.
Very interesting. Yes, well, of course, I see your dilemma. If the culprit is not found, then the examination will have to be postponed until fresh papers are prepared. That would call for an explanation and could create a scandal that would naturally reflect upon you, the college, and indeed the whole university.
That is it, exactly, Mr. Holmes. Please help me to settle this matter quietly and discreetly.
Very well, I will look into it.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Now, before you go to your rooms, just a few questions.
Yes?
Have you had any visitors in your rooms since the papers arrived?
Only one, I think. Raoul Chabra, a foreign student. He lives in the block. He came to ask certain questions regarding the examination.
Is he one of the entrants, then?
Yes.
And the papers were on your table while he was present?
If I remember correctly, they were rolled up.
No, nevertheless, he might have recognized them as printer's proofs.
Possible, though unlikely. No one knew they were there, not even Jackson.
Where is Jackson now?
I left him recovering in the chair in my room. I hurried straight to you.
Well, then it amounts to this. Either this student, Chabra, recognized the papers and is the guilty party, or whoever tampered with them came upon them by accident.
So it seems to me.
Yes, well, we'd better go over there. Would you care to come along, Watson?
I'd remained silent throughout this interview. I was useful to Holmes when there were medical matters that needed attention, but this was purely academic. However, not wanting to appear uninterested, I agreed to walk over to Mortland with them. It was nearly dusk when we reached Tebbett's rooms. He was on the ground floor, and above him, he explained, lived 3 students. Holmes stopped and, standing on tiptoe, peered in through Tebbett's window.
Oh, no use considering this as a method of entry, Mr. Holmes. There's no opening in the window except that one pane high up.
Well, if there's nothing to be learned out here, we might as well go inside.
This way.
We entered the building, Tebbett leading the way. Tebbett let himself in with his own key and bade us welcome. Holmes set to work making a thorough investigation of the carpet.
Nothing here. The day's too dry for footmarks. Jackson has recovered, I see. Which chair did you leave him in?
There, by the window.
I see, near this small table. Yes, I imagine what happened is that the man entered through the door, took the papers to the window so that he could see you if you crossed the courtyard, so you could make a quick escape.
As a matter of fact, that would not have helped him. I returned by the side door.
Ah, that's interesting. Well, that's what he must have had in his mind anyway. Now, let's see the printer's 3 pages.
Yeah, and here you are.
There's no fingerprints that are visible anyway. So many people could have handled these. How long would it take to copy one of these, using every possible method of contraction?
Oh, allowing for careful study and taking pertinent notes, I should say a quarter of an hour.
Then placing it on the table, he studied the next paper. He was still doing this when you returned unexpectedly. Yes, he could not have seen you cross the courtyard, but something disturbed him. He had not time to replace the papers. Yes, this is the lead of the pencil.
Yes, I have not touched anything, I assure you.
Good. Yes, an unusual type of lead. Not often used in ordinary pencils. Valuable. This is a small black pellet. Yes, I need to study this through my lens. Yes. Yes, and here is the cut in the red leather top. Yes, it's quite a tear. Well, this gets more and more fascinating. Where does that door lead to?
To my bedroom.
Have you been in there since discovering all of this?
No, I came straight to you. Take a look if you wish. Allow me.
Thank you. What a charming room. I don't wish to pry, but I presume this large wardrobe is where you keep most of your clothes. May I? Yes. Large and convenient. Oh, now, there seems to be... Now, what have we here on the floor next to the shoe rack? It's a similar piece of clay, formed into a pyramid shape. Identical to the one by your table. Now, isn't that extraordinary?
Yes, let me see that. Yes. Yes, you're right. What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
I don't know. It seemed that your visitor had access to your bedroom as well as to the sitting room, Mr. Tebbit.
That does not make sense. Surely anyone wanting to take notes from my papers would be familiar with the layout of these rooms. Whoever it was could not have fled into the bedroom by mistake.
But then he must have done so intentionally, in order to hide.
Do you mean that he might have been hiding in here when Jackson and I came back?
Very likely. In which case, you had only to close this door, and you have had him a prisoner. But first things first. It's necessary, I think, that I meet your servant, Jackson. Can that be arranged?
Excuse me, sir.
No, Jackson. Just the man we wish to see.
I came back to see if there had been any new developments, sir.
No, but this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, who are investigating. Please answer any questions as clearly as you can.
Of course, sir.
I understand all this happened because you left your key in the outside door. How extraordinary that you should do so on this one important occasion.
It's something I can't explain. I missed the key and realized what I must have done. I had a tea tray in my hand at the time, you see. I couldn't believe my carelessness. I hurried back, but met Mr. Tebbit in the corridor, and when we entered together, I saw the worst had happened, and someone had been in the rooms. I tried to be helpful, but the shock was too much. I felt ill, near to fainting.
Where were you when you started to feel ill?
By the door.
Yet you collapsed in this chair by the window. Odd.
I don't think Jackson knew what he was doing. We were both shocked. It was minutes before either of us could think straight.
Yes, well, that will be all for the moment, Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tebbit. Ring if you need me again, won't you, sir? I'm most dreadfully sorry.
I'd like the names of the 3 students you say live about these rooms. Who are they?
One of them is the foreign student I told you about, Rose Chabra. He is quiet, keeps himself to himself. His work is good, although I would say his Greek is his weakest subject. Then there is Forbes, a fine scholar and athlete. Well, perhaps too keen on sport, but a fine young man. His father was the notorious Sir Stafford Forbes, who ruined himself gambling. The son is poor, but should do well.
I see. And the third?
Harland McBride. Brilliant. One of the brightest intellects of the college, but wayward and unprincipled. I know what your next question will be. Which of the 3 do I suspect? Oh, I can't answer that.
I'm glad, because I wasn't going to ask you anyway. But I was about to suggest a quick stroll outside in the courtyard before it becomes too dark. Shall we go?
Holmes led us out of Tebbit's rooms and back to the courtyard. It was not quite dark. 3 yellow squares of light shone above us. The 3 students were spending the night before the exams in their rooms. Shadows moved across the blinds of one room. Is Raoul Chabra pacing the floor. An occasional movement came from Forbes's quarters. From the 3rd window, there was a bright light, but no sign of activity. Holmes suggested that we make some excuse and call on each in turn. Tebbit thought it could be arranged and led us up the ancient staircase. At Raoul Chabra's rooms, we were welcomed a trifle coldly.
Please to come in, Mr. Tibbet.
Sorry to interrupt, but these are friends of mine who are looking over the college. This is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I am pleased to meet any friends of my tutor.
Oh, thank you. I'm interested in the internal design of these buildings. They're very well appointed, are they not?
I find it very comfortable here. Please to look around.
Well, I'm pleased to see that you're not doing any last-minute studying, Chabra. That shows confidence.
I do not feel confident. I am greatly worried. I am very nervous. I am lost to know how to spend this last night before the examination.
Ah, you have an examination tomorrow. I'm so sorry. We did not know. Shall we move on, Tebbit? Good luck tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
I noticed that Holmes' eyes had been darting about all over the room, especially at the large desk by the window. Raoul Chabra seemed a mystery. Courteous and well-dressed, he could have been thinking anything as he bowed us from his rooms. We went up another floor, and this time called upon Julian Forbes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Come in. Make yourselves at home. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer you in the way of a drink.
Oh, that's quite all right. We're just making a brief tour of the college. If we accepted everyone's hospitality, we'd be here all night. However, it is very pleasant to meet you. I understand you have an important examination tomorrow. May I wish you the very best of luck.
Oh, thank you. I hope I will do well. I have worked hard for it.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're so relaxed, Julian. Get an early night and do well.
Oh, I shall try. Thank you for your good wishes. Good night.
Good night.
Again, I was aware of the intense scrutiny Holmes had given the room and its occupant. We followed Tebbit up further stairs to the rooms of the third student. This time, our reception was far from cordial.
Who is it?
Your tutor, Tebbit.
Go away.
I beg your pardon. I have friends here who wish to meet you.
Well, I don't want to meet them. Tomorrow is the exam and I have swatting to do. I won't be disturbed by anyone. Is that clear? Go away.
I'd rather think we're not wanted, Tebbit.
I really must apologize.
Not at all. He has the right to sport his oak on an occasion such as this. I only want to know one thing about Harlan McBride.
And what is that?
How tall is he?
I beg your pardon?
Is he under 6 feet? Is he taller than I am?
No, not at all. Much shorter. Well built, but shorter.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. And now, Mr. Tebbit, I wish you good night.
But, Mr. Holmes, surely you're not going to leave me in this abrupt fashion. I must have some definite action. I cannot allow the examination to proceed tomorrow if one of the papers has been tampered with.
You must leave it as it is. I shall drop round early tomorrow morning. I shall tell you my views then. Meanwhile, leave everything as it is, understand? Do not change a thing.
Holmes remained quiet as we made our way back to our lodgings. He said good night shortly after dinner and did no more work on his studies. At 8 a.m, he came to my room and was quite his old self again, quite changed from the preoccupied person of the night before.
Oh, good morning, Watson. Lovely morning. Come, it's time we went to see Mr. Tebbit. Can you do without breakfast?
Certainly.
Tebbit will be in a terrible state until we tell him something positive.
But have you anything positive to tell him?
Oh, yes, my dear Watson. I've solved the case.
What? Well, how could you have done? What possible fresh evidence could you have got since last night?
This. It's not for nothing that I got up at 5:30 this morning. I put in 2 solid hours of work and covered over 5 miles, and I have something to show for it. There it is.
3 small pieces of black clay, almost identical. But Holmes, yesterday, there were only 2.
Quite. Now, this one I discovered this morning, and the 3 of them will solve the whole mystery. Come, Watson, let's go and put Tebbit out of his misery, shall we?
The unfortunate tutor was certainly in a state of great agitation. In a few hours, the examinations would commence. He appealed to Holmes immediately.
Thank heavens you come, Mr. Holmes. What am I to do? Shall the examination proceed?
Oh, yes, let it proceed by all means.
But the culprit...
He will not sit the examination.
How can you say that? Does it mean that you know who it is?
I think so. And if this matter is not to become public, then we must pass judgment upon this ourselves. And so, in this private court-martial, so to speak, we shall take up official positions. Watson, will you stand there?
Oh, very well.
There. And ring the bell, please.
But that will bring Jackson.
Exactly.
Very well.
I say, Holmes, can't you tell us a little more? I mean, what do we have to do?
Just you stand there and glare, Watson. Fiddle with your moustache and frighten the life out of anyone who comes through that door. Ah, here is the first person. Come in, Jackson.
Do as Mr. Holmes requests, Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Now, Tebbit, would you leave us for a little while? Please go down and bring Mr. Forbes down to us.
But I don't understand. I mean, what...
do as I say, please.
Very well, but I must confess that I do not understand this. It is lamentable, lamentable.
Now, Jackson, would you please tell us the truth about yesterday's incident?
I have told you everything, sir.
You have nothing to add?
No, sir.
Then I will make a suggestion. When you came in here yesterday, and you appeared to be considerably shocked, you sat down upon that chair. The reason was to conceal something, was it not?
No, of course not.
I think you answered that a little too quickly. I wonder why. You know who was in this room yesterday, don't you, Jackson?
No, sir, no.
It is a pity you feel that you have to lie. Stay with us, but stand over there by the bedroom door and wait. Ah, yes, I think the time has come.
Oh, it is lucky that I found you. I think you must have been coming to see me.
Yes, I was. It was very important, you see, sir.
Come in. Close the door. Yes. Now, Mr. Forbes, we are alone here. We can be perfectly frank with each other. We want to know why an honorable man such as yourself ever stooped to become the cheat you were yesterday.
What? Jackson, how could you... Oh, it wasn't me, sir. Mr. Forbes, I never said a word.
Ah, but you have now. Forbes, your only chance lies in a frank confession.
I don't know where to begin. How can I tell anyone?
Then let me tell the story, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Now, Tebbit told me that no one, not even Jackson, knew the papers were in this room. It was extremely unlikely that Raoul Chabra could tell what the papers even looked like when he came in here. After all, they were rolled up. The chances of someone coming in here by accident and finding them would be too remote. Obviously, someone saw into the room from outside.
I see.
Forbes had been training that afternoon. He had his running shoes with him, the traditional kind, spikes on the soles. When he passed the window, he saw that you had been working on the exam paper. As he passed the door on the way to his room, he noticed that the key was in the lock. The temptation was too much. He let himself in and saw the situation at a glance. He placed his running shoes on the table and placed something, gloves perhaps, on the chair whilst he hurriedly made notes. Correct, Forbes?
Yes.
Thinking you, Tebbit, would return across the courtyard, he stayed by the window to watch. But you didn't. You came by the side entrance and he was caught. There was no escape. He grabbed for his shoes and made a tear in the red leather. Darting across to the bedroom, he forgot his gloves on the chair. Some of the black clay from around the spikes of his running shoes dropped off. One piece was left here, another in the bedroom cupboard where he hid himself. That third piece I collected from the pitch where he trained yesterday. Correct so far, Forbes?
Yes, it's exact as you've explained.
Is that all you can say for yourself after such infamous conduct?
I'm sorry. And to prove it, I have here a letter which I wrote last night. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't live with what I'd done. In the letter, I say I'm withdrawing from the examination. I'm ashamed.
Well, I am relieved to know you have recovered your self-respect. Why the change of heart, Forbes?
Jackson. He persuaded me.
Well, Jackson, can you clear up the last point in this mystery for me? What was your interest in all of this?
It's simple enough, Mr. Holmes. I was at one time butler to Sir Stafford Forbes, this young man's father. When he was ruined, I came here to work for Mr. Tebbit. I never forgot my old employer and made it my job to watch over his son. That's why I pretended to collapse when I sat in the chair in order to conceal the gloves. When Mr. Tebbit left to seek your help, I aided Mr. Forbes to escape. What else could I do? My loyalties. I didn't approve, of course, and I persuaded him to do the right thing. I'm sorry, but, well, can you blame me, Mr.
There was silence in those rooms at Magdalen College. Forbes looked down at the floor. Tebbit stared out of the window, and Jackson slowly left the room. Holmes said...
Well, Watson, I think that clears up the matter. Breakfast awaits us. Goodbye, Forbes. You have fallen low. In the future, see how high you can rise.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
It's a most interesting experiment, Watson. Pray do examine the snake.
I'd rather not, if you don't mind, Holmes. My experience in Afghanistan and that dreadful case of the speckled band have taught me to have a healthy respect for snakes.
Yes, but look at it. It's dead. Well, at least it has the appearance of being so. A snake, like some other reptiles and animals, hibernates. There is no pulse. The temperature of the body is extremely cold, yet it is alive. This is most interesting. Yes, to my scientific mind, man is still an animal, so why can't we bring about this condition in our fellow men? Professor Julius Waldhausen is calling to see me this morning. He claims that it is possible.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Waldhausen Experiment.
The autumn of 1887 was grey and gloomy. The trees knew winter would be dark and bitter. They shed their leaves early, and the cold drizzle swirled the dead masses into the gutterings of the rooftops, into the blocked drains and dirty manholes of the London streets. It was a depressing time, a time for crackling log fires and indoor comforts. On one such dreary morning, I came down to breakfast to find Holmes seated at his workbench. Mrs. Hudson's excellent meal lay neglected upon the table. Holmes was hard at work on the body of a snake.
Yes, as I say. Most interesting. Take a look, Watson. You must agree with me.
Well, I think I prefer my breakfast, Holmes. Surely you can leave that wretched reptile for a cup of hot coffee.
By all means, Watson. At least I'm sure that the creature will not slither away. But you haven't answered my question. Do you think it possible to place a human being in a state of suspended life?
As a medical man, I must say that I do not, Holmes. It's entirely against nature.
Well, one could argue that pain-killing with anesthetics is exactly the same, Watson. And yet they're making enormous strides in such practices. That is the doorbell. It must be my visitor, Professor Waldhausen. Well, it's time for you to answer my second question. Are you interested in hearing this man's theories?
Well, I'm certainly not leaving until I've finished my breakfast. I assume you will not be above offering him a cup of coffee?
Of course not. And keep your ears open, Watson. I would like your opinion.
There's a gentleman here to see you, Mr. Holmes. No card. Couldn't catch the name. Professor somebody or other.
Professor Waldhausen, yes. Show him in, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir. This way, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this must be the well-known physician, Dr. John Watson.
That is so. Good morning to you, Professor.
Now, pray do be seated. There's a coat rack near the door for your wet cake. Come near the fire. Would you like to join us at breakfast?
I have already eaten, but a cup of coffee would be most pleasant.
Allow me.
Please make yourself at home. I'm afraid the place isn't very tidy.
Well, compared to my own home, it is neatness itself. I am afraid I drive my two assistants to much anger with my ways.
You have assistants? And they help you in the experiments which you wrote to me about?
Yeah, that is correct. I see you have this sleeping snake curled up on this tray on the table. You are interested in suspended life, Mr. Holmes?
In hibernation of animal life, yes. No one can doubt the existence of such patterns, but I know nothing of your experiments with human beings.
I am no monster, Mr. Holmes. I have made no such experiments. I am no Frankenstein from the pages of Mrs. Shelley's novel. But I have carried out many tests on many pets, cats, dogs, and even farm animals. I have had them declared legally dead by veterinary surgeons. And then, much to their amazement, I have, by a simple injection of a serum, brought them back to life with no harm done whatever. I think it is possible that this can be done with human beings. Does that amaze you, Dr. Watson?
Well, frankly, yes, it does. While keeping an open mind upon the subject, I must say I can't see any valid reason for wishing to bring this about. I mean, in what circumstances could it be of use?
Travel? Oh, yes. One of these days, man will travel out into what we call space. I believe within 100 years we shall have set foot on the moon.
Oh, come now. That really is something from the pages of a novel. That will never be possible. What do you say, Holmes?
As you say, Watson, it's best to keep an open mind. But to return to your theories, Professor, you feel that man can not only conquer space, but also time? You believe that one can suspend life and return from the dead, say a year later, without having aged in any way?
Yeah, exactly. I am sure of this. There are very few men of your precise knowledge and imagination in London, Mr. Holmes. I invite you to examine my experiments at any time. My home and laboratories are at Harrow Lodge, Main Road, Hatch End. My assistants are Dr. John Rossiter and his wife Eileen, both qualified scientists. They are helping me with my work. I should be ready for a demonstration in 10 days, a fortnight. Will you both attend? I should be most honored if you would. Do say you agree.
Holmes assured the professor that we would attend any future demonstration of his experiments, and I left them to do my daily rounds. Frankly, I thought the old fellow a rather dangerous eccentric. Holmes reserved his judgment and continued his own studies. I was far too busy with my work to bother much about the professor, and soon forgot his invitation, until one day... Oh, goodness gracious me, what a tragedy. Oh, Professor Waldhausen's been found dead. Oh, Holmes, he's died in his sleep, natural causes, and there's no suspicion of foul play. You read this, Holmes?
I have indeed, Watson. I sent a telegram of condolence to his home and a request that I be allowed to visit his assistants, Dr. Rossiter and his wife, this very afternoon. If you're not overworked, perhaps you'd care to accompany me. I agree with you that if this be a natural death, then it's extremely sad news, for I sincerely believe that the professor was on the verge of an outstanding discovery with his experiments. Yes, well, shall we try to find out more, Watson?
As always, when requested to accompany Sherlock Holmes on any of his investigations, I managed to find the time to do so. And because the weather was so inclement, we took a four-wheeler straight from Baker Street to Hatch End. It was a blustery, uncomfortable journey, and I wondered if it really was worthwhile. We arrived at Harrow Lodge to find Rossiter and his wife Eileen in a state of near despair.
I'm sorry to welcome you like this, Mr. Holmes.
It's been a very great shock. My wife and I are at our wits' end. It was the one thing we did not expect.
The professor was not a young man, but he seemed in good health. We were all working so happily. There was so much at stake, and to have something like this end it all.
Must have been very upsetting for you both. Tell me, you were privy to all the professor's theories?
To most of his experimental work, yes. We worked as a team. But there were a great deal of his latest ideas that he wrote in German. Just notes, you understand. We were simply here to follow his instructions. I felt all the time that he was progressing beyond himself and urged him to rest. Perhaps it was overwork.
You had a doctor? The death certificate, what did it say?
Well, it just says heart failure. A natural death in his sleep.
We neither of us have a regular doctor. We called the police. They took over. The police surgeon assured us it was a simple case of heart failure. Well, at least he didn't suffer.
He had no near family? Wife? Children? Any relatives?
No one. I believe there was a sister in Australia or South Africa many years ago, but he'd lost touch.
Then can I assume that you are to inherit from his death?
Oh, my dear Holmes, I happen to know all about the professor's estate. It's nothing.
This house is mortgaged up to the hilt. There are a few sticks of furniture which belong to Eileen and myself, but his finances are negligible. In a word, he was penniless. There may even be a few debts. That will be up to us to clear up. We shall try our best.
I see. Well, I presume that he had a lawyer and that all the funeral arrangements have been taken care of?
Oh, yes. Thompson and White in Half Moon Street, London, handle all these affairs. I actually recommended Thompson myself, and the funeral is to be held the day after tomorrow. I hope you can find time to attend. It's in Great Harrow Church.
I shall certainly do my best. Now, if you're sure I can be of no more help.
I'm afraid not. But thank you for your sympathy. We do appreciate it. Don't we, dear?
Yes, of course. There's nothing you or anyone else can do. After all, we can't bring him back.
No.
Can we?
Good day to you, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and thank you again for calling like this. Well, they've gone. Do you think we did the right thing in keeping our secret from them?
Yes, of course.
Are you still prepared to go through with it?
Naturally. Oh, John, we can't give up now. The fact that the professor's dead makes it even more urgent. We must go through with our plans. How are we going to live otherwise? I'm not afraid.
Oh, my sweet, courageous Eileen. What would I do without you? Very well. We carry on. We must make detailed plans this very day. Then all you have to do is trust me. You do trust me, don't you?
With my life, darling.
Sherlock Holmes was not entirely satisfied by our visit to Hatch End, but he refused to discuss the matter, although, much to my surprise, he insisted that we return 2 days later to attend the funeral. This time we took the train down, and once again it was a squally wet day. The service and burial was simple and mercifully short. A handful of people only left the churchyard in the soaking rain.
Oh, dear. What a miserable affair.
You really shouldn't have attended, darling. You should be home in bed. Don't you agree, Dr. Watson?
You certainly seem extremely unwell, Mrs. Rossiter. I should advise an immediate return home, a hot bath, and a few days in bed. You say you haven't a personal physician?
No, but it's all right. I'm sure it's nothing but a very bad cold.
Yes, well, you'd better not hang about in the rain. Good day to you, Mrs. Rossiter.
Good day, Dr. Watson. Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Good day, Dr.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Rossiter, Mrs. Rossiter. We'll be in touch.
Yes.
You are Mr. James Thompson of Half Moon Street, is that so?
Yes, that's right. And you are Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry we've met under such sad circumstances. Are you returning to London?
About a 12:10 train, yes.
Then perhaps we can travel together. I have a cab waiting in Church Lane to take me to the station. Oh, will you join me?
Our meeting with James Thompson had all happened so naturally that I couldn't believe it had been contrived. And yet Sherlock Holmes, with his usual diplomacy, managed to get far more information out of the lawyer on our train journey home than I would have dreamed possible. It was almost as though he had arranged the whole thing.
Oh, yes, it was Dr. Rossiter who introduced me to the professor. That was some time ago. A great tragedy. He was a very fine man and apparently a surplus worker. He gave everything to science and, well, paid nothing out of his soul.
That's extremely sad. You mean he had nothing to leave in his will?
Not a penny. The Rossiters will be able to take over the laboratory, but the debts incurred will use up any capital.
It seems that pure science is not a profitable occupation. Research, such as the professor and his assistants do, should be conducted in some college or sponsored by a government organization.
Yes, I've often suggested that to Rossiter, but, well, he seems to think that these experiments are of a special kind. He has a little money of his own, of course, but how long that'll last in these new circumstances, I don't know.
He seems a very sensible young man. He must have some plans.
If he has, I know nothing of them. Apart from an extraordinarily large life assurance policy upon his wife, well, they seem to be drifting somewhat. Oh, but I shouldn't be discussing my client's affairs. Do forgive me. It's only done out of sheer concern.
Of course. Yes, I understand. Well, one can only hope that the future is kind to both of them. Now, look, you know my address. 221B Baker Street. If there's anything I can do for you or the Rossiters in the future, please don't hesitate to call upon me, Mr. Thompson.
With that, Holmes retired behind his newspaper, and Thompson and I made small talk for the rest of the journey back to town. Once again, I forgot the affair completely, until one morning, a week later.
Mr. James Thompson to see you. Mr. Holmes says it's urgent.
Oh, show him in, Mrs. Hudson. Show him in at once.
Pray do pardon this intrusion, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, I had to call immediately. You will not have heard the terrible news. It's from Hat's End. Dr. Rossiter. His wife, Eileen. She has died.
What? Good gracious, when did this happen?
Yesterday evening. It seems that still she caught at the professor's funeral must have turned to pneumonia. After a short illness, she died at Harrow Lodge. I heard late last night.
This is a great tragedy, Thompson. Have you made full inquiries? I mean, who was the doctor? I presume they called one in.
Yes, a local man. There are only two in Hat's End. This fellow is Cyrus Mortimer. He was too late to get Eileen into hospital. By the time he got to her bedside, she was dead. Really, Mr. Holmes, it does seem as though that place is doomed to tragedy.
How has Rossiter taken it?
I gather he's most upset. He's coming here tomorrow to see if there's anything I can do, but it's really rather a waste of time. I thought you'd like to be told the news instead of reading about it in the obituary notices of the newspaper.
Yes, thank you for calling. It's good of you. I think I shall send a wire of condolence straight away. Perhaps if Rossiter comes up to town, he will also call upon me. Or if it's not too much of an imposition, maybe I can join him at your chambers.
By all means. It's most odd. I have the strangest feelings about these two deaths, Mr. Holmes. They're both from natural causes, of course, but I am disturbed about them. It makes me fear that perhaps John Rossiter's own life may be in danger. I know it sounds absurd, but, well, they say tragedy often strikes in threes, don't they? Well, I shall be at my offices all tomorrow morning. Rossiter is due at 11. Please feel free to join us at any time after that hour. And now I must go. There is much to be done. Sad business. Yes, indeed, a sad business.
After James Thompson left us, Holmes sat for a long time in his chair by the fire, his unlit pipe clenched in his teeth and the fingers of his thin hands placed together. He stared at the flames, stirring himself only to say...
It's not often that I'm tempted to agree with another person's intuitions, Watson. I'm a person who deals in facts only, but I'm inclined to agree with Thompson. There's so much missing, so much that cannot be explained. Oh, well. Meanwhile, I shall return to my animal studies on hibernation.
Oh, Holmes, ever since the professor invited you to interest yourself in his experiments, you've become obsessed with the idea of suspended life. As a medical man, I'm used to seeing death as it really is. I can only say what I said in the beginning. It's a fantasy, and one far ahead of its time. Such things should be left alone, and that's that. Although I was quite dogmatic in my viewpoint, I still agreed to accompany Holmes the next morning to meet John Rossiter and give my condolences. Much to my surprise, Holmes appeared to be rather unsympathetic. He asked a great deal of questions that I personally thought unnecessary.
I do hope you have finished any business you've been discussing, Dr. Rossiter.
Yes, there isn't very much. Just a question of money for the funeral. 2 deaths in such a short time is a severe draining on my savings. Mr. Thompson has agreed to advance me a small loan upon my wife's life policy.
Ah, I see. When is the funeral to take place, may I inquire?
In 2 days' time. Arrangements have been made with the same funeral parlor as before, but Eileen is still lying at home, back at Harrow Lodge. I simply haven't been able to say goodbye to her. It is weak of me, I know. Now, if you would excuse me, I really must be getting back there. Thank you for your condolences, and thank you for your financial support, Mr. Thompson. You will excuse me now, won't you?
Yes, of course.
I'll walk with you to the station, if I may, Dr. Rossiter.
Yes, of course.
Come, Watson.
I'll see you out, gentlemen. If there is anything further I can do, then please call upon me, won't you? A good day to you.
Good day, Mr. Thompson.
You must forgive me if I have seemed a little abrupt this morning, Dr. Rossiter. The fact is that I wished to ask you a few questions of a personal nature, not in front of Mr. Thompson.
Oh? I'm afraid I'm rather too upset to concentrate greatly. Can it not wait until some other time?
I'd like to clarify a few things in my mind, and they may not be another time. It's regarding your work, or rather the work that Professor Waldhausen left unfinished. He invited me to share an interest in his experiments in suspended life. He said he would confide in me his results. He was sure that the theorem he had perfected would render a human being quite lifeless, but he would be able to return life to them with a suitable antidote of another theorem. You must be familiar with his work.
I think I've already told you, Mr. Holmes, that I was working under his instructions. I know nothing positive about his experiments.
You do not propose to consider continuing the work?
I do not. And what is more, now that my wife is dead, I shall sell everything I possess and travel abroad. America, most likely.
Now, do excuse me. I have nothing more to say. Good day to you. Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye.
We shall not meet again.
Say, Holmes, that was deuced rude of you. The poor fellow's bereaved but a day, and you've upset him enormously.
Yes, indeed I have. And yet...
Gracious, what's this?
Carriage and horse out of control. Stand back, Watson. I can't heading this way. What the devil? Rossiter's crossing the road. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
It was all over so swiftly. The runaway horse and carriage knocked over John Rossiter. He disappeared under flying hooves and the heavy wheels. By the time the carriage had been stopped and order returned, I had examined the body. Rossiter was dead. He must have been killed instantly. And he was dead, Holmes. You're right. So was Thompson. It's a case where death comes in threes.
Watson, I don't wish to appear heartless, but there's a great deal more at stake here than it appears. We must summon the police and leave this all to them. You and I are taking a four-wheeler and heading for Harrow Lodge. If my theory is correct, we may still be in time to prevent a third tragedy. Come along.
I couldn't think what Holmes had in mind. And as usual in these cases, he refused to elaborate. The cab was summoned, and the journey made to Hatch End in record time. There we pulled up in the driveway of the lodge, and Holmes accosted an elderly gardener who was brushing away dead leaves in the porch.
You must let us into the house. It's most urgent. You have a key?
Aye, but I can't be letting you in. Not till the master comes.
Your master won't be coming back, and it's important that we enter the house. I am a private detective and known to the police. I insist that you let us in immediately.
Well, this been most irregular, but if you promise not to touch anything...
I make no promises, but I will take full responsibility. Hurry, man, hurry.
Reluctantly, the old gardener unlocked the front door, and Holmes immediately made his way to the professor's laboratory. I found the body of Eileen Rossiter laid out in a downstairs room. I examined her. She was dead, all right. In less than 5 minutes, Holmes was back with me. He carried a doctor's bag in one hand, and placing it on the table, said...
I hope I'm right, Watson. I'm sure I am. Here, look at this. Now, see. This, the white fluid in the tube. And this, the hypodermic syringe. Now, here, this is more your job than mine. Inject this into a main artery.
Holmes, are you serious? This woman's dead.
She is not. She only appears to be. Use the syringe.
With trembling hands, I did as Holmes had ordered. I could not believe in this fantastic experiment. After the injection, we stood at the trestle table for what seemed like hours before I noticed the color returning to the woman's cheeks. Shallow breathing started and gained in strength. And Eileen Rossiter was coming alive before our very eyes.
It's working, Watson. And she will live, after all. You see? While I do not doubt the professor's death is genuine, the Rossiters engineered this, using the serum and antidote to render this woman certified as dead. The plan being to claim the life insurance money and bring her back to life, then leave the country to start anew somewhere else. As you say, it's unbelievable. And an experiment that should never have been made. Poor woman. How she will start again after knowing of her husband's death, I can't imagine. But we've saved her life, Watson. She must make up her own mind how she uses it. Poor soul.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Beaumont Affair. I'd heard of Lady Ada Fitzhugh, who in London, or for that matter all England, hadn't. She was a famous beauty, had married into the peerage, and from that moment on become the model of autocratic behavior. Upright and self-disciplined, she had maintained the admiration of all when, after her husband died doing his duty in India, she had settled down to show society a standard that few could live up to. Her famous house in Mayfair and her country seat at Beaumont in Cumberland were well known. Few people were invited to them. When they were honoured guests.
Good morning, my lady. You are very welcome. May I introduce you to Dr. Watson, my friend and colleague for many years?
How do you do, Doctor? Yes, of course I've heard of you. Where may I sit?
Any way you wish. This chair is reasonably comfortable.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Holmes, I shall not bandy words with you. We are both too intelligent. I shall come straight to the point. I need your advice, and I'm willing to pay for it.
I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say.
I have a niece, Mrs. Blanche Lee. You may have heard of her. She's often commented upon in the society magazines, photographed for her flawless beauty. She is indeed the original English rose. No artificial devices at all. Quite natural. I'm very fond of her, although I think she's made a dubious marriage. However, that's not the point. Of late, she has been behaving in a most strange way. I've noticed it several times at my home here in Mayfair and at Beaumont. It distresses me. I fear she will fall from grace and popularity. I want you to investigate the matter, and I shall pay you whatever you require.
I am a criminal detective, my lady. There seems nothing criminal to investigate in what you told me so far. You say your niece has been behaving strangely. May I ask in what manner?
Well, she appears quite normal at most times. During the day, she's cheerful and full of vitality. But towards the evening, she wilts. She has yet to appear at dinner without lapsing into a form of trance. I cannot insist that she's medically examined, and I doubt if that will give the answer. But I cannot describe it, Mr. Holmes. It's bewildering, as though someone is hypnotizing her, some sort of vessel possessing her.
Interesting. But it seems to me a case more for my doctor friend than for myself.
Well, perhaps. But I should value the opinions of both of you. Now, I'm holding a small house party at Beaumont this weekend, and Blanche will be present, though her husband has had to decline the invitation. Just a few selected guests. I should be happy if you and Dr. Watson would attend. An open check to your favorite charity will be the expression of my thanks. Well, Mr. Holmes?
I'm sure that had I not been present, Holmes would have rejected Lady Ada's invitation. As it was, the thin-lipped smile broadened. He had again read my mind and knew that I'd be delighted to go to Beaumont's. He accepted. Lady Ada advised the time of arrival and departed graciously.
Perhaps a weekend out of London would not be a bad idea, Watson.
An invitation to Beaumont's is an incredible opportunity, Holmes. And it should be most interesting.
I wonder. I think Lady Ada knows far more than she's telling us. Mrs. Blanche Lee must be aware of these times when she's not herself. Why doesn't she discuss the matter more freely? Yes, it might, as you say, be very interesting.
All preparations were made. We caught the northbound train on Friday morning and arrived at Beaumont in the late afternoon. Lady Ada had sent a carriage to the station, and after being shown our rooms, we went down to the great hall where tea was being served, and where we were introduced to the other guests.
Mr. Roland Dean.
Hello.
Count Carl Minchner. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson.
How do you do?
And here is my niece, Blanche Lee.
It is indeed an honor to meet one so famous as yourself, Mr. Holmes. My husband has worked with your brother, Michael.
So I believe. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Lee.
Oh, please. Call me Blanche. I'm sure we can all be on first name terms for the next few days. Oh, what a delightful company you have assembled, Aunt. Tell me, Count, have you brought das Lustspiel with you?
Yeah, he's up in my room. My lady knows that I never travel without him. Oh, I can't help it. He will pine away. Simply die if I leave him behind.
Oh, you really must meet das Lustspiel, Mr. Holmes. He is the Count's favorite pirate.
Is he very old, the Count? They say nearly 100 years. No one can tell. Not even das Lustspiel himself knows.
Have you asked him?
Well, I have many times.
And what does he say?
Oh, he says, Too old.
Well, if everyone has taken tea, then perhaps you'd like to be shown over the estate.
Oh, yeah.
After that, we shall go our own ways until dinner. And that is at 8 o'clock sharp. So come.
The Beaumont estate was breathtakingly lovely, and I enjoyed the hour's walk. I had no time to speak privately with Holmes, but I could see him eyeing Blanche Lee quite keenly. She was indeed the most beautiful woman, tall, slender, with black hair, and the bluest eyes I'd ever seen. She was aglow with health. And yet, when we sat down to dinner, a subtle change slowly came over her. From being beautiful, she grew to old and disagreeable. Her dazzling smile vanished, and when she answered a question, her lips drew back in what was almost a snarl. Everyone noticed as the meal went on.
Would anyone care to ride tomorrow?
Oh, I would, Lady Ada. I always enjoy taking the horses out early. Count, what do you say?
Oh, my horse riding days are over, I'm afraid.
What of you, Blanche? We've ridden out early before. Come with me.
No.
We needn't go early. Any time you like.
I said no, and I mean no.
But...
Excuse me.
Blanche! Blanche! Are you all right? Blanche, my dear!
I'm right. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone.
We were all horrified. Of course, the rest of the meal was a fiasco. Lady Ada did her best to set us at ease, but we were glad when it was over. Blanche had locked herself in her room, and there was no chance of me examining her. I hurriedly consulted Holmes. What do you think, Holmes? What caused that sudden transformation?
I don't know. As a medical man, what do you say yourself, Watson?
I hardly like to suggest it, but I can only think that the lady takes drugs.
Here's my own impression. But have you known any drug have that effect?
No, but there could well be one. I'm a general practitioner, Holmes. I'm not a specialist on drugs. What can we do?
Well, nothing for tonight. Tomorrow after breakfast, I'll speak to Lady Ada. The first opportunity, I shall need to search Blanche Lee's room and all her personal effects. There must be something there that will tell me what I want to know.
With that, Holmes retired. I didn't know how well he slept, but I had a very troubled night. I simply could not forget the scene at the dinner table. In the morning, very reluctantly, Lady Ada agreed to Holmes' plan. Blanche had risen quite early. She appeared to be quite her old self and had gone off riding with Roland Dean. Lady Ada showed us to Blanche's room.
This is Blanche's room. I don't like to do this. It's wrong to search another person's belongings.
I believe in this case it is justified. Tell me, who has the rooms either side of this one?
Roland Dean has the one on the left, and Count Minchner the one on the other side.
Count Carl Minchner and his parrot.
Yes.
Yes, there's no connecting doors and no common veranda. So much for the geography. Now to the examination. I must ask you, Lady Ada, to let me proceed upon my own. Do not touch anything. Watson knows my methods. Just leave all this to me.
I'd seen Holmes search a room and its personal effects many times, but I'd never known him be more thorough. Every article of clothing, every item on the dressing table, including jewelry, was subjected to close scrutiny through his powerful magnifying glass. Eventually, he rose, appearing more satisfied.
Well, I think that's all I can do at the moment. You will see that this investigation remains secret, will you not, my lady?
Oh, of course. For my own sake as much as yours. Have you found out anything that will help us, Mr. Holmes?
Perhaps. Will you excuse us now, my lady? Come, Watson, I need a walk in the garden. And there we shall try a small experiment. An experiment that could well solve this whole mystery. And may I lead the way?
Sherlock Holmes led the way out of the house and into its grounds. He paced the lawns thoughtfully, occasionally looking up at the room he'd just been searching. Then he chose a small summer house by the lake and motioned me to sit near him.
Sit down, Watson. Sit down.
Well, Holmes, what's this experiment you wish to carry out? What am I to do?
You are merely to stay here with me, Watson. Stay by my side, and whatever happens during the next few minutes, do not call to aid. Keep silent and watch over me. Remember, do not let anyone witness this or know of it. Just stay with me. Note down everything, and wait until I give you permission to walk back into the house. Do you understand and promise me this?
Yes, of course. Very well. With that, Holmes began rubbing his hands together, and then smoothing his lips, moistening them with his tongue, and breathing quite heavily. Slowly, a change came over him. His eyes lost their usual keenness. His jaw sagged forward. His whole complexion changed. It was exactly as Blanche Lee had acted at dinner the night before. I couldn't believe my eyes. Holmes,
Holmes, you're all right.
Yes, of course, I'm all right. But
Holmes, you look different. You sound different. Now, what's happened to you?
Quiet. Mind your own business.
Holmes, this is dreadful. You look like a man possessed. I can't just sit here and watch this happen. Look, I'm going to help. Someone must be told.
No, no. Do you understand? Didn't you promise me, you fool?
But what has happened? Surely you can tell me. Let me help you as a doctor. I should know.
Will you not be patient? You don't hold your tongue and then go out onto the path, but don't call anyone. That is an order. You understand? An order.
I stood at the entrance to the summer house, guarding over Holmes as he sat back on the seat, his hands clenching the ivy-covered woodwork, his mouth open, and eyes staring into space. Eventually, he relaxed and appeared to slumber. I stood looking out over the water, almost in despair. And then I felt a hand touch my shoulder.
Oh, right, Watson. Thank you very much. I think we can return to the house now.
Oh, Holmes. Oh, thank goodness for that. You're yourself again. Whatever happened? I've never seen you like that. It scared me half to death.
Not as much as I myself was scared, I do assure you.
Whatever happened? What caused it all? And can you recall what happened?
Oh, yes. But I cannot enlarge upon the matter at the moment, Watson. I shall be able to explain to you later. Meanwhile, it is sufficient that I have solved the mystery, and it only remains for me to set matters right here. I think I know a way of doing so. Come, back to the house. And not a word of this to a soul.
Yes, of course. But, I've seldom been so bewildered, Holmes.
You have been a great help. But I must ask you to do two more things.
Very well.
One is to get into the nearest village and send a telegram to the house addressed to me. Word it so that anyone seeing it will think it is from London, recalling us both urgently. With a little luck, we may be able to catch the night train home.
Is that what you want?
It is vitally necessary. I promise you we shall have this case solved in the next 24 hours.
So it is a case. There is something criminal going on.
I would say it as nasty a crime as any outside actual murder. But come, I wasted enough time. You go about your business, and I shall go about mine. We shall not meet until lunchtime. Good luck, Watson, and thank you again.
I did as Holmes requested. I found a post office in a nearby village and managed to make sure a telegram would get to Beaumont's that afternoon. Then I found Count Karl Minchner. I found he was a great authority in all kinds of birds other than parrots, and so it was easy to get him to walk through the woods identifying bird calls. We returned to the house to find Lady Ada in a state of great concern and confusion.
Count, my dear Count, I really don't know what to say to you.
What's this, milady? What is the matter?
It's your parrot.
What?
It is Das Lustspiel.
What has happened to him? He is not hurt, injured?
Oh, no, nothing is wrong with the bird. It's just Oh, Blanche, my dear. What on earth is the matter? Why are you looking so distraught, Aunt? Count, what is wrong? We've had such a lovely morning. I hardly like to say this, but Das Lustspiel must have got out of the Count's room and somehow flown onto your balcony and entered your room, Blanche. He's made a terrible mess of things. Quite a lot of the brightly colored materials have been torn, and the dressing table is in complete disarray. Oh, please, you must come with me and see for yourselves and well, let's hope that there's nothing missing, jewelry or anything of importance. So come quickly. I have just nothing. Well, it's certainly a mess. But I don't think there's anything missing. There might be a few trinkets, a small comb, the parrot I polish my nails with, that sort of thing, but nothing of importance.
Lustspiel, you are a very naughty boy. Very naughty, not so, yeah?
Oh, really? There's nothing to make a fuss about. Don't scold him.
But what I say is, the mystery, how did he get in here? Oh, Liebchen, you are too old to fly into the tricks, you know. Come.
I always thought the Count was too eccentric for words. Perhaps your aunt will put a stop to him bringing such pets down here after this.
Hope so. But no harm done after all.
In the afternoon, the telegram arrived for Holmes, and he made a great display of regret at having to leave Beaumont's by the evening train. Lady Ada was clearly upset, but Holmes reassured her that there would be no more trouble, and her niece would never suffer the attacks of personality change again. With that, we departed. Holmes said nothing on the journey back to London. He slept most of the way. But once there, he hailed a hansom cab, and much to my surprise, gave an address in St. John's Wood. But Holmes, I can't understand this. What is it all about? Now, look, I've done my best to be patient, but I refuse to be treated like a child. I will accompany you no further without an explanation.
We're going to the home of Mr. Matthew Lee Watson. I'm sorry that I've had to inflict so much upon you. It has sorely tried your patience, but all will be revealed to you once we talk to Blanche Lee's husband. I know it's very late, but on the other hand, we're sure of finding him at home. It's quite essential that we talk before his wife gets in touch with him. Ah, this is the street. But not be long now.
I controlled my annoyance. I was too intrigued to desert Holmes at this stage. It took quite some time to get a reply to our continual knocking, but eventually a disheveled butler was persuaded to show us into Matthew Lee's library. And there, some 10 minutes later, the irate gentleman himself entered.
Now, look here, what is this? What the devil do you mean by knocking me up at this time of the night? You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, are you not? Yes, I know your brother. Could never imagine him acting in this disgraceful manner.
On the contrary, Mycroft is far more ruthless than I am when it comes to criminal matters.
Criminal matters? What do you mean, criminal matters? What are you talking about?
Dr. Watson and I have just returned from a visit to Beaumont, where your wife is spending the week as a guest of her aunt's. This, of course, you well know.
Well, of course I do. Well, what's wrong? Something happened to Blanche?
No, that's no thanks to you. Why did you do it, Lee? Why did you try to discredit your wife in the eyes of her aunt and any guests she may have invited her to dine with?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Then perhaps this will remind you. Here. It's a small, round, jeweled container, rather like a locket. It opens so. And inside, we find, what? A paste of some kind. It is your wife's. Do you know what she uses it for?
I think it's something she polishes her fingernails with, isn't it?
That's the excuse she may have made at one time, but your wife is famed for her natural beauty, isn't she? She does not wave her hair or cream her face or even powder her nose. The Rose of England is quite natural. That is part of her beauty, and one of the reasons why most young men fall in love with her. Oh, yes. You're wildly jealous of Blanche, aren't you? She's something of a flirt, I can tell now. She completely bewitched that young Rolandine, although he was rather put off when she acted so strangely at dinner last night. She appeared to be another person, a rather repulsive, rude, and ugly person.
I can't be blamed for my wife's peculiarities.
Oh, but you can. You know that for years now, the only type of beauty aid that Blanche has used is a lip salve. In the evenings, after dressing for dinner, she would gently smear a little of this ointment across her lips. It gave them a rosy glow and prevented them from feeling trapped and coarse. But you have often tampered with that lip salve, have you not? If this ointment were to be analyzed, the pharmacist would find it contains a rare alkaloid substance known as tyrosine. Large doses of it would induce fits, strokes, and even madness in human beings. Small doses cause irrationality, loss of memory, flashes of ungovernable temper, I know. I tested it out myself this morning. Watson will tell you that it changed me completely and for the worst. It is a foul thing that you've been doing to your wife. I judge it to be a criminal thing.
I know. I admit it now. I must have been mad to have thought it out. I wanted to put an end to her incessant flirting and carrying on. I thought if she could appear to be discredited in social circles because of her infamous behavior, it would make her turn back to me. I wanted her to appear repentant, so that I alone could enjoy her attractiveness. I admitted that now. I'm ashamed of myself. So what are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
Leave you and trust you to throw that container into the Thames. I think that is all. It's been a wretched story, and you are a wretched man. Come, Watson, time we went home.
Holmes and I returned to the waiting hansom, and as we clattered our way back to Baker Street, I asked Holmes how he came to clear the affair up so quickly.
I noticed Blanche's lips when she came in to dinner. They're the only part of her that was different. Of course, once she drank some wine, the poison entered her throat. She had no other beauty preparation on her dressing table but that small container. After I proved it by taking some of the stuff myself, I left that parrot out of the count's room and took it into Blanche's. I stole a few trifles to make it look as though the bird had been a thief. An unsavory case, Watson. With only one unsolved difficulty. How do I prove to Lady Ada that I've been responsible for saving her niece and can claim that open check without letting the cat out of the bag?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
What about some
we present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
It was at the beginning of 1886 that I opened my surgery in Maida Vale in Paddington. The rooms were quite small but well equipped, and my practice began to flourish from the very first day. The place suited me admirably, for I was still living at 221B Baker Street, a brief half an hour's walk away, and I found the daily exercise most beneficial. I'd only been working there a matter of a month when, on a blustery January morning, the outer door burst open and a young, poorly dressed stranger staggered in. He collapsed, and before I had a chance to examine him, he died in my arms. There was nothing I could do but send for the police, and, as I thought I caught his name, for Sherlock Holmes. Holmes arrived by hansom cab immediately.
He's dead all right, Watson. And from that wound in his side.
A knife wound. An attempt at an upward thrust between the ribs straight to the heart. But it was deflected, still fatal. You see, I've merely removed his cape and jacket. He's lost a considerable amount of blood.
You don't know this man? He's not a patient of yours?
No, I've never seen him before in my life.
And yet you say that he mentioned my name. Well, the inference would be that he knew who you were and of our association. Otherwise, why gasp out the message? Can you remember the exact words?
Well, it's a bit difficult to say for sure. He was dying, poor fellow, but as far as I could make out, he said, "Tell Holmes that there is snow at Brendan Woods." It doesn't make much sense to me. I know we had a severe winter and there's been a lot of snow, but why mention Brendan Woods?
You're sure that he said nothing else?
No, that's all. He just repeated the phrase and then he died. I got hold of a couple of the boys outside near the canal and paid them to go first for you and then to the police station.
Well, I'm very glad I got here first. Usually I'm only called in once the police have carried out their examination and ruined all the clues. Well, before they arrive, I should like the opportunity to study the dead man. You said that you had touched nothing.
No, nothing at all. I've just examined the wound, staunched the bleeding. Otherwise, the body lies where it fell.
Ah, good. Now, to start with a thorough examination of the clothing. The police report on the body itself will be accurate enough. That can come later. Very well, Watson, I shall start with the shoes and work upwards.
Holmes had about 15 minutes before the police arrived, and in that 15 minutes he went over the body of the dead man, examining every part of his clothing. He scraped earth away from under his boots. He took threads from the cape that lay beneath the shoulders, studied the contents of the pockets, making a careful note of each detail in his notebook. Eventually, he was satisfied and was able to stand back with some satisfaction when Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard took charge.
You've concluded your examination, Holmes?
Yes, as much as I could without moving the body.
The man is unknown to you?
Completely.
All right, men.
That's it.
Nothing in his pockets that gives any identification?
Not a thing. There's a wallet, but it contains only sovereigns.
That's right.
A few florins and loose change, cheap handkerchief, penknife, bunch of keys. That's curious.
Nothing else?
No, that's why it's so curious. It's as though the man was determined to remain anonymous. There are not even name tags on his clothing. Even the maker's name inside the collar of his cloak and jacket has been removed. Now, that is most unusual. I think we shall have a job finding out who this man is, Gregson.
We'll do our best.
Might I make a suggestion?
What is it?
Try the French police, the Sûreté.
Why do you say that, Holmes?
Well, while his clothing has no maker's tag, the cut of the jacket is unmistakably French. The boots and trousers are not. They could be purchased anywhere, but there is a look of a Frenchman about the fellow. It's worth sending a description of him to Paris.
Very well, I'll remember that. Thank you, Holmes. Is there anything else?
I don't think so. I'd like to hear the result of the post-mortem and, of course, any other items of news that may spring from this man's murder.
Quite. We shall keep you informed. All right, men. We can go.
By the way, Gregson, have you made any progress on the Isle of Dogs smuggling case?
Mr. Lestrade is the matter in hand. He hasn't reported anything lately. I think he's up against a brick wall, if you ask me. No progress for some months.
Well, I'd like news on that also. It's not too much trouble. Tell Lestrade I'll be calling upon him shortly.
Very well. Come on, you men. Get him into the police van. Good day to you, Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good day. Good day.
Oh, Holmes, it was a fine way to start the day. What on earth does it all mean?
I've no idea at the moment, Watson. There's insufficient data to formulate any theories, but I think we must not waste time. Are you able to leave these rooms for the next hour?
I have an appointment at noon. As long as I'm back here by then, yes, I can spare time. Why, Holmes? What are we going to do?
Find out where this man came from. Shouldn't be all that hard. He's been bleeding profusely. Although hunched up with a hand over his wound, he must have left a trail that can be followed. And the police have now driven away. We can continue in an uninterrupted fashion. Get your coat on, Watson. Bring a couple of stout sticks. Let's hope we shan't have to use them, but one never knows. Come. There's no time to lose. It's seldom that we have a fresh path to follow. Let's take advantage of it. Hurry now, Watson. Hurry.
I did as Holmes instructed. Within 5 minutes, my rooms were locked, and we were out in the street. Once again, I watched and admired Holmes at work. No one would ever have guessed that we were not simply taking a morning stroll. He seemed not to be looking at anything, although his eyes were everywhere. Sometimes he would pause, and with a nonchalant gesture of his stick indicate a spot of blood on the paving stone or a smear against a wall. We walked down Warwick Avenue and across Harley Place Bridge over Regent's Canal. There, Holmes stopped, and with a slight nod of his head, indicated some stone steps that led down to the water. At the bottom of the steps, a gravel path showed clear footprints.
There. See, Watson, it's here that the attack took place. Note the marks. And here against the upright of the bridge. Blood. Yes, here is where our friend was ambushed and attacked. I should say by 2 men. 2 men who had lain in wait for him. Yes, they must have known he'd be coming here along. So they concealed themselves in an alcove of the cement bridge. And they waited for at least 20 minutes before pouncing upon him.
How do you know that, Holmes?
Cigarettes. Look at the stubs and the matchsticks. Yes, at least 20 minutes. Maybe more. The natural impulse of a smoker would be to throw the ends of the cigarettes into the water. Yes, one of them could well have been a seafaring man. Look, that's the spit marks of a man who chews tobacco. And seaman's shag at that. So we know he was attacked by 2 men. Now, the next question is, where was our friend coming from? Yes, I think that's fairly easy.
You do?
Oh, yes. The boots and the bottoms of his trousers were not only damp, but they also smelt rather strongly. Look, there's the opening of the drain into the sewers beneath the canal. The grid work is still resting ajar. Yes, it's all beginning to fit.
Where does that drain lead, Holmes?
We shall find out when we go through it, Watson. But, come. If they come nearer, let us bend down as though examining the earth by the water. That's it. Now I'm going to take my magnifying glass out and appear to be looking at the blades of grass. But watch.
A small handbill, Holmes. Why?
Don't ask questions. Just crouch there and wait. Yes, don't turn around. Don't move, Watson. We're being watched. There, from the top of the bridge. There are 2 men noting our every move. Yes, I can see them quite clearly in the mirror. They could be the 2 men responsible for all this.
What do we do, Holmes?
We wait for a while, and then we shall give them the slip. But for the moment, let us pretend we're completely unaware of them. They're just as interested in us as we are in them. You know, this has all the elements of a most unusual case.
What do you think they're up to, then? Well, what's it look like? We're trying to work out what happened. They must have followed the trail there. We should have finished him off proper and dumped the body in the water. The governor will say you made a right mess of this, Soapy.
Me? Why me? I did what you told me to. If you hadn't got in that fight with them...
We was told to stop him, weren't we? Plenty of ways of doing that without schooning him. And not doing a clean kill, either.
I thought I'd done him in. Wasn't until we came back along here and I saw there was no body that I knew I'd missed. It can't be helped.
I'll tell that to the governor. Anyway, them 2 is on to it.
What are they? Plainclothesmen? Detectives?
Must be.
We do.
Keep out of the sight, then follow them. Look, there they are. They're straightening up. Walking along the canal path. Come on, let's follow.
Now, don't look round. Don't worry about being followed, Watson. We should get rid of them quite easily before calling upon Mr. Woods.
Calling upon Mr. Woods? Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Holmes.
Watson, we'll continue to take things at their face value, won't you? The dying man's message. Snow at Brendan Woods. Brendan Woods is not a place, Watson. It's a person with a man's name.
Oh, I see. Never thought of that, but... Snow.
Snow is the underworld's name for the white powder, Watson. Dope. Drugs. Brendan Woods has something to do with dope smuggling. That's why I asked Gregson about the Isle of Dogs case. Come on. Let's get rid of these tiresome followers, shall we?
I was never able to keep up with Sherlock Holmes' powers of observation and deduction. His reasoning was always logical and usually correct, but at times I found it bewildering. However, I had learned not to query his decisions, and so on that blustery January morning, I followed him swiftly down the paths of the Regent's Canal, through a labyrinth of highways and byways, until he had shaken off our two followers. Before I knew it, we were back at the same spot under the Howley Place Bridge.
I think we've got rid of those two tiresome gentlemen, Watson, so shall we take up the trail again? In through that grating over the drain, I think. Come on. This will not be pleasant, but we shall have to endure it.
Yes, a handkerchief over the nose and mouth, Michael.
Yes, I agree.
I'd have put eau de cologne on if I'd known we should endure this.
It shouldn't last very long. I have an idea where we shall come out. Can you see, Watson?
Not very well, but busy enough.
There's a light ahead. Look. You realize, Watson, that we're very near Paddington Station, and next to Paddington Station goods yard is a lot of waste ground.
Well, is that where they come out, Holmes?
Yes, I think so, but here, follow me. I think let's step up here. Now, careful, careful. Now, this paving stone above has been moved. Yes, recently, so it should lift up and slide over. I think I can manage it. Just stand back, Watson. That's it. Come on, it's quite easy. Just pull yourself up. Come on, Watson. Let me give you a hand. Just as I thought. Yes, the courtyard. Look at that sign, Watson.
Brendan Woods, Dragon Boatman. Well, you're right as usual, Holmes. It is a man, and he must live here.
Yes, in this house in the yard, yes. Come along, let's see who's in charge here.
Very rough sort of neighborhood, Holmes, you say. Very near the station.
What do you want? How did you get in here? You should have come to the front. Mr. Woods doesn't like strangers in his yard.
We are the police. You must let us in. We need to talk to Mr. Woods straight away.
Police? Well, I'm Mrs. Paddy. I'm just the housekeeper. I don't know nothing about what goes on in these parts. I ain't done nothing.
Take us to Mr. Woods, and I shall be more inclined to believe you.
Oh, well, all right, then. Come on in, then. Mr. Woods, he doesn't normally see no one. He's bedridden, you see. Has been for some years. He never leaves the house. And I don't rightly like to disturb him so early.
Early? It's nearly lunchtime.
Well, I never go into him until after 12 o'clock. Sleeps a lot, he does. Here are. There's two gentlemen to see you, Mr. Woods. I think... Oh, my God.
I shall never forget my first impressions of that room. It was large, but so cluttered with bric-a-brac that it looked like a junk shop. Facing us against one wall was a heavy brass and iron bed. Under the patchwork counterpane lay a frail old man. His head was partly covered with a white nightcap. His frail, bloodless hands clutched at the grimy sheet about his neck. One glance was enough. The man was desperately ill.
Mr. Woods! Mr. Woods!
Holmes, this man's ill. He's hardly conscious. Please, let me see to him.
What's the matter? He was all right yesterday.
Yes, he's had a stroke. He's conscious, but can't speak. See, his hands are twitching. Holmes, we must get this man into hospital.
Yes, but what's this? A piece of paper by his hand. Finds what they would wish to keep. Golden orbs in reach of sleep. golden orbs in breeches.
Now, please, Holmes, this is not time to ponder over that doggerel. This man's desperately ill. We must help him, and at once.
Holmes went into action. He immediately handed the housekeeper a sovereign and gave her clear instructions. A carriage ambulance was sent for, and the old man was removed. Holmes went over the room in great detail, and then took a hansom straight to Scotland Yard. He was lucky to find Gregson in his office.
The dead man was French, all right, Holmes. Name André Bresson. He was working on what the French call l'affaire of Passavant. A smuggling gang who used the Thames as a way of passing dope to ships bound for America.
Just as I thought. Any more details?
The French think that he was onto the London top man. His identity is unknown. He works under the name of the Governor. Bresson's latest report led the Sûreté to believe that he was about to break the whole line. He should have had information about every port, every dumping ground for drugs from Marseille to Liverpool. But we can't find that information.
I think we may be able to, even yet, Gregson. Now, listen to what I have to say. It's vitally important. The man we are after, whom they call the Governor, can be caught. I think I know how he will react. His men are the ones who were watching Watson and myself earlier today. We can trick them, I'm sure.
You were tricked. You made a mess of the whole thing. Attempted to kill Bresson and aroused suspicions. Allowed him to crawl away. How do you know that he hasn't told the police everything he knows?
We did our best. We was just unlucky, that's all.
Oh, Soapy's right.
What could we do once those two turned up? I mean, the tall fellow in the cape and the hat and the other fatter one.
You don't even know who they are, do you? You dope. That man is Sherlock Holmes, and his companion is Dr. Watson. Holmes happens to be the best private detective in Europe. And you have put him on my trail. Now go on, get out. Get out. I'll handle this myself from now on. It's clear that Bresson had an accomplice in the Regent Canal. The rag and bone merchant, Brendan Woods. It's time someone interrogated him.
Well, if you'd like us to call round...
No. You never any more. You are dismissed. Now clear out.
Yeah, look here. What about our payment? You promised...
All I promise you is a nasty death unless you get out of my sight this instant and stay out. Go on, get out. I told you. I'll manage myself from now on. I must put a stop to this straight away, before Mr. Sherlock Holmes gets too well informed. Yes, I must move on it straight away.
Yes, what is it?
I have an appointment to see Mr. Brendan Woods. Can you kindly take me to him, please?
An appointment, have you? Oh, well, I suppose it's all right. Very well, then. Coming. Follow me. There we go. He's through here. He's been very ill, he has. You better not stay too long. He can't get out of bed. He can hardly talk. In here. Remember now, don't stay too long.
You are Brendan Woods.
Oh, what do you want with me? Who are you?
Never mind who I am. I'm here because I have good reason to believe that you have been conspiring against me. What do you know of the man André Bresson?
I've never heard of him.
Don't lie to me. He was here several times. He called upon you and enlisted your help, didn't he? He gave you information and used your rag and boneyard as a ground to conceal things.
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. You know all right. It was very clever using this place. An ideal spot to spy on all the transactions that we've arranged with the goods yard in the river. What do you know about La Fieuve Passavant?
I don't know what you mean. I'm an old man. I'm ill. You got no right to come in here like this.
Shut your mouth, you old fool. You must know all about Bresson. He was a spy from the French police, and he must have left certain information here. Information and a sample of the goods we trade in.
What do you want?
I want those goods and anything that Bresson may have written about our organization. Don't say that you are ignorant, because I know you are not. We've had our eyes on you for some time. Because you were weak and old, we thought you were harmless. But now I can see that you're a scheming, evil old devil who is behind some of our failures. Well, there's always one way of taking care of that. See, this knife?
No, I can't tell you anything when I'm dead.
Then if you value your life, speak now.
Take this. It's all I can tell you.
Find what you would wish to keep Golden orbs in reach of sleep. Golden orbs in reach of sleep. What the... yes. Golden orbs. The brass knobs of the bedstead. They're within easy reach of the bedridden man, half asleep. The brass knobs on the top of the iron bedposts. Clever. Well, we shall soon see.
It's no good. What? Stay exactly where you are, hands on the bed rail. This gun is at your head, and I promise you one move and I'll blow your brains out. All right, come in, Gregson, Watson. Right, this is the man. Take him away. Congratulate me, Gregson. The rag and bone man has just caught the governor.
Gregson, of course, was delighted at this sudden and dramatic turn of events. The place suddenly seemed to be swarming with policemen. The governor was taken away, and over a nice hot cup of tea served by Mrs. Paddy, the housekeeper, Holmes explained how he'd dressed as the old man and taken his place.
Gregson was right, of course. Brasson did have information, and he was using the rag and bone man as a cover point. Yes, I saw at once the meaning of Wood's message. The golden orb was indeed the brass bed knob. I extracted all the contents, a pouch filled with opium and heroin, and also Brasson's notes regarding the people and places he knew were dispersal points in the drug-running business, operating from Regent's Canal to the Isle of Dogs. A very useful case, Watson. Well, thanks, Miss Paddy, whom I took into my confidence, the matter has been successfully concluded. One can only hope that Brendan Woods, the rag and bone man, makes a good recovery. Well, shall we go home now, Watson, or would you like another cup of tea?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
By Jove, that's a really handsome painting, Holmes.
Yes, brushwork is very fine. Painted by, Oliver Wynne.
Yes. But I must admit, I think the model's very beautiful, Holmes. A most pleasing form, a woman of great fascination.
Indeed.
You're admiring the painting.
Good. Yes, we think it's very fine, but surely you're...
You are Sherlock Holmes, are you not?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Holmes, I'm Esther Wynne. I posed for that painting. I think my husband is a very great artist. But Mr. Holmes, I'm in great trouble. Please, may I call upon you and ask your advice? I think it may be a matter of life or death.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Muddle Wife.
Holmes and I had found ourselves in the Wigmore Art Gallery more or less by accident. We'd been to book seats for a violin recital and had wandered back to the foyer through the gallery. I was quite used to Holmes being recognized in public, but I was aware that this meeting and the lady's request were most unusual. Naturally, Holmes agreed to help, and an appointment was made for early the next day. In fact, we had scarcely finished breakfast when Mrs. Hudson showed in Esther Wynne. I had been impressed by her beauty in the painting, but in real life, Mrs. Wynne was far more impressive. It wasn't just the face and figure or the grace with which she moved and the low, husky voice. It was an inner glow that shone through her clear blue eyes, A quiet, controlled animation that gave her personality a compelling sincerity. It was clear that she was, that morning, greatly troubled.
Do sit down, Mrs. Wynne. A cup of coffee with sugar will help to put you at your ease. Watson, would you mind?
No, of course not, by all means.
Now, madam, pray remove your coat and gloves. For although it is still early in the day, it is quite cold. You will not feel the benefit of outer clothing when you leave, unless you do so.
Thank you.
Now, tell me what it is that disturbs you so much.
Well, it's so hard to put into words. Now that I'm here, I don't know how to begin.
Everything you say will be treated with the strictest of confidence, I do assure you. We're used to hearing all manner of secrets within these four walls.
Yes, I know, but well,
It is about your husband, is it not? Your marriage is not the success that you would wish it to be.
How did you guess that?
It's not really a guess. You come here in a state of distress, and I notice that you sit there twisting and twisting your wedding ring around your finger. These latest theories of Sigmund Freud are profoundly revealing. Subconsciously, you are showing concern about the bond between yourself and your husband. Have the disagreements between you now turned to active violence?
You seem to read my mind, Mr. Holmes.
No. I notice the bruises upon your wrists, which even the lace sleeves cannot hide. You have been struggling with someone far stronger than you are. Am I right? Do my deductions help you to say what is on your mind?
Yes. Yes, they do. You are correct in your assumptions. When I married Oliver, I was extremely happy. He was gaining recognition as a painter. The future looked promising. Somehow, the fame he hoped for didn't materialize. Oh, we were able to buy our house down at Great Rylands. We were financially well off. But Oliver just didn't climb to the heights that he aspired to. He has become a fashionable portrait painter, but not a great artist.
And his disappointment, his frustration began to affect his behavior? He appeared to turn against you?
Yes. And then he started to become jealous of me. Everything I did was suspect. Everyone I looked at was my friend, not his. If a gentleman danced with me, he thought I was being unfaithful to him. Naturally, I protested. This led to quarrels, and of late it has become worse. Things came to a head about 6 weeks ago when a distant cousin of mine, Matthew Haldane, a young, presentable gentleman, moved into Little Rylands. Of course, I made him welcome to the house. But Oliver couldn't understand. He found us talking on the veranda one evening, and after Matthew left, Oliver seemed to lose his reason. He attacked me viciously.
You're at it again, aren't you? And this time you've the nerve to bring your latest man into our house.
Oliver, please, this is nonsense. You're imagining things. It's not like that at all.
Imagining things. Imagining that I saw you break away from each other when I came out here on the veranda. Imagining those guilty looks that passed between you.
There were no guilty looks. Matthew was simply embarrassed by your aggressive attitude. Oliver, please, how can you think these things? Matthew is a relative, a cousin.
Relative, so you say. But have I any proof of that? And even if he is, I don't think that would stop you from flirting with him. You can't keep your hands off him, can you?
Please.
Now listen to me. You are my wife. And if you don't stop this carrying on with other men, I'll kill you. You understand? I'll kill you.
That was just the start of it. The start of the violence. Mr. Holmes, I cannot go on like this. My husband has turned into a vicious brute. He seizes every opportunity to humiliate me, to strike me. And I know his madness is growing. He is planning to kill me. I know he is. And I can do nothing. I have no money of my own, no friends, no relatives I can turn to. What am I to do? Who will help me?
Mrs. Wynne, you are indeed in a most unhappy position. I think I am quite unable to advise you. You can seek protection from the law only if it can be proved you are in danger. But I cannot see that I can be of any help to you. Look, a family friend, someone who's sympathetic, may be able to intercede. Some near friend of your husband's, whom he respects.
There is no such person, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, I fear that things will come to a head very shortly. You are the only two I have told this to. You and Matthew, who naturally questioned me. Matthew has plans. He wants me to leave Oliver. Simply pack my things and leave him. Matthew has a little money and a country cottage in Cumberland that no one knows about. He says I can go there, stay as long as I wish.
Run away? Will that solve it all? What steps will your husband take to get you back? If he is as unstable as you say, I think he will run amok.
Well, I can't help that. Look,
Will you come down to Great Rylands? I cannot ask you to the house for obvious reasons, but there is a most comfortable inn called the Anvil. If you could stay for a night or so, I could introduce you to Matthew, and perhaps if there is an opportunity you could meet my husband. You can judge for yourself if I really am in danger. I know it seems as though I'm clutching at straws, but please, this is the one way you can help me. Please?
Both Holmes and I had been working rather hard, and so, after a deal of discussion, we agreed upon a weekend in the country, and that Friday evening saw us safely installed at the Anvil at Great Rylands. Holmes had always maintained that the best place to meet people in the country was the bar of the pub. He was right, for we'd scarcely ordered our drinks when...
Excuse me, are you Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
That is correct. We've just arrived here. You, I take it, are Matthew Haldane, Mrs. Wynn's cousin?
Yes, that's right. How did you guess?
No one on these parts knows that we're visiting. Except Esther Wynn. She said she would try to arrange a meeting with you.
I see. She really is in great trouble, Mr. Holmes. Her husband, Oliver, is really going out of his mind. We must find a way of solving all this without anyone being hurt.
Have you any suggestions?
Well, I think you will agree when you know all the facts and see just how Oliver is behaving. But she must leave that house.
Would it not be hard for me to assess this without actually calling at their home?
It can be arranged. I can take you there in the morning. I will say that you are friends of mine from London who wish to look at some of his more avant-garde paintings, those he has been unable to sell. He'll never be able to refuse that request.
Very well, that seems a good plan as any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Let me buy the next round of drinks and we can drink to a successful conclusion to this very distressing affair. Your good health.
And so, next morning, after a splendid breakfast, Holmes and I walked up the hill to Greystones, the large, ivy-covered house that belonged to Oliver Wynne. Matthew Haldane was waiting at the gates and showed us up the wide driveway to the Georgian entrance. An elderly butler answered the doorbell.
Please, be so kind as to enter. Good morning, Mr. Haldane.
Good morning, Pearson. Mr. and Mrs. Wynne are at home, I hope.
They are in the studio, Mr. Haldane. Would you care to leave your things here, gentlemen, and follow me?
Thank you.
This way, please. They started work quite early. I think the master is anxious to complete his latest painting of Mrs. Wynne. Just one moment. Mr. Haldane and some visitors to see you, sir. Some visitors to see you, sir. Mr. Oliver, sir? Sir? Madam? Strange. The door is locked from inside.
Here, let me... Esther? Oliver? Is anything wrong? It's Matthew. Open the door. Please, I want to speak to you. It's important. Oliver? Esther? Holmes, something's wrong. You're sure they're both in there, Pearson?
Of course. I saw them enter myself.
The outside, the studio windows. Come along.
Matthew Haldane led the way out of the house and round the garden to where the specially built studio room jutted out. There were large windows. They were fastened from the inside, and the curtains were drawn. But there was a large skylight stretching the length of the room. Matthew climbed up the brick wall, and using the ivy, was able to lie flat and peer down into the studio. He was there but an instant.
Oh, no. Holmes, Watson, we've got to get in there. She is there. Esther, lying on the sofa. And she's dead.
Matthew Haldane slithered his way down from his position near the skylight that covered Oliver Wynne's studio. He dropped to the grass and stood up. His face was pale, his hands trembling. He repeated what he had shouted to us a moment before.
She's lying on the sofa, staring up, looking right at me. But her eyes, they're wide and unblinking. There's blood on her forehead. She is dead. I could tell at a glance.
We must break in. The door, is that the only one into the studio?
Yes, the one Pearson showed us.
Looked a very solid door. I think it's better to break in through these windows. Stand aside. Leave this to me. I think I can reach the key from here. You see, right, that's got it. In we go. Now, the curtain's back. Let's get some light in here. That's better. Yes, you're right, Watson. What do you think?
Oh, she's dead. bullet wound in the right temple. Here on the floor, a small pearl-handled woman's pistol.
Better not touch it. Haldane, find the butler fellow, Pearson. Don't let yourself out through that door. Go round the way we came. Get Pearson to send for the police immediately, then come back here. We shall want you when they arrive.
But Esther... Oh, my dearest Esther. This is all my fault. I should have taken you away. Oh, Esther.
Haldane, I appreciate the fact that you are shocked and upset, but please do as I say. Go and send for the police.
Yes. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. I'll go straight away. It's unbelievable. Poor Esther. Oh, my...
Now, look here, Holmes. This is all very suspicious. After what this woman told us, it's very odd that she should die such a violent death. But, well, look, there's the pistol, and there's no one else in the room. All the doors and windows fastened from the inside. Do you think her husband's persecution was imaginary, and that the balance of her mind became so disturbed that, well, she killed herself?
On the face of it, that's how it would appear, but the question uppermost in my mind is, where is this man, Oliver Wynne? Pearson says that they were both in here.
I suppose he could have left without the butler knowing it. She was in such a state that she locked the doors and windows to prevent interruption and then did away with herself.
That's how it is intended to look, Watson. But we must not take things at their face value. Where is Oliver Wynne? Could he have got out of this locked room? Do you remember the Melville Grange case? How the murderer got in and out of a locked room by using the secret panel on the veranda door?
Yes, I remember it distinctly.
Then we must first make sure there is no similar way of getting in and out of this studio. Now, I want to search the place quite thoroughly before the police arrive, or before Haldane gets back.
But, Holmes, do you think that Esther Wynne was telling us the truth? I mean that her husband was so insanely jealous that he would commit murder.
I don't know, Watson. If he was jealous, then perhaps he had reason for being so. I think Matthew Haldane's reactions were genuine enough. They were a little too intimate for a man who was just concerned with a platonic friendship with his cousin. There's more to this than appears, very, very much more. But no more speculation, Watson. We must go over this room with the greatest of care. Not one small detail must escape our attention. Come, give me a hand.
Together we searched the studio. It was simply one large room, with an alcove containing a sink and cupboards. Then, off to one side, a bathroom and changing room. Holmes studied the main door, and then went over all the stonework, even measuring the distances and thicknesses of the walls. He found nothing at all unusual. Matthew Haldane returned and joined in the investigation. It still yielded nothing. We were still hard at it when P.C. Higgs from Great Rylands was shown in.
Constable, I'm afraid this case may be a little outside your usual duties. There is Mrs. Wynne. As you can see, she is dead. The pistol beside her. And the fact that she was alone in this room with all windows and the door locked and bolted from the inside points to suicide.
Oh, I should think it does, but why should the poor soul want to do away with herself?
Perhaps her husband will be able to answer that question if you can find him. But might I suggest that an urgent call be put out to all your local policemen and that nearby towns are alerted? It's most important that Oliver Wynne is found without delay.
Oh, I see what you mean. Very well, Mr. Holmes. I'll see that it's done at once. Suicide, eh?
Suicide, or even more horrifying, murder.
Murder, but by who and how?
Two most important questions, and the answer to both of them at the moment is we don't know. But while you're at the police station sending out the alarm, perhaps you'll be good enough to send a telegram to Scotland Yard? I have an idea they may be of help in this. Inspector Gregson knows this part of the world very well. He was born and brought up in Oak Park, which is only a few miles from here. He's bound to be interested.
Very good, Mr. Holmes. Anything you say.
Right, I will write the telegram. And once again, Watson, we must continue our search of this room.
We resumed the search. Every cupboard was emptied and subjected to very close scrutiny. Holmes, with magnifying glass in hand, went over every shelf and panel. P.C. Higgs came back with some men from Little Rylands, and the body was removed. Still, we continued to go over the room. Holmes was tireless, and only stopped to welcome Gregson when he arrived by special carriage from London. Holmes explained the circumstances most carefully.
But look here, Holmes. If the place was locked and bolted from the inside, there was no one in here, no way of him getting out, and it must be suicide.
I'm quite sure it wasn't. I'm quite sure that Oliver Wynne carried out his wild threats and killed his wife, staging this to appear as suicide.
But, well, how did he do it, and where is he now?
We've been trying to answer those two questions all day, Gregson. There's only one place we haven't looked, and that's under the floorboards.
Oh, but look here. If you're going to pull up the floorboards, it'll take hours, and the man can't have escaped that way.
I've already studied them. They are polished planks of wood. There's nothing unusual about them, except they are of very high quality. There is only one strange feature. And that is that the floorboards are not placed under the bath in the bathroom. There's a space of about 2 feet down to the stone foundations. It is empty. Means nothing. That's the only unusual thing I've come across. After nearly 6 hours of work. It's getting late and I've had no food. I think, Gregson, we should all go back to the Anvil Inn. I'd like to make one request, though. Constable Higgs, are you prepared to put in a little night work? Stay here in this room and don't leave it until we return in the morning?
If that's what you want, Mr. Holmes, sir. And the inspector agrees. Yes. And of course I'll stay in this room.
Good man. Come on, Watson. I'm starving.
We went back to the inn, and for the rest of that day, Holmes was both silent and restive. It was late, very late, when he suddenly started up from his chair, discarded his pipe, and reached for his cloak.
We've got to go back, Watson. I have an idea. I've always said that when one has exhausted all the possible explanations for crime, what is left, however absurd and unlikely, it must be the answer. And the answer is, of course, that Oliver Wynne was in that room when his wife died. There was no way that he could leave the room, and so he is still there. Come on.
Holmes hurried me up the hill to Greystones. To our surprise, we found Matthew Haldane in the grounds. He also could not rest and had returned to the scene of the crime. Then, to our intense surprise, Pearson the butler appeared. Holmes immediately questioned him.
Pearson, what are you doing up in here in the hall?
It was the constable, Mr. Holmes. Constable Higgs. He's left. I heard movements in the studio. I got up and came down, and I saw the constable leaving, opening the front door and walking down the driveway.
What? It can't be. Watson, Haldane, come quickly to the studio at once.
We rushed through the house into the studio. It all appeared quite orderly, neat and untouched. Holmes ignored the main room. He hurried into the bathroom and, lying face down on the floor, began to tug at the floorboards that ended just under the bath.
I've been blind, full Watson. These planks that make up the floor stretch through into the studio. The planks can't be taken up, but at least 3 of them slide. They slide here under the bath to fill this gap, and when this gap is filled, there is a space revealed in the studio. There. That's it. Now come and see.
Yeah. Holmes. There's a man there in the space beneath the floorboards.
He's dead. Stripped of his outer garments. Strangled, I'd say.
It's Constable Higgs. His murderer has escaped in police uniform. Oliver Wynne killed his wife and hid himself under the floorboards, drawing them across over himself. So he lay there all the time we carried out our investigations. And when Higgs stayed here alone, he got out, killed Higgs, and took his uniform as a disguise. Quickly, Watson. We must get Gregson to raise the alarm. Every man in the country must be out to catch a murderer in a police constable's uniform.
Holmes, I think I know where he will have gone. To my home, my cottage. It's clear that the man is crazy, as cunning as a fox. But he has tasted blood, and having killed 2 people, he'll think nothing of killing a 3rd. Me. He knew of my feelings for Esther. He'll be out to kill me now. Please, get Gregson to throw a cordon of men round my cottage, and we will catch him. I know we will.
We did exactly as Matthew Haldane asked. Under the supervision of Inspector Gregson, every available man was called upon, and aided by the darkness, we surrounded Haldane's cottage. He was right. Oliver Wynne was lurking in the grounds. The men closed in.
Come on out, Wynne. Wynne, are you there? You can't escape.
You'll never take me alive. Never! Never!
Taken the easy way out. Come on, then. No need for caution any longer.
And so, that was that. But Holmes was a very miserable and depressed man. He counted this case amongst his few failures.
I should have worked it out 2 hours earlier, Watson. I could have saved that constable's life. Write this down as a bitter failure, Watson. I did my best, but for once my best was not good enough. Come, let's go home.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, Holmes, Watson, this is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the Villa Bartique here at Le Palais. I hope your stay on the island will be both comfortable and interesting. May you have a wonderful holiday, my friends.
Thank you, Andre.
Your very good health, and many thanks, Monsieur Dorian.
Oh, Andre, please, I'm only too proud that the Belle Ile has...
Monsieur, help. The yacht, the Grey Goose. The captain sent me. The owner, Henry Buckley, he is sitting at the desk in his cabin, and he is dead.
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Grey Goose.
Sherlock Holmes and I were taking one of our very rare holidays abroad together. It was in the summer of 1883, and the weather was glorious. Holmes had just finished an international case in Geneva, in which he had managed to greatly help André Lorient, a French diplomat and businessman. Lorient showed his gratitude in practical terms, part of which was to press an invitation upon Holmes and me to visit his villa at Le Palais on the Belle Ile. That comparatively little-known island in the Bay of Biscay was, in those days, quite unspoiled. And we were out to enjoy ourselves enormously, when, that lunchtime, a sailor from a British yacht lying at anchor out in the harbour came with an urgent request for help. As we were rowed from the shore, André Lorient exclaimed,
The yacht ahead is the Grey Goose. She is owned by Henri Barclay. You may have heard of him. Quite a rich man, in similar business to myself. He married a French girl, Marcel. They sail these waters quite regularly, as the Barclays have a house in Nantes. The captain of the Grey Goose is French, Yves Sarnard. There is a crew of 3 with Marcel and a male secretary.
She's a fine-looking yacht. You know this man Barclay well?
Reasonably well. I'm surprised to hear that he has died so suddenly. Although many years older than his wife, he always appeared in excellent health. But perhaps the captain can tell us the nature of the illness. I'm very glad you are with us, Watson. We are rather isolated on the island and have no skilled medical help.
I shall be happy to be of service to Madame Barclay.
Well, here we are. The captain is waiting for us. Come.
Yeah, monsieur, I help you.
Come. After you, Holmes. Watson.
Thank you.
We climbed aboard the Grey Goose and found the captain waiting for us. After the necessary introductions, he showed us down a small companionway into the master cabin. It was furnished as a comfortable lounge, but also had the air of a businessman's office. Our attention was immediately focused upon the desk. Sprawled across it was the body of Henry Barclay. His face was contorted in a death agony. His hands extended as though to clutch the sides of the writing blotter.
Nothing has been disturbed, Monsieur Lorient. The moment I was told of this, I locked the cabin door and sent ashore for you. I knew that you had 2 Englishmen staying with you. This yacht is registered in Great Britain, therefore it is British property. It has to be reported to the correct authorities that its owner has died.
I understand. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is a very famous detective. There will be no difficulties. He will take charge from now on.
Good. Meanwhile, I understand the good doctor, he can make the examination?
Yes, of course, if you wish me to.
It must have been a heart attack. If you will please, doctor.
One moment before you touch the body, Watson. May I make a few observations? To start with, I see that Mr. Barclay appeared to be writing a letter. May I, gently now, Watson, let me slide the letter out from under the outstretched hands. Yes, it appears to be a business letter, addressed to the manager of Stewart Bank, London. It reads, Dear Mr. Mortimer, I've been going through my accounts and find from my passbook that I have 3 checks cashed for £500 each. I cannot recollect ever having drawn this money on those days. They are cash to bearer checks, enclosed is the bank statement with the withdrawals concerned, marked with a cross. As I shall be in Nantes for some months, I should be obliged if you would inquire through your clerks who cashed those checks.
That's if it's possible to trace the person in question. I'm sure that there has been some... Oh, here the letter breaks off. That's interesting. So this is what he was writing when the so-called heart attack took place.
So it would appear.
I think I should like to ask a few questions from the crew and your secretary before reporting this officially, Captain. Can you tell me how you came to be here, the purpose of this trip?
It is what we do every year. We leave Southampton and cruise down to the Mediterranean. Always we call in at Nantes to stay for a while at the house. But sometimes, if the weather is particularly fine, as it is now, we take our time and call in at the Belle Ile. Our voyage here was uneventful. We anchored here early, having arrived outside the harbor at dawn. None of us has been ashore. At about 11 o'clock, Mr. Barclay came down here to his cabin, giving orders that he was not to be disturbed until lunchtime. At noon, his steward knocked at the door with a tray of drinks. He entered. Mr. Barclay was writing, and he left the tray and went out. At 1 o'clock, he returned to say that the lunch was ready, and he found a body, just as you see it.
No one else has been in or out?
Not to my knowledge.
Very well. Well, I suggest we leave my good friend Watson to conduct his examination without interruption, while I have a talk to the steward and the secretary. Will that be convenient?
Oui, of course.
Good, then, lead on. Excuse us, Watson. Will you join us in the saloon when you're finished?
Yes, very well. I shouldn't be longer than half an hour.
Right you are. Pray proceed, Captain.
They left the cabin, and I was able to apply myself to the task ahead. I'd seen many dead men in my time and treated many sufferers of heart complaints. One look at the dead man's face told me it was not as straightforward as the captain thought. But I was careful not to jump to conclusions. I checked and rechecked as Holmes was taken aft to question the cabin steward at some length. And then...
It is just as I told you, Monsieur Holmes. I prepare Monsieur Barclay's drinks tray as usual. I take it in, he looks at it, and he points to the table. I place it down and leave.
What was he doing at the time? Was he at the desk? Which table did you use?
Oh, he was writing at the desk. The table was the one under the starboard window. It is not a porthole, you understand. It opens out onto the deck.
Was the window or porthole open?
Oh, oui. The weather like this and that anchor, natural.
Captain Andre, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important. You must know. It wasn't heart failure that killed Mr. Barclay. He was poisoned.
What? Poison?
By what exact poison, I do not yet know, but I'm sure it was administered to him by means of a drink.
Poisoned? But who could have done such a thing?
I think that is what we are here to find out. Might I suggest we return to the cabin? I take it that you locked the door, Watson?
Yes, I have the key.
Very well, steward. We shall not require you again at the moment. Please see that no one goes ashore.
Very good, Captain.
Perhaps I might interview the secretary in there. Could that be arranged also, Captain?
Down the companionway. It was the secretary. And, to my utmost surprise, I found I knew him. Well, Dayton? David Dayton, surely James Dayton's son.
Good heavens, Dr. Watson. My father's old friend. Gracious me, what are you doing here, sir?
Well, Sherlock Holmes and I are staying with Monsieur Loyal on the island, and we were sent for in connection with Mr. Barclay's death. You his secretary?
Yes, that's right. I've been with him for a couple of years now. He found me useful because it's a British yacht and a French crew. Henry himself couldn't have been more English. But his wife is French. And as my mother was French, and I speak both languages equally well, I fit in rather well. Or rather, I did until this happened. It wasn't luck. Yeah, a heart attack is the last thing I thought would have happened.
It wasn't a heart attack, David. He was poisoned.
You can't mean that. Poisoned? No. Has anyone told Mrs. Barclay? No, we have only just found out ourselves.
I need confirmation. There should be a post-mortem, but I'm prepared to stake my reputation that it was poison.
The steward knows, and therefore I think it's fair to assume that the rest of the crew know. Might I suggest that you're the best person to break this news to Mrs. Barclay, Captain? Perhaps you'd be good enough to do so straight away. And would you care to come inside, Mr. Dayton? I should like to ask you a few questions.
Yes, of course.
I think you said that you've been in Barclay's employ for 2 years. You must know his affairs extremely well. Who has charge of all his private papers, money, things like that?
They're kept in that safe. It's hidden behind the picture on the wall over there. Look, I'll show you. Here. Now, there, the safe has a special lock. I have a key, and there's one on his watch chain. It's a special lock. Difficult to open unless you know how. No one else knows how to open that but Henry and myself.
I see. And his bank statements, empty check stubs, that sort of thing?
They're all in the safe. I saw them there myself only a few days ago.
I see. Would you mind opening the safe for me, please?
Of course. Though I can't really see why.
I think it is most important.
Excuse me. You are Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson? I am Marcel Barclay. I met the captain. He told me the news. Is it true? Henri was killed? It was not a natural death?
I'm afraid it is true, yes.
Then you must find the person who poisoned him. Find him quickly, so that he too may die. I do not care what steps you take, or how much money is involved, but you must find out who killed my husband. And when you do, I shall take my revenge.
Madame Barclay was very clearly a Frenchwoman. She was extremely beautiful, dark hair and blue eyes that looked straight at you quite fearlessly. She seemed more angry than distressed by the news of her husband's death. She informed Holmes that she'd be in her cabin if he needed to speak to her, and then, with a long, inscrutable look at the body of her dead husband, she turned on her heel and left us. Holmes, after making sure the safe was unlocked, asked us to leave him while he searched the cabin. I found myself alone with David Dayton.
I'm sorry we have to meet in these dreadful circumstances, Dr. Watson. I find it all quite bewildering.
You can throw no light upon it at all? I mean, it's clear that your late employer was poisoned between the hours of 12 and 1 o'clock.
You mean that's when he took the drink? The steward took in the tray at that time. He always did. But if the poison was in the gin or the tonic, surely an examination of the contents of the bottles will show this.
Sherlock Holmes will find that out. Have no fear. Of course, if the poison was simply sipped into a glass while he was unaware...
But no one visited the captain except the steward.
You sure?
I'm only sure for myself, of course. I was sunning myself up on deck. Mrs. Barclay was there for part of the time. Then she went to change for lunch. Doctor, this is terrible. I mean, why would anyone wish to see Henry dead?
I think Holmes will be asking you that question, David. After all, next to his wife, you must have known the man better than anyone else.
Yes. Yes, I suppose I did.
Well, I think that there's no need for a post-mortem to confirm your theories, Watson, or to tell us the type of poison that was used to kill Henry Barclay. Here, look at this.
Small phial. It's got a label with words scrawled across it. I can't read it very well.
It says Amacara. It's a South American poison used by the Brazilian Indians. It's quite rare, but very deadly. I found it hidden away at the back of the safe in his cabin. That's what killed him, all right.
But how? I mean, well, I don't understand.
2 or 3 drops of this in the bottom of the glass. The drinks tray was placed as usual on the table in front of the open window porthole that looked out onto the deck. Anyone who was passing outside could have reached in and tipped the poison into the glass.
I see. But then, who could have done it?
Well, anyone who passed along the deck. This file was hidden behind a book labelled Ship's Cash Account. Do you keep the cash account, Staten?
Yes, of course I do.
And no one but you and the dead man could get into the safe?
Well, that's right, but look here. Are you trying to say that it was me? That I poisoned Henry?
I'm not saying anything at the moment. I'm merely asking questions and gathering information. From that information, I shall sift the data, and then I shall be able to make statements. Tell me, are you aware of the contents of this letter?
Well, what is it?
Well, it must have been the last thing your employer ever wrote. It's to his bank back in England, querying certain cash checks. Also in the safe was this balance sheet from the bank, which has the items marked in red ink. 3 checks of £500 each. The letter says that Barclay doesn't remember authorizing those withdrawals or signing those checks.
Let me see that. But I withdrew these cash amounts.
You admit it?
Of course I do. I was asked to make them. Henry asked me to do so. I made the withdrawals and took the cash and gave it to him straight away.
What did he do with the money?
How do I know? He must have had a reason for wanting the cash. I suppose he spent it.
But if that is so, why write the letter? 3 lots of £500. And he can't recall cashing those amounts, so it doesn't make sense.
Look, none of this makes sense. The way things are looking at the moment, it all points to me, doesn't it? The file hidden away, the bank book, the missing money, and I cashed it. But I didn't do these things. You've got to believe me, Mr. Holmes. I didn't do it. What motive could I have had?
I don't know. One final question, Dayton. What are your feelings for Marcel Barclay? Are they strictly platonic or of a somewhat romantic nature?
They are strictly those of a servant and his employer's wife. There is nothing at all between us. And if you think that is a motive for me becoming mixed up in murder,
Then you're very mistaken. Now, please, may I go now?
David Dayton moved away. I stared at Holmes. I simply could not believe that the young man who was the son of my old friend James Dayton could be a murderer. Holmes gestured to me to follow him, and we both made our way up onto the deck. And there, leaning against the rail, we looked out across the water to the vastness of the Bay of Biscay. Holmes was silent. Eventually, I could bear it no longer. Holmes, this is impossible. Great heavens, I know Dayton's family. They're decent, civilized people, good citizens. There's never been the slightest scandal in their family. I simply can't believe that David is involved in all this.
Oh, he's involved, all right, Watson. That's clear enough.
But you don't think he killed Barclay, do you? I mean, why? What's the motive?
Well, it could be money. We know that £1,500 is suspected of being stolen.
Yes, but David explained all that. He said it was at Barclay's request. He hasn't got the money.
Well, there's no proof of that, Watson. When a man is arrested and stands trial, he has to produce facts.
Holmes, it sounds as though you've already made up your mind that he's guilty.
Oh, certainly not, Watson. Quite the reverse. I'm sure he is innocent.
What? Why? I mean, you've been talking of facts. The facts are all against him. You've made them all fit in.
On the contrary, Watson, there are a few simple facts that do not fit in at all. To start with, the poison. It's a very rare Brazilian poison, not much known in Europe. Now, according to the log, this yacht last visited Brazilian waters 4 years ago, just after Barclay married Marcel. Dayton was not with them at the time. I don't see how that file could have come into his possession. And another fact is, of course, why was the file hidden in the safe behind the cash book? If Dayton had used the poison, surely he would have thrown the file overboard, broken it, destroyed the evidence.
Yes, well, that is, unless there was more poison in the file, if he wished to use it again.
You saw the file, it was empty. And of course there's the timing. The poison was put into the dead man's glass, and yet, after using it, someone put it back into the safe. That's quite impossible. No, Watson. There's been an extremely complicated plot to kill Barclay and place the guilt on Dayton. And that bears investigation.
Holmes, I'm literally and figuratively all at sea. What's it all about? What happens now?
I have a short talk to Madame Barclay, and then we leave for the island. Don't worry, Watson. Your young friend will not hang for a crime he did not commit. Excuse me, I shall be but a few minutes.
There is very little else I can tell you, Monsieur Holmes. I cannot throw any light upon the matter that you have raised. I know no reason for my husband being killed. I know no one would wish to kill him or benefit from his death. I am sorry I cannot help you. Please, will you excuse me now? I am still very upset.
Of course, I understand. One final question. Your own relationship with David Dayton, you were friendly, that is all?
Like all Englishmen, you think that the French wives are always unfaithful to their husbands. The answer is there is no emotional involvement. David did at one time show some interest in me. I quietly told him that I was in love with my husband, and that was that. I even told Henri about it. We laughed together. That is all. There was no trouble, no intrigue.
Thank you, madame. That will be all.
Shortly after that, Holmes made arrangements to leave the Grey Goose. The body of Henry Barclay had been removed by dinghy to the island, and we were then rowed ashore. There followed a very busy and tedious afternoon and evening. It wasn't until after dusk that Holmes made a sudden announcement.
Watson, are you prepared to put an end to this case?
But, of course, Holmes. What do you intend doing?
Returning to the Grey Goose under cover of darkness. You have a boat. Will you row us over to the yacht straight away?
Yes, of course. Of course I will.
Come then. We must be very secretive. No noise, not at any time. Dress with black clothing and wear your softest shoes. Quickly and quietly. That is our motto for this evening. Come.
André Lorient was just as bemused as I was, but we obeyed all instructions. And with muffled oars, André rowed us back across the stretch of water to the yacht. Climbing aboard was not easy, but we managed it without arousing the crew. And then...
Careful, Watson. This way, I think. There are lanterns glowing in the main cabin. Careful. The porthole window is open. Careful, listen.
Yes, you allow Holmes and the police to draw the obvious conclusions.
I will remain silent about what I know, unless you agree to stay with me, now that he is gone.
But you agreed. Our love affair is over. Finished.
No. Oh, don't you see, my darling? This is the most wonderful opportunity. Stay with me. We will marry. You will be the master of this yacht. I will share everything with you. We will be together for always.
No, master. This is all your doing, wasn't it? All yours.
What? No, of course not. You cannot think that. I would never have killed Henri.
Then I don't understand.
David, you were his secretary. You knew there were financial difficulties, but even you didn't know the extent of his failure and his disappointment. And, of course, he knew about us. That is why he did it.
He did it?
Of course. He knew he'd lost me. He couldn't go on without me and his security. He took his own life. The poison. He hid the file. Questioned the cash that he asked you to collect. Made it look like murder. And the murder you committed. Oh, yes.
But you can prove this?
Oh, yes. And I promise I will speak. But only if you promise to stay with me and marry me. Well, David, what do you say?
Don't say anything, Dayton. We have heard all we need to know. I think you will have to tell the truth without any conditions now. Don't you, madame?
And so, with Andre and myself as witnesses, Marcel Barclay broke down and told the whole story. David Dayton was completely cleared of all suspicions. The police from the mainland were called in, and the truth, but only the truth of the suicide, was explained to them. What happened to Marcel, and whether she would have gone through with it and allowed her lover to hang for her husband's death, is a matter of speculation. But, as Holmes said,
it is impossible to buy love and affection, Watson. Even more impossible to buy loyalty. And thank goodness it has ended as it has. If those two had stayed together, it would have ended in an even greater tragedy. How glad I am that such things do not enter into my life of detection. Well, let us forget the most unsavory case, Watson, and enjoy the rest of the holiday, shall we?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Splendid. There's a nice fire going here in the morning room, and Roger has arranged all your letters on the desk. Let's have the morning quietly by ourselves, shall we, Felix?
Oh, anything you say, my dear. It has turned cold, hasn't it? Yes, I'm content to stay at home, do my correspondence.
I have letters to write also.
What's this? It's odd. Writing seems familiar. And a foreign stamp, of course it does. Dear Droops, this will come as a shock to her job. I can't believe it. It's signed Brawny.
What is it, dear? You've gone quite pale. Are you ill?
Well, this letter, it claims to be from my older brother Matthew, but he died. He died many years ago.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Eldest Son. Looking back over the years and the hundreds of cases I've chronicled about Sherlock Holmes, I recall one of the most interesting to be the Chancery action brought by Matthew Inglethorpe for the recovery of his lawful inheritance. It was about the turn of the century that Sir Rufus Inglethorpe died. He had lived for many years on his own at a vast country estate known as the Elms, near Canterbury. After his death, his younger son Felix and his wife Jennifer took over the house. For a while, all was peaceful. And then a ripple of rumor began to run through London society. The newspapers and social publications hinted that all was not well at the Elms. I think it was at that point that Holmes started taking an interest.
What do you know of the Inglethorpe family, Watson?
Well, little or nothing, Holmes. It's a name that is being continually bandied about in society, but as I take little interest in such affairs, I confess I'm, well, more or less ignorant. Well, why should I be interested?
Well, because the family appears to have the seeds of destruction planted within itself. I've noticed that it occurs regularly in history and continues right until the present day. Now, let me see. I have several old scrapbooks here that would prove invaluable upon family references. Now, let me see. Yes, I think this might tell me. Yes, here we are. There was an Admiral Inglethorpe who greatly distinguished himself in the wars against the Dutch. And, of course, Sir Rufus, who died recently, was a famous army man. Yes, it was well known that he had an ungovernable temper. He ruled the family with a rod of iron. And inevitably, the eldest son, Matthew, kicked against this imposed discipline once he became of age. There was an enormous row, and Matthew left the estate never to return. For a while, he wrote secretly to his mother, but she soon became ill and died. Matthew is thought to have died in Africa.
And, I seem to have heard those sort of stories so many times in connection with wealthy families.
I agree. Also, it seems that the daughter, Phoebe, caused a sensation by marrying an actor named Clarence Howard. As might have been expected, Sir Rufus lost his famous temper, and she also left the Elms. Yes, they also travelled abroad, America mostly.
And who was left?
Well, just the other son, Felix, who left only to marry a wealthy society beauty, Jennifer Trent. It's they who are the present owners of the Elms.
This may be of interest to some people, but I'm surprised that you find it so, Holmes. After all, the domestic squabble of the Inglethorpe family is a family matter. There's nothing criminal going on, surely.
Not at the moment, but there could be. You see, Felix Inglethorpe used to be a member of the Diogenes Club. He's recently resigned, and my brother Mycroft attributes it to yet another family scandal. We appear to have a visitor. Now, this could be most interesting. You see, Mycroft was mentioning my name only recently to Jennifer Inglethorpe, who's distressed at her husband not using the club. Now, I wonder.
A lady to see you, Mr. Holmes. Says she's sorry she doesn't have an appointment. But here's her card, and she's waiting below. She's very nice. Proper lady, beautifully dressed.
Thank you. Yes. Show the lady up, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir.
Well, I'd better put the scrapbook away, Watson. It makes it look a little too obvious. The lady is indeed Mrs. Jennifer Inglethorpe.
And it is a coincidence, Holmes.
No, not really. She must have seen the papers and realized things were coming to a head.
Mrs. Inglethorpe.
Good day to you, madam. Pray do come in. It's a very cold day, but we have a good fire.
Thank you. But...
allow me to introduce you. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. You may feel free to speak to him as you would to me.
This is a most delicate matter.
Well, I'll leave you if you wish, madam.
No. Your brother Mycroft has told me much about you, Mr. Holmes. And you too, Doctor. May I remove my cape?
Please, allow me.
Thank you.
Now, do sit down near the fire.
I shall be most comfortable here, thank you. I hardly know where to begin.
It is regarding your husband and the fact that there is a claimant to the Elms estates. His elder brother Matthew, who was thought to have been dead these 20 years, has now returned to this country, and as the eldest son of the family maintains that the Elms is his. Is that not so?
Mr. Holmes, I cannot think how you know this. We have done our best to suppress these facts.
But some news has leaked to the daily press, and speculation is now rife. I do sympathize, Mrs. Inglethorpe, but I hardly see how I can help.
I'm so confused, Mr. Holmes. I thought if I could present all the facts to you, you might be able to make me see the whole affair in a more reasonable light, and then I might be of more support to my husband in his dilemma.
Very well. I'm willing to listen to whatever trouble you find yourself in.
Well, it is much as you suggest. Matthew, Felix's brother, has returned after over 20 years. He approached the solicitors, Coins and Blanco, and they have drawn up a sworn affidavit regarding the whole of his activities. He says his life is an open book, and anyone is willing to question him on any matter. My husband agreed to meet him privately, and, well, he is inclined to believe that this stranger from the grave is his own brother.
I see.
But we cannot just accept his testimony at face value. We are therefore prepared to wait. If the matter reaches court, it will create a sensational scandal. Phoebe, that is Felix's sister, who has returned to this country, now that both her father and her husband are dead, she refuses to believe that this man is her elder brother. Phoebe and Felix have never got along at all well. But this matter has thrown them together again.
I see.
Felix invited her down to the Elms, and the arguments have never stopped. Things came to a head a few nights ago. We had sought legal advice, of course, but a frank discussion brought many facts out into the open. Felix, as always, was kindness itself, but Phoebe was adamant. She impressed upon Wilfred Simmons, our family solicitor, that she would never accept this impostor.
I tell you, Mr. Simmons, that Matthew is dead. I know he is dead. This man is an impostor. We've only to take him to court and trick him once or twice, and we can break him.
But, Phoebe, the letter, the handwriting. Well, we have nothing to compare it with, but the fact that he called me Droops. No one else ever called me that. Well, I mean, since we were children, except Matthew. And I always refer to him as Brawn. You know that, but how could an impostor have found that out?
I don't know, but he has somehow. Look, if Matthew had been alive in recent years, do you think we wouldn't have heard from him? Of course we would. He would have been sponging upon us, writing, begging letters.
Oh, come. He may have become rich, successful, made good. After all, your own husband, Clarence...
Matthew would never have become successful. Clarence might have started off as an actor, but he ended as a theatre impresario, a name to be reckoned with in America. And he did it purely by hard work. Matthew was a drifter. He put down no roots and never worked unless he could help it. He was penniless when he died in Africa.
Phoebe, you can't say that. You don't know it. You're guessing. And Mr. Simmons is right. I've never received a begging letter from Matthew in my life.
Well, I have.
What?
You have?
Yes, many times. Though I suppose he must have reasoned that because I left the fold, that I would be more sympathetic than you. I've received about 5, all told, over the years.
But why didn't you ever tell us?
My dear brother, we've hardly been on speaking terms during the last 20 years, have we?
Can you produce any of these letters so we could compare the handwriting and then...
No, of course I can't produce them. I didn't keep them. At least I don't remember doing so. I'll go through my things, but it's very doubtful.
Did you ever reply to the letters?
Once or twice. I was even stupid enough to take pity on him once. Many years ago, we were in America. He was there, too, drifting about the San Francisco docks on his way to Africa. I sent him money. He never acknowledged it. Then I had another begging letter from Africa. It was just before Khartoum. He must have died out there about the time General Gordon was killed. Since then, I haven't heard a thing.
But, Phoebe, this doesn't prove a thing. I mean...
No, wait a minute. This may help. If we confront this man and ask him casually if he ever wrote to his sister, and if so, when and where, it will place him in an extraordinarily difficult position. He'll be forced to give us facts and figures. If you can only find one of those letters, Phoebe, then I think we shall have the proof that we need.
I shall look. As I say, I hold out very little hope. But please, don't let us give him the chance to do even greater research into Matthew's past. I beg you, leave it until he tries to take the whole matter to court. Let us keep all this up our sleeves.
I'd sooner settle it out of court without a scandal.
Do you want to give away the family fortune, the home? Just hand it over to this man without fighting him? I always thought you were spying.
Oh, no, please.
Phoebe, you haven't seen him. I'm sure it is Matthew. He looks like Matthew, speaks like him.
You can remember how he looks and speaks after 25 years? You were a youngster when you last saw him. You can't believe it's Matthew. And I won't let you hand everything over to him.
Now, please. Let's keep all this to ourselves, at least for the next few days. Just let us wait and leave the next move to him. Now, what do you say? You agree?
And that is where we are at the moment, Mr. Holmes. I came to ask your opinion. What do you think we should do? Fight the matter in court or not? What do you say?
Jennifer Inglethorpe leaned forward in her chair and looked eagerly at Sherlock Holmes. He'd been listening intently to his story, his dressing gown wrapped around his tall frame, his head sunk upon his chest as he gazed into the fire. He placed the tips of his fingers together and then said,
I advise you to remain quiet. Your sister-in-law is correct in one respect. In a position like this, the guilty parties will eventually give themselves away. But I think in this case quite a lot of rope will have to be played out before the culprits hang themselves.
I was surprised that Holmes phrased his reply in the plural, but Mrs. Inglethorpe seemed quite satisfied. She rose to her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. But will you promise me one thing? If at any time you can take an active part in the conclusion of this affair, you will do so regardless of our personal feelings.
I will give you that promise, yes. Good day to you, Mrs. Inglethorpe.
After that, some weeks passed before a court action was publicly announced. It immediately hit the headlines. There was general sympathy for the claimant. It was a romantic story. The return of the repentant prodigal son, penniless, to take what was rightfully his. It lasted for days. Some witnesses swore Matthew Inglethorpe was genuine, others that he wasn't. Of course, the cross-questioning of the man himself was the highlight. Sir Arthur Wolseley, for the defence, subjected him to hours of interrogation and threw some very awkward questions at him.
Now, tell me, we have heard of your travels throughout the world, how you dropped the name Matthew Inglethorpe for the less conspicuous name Ian Thorpe. During this time, did you ever attempt to communicate with your family at the Elms?
No.
You didn't write any letters to your father, brother, or sister?
I didn't write to my father or my brother at the Elms. I did, however, write to my sister Phoebe.
Can you remember how many letters you wrote and the times and places from which you wrote them?
I wrote 5 letters in all. I can't remember the exact dates. I know the last one was from Africa. The time before that, I was in San Francisco, and Phoebe was kind enough to send me money for my passage to Africa. I arrived there in 1881, just after the defeat at Majuba. I wrote again some 4 years later, at the beginning of 1885, when General Gordon was slain. That was the last time I tried to communicate with her.
Well, Watson, he's got round that one perfectly. If he can only prove his handwriting, he's in a very strong position. Yes, I think they're going to bring his sister for the defence.
Phoebe Howard was calm, but I suspected very angry, as she stepped forward to give her evidence. She denied any resemblance of the claimant to her brother, refusing to see any likeness. As to the letters, she spoke with total conviction.
The handwriting on the letter my brother Felix received, calling him by those nicknames, and the handwriting on the letters I received, is, to the best of my knowledge, completely different.
It is a pity that you did not keep those letters.
I would have done, had I known this would come about. But who keeps begging letters for 5 years? Naturally, I destroyed them all.
Naturally. But what makes you so sure that the claimant is not your long-lost brother? What about his evidence, his knowledge?
He could have found out all he's told us from a long association with Matthew. In one of his letters, Matthew mentioned a bosom friend who travelled with him. They were in Africa together. I believe that bosom friend to be here, sitting in this court, impersonating Matthew.
In this court?
Please, Your Honor, may I make a statement?
Proceed.
My brother Matthew was the black sheep of the family. I was also treated as an outcast when I married the man I loved. Can't you see that if this man was Matthew, I should be delighted that he now came back to redress so many wrongs? I've no love for the past. I would dearly love to see a change in the old ways. If I truly believed this man was Matthew, I should embrace him with open arms. But as it is, I cannot believe him. I do not know him.
But I know you, and our secret regarding the governess. Yes, Governess Grinstead. We got her fired by placing stolen jewelry in her wardrobe, didn't we? You and me. And no one else knows this, not even Felix. Or have you forgotten that?
I can't.
Great heavens, Holmes.
He has won the day.
For that, it was literally all over, bar the shouting. Judgment was entered for Matthew Inglethorpe, and he was cheered when he left the law courts. There was great admiration also for Felix Inglethorpe when he was seen to shake hands most heartily with his elder brother. Phoebe Howard, however, heavily veiled and muffled in her furs, hastily climbed into a waiting hansom and vanished. The case was over.
So, you think the case is over, do you, Watson?
I beg your pardon, Holmes?
Well, ever since we returned home, you've been wearing a satisfied smile, yet you haven't said a word. The events at the law courts could hardly have been more dramatic, could they? It's caught the public imagination, and everyone is pleased with the result.
Except Phoebe, huh?
Oh, I don't think she'll be too distressed.
What do you mean by that?
Well, simply that in her own words, she was prepared to embrace her real brother with open arms. I predict that it will not be long before she and Matthew are reconciled.
Well, then the case really will be over. And if they'll all learn the lessons of the past, then perhaps this family will not fail again, as you think they're doomed to.
I wish I could feel as confident as you, Watson, but I'm afraid I still think there is a considerable way to go. And until something positive occurs, well, we must just wait and see, mustn't we?
And after that, I was determined to forget the whole affair. I concentrated upon my work, although word did reach me that Holmes' prediction regarding a family reconciliation had in fact taken place. It seems that once again it was Felix Inglethorpe's generous nature that brought it about.
Come. Surely it is time that we behaved sensibly. The facts have been faced. It is only natural that one should feel a certain animosity, but we must all try to rise above the circumstances. After all, Jennifer and I are the ones who stand to lose most. We are making preparations to leave the Elms. We shall return to town and establish our home there.
You don't have to hurry in any way, Felix. In fact, I should appreciate it if you could stay on and assist me in running the estates.
No, I could not do that. They are yours to do as you like with.
And what of you, Phoebe?
I shall be all right. No need to worry about me.
But these vast rooms, the running of the house. I'm still unmarried. There's no one here to play hostess. If you would consider returning to the Elms after all these years, I am more than willing to adjust to your taking your share.
That is very generous of you, Matthew. But surely, after all that has happened, after all I have said about you, blackened your name.
Will you consider joining me back at the old home and trying to make a future happy for both of us? Will you, Phoebe?
It was shortly after Phoebe returned to the Elms that Sherlock Holmes made a rather unusual request. He'd been to see Jennifer Inglethorpe and her husband Felix, and had somehow contrived to get us all invited down to the Elms one Sunday. I confess I could see no reason for this, but curiosity made me accept the invitation. It was clear from the onset that Matthew and his sister Phoebe were slightly put out by our visit. Felix introduced us, and immediately Holmes dominated the proceeding.
I'm extremely sorry if this seems to be an intrusion in any way, but really, Mrs. Inglethorpe, you've only yourself to blame.
Me? I don't understand.
When you came to see me at my rooms in Baker Street, you made a request, and that was that if ever I saw fit to take an active part in the family drama, I should do so regardless of anyone's feelings, remember?
Yes, of course. But I don't understand.
No, but you will. Now, Mrs. Howard, it is with you that I shall start.
By all means, Mr. Holmes. What exactly is it that you want?
The truth, from your own lips. You see, it's one thing to cause emotional scenes with clever stories, but quite another to prevent those lies being verified. I have a good many friends in the United States. It did not take me long to confirm or deny the facts.
I don't know what you mean.
Your marriage, your husband's so-called success story, and his apparent death. Of course, you married the actor Clarence Howard, and you did travel extensively with him, but he was out of work most of the time, wasn't he?
What are you talking about?
You ended up in cheap lodgings in Boston. Then you and he disappeared from the scene. There is no record of his death or burial in the United States, and no one has ever heard of him in the world of the theatrical impresarios where he's supposed to have made his name.
Now, look here, Holmes. What are you insinuating? Are you trying to say
I am saying that Clarence Howard didn't die. He remained very much alive. But Matthew Inglethorpe, the real Matthew Inglethorpe, did die out in Africa under the name of Ian Thorpe. Records could be checked there, you see.
Then this man is an impostor.
Of course he is an impostor. He is Clarence Howard.
What? Clarence?
Of course.
Holmes, I beg of you.
How else could someone give such a convincing performance? Retain all the facts and details of family life, unless he was a trained actor able to sustain a characterization.
And all the information he gave us was
drummed into him by Phoebe, his own wife. She alone knew the secrets of the family and groomed him to perfection in the part. And then, very cleverly, she took the role of being his arch enemy, trying to trick him. It was a performance almost as good as his.
This is unbelievable.
Of course, he won the claim. Against all odds, he had proved himself. Everyone was taken in. In time, a reconciliation with Phoebe, and then, of course, they could take over the elms and the estates while you bowed out quietly. How long they would have been able to sustain the roles of brother and sister is a matter of speculation. Well, what course of action you take is up to you. I should guess that the next court case will be even more of a sensation than the first one. Don't you agree?
Holmes and I returned to Baker Street immediately, and I cannot imagine the scenes that must have taken place back at the Elms. Once again, I was at a loss to know how Sherlock Holmes had arrived at the truth.
Every little detail was so overwhelmingly glib. His evidence, I mean. He remembered everything. The man knew far too much at just the right time. And the one member of the family who was never mentioned was Clarence Howard. It was worth checking up on. Facts. That's what detection is made of, Watson. Lies can never replace facts. Oh, she was very clever, but just a little too clever, don't you think?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Now the world has come into a sorry state, Watson. Here we are in 1903. The good Queen dead these 2 years, the Boer War over, misrule and exploitation in the Congo, and the royal family of Serbia assassinated. Rumbles of revolution throughout the East, anarchists throwing bombs at the slightest excuse. Indeed, a sad state of affairs.
One can't set the world to rights, Holmes. All one can do is perform a worthwhile job to the community as best as one is able.
Oh, I agree, but there will be a revolution in Russia within our lifetime, I'm sure of that. The seeds are being sown. The harvest will be too dreadful to contemplate. But, as you say, we can only do our best, Watson. We can only do our best.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
Pushkin papers.
It had been rather an eventful year, as Holmes had pointed out, and the future looked quite gloomy as far as international affairs were concerned. But my practice in St. John's Wood was doing rather well, and I was contentedly married, so I was a happy man. Mary, my wife, had gone up to Cumberland to stay for a few weeks with her aunt, and, as was my practice, I returned to my old rooms at Baker Street. It was like old times to breakfast with Holmes, reading the papers while a cheerful fire crackled in the grate and the rain splattered against the window panes. It was also like old times to have Mrs. Hudson announce a visitor.
Gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes. Won't give no name and hasn't got an appointment. Shall I show him back out again sharp?
No, Mrs. Hudson. It's a rainy morning. Maybe something of importance. Show the gentleman in.
Very well. In here, please.
Thank you. I do beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes. This is an intrusion, but I thought it necessary. I shall not take up much of your time.
Oh, come in, sir. State your business. You may speak freely in front of my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, the good doctor's name is known to me. I am Jason Pushkin. I am of British nationality and Russian antecedents. I am a bachelor, a scientist, and an inventor. I live at Royston Estates in Gatestone, near Chelmsford. I have a small cottage and workshop in the grounds of my good friend Claude Miller. I understand that you are not only a famous detective, Mr. Holmes, but that you have a brother, Mycroft, who is somewhat attached to the British Foreign Office. Is this correct?
This is perfectly correct. If you can state your business as clearly as you have given your background, we shall get along famously.
Thank you. I have papers, secret papers, which I can trust to no one. Therefore, I bring them to you.
Well, I am flattered, but surely this is taking a great risk. I'm quite unknown to you. Would it not be better to deposit any valuable papers you have in the strong room of a bank?
Oh, no. I may wish to get at the papers at any time, to arrange for them to be sent anywhere in the country at a moment's notice, and I do not wish people to know that I regard them as important.
I take it that your secret papers are some form of protective weapon which the country may be developing. Chelmsford is the headquarters of the Naval Research College. I need say no more.
No, indeed. But tell me, will you undertake this assignment, if one can call it?
I shall cooperate to the fullest extent.
Then here, in my case... in this envelope is the results of 20 years of work. Guard it with your life, Mr. Holmes.
I shall indeed. But now, Mr. Pushkin, tell me who you fear most.
I beg your pardon.
You asked me to guard your work with my life. No doubt you are prepared to do the same. But you fear someone will be prepared to kill you in order to get the contents of this envelope? Otherwise, why get rid of it? Whom do you fear?
I wish I could answer that. If I could, I should go to the police or one of the branches of government security. I do not know. But there is an organization at work in this country. It is known only as the Red Secession. As its name implies, it is a revolutionary organization dedicated to the destruction of the British Empire and a state of anarchy in Europe. Well, I am not prepared to have my work destroyed. Hence my request.
I understand. Well, thank you for your trust. I shall see the envelope doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
That is all I need to know. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I will take up no more of your time. Good day to you. I shall be in touch with you very shortly. Do not worry. I can find my own way out.
Well, Holmes, we've had some pretty strange visitors in these rooms over the years, but surely Mr. Jason Pushkin must be quite unique.
Yes, very odd. It doesn't quite make sense. Yes, but I have a feeling that this meeting is going to lead us into very deep waters, Watson.
What are you going to do?
Well, a great deal of checking up. Now, first of all, a safe place for these papers. Now, turn back the carpet in the corner opposite the window, Watson.
Yes.
Mrs. Hudson is a good housekeeper, but I'll wager she hasn't had that carpet up in a dozen years. Can you manage?
Yes, I think so. It's flush with the wall, of course, and hard to prise up, but...
yes, that's it. Yeah. But do we know that this Pushkin man is genuine, Holmes? He could be some crank, not what he says he is at all.
Well, that's where the checking up comes in. Well, there should be no difficulty. Mycroft is certain to be at the Diogenes Club at lunchtime. You'll be most interested in this man. If this matter is as serious as it appears, then we should have an interesting time ahead. Don't you agree, Watson?
I left Holmes and went about my own business. It was late when I returned. There was a hot supper waiting for me, and a note from Holmes saying he would be dining out. I read for an hour or so, and then decided upon an early night. At 1 in the morning, I woke to find the passage light still burning. Holmes had not returned. But in the morning, he was up and about before I was, and in a very bad mood.
I've been a fool, Watson. An overcautious fool. I'm so used to people telling me lies that I can't see the truth when it's placed before me.
But what is it, Holmes? What's wrong?
This is what is wrong. Read it yourself. I cannot bear to go all over it again.
Robbery and murder at Royston Estate near Chelmsford. Local scientist Jason Pushkin shot while tackling thieves, Holmes. Oh, Holmes, is this possible?
I should have gone down there straight away. That man knew he was going to be murdered. He as good as told me so. I didn't take his word for it. I had to go into things with my usual thoroughness and so waste time. I blame myself.
Come, Holmes. I don't see how you could possibly have prevented this. It says here that he was fending off burglars.
Oh, rubbish. Housebreakers rarely do a job armed to the teeth. It was murder. Murder by the Red Secession organization. Deliberately planned and carried out to look like a chance killing.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Are you and the doctor ready for breakfast now? Oh, and Inspector Gregson has just arrived. He's in the hall.
Well, bring him up, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, and make it breakfast for 3. I doubt if I shall get a chance of another meal today.
Very good, sir. Come this way, Inspector, and I'll be bringing on the eggs and bacon straight away.
Thanks, Mrs. Hudson.
Come in, Gregson. I know why you're here. My brother got in touch with you at the yard and says You've got to get down to Gateston near Chelmsford as soon as possible. Is that not so?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. I don't quite know what he expects us to find. From all the reports we've received, it seems like a clear case of armed robbery that led to a murder. Regrettable, but that's it.
It's regrettable, but I'm afraid that isn't it. We're about to move in muddy waters, Gregson. Unless we move with extreme care and arrive at the correct solution, we could stir up so much trouble that the whole of the balance of power in Europe could be changed. Yes, the man Jason Pushkin was no ordinary scientist. I've been going into his history very carefully. He came to this country many years ago after being accused of betraying revolutionary elements in Russia. He's been on the condemned list for years. Well, now they've got him.
You mean it's a political murder?
Yes, I do, but come, we waste time. I must get down to the Royston Estates and interview everyone concerned. It's important that we reach the scene of the crime and inspect Pushkin's body before a lot of bungling policemen destroy all the worthwhile clues. Breakfast, right on time. Make a good meal, both of you.
We made a good breakfast and also good time to Chelmsford. A carriage was waiting to take us out to Gatestone and the Royston Estates. We were expected. Claude Miller, Jason Pushkin's best friend, was waiting for us. He welcomed us to his home and then...
A terrible tragedy. I cannot believe it. Of course, there have been several robberies in this district over the past few months, and we've all taken extra precautions. It was typical of Jason's. He attacked the man so fearlessly. Should have let him get away. Nothing he could have stolen from here would have mattered compared to Jason's life.
Then you are certain it was the work of thieves, Mr. Miller?
Oh, but of course. Jason fought like a demon, but the man was armed, and the gun went off. There's no doubt about how it happened, or when it happened. It was exactly 5 minutes past 10 last night. I was going to bed. I heard cries from the garden. I went to the window, and at that moment my son, who was in his dressing gown smoking in the library, pulled aside the heavy curtains of the downstairs room, and the light showed the two men fighting. There was a shot. Jason dropped to the ground, and the assailant was off like a deer. Matthew, that's my son, rushed out to help. By the time he reached him, Jason was dead. We raised the alarm, but no one was found. Yes, we both saw it happen. We both saw him die.
At that moment, we were joined by Matthew Miller. He confirmed everything his father had told us.
It was terrible. I was so concerned about Jason that I knelt beside him, not realizing that he was a dead man. So the murderer got clear away.
I see. Could you identify him if you saw him again?
No, I don't think so. He was a middle-sized man and dressed in dark clothing. He made off through the middle path across the lawn and jumped the fence into the road. Father saw that also.
I was still standing aghast at the window when this man got away. It was just as Matthew says, the spot by the elm tree. He used one of the branches to help him vault over the fence.
It's a sad story, Mr. Miller. Was anything stolen from the house?
We've had a thorough search. There appears to be nothing missing.
I think Jason came across the thieves before they had a chance to enter the place.
You say there were 2 or more men?
We only saw one, but there was the sound of a carriage starting. I assume there was another man driving, waiting to make their escape.
Yes, I see. Well, the inspector will obviously take your statements. I'll take a look around the grounds, if I may. And then, I suppose, the unhappy task of examining the dead body at the local mortuary. I'm deeply sorry this has happened. Is there a next of kin?
I think he has a sister living, but not in this country. Doubtless that will all come to light when his effects are studied by the police. We have touched nothing in his cottage, of course.
I see. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I shall be about half an hour, Inspector. Come, Watson.
For about the next 35 minutes, Holmes went over the drive and gardens with his usual thoroughness. Eventually, out on the road, he gave an expression of satisfaction and demanded that the inspector be called and a visit made to the mortuary. There, his time of examination was even shorter, and within the hour, we were back at the railway station and just in time to take the return train to London.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you reached any conclusion?
Oh, yes. It's an extremely obvious case. Elementary, my dear Inspector.
You think the unknown assailant was a member of the Red Secession? The whole thing is staged to look otherwise.
That is exactly what I think.
Well, in that case, I hardly think it's obvious. It means we're looking for an assassin who will immediately disappear into thin air, almost certainly to get away from the country as speedily as possible.
Oh, I don't think so. No, I don't think that at all. Look, I shall pose 2 questions to you. Ponder on them, because they will prove the key to the mystery. One is, why? If it was an anarchist bent on revenge, why was a bomb not used? Now, this is traditional. And the second is, why rob the house and not the cottage?
Well, I don't know.
You, Watson?
Well, neither do I, but I do know one thing. Whoever killed Pushkin must have been after those papers, and therefore I think we can...
Yes, Doctor? You were saying?
Yes, well, I think Watson means we shall expect even more trouble. If I may make a guess, and I loathe guessing, I should say the next development will take place about breakfast time tomorrow. But we shan't ask you to join us, Inspector. We'll be in touch later.
And that is all we could get out of Holmes during that journey. Or, for that matter, that day. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and I was up and about early. So was Holmes. And when Mrs. Hudson brought in the breakfast, she also carried a small parcel on the tray.
There we are, just as you like it. Sausages, kidneys and bacon, and kedgeree, just to make a change. Oh, and this came for you, Mr. Holmes. Special delivery.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Please place the breakfast on the sideboard and the parcel on the table. Now, Watson, what do you make of this?
Just as I know.
Yes, the time is just a few minutes to 8 o'clock. My habits are well known. We sit down to breakfast at 8 sharp, but not, I think, this morning, Watson. Listen.
Good gracious, the parcel, Holmes.
I'm always distrustful of parcels that comes with the post unannounced. A bucket of water usually does the trick. However, in this case, it's necessary that the bomb is allowed to go off. So, on the stroke of the hour... Now get outside in the passage, Mrs. Hudson. Down, Watson, down!
I could scarcely believe my eyes. On the stroke of 8, Holmes lobbed the parcel at the window. The explosion rocked the room. Mrs. Hudson nearly fainted away in the passage. A lot of glass flew about the place, but neither Holmes nor I was injured. However, Holmes immediately gasped out...
Get a carriage ambulance at once, Watson.
Oh, heavens, Stone. Are you hurt? Oh, it is terrible. Just look at the window.
Holmes, we don't need an ambulance, surely.
Yes, we do, Watson. It's most important that whoever sent me that bomb thinks he's been successful. I wish to be taken to Paddington Hospital immediately, and I rely upon you to quieten Mrs. Hudson. And give out to the newspapers that I have been most grievously injured. I rely upon you, Watson.
Right, Holmes.
Now, come now, not a moment to lose. The whole neighborhood will be here within a few seconds.
It was all arranged as Holmes ordered. The ambulance men carried his still form out on a stretcher. And an hour later, I gave the sensational news to the London press. Mrs. Hudson, of course, had to be sworn to secrecy. But once she knew Holmes was perfectly all right, she entered into the spirit of the thing with alarming enthusiasm. By the late afternoon, she was completely absorbed in her role.
Been crying me eyes out in front of the neighbours, I have. Describing the blood and mangled remains on the carpet. Oh, I really should have been an actress, you know. Wasted talent. Oh, by the way, a telegram's arrived for you. I've got it here in the pocket of my apron.
Oh, thank you. Oh, good gracious me, this is terrible.
Oh, not more bad news, I hope.
Oh, my wife, she's taken ill in Cumberland. I have to leave immediately.
Sure enough.
Holmes.
I'm glad I got here in time.
Oh, Holmes.
Pray excuse my garb. It was essential to enter the building incognito, hence the work clothes. I've come to inspect the damage to the window.
Now, look here, Holmes. This has gone on long enough. I've just had this telegram from Mary. She's been taken ill and needs me.
Why not check on it first, Watson? Send a wire inquiring about Mary's welfare, and I guarantee that you'll get a reply at once saying she's in splendid health.
What do you mean? You mean that...
You are needed, out of the way. I'm in hospital, you are going to Cumberland, and Mrs. Hudson here is going to spend the night with her sister.
Am I?
Yes, you are. There will be no one here from now on, and the place will be completely unguarded.
Oh, I see. You're expecting the place to be burgled.
Exactly. Why go to all this trouble unless there's a reason? And the reason? The Pushkin papers, of course. Now... are you going to your sister's, Mrs. Hudson?
Well, if you say so. I've never been so confused in the whole of my life. It still makes a change, doesn't it?
You're doing splendidly, Mrs. Hudson. There's only one thing I want you to do now, and that is to leave the back door open. I'm expecting Inspector Gregson to join us later. Go on. Go now. Oh, and don't talk about anything you've seen or heard in the last 20 minutes.
No, yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh, dear. I don't know what sort of part I'm supposed to play next. Where's it all going to end? That's what I ask myself. Where's it all going to end?
Well, Holmes, where is it going to end?
The capture of Jason Pushkin's murderer and a lead on the trail of the Red Secession. And when is it going to end? Well, our part of it all shall be over and done with tonight. I never thought I should have to hide out in my own home. Well, Watson, it seems it's necessary. Come, let's get ourselves settled down. Gregson should be here soon. I think he'd better take the other room. We'll have to make do with the alcove and the curtains across it. Let's set the scene for the final act.
Holmes and I concealed ourselves as best we could, and then began the long wait. It seemed hours. The room grew dark and cold, but Holmes forbade any light, and I remained cramped and irritable. You sure about this, Holmes? I mean, we could be here all night.
We shan't be.
But is it necessary? I mean, if the inspector's men are posted about the place, can't they handle it?
Oh, that's unworthy of you, Watson. This assignment was entrusted to us. And, wait. Listen. Our visitors are here. Quiet.
Careful now. The main sitting room must be off the landing. This way. How can we make a search without using a light? If we come in the daytime and risk it, madness. We will manage. Come. This way. I have the lantern. This is the room. The window has been boarded up. Good. Then we can risk more light. The gas, perhaps. Here, the lamp on the table. You take the desk, the drawers. I'll try the safe. Holmes would never use such an obvious place. The plans will be in a flat envelope. Let's get the floor coverings up, the carpets. Come on, over here first.
It's not there, Mother.
What?
Place your hands above your heads, both of you.
No, thank you. You won't get us like that. No, do that.
After Watson.
There was total confusion, and then Inspector Gregson's men took charge. The two men were overpowered. The main gas bracket was lit, and Claude Miller and his son were handcuffed together and taken away. Holmes and I tried to restore a little order to our rooms.
Oh, as I said to the inspector, it really was elementary, my dear Watson. It was clear from the first that the only people Jason Pushkin could have been scared of were the two men who lived in his immediate vicinity. I checked on Claude Miller and found his real name was Klaus Müller, and he had friends in the assassination of the Serbian royal family, a direct link with the Red Secession movement. The coincidence was too great. His son shot Jason when he went up to confront them that night. Their story of the armed burglar just didn't hold water. There was a ditch beyond the fence where the so-called burglar was supposed to have made his escape. The earth was wet. It had been raining, and there were no marks in the ditch. No marks of a carriage on the road. Oh, there's no need for this envelope.
Yeah, but Holmes, the plans.
The original envelope has been with Mycroft for days, Watson. You don't think I'd take a chance like that with the plans for Britain's new submarine, do you? Oh, well, I know what Mrs. Hudson's new role will be in the morning. Charwoman. She won't care for that.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Fine walk, Holmes. How do you feel now? Haven't tired you, I hope?
No, I'm feeling much better for the exercise, Watson. I must admit I wasn't all that keen on coming down here for a week when you suggested it, but I can see that you were wise. I've got my appetite back.
Well, there's our inn, the bunch of grapes down there in the valley. Gentle stroll back down there, and I admit I'll be ready for dinner also. And after a game of darts, dominoes, or shove halfpenny, then an early night. Yes, this is the life, Holmes. Country, where nothing ever happens.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The Runaway Runner.
Not all the cases I've had the pleasure of reporting for Sherlock Holmes have been born of murder and mayhem. There have been intriguing ones of international importance, and all have had criminal connections. But there are several that stay in my mind for a different reason. They were refreshingly amusing. Of course, we took them seriously at the time, but distance has lent them an old-fashioned enchantment. One such case is one I called the Runaway Runner. This was in the spring of 1887, when Holmes had been overworking, and I insisted that we got out of London for a week. We put up at a country pub in the village of Little Peatfield. The sitting was a delightful part of Kent. The Bunch of Grapes was a most comfortable inn, where the food was delectable and the landlord gregarious.
There we are, gents. Steak and kidney and mushroom pie. Homegrown peas and potatoes baked in their jackets. Now that do you?
It looks and smells quite splendid, landlord.
Oh, call me Reg, Mr. Holmes. Not often we have famous guests like yourself and Dr. Watson. Have to do our best for you. That and a pint of bitter, and you'll be sleeping like a baby tonight.
Oh, we're both feeling considerably better for our few days here, Reg. Holmes is looking more of his old self. And as for me, well, I must start watching my weight. You know, you really feed us too well.
Nothing like homegrown food. I'll be fetching you some teas and coffee later on. You've been out getting some exercise, have you? Good.
Very fine walking district. The scenery is quite beautiful. But speaking of exercise, I notice that you have a sort of cinder track along the back of the stables. What is that used for?
Oh, might have known you'd spot that sooner or later. The fact is that the Hawksworth Handicap is about to be held in these parts this weekend. Harriers, you know, local runners from all over Kent. I can tell you it doesn't half draw in the crowds on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, very good for business, eh, Rich?
Oh, that it is. Since we've become such good friends, like, I don't mind passing you the tip. The Grapes has got its own man in the race. Lives right here, top floor back. Young Fred Forbes. Frisky Fred, some of the folks calls him. Been in training since the beginning of the year. Of course, we have to keep it a bit secret-like.
Why a secret, Fred?
Oh, the odds, of course.
What, you mean people bet on these races?
Oh, Lord bless you, of course. You'll be surprised the money that passes hands in the Hawksworth Handicap. I've got a pretty packet on our Fred, I can tell you. I knows all the other entries, and Fred'll leave 'em standing. But we aren't showing 'em off. There are spies from the Three Bells over in Great Wheatfield who try and catch him at practice. But we're on to that. Fred's got a trainer, John Delaney, an international man. Lots of sprinters in America. Knows what he's doing. Reckons he has our Fred in peak form.
So you hope to make some money this weekend?
Well, I don't see how we can miss. Look, Mr. Holmes, there's a fellow called Doug Dawson from Great Wheatfield who's running a book. He may be in here later on, in the bar. I think you can get about 10-1 on our Fred. How about having a little flutter?
Oh, Reg, I'm not a betting man.
Oh, come on, Holmes. We're having a few days off. I think it's a splendid idea. I'll wager a guinea on him if you're sure you'll pull it off, Reg.
Oh, easy, no trouble. Look, you'll meet him all and Fred himself in the bar parlour after you finish your meal. Now, what about it?
Oh, very well. I'll be guided by you and Watson.
That's a ticket. Now, I'll go and get you your tea.
And so we looked forward to a light-hearted evening in the bar parlour. It was crowded with locals, and we were soon aware that the pale young man sitting at the bar nursing a mild and bitter was Fred Forbes, the man we were to bet on. He didn't look particularly impressive. In fact, he was decidedly miserable, and the locals were ribbing him about it.
Oh, now, come on, Fred, pull yourself together. You got to get things straight. First things first, she ain't important.
She is to me. Malt Gosport is everything to me.
Fred, you should face facts. Maud's someone else's girl. She told you so herself, didn't she?
Yeah, I know, but that's what makes it worse. Who'd she turn you down for, Fred? Oh, she wouldn't say. Just said she loved another, and I don't know who.
It doesn't matter who she is. The point is that you mustn't let this depress you. You got a big race on at the weekend. That's the important thing to concentrate on. Sitting there like a lovesick cow doesn't help at all. Think about your running, my boy. I haven't been training you all these months in order to have you go all sloppy.
Johnny's right, Fred. You must throw off this depression and get on with your training.
That's the truth.
Nothing about us. We've been behind you all the time. Yeah, I know, but it hasn't anything to do with my running the race.
But it has. I know athletes. The mental attitude is of great importance. Fancy this happening at a time like this. Mind you, it'd be even worse if Maud accepted you and began going out with you. You don't need a woman in your life at a time like this. You need all your strength in your legs. I'll be all right.
Of course you will. Have another point, Fred, and forget it.
That's right. Oh, and here are my 2-star guests, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Cover me the crowd. Have a drink on the house. Folks, one on the house for Fred and the big race. What do you
Never
say?
done that before. Never done that. I'll have a fight.
Thank you very much.
It was a very merry evening. Under the hearty atmosphere, even Fred Forbes cheered up. The bookie from the other village failed to put in an appearance, however, and after Reg had called time gentlemen please for at least 20 minutes, the bar closed and we went to bed. Holmes and I spent the next morning together, once again walking the hills, and it seemed natural enough to join the locals in the bar at lunchtime.
Everything to your liking, Reg? How's Fred this morning?
Oh, seems a bit more cheerful. He's out with John Delaney, putting in a bit of midday practice on the cinder tracks, then a trot round the back fields. The odds on him at the moment are about 12 to 1. Reckon Sammy Grimes to the 3 Bells in Great Wheatfield is a favourite. But he don't stand a chance. Get a 12 to 1 bet on, Mr. Holmes. Doug Dawson's bound to be in tonight, seeing as how he missed last night.
Oh, I've seen him. Has he been back here?
What are you talking about, John? What's the matter?
It's Fred. He's run out on us. He's just bolted. I looked everywhere. He's gone.
No, just a minute. What do you mean he's gone? You were out there taking him for a lunchtime practice. How can you have lost him? Don't make no sense at all.
I went out with him, down beyond the clinker run. We were just about to do the trot around the backfields when Fred... Well, he says he's feeling a bit chilly due to the wind picking up. Well, he was sweating a bit, and I thought maybe he'd be getting a chill, so I come back to get a jersey for him. Well, he left it on the back doors. And then when I went back to the lane where I left him, he wasn't there by the fence. I've been all over the village. No one's seen him. He must have decided to cut and run.
I don't believe it. Fred wouldn't do a thing like that.
He did, I
He's
tell you.
here somewhere. Let's all go looking for him.
That's a bloody good idea.
Just one moment, if I might be allowed a word.
Hang on.
If you all go trampling around the place, you could destroy any clues as to what has happened. I think that this should be gone about in a more scientific manner, don't you?
Mr. Holmes is right. He's used to this sort of problem.
Oh, what do you suggest? Oh, we've got to find him. If he's backed off and decided he won't run in the handicap, then I stand to lose a fortune. Mr. Holmes, do you think you can find him?
Let us take one step at a time. There may be a perfectly simple explanation to all this. Now, I suggest you all go about your business keeping your eyes and ears open, but your mouths tightly closed. I take it that everyone in here wants Fred to run on Saturday. Well then, it is essential that his disappearance is not made known to the other runners or their sponsors. Otherwise, Fred could well find his name scratched from the race, isn't that so? And so you must remain quiet in the hope that he is found and able to take place in the event. Now, please let us disperse quite quietly. Say nothing of this. Make discreet inquiries, and if you find out anything, report back to Reg here. Otherwise, go about your work and try to appear unconcerned. Now, will you do that? Good. And come, Watson, we have work to do.
Oh, Holmes, do you think there's anything in this? I mean, surely it's hardly worth all this fuss. Fred Forbes must turn up very soon. Something can't have happened to him. Not at midday in the heart of the Kentish countryside.
Well, one never knows, Watson. Our good landlord is right when he says that quite a lot of money is invested by the local people in this young man. He must have an active opposition who stand to gain from his disappearance.
Well, you mean he may have been hobbled by someone with loyalty to another runner? No. I cannot believe there's been foul play. An abduction?
Yes, something like that. Ah, look. This is the end of the cinder track, and see. Here in the earth is the impression of footprints. Spikes. Fred was wearing spiked running shoes. Now, one doesn't go for a casual walk around the lanes in those sort of shoes. Now, here's the fence where John Delaney left him, and the spiked footprints continue along here until... Oh, wait. One moment. What have we here?
Well, it's a scrap of material.
It's more than that. It's a handkerchief, a woman's handkerchief. And the initials upon it read M.G.
M.G.? Maud Gosport. The girl Fred's so in love with.
Yes, very likely, Watson, very likely. Yes, I think we must take this as evidence, but even more important is that over here, look at this. Clear signs of a struggle here on the grass on the other side of the gate, and here a few drops of blood. I'm afraid, Watson, there has been some form of foul play after all.
I was appalled at the idea that there could have been any kind of violence used in the disappearance of Fred Forbes. It seemed so unnecessary. After all, it was just a simple village race, and the stakes couldn't have been that high. It simply wasn't worth it. But, as Holmes had said on many an occasion, people do strange things for the smallest of motives. And having got this far, we had to follow up on the clues we had obtained. Holmes insisted that the trail must lead us to Great Wheatfield and to the Three Bells Inn. This, we knew, was the headquarters of the rival harriers. It was some miles across the fields, and we were sorely in need of refreshment when we arrived. We were in luck, because it was clear that serving behind the bar was the girl we wished to question.
Hey, Ward! On dashboard, there's customers waiting.
All right. What will you have, gents?
2 draft beers, please. Thank you.
Oh, righty-ho. You're new round here, aren't you?
Oh, just a few days walking in the district, staying over at the Bunch of Grapes in the other village.
Oh. How are you?
They tell me there'll be excitement at the weekend, when the Hawks with Handicap takes place. The local folk are actually placing bets, I believe.
That's right.
Anyone you fancy?
Oh, we got our fellow here. Sammy Grimes. He's a favourite.
What about Fred Forbes? Frisky Forbes, they call him at our inn. Do you fancy his chances?
Who? I ain't never even heard of him. Can't help you. Don't take much notice in these things. It's not sophisticated enough for a girl like me, you understand? Oh, there you are.
Now, here we are. Now, keep the change.
Oh, so very much. Oh, here's Doug Dawson. If you want to know more about that stupid race, you better ask him.
Good afternoon, gents. Did I hear you showing an interest in the Hawksworth Handicap?
That's right. My friend and I are staying in the other village.
The Grapes, are you? Well, now you should know all about the race, then. They've got an outsider of their own.
Yes, that's right. I was just talking to your barmaid about him, Fred Forbes.
Don't stand a chance. On our books, he's out to 15 to 1.
Really? You know, I wouldn't mind a mild flutter myself.
Well, I'm the bookie. I'll take your bets. Doug Dawson's my name, and I'll be happy to accommodate you, my friend.
I think I'll take a couple of guineas on Fred Forbes.
Oh.
What about you, Watson?
Make mine a £5.
Oh, mighty interesting. It's a pity to take your money, but I will. I'll just get my book and write out your bets. It's been very nice meeting you, gentlemen. And I doubt if we'll be meeting again, because you certainly won't be coming over here to collect your winnings. Now, let me give you your receipt and your slips. Get my betting book, will you please, Maudie?
After we left the Three Bells, Holmes insisted that we walk the long way back to Little Wheatfield. This meant going by what was known as the lower end. It was obviously the poorer part of the village. Holmes showed an active interest in all the buildings, and particularly in a row of cottages on the road that led to the open countryside.
Yes. Most interesting, Watson. Look, over there, that row of houses. 2 shops on either end, and 3 houses in the middle.
Yes.
Each house bears the sign for sale or rent.
Yes, that's so, but what's so unusual about it?
The name of the agent, Watson, D. Dawson. Our bookmaker friend is also a dealer in property. That's very interesting. Yes, shall we walk round the back of those houses? It'll not be more than a few minutes out of our way. It's a pity we can't obtain an order to view.
Well, I suppose we can if you're interested, but why?
Now, reason it out, Watson. Maud Gosport is clearly feeling very guilty because she even denied knowing Fred Forbes. And it's the talk of the whole district that she's rejected his amorous advances for another. She must know far more than she's saying. And she's a great friend of Doug Dawson, who's running a book on the race and is sponsoring the favourite, Sammy Grimes. Her handkerchief is found near what is most likely the scene of Fred's abduction. Now, if you kidnapped a healthy young man and wished to keep him a prisoner for over 24 hours, where would you choose to hide him?
Holmes, you don't mean in one of these houses?
Do you think of a better place? And my guess would be this one, Watson, the middle one. And why? Because even if he was able to cry for help, the houses on either side empty. I should think ideal. Now, here we are at the back gate to the garden. Yes. Now, the gate is open. With the way the grass is laid flat on the other side, it's quite clear that it's been used recently. Now, why? Anyone wishing to enter the house would surely get a key and go in the front. Yes, I think we're decidedly on the right track.
If you're right, if Fred is trapped in that place, what are we to do? Break in?
Not at the moment, Watson. That doesn't suit our plans at all, no. No, we go back to the Bunch of Grapes and hold a council of war with our worthy landlord, Reg. We shall need his cooperation if the tables are to be turned in a satisfactory way. Yes, come on, Watson, let's step it out.
Just a minute, Mr. Holmes, just a minute. You mean to tell me that you found Fred?
I cannot be sure, but I think so, yes.
And that fat swine Dawson is behind it all? That he has spirited Fred away and holding him against his will?
Well, again, I cannot be sure, but I think so. Most certainly the girl Maud Gosport is implicated.
The little lassie. Where do I get my hands on those two?
No, Reg, that's quite the wrong approach. If we're to get Fred back and defeat these people, we must be very subtle about it. Now, to start with, have you got anything like a closed carriage, a pony and trap, horse and cart that Watson and I can borrow this evening?
Oh, there's an old landau carriage out in the stables. You can put both hoods up. Old Bessie, the mare, she'll pull it for you all right. Done it many a time.
That sounds ideal. Good. Watson will be able to drive it, I'm sure.
Yes, I can tackle that.
Right. Now, Reg, you must stay here and wait. Watson and I will go out with the horse and carriage once it's getting dusk. We shall not be back until after dark. But when we return, we hope to have Fred with us. Now, it's most important that no one knows of this. You must not discuss this with anyone. Not with your wife, or with Fred's trainer, John Delaney. With no one. You understand?
Reg helped us harness the old mare up to the rather dilapidated landau, and at dusk I drove it by the back lanes into the lower end. It was easily tethered in the lane at the back of the empty houses, and Holmes and I slipped through the creaking gate and into the back garden of the middle house.
Look, Watson. The window on the first floor. There's a faint chink of light showing from the corner of the blind. That means we're right. There must be someone in that room, and it's simply got to be Fred.
Well, Holmes, what do we do? How do we get at him?
Well, my guess is he won't be alone. There'll be someone in there guarding him, seeing as he doesn't get away. Are you ready for a little rough action, Watson?
I still have the riding crop, Holmes.
I think a straight left might be more effective. Stand back. I have a large rock. From that wall, I'm going to toss it through the ground floor window. If that doesn't bring him out, nothing will. Hold on. Here it goes.
What the devil? Who did this? Who's there?
Now get him, Watson. Get him.
Right!
Good man. You grasped him with a lovely right hook. Here, help me get him inside.
Right.
He's out cold. Come on. I think we can leave him here for a bit. Let's get up to Fred. Fred, are you all right?
Fred, no, let me help. He's all right. He's just gagged. And his hand tied on the instead.
Better? Thank you, Dr. Watson.
I will soon get you out of here. Are you sure you're not harmed in any way?
No. I'm all right. I don't know what all this means. The fellow who was guarding me, Pete Higgs, he wouldn't say. Just gagged me when I wouldn't stop talking. He's a bullying oaf. Where is he?
Watson, knocked him cold. Don't bother about him. We're going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Bring him up here and leave him trussed and gagged like you've been. With a bit of luck, no one will find him until after the race tomorrow. Now, come on, Fred. Let's get you out of here. That's it. And then, Watson, we will attend to the man, Pete Higgs. Are you ready?
We got Fred down into the landau and put the hoods up. Then we made sure that Pete Higgs was securely tied on the bed we'd taken Fred from. After that, it was easy to urge the mare to trot back to the Bunch of Grapes, where Reg was more than delighted to welcome us.
You did it! Oh, Fred, my boy, what an adventure. You sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, Reg. Just give me a full meal and a night's sleep and I'll be as good as new. But I still don't know how it all happened.
Well, you'd better be prepared for a nasty shock. You see, the man behind it all is your own trainer, John Delaney.
What?
Of course. He arranged it all. I was suspicious from the moment he said he left you to come back here for a jersey. Now, what trainer would leave a sweating man out there in the cold? Then I did some more checking up. Delaney is the man Maud Gosport referred to you, Fred.
What?
I'm afraid it's true. She was swept off her feet by him, even to the extent of joining in the plan. She wrote you a note asking you to meet her at the end of the cinder track, didn't she? Then, when Delaney left you, she lured you into the lane where Pete Higgs and Dawson started on you. You put up a fight and drew blood with your spikes, but they abducted you. Well, we managed to beat them.
Now the thing is, can you beat the rest of them tomorrow afternoon? You'll have to run the race of your life, Fred.
It was quite remarkable that somehow the news was kept a secret in the district until the runners were announced for the big race the following afternoon. There was a gasp of surprise when Fred Forbes appeared looking smart and fresh for the event. A large crowd, including Holmes and me, gathered at the start.
On your marks! Get set! Whoa!
There was never any doubt about it. Fred Forbes took off like a flash of lightning and headed the field all the way. He won by a clear 6 paces from the next man. The jubilation in the bunch of grapes that evening knew no bounds.
Well, Watson, a most satisfactory end to our short holiday.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Well remember the case of the Beaumont diamond, for it seemed to me to herald the dawn of a new age in scientific detection. The year was 1905. Already, there were quite a few flashy modern motor cars chugging their way through the London streets. We had a telephone installed at Baker Street, and most police stations were able to get in touch with us. The homes of the wealthy were discarding gaslight and adapting quickly to Swan and Edison's electrical systems. Sherlock Holmes was, of course, intensely interested by all these changes. He adapted amazingly swiftly to the advantages they lent to his skills and was continually experimenting with each new scientific invention. On this particular occasion, the day started ordinarily enough. Holmes and I had received dozens of telegrams asking for immediate help, so we thought nothing of taking an early train to Richmond.
I hope this proves an interesting journey, Watson. It should do.
Well, this man Leacock is a diamond dealer. It seems to indicate a robbery of some kind.
I shouldn't be a bit surprised. According to what I've been able to find out by telephone from Scotland Yard, this man, Claude Leacock, is not the ordinary diamond speculator. He's a man who moves quite mysteriously, seeking only the best jewels and the shrewdest of deals.
Yes, in other words, a man who courts trouble.
It would seem so. Certainly a man to be watched, not necessarily to be taken at his word.
But you think this might be a false alarm?
It could be. I do not make up my mind about anything until I've been presented with all the facts. But when a man is dealing in diamonds, anything can happen. Don't you agree?
The rest of the journey was smooth enough. We took a carriage from the station, and there was no need to question where Lee House was. The driver took us straight there, and we were immediately shown into the main sitting room. It was large, comfortably furnished, with a number of armchairs around an old-fashioned fireplace. There was a 3-light modern fixture hung from the center of the ceiling, and a table lamp towards one side of the door, near what was obviously a small safe. There was only one door, and the windows looked out high above the garden. Mr. Claude Leacock rose from one of the chairs and came towards us.
This is extremely kind of you, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
I hardly expected you to be so prompt. Please do be seated, and allow me to explain the reason for sending for you.
Thank you. I should appreciate that.
I will come straight to the point. I've been negotiating for some months for one of the most valuable diamonds in existence. I and 3 other friends. We at last found a customer in America for this particular jewel. We stood to make a considerable profit on this delicate transaction, which all took place in strict secrecy. My arrangements were concluded only yesterday. The seller of the stone arrived from Amsterdam in the morning. I paid him in full. Then I invited my friends here last night to view the stone. But while they were here, it disappeared. I'm at my wit's end. You must help me find it.
If I'm able to do so, it will only be because you tell me the whole sequence of events in full. The names of your friends and how it happened.
Well, the men concerned are Peter Marvin, Edmund Chester, and Roger Wallace. They're all businessmen in the trade and personal friends. Yesterday morning, after purchasing the stone, which is incidentally known as the Beaumont diamond, I placed it in that safe over there. Then I telephoned each man and invited him to dinner in the evening. They knew the purpose. It was to view the diamond and approve the amount we were to sell it for.
Ah. As soon as the men received your message, they knew the purchase had been completed?
Exactly.
At what time did you send the messages?
Between 3 and 5:30 that afternoon. Wallace arrived by car, the other 2 by train. Dinner was served promptly at 8, and it was just before 9 when we came in here to talk the matter over. The room is exactly as you see it now. The center light on, the reading light on the small table was switched off.
And the windows?
Closed and shuttered. The heavy curtains drawn across the bay, just as you see them now.
I see. The room has not been touched?
Not in any particular.
Good. Pray continue.
Well, I gave a detailed account of the purchase, and my friends and I discussed the matter for some time. And then...
Well, I think that's all very satisfactory, don't you? Yes, excellent.
I'm glad you approve, gentlemen.
Well, come along. Let's see this wonderful Beaumont diamond.
Certainly, I have it right here in the safe. Here we are, in this leather case and wrapped in tissue paper. There.
Oh, I say, that really is a diamond. I doubt if I've ever seen such a large one.
I think we have a bargain here, gentlemen. I wonder that the South African seller didn't ask for considerably more.
Yes, our syndicate should profit considerably by this negotiation. The American client is most anxious to purchase.
May I see? My eyes aren't as good as they were.
Well, place it there on the small table, Wallace. Switch on the reading lamp, Chester. You have your jeweler's eyeglass. Give it a complete inspection. You'll find it worth it.
Very well.
What's happened? The lights have all gone out.
What's happened? This is dark.
Let me find the main table.
Someone is pushing the table.
Take it easy. Stand still, all of you. Let me find the switch. Oh, good. Didn't the main top light have up here?
You. The door. The door to the passage. There'll be light out there.
The passage light works off the same circuit. The whole thing is blown.
Oh, candles. There must be some candles.
Here, some in the kitchen.
Matches, then. Surely someone has a box of matches.
I have some. Hold on. It's in my pocket somewhere.
Come along.
My pipe.
Oh, dear.
Oh, wait. Yes, here we are.
There. Hold higher, Chester.
The diamond. The diamond. It was there on the table. It's gone.
The leather case is there. The tissue paper.
It must have rolled on the floor. Quick, start. Oh, my fingers. Oh.
Light another match. Quickly. The candles. We must get some candles.
Can I ask, sir? Ooh, what happened to the light?
Ruby, get some candles from the kitchen. Quickly, girls, quickly. Chester, keep those matches going. Light one from the other until the candles come.
Right.
And everybody, please stay quite still as you are at the moment.
But the diamond. We've got to find the diamond.
Well, of course we've got to find the diamond. We'll never find it. Well, it's moving about. It was some minutes before Ruby, the maid, returned with some candles. We all stayed in the room. No one left it, I'm sure of that. Then the butler, who'd been told of the fuse, managed to open the fuse box in the kitchen and eventually repaired it. The centre lights came on again. I closed the door, and the search of the floor began once again. It was useless. The diamond had disappeared, just gone. It could not have left the room, since no one had left or entered it. Even Ruby had remained in the passage when I took the candles from her.
Can you describe where everyone was when the lights went out?
Yes, I was standing about here. Marvin there. Wallace was sitting in that chair, and Chester in the chair by the reading lamp. The stone was very large, and it would have sparkled in the light. It was nowhere to be found. After we'd thoroughly ransacked the room, we gave up the search in despair.
This is damned awkward, you know. The blasted thing has got to be somewhere. I think there's nothing for it. But each of us has to submit to a thorough search. You can start with me, if you like. I'm prepared to strip to the skin.
Well, it's, darned embarrassing. If I think quality's right.
I suppose there's nothing else for it. All right, a dreadful business. But we must be sure. I feel responsible, but I must clear myself. All right, let's strip.
One at a time. We're all aware of the ways of jewel thieves. Each man to be given a thorough search. As I say, you would start with me.
A space was cleared here in the center of the room, and each of us took off his clothes while the others went over every inch of them. When it was all over, we were all satisfied that none of us was in possession of the diamond.
What happened then?
Well, we sat down and held a council of war. Eventually, it was agreed that as the diamond had been lost in my house, and the evening arranged at my instigation, I must be held responsible for its loss. And I tell you, Holmes, that I cannot make good the value of the stone. I shall be reduced to bankruptcy. Have you any theories?
Not even I can have a theory without all the facts. 2 or 3 questions. One is, who had been in this room since the incident took place?
No one. After each man had closed himself, the others watched him until it grew late. It was agreed to part. They left together. I stayed here in this room. I've not left it. I locked the door, slept on the sofa. Early this morning, I wrote out the telegram, and one of the servants went to the village and sent it off. I've had no meals in here. I simply couldn't eat a thing. I assure you that this room is in exactly the same state as when the Beaumont diamond disappeared. It's my belief it is still in here.
Well, that could be. I must say, I think you've acted admirably, Leacock. Another question. Are you quite sure that it was at the exact moment the chest was switched on this reading lamp that the place went into darkness?
At that precise moment.
And in your search of the room, nothing to find of any interest whatsoever?
Nothing. Unless you call a threatening bit in vain. The sound under the table. Even that I've kept there on the mantelpiece.
Well, every detail in a case like this is important. Very well. Yes, I will investigate it for you. I find less than 2 minutes. Yes, I will find a good hot diamond. Never fear.
I'd really been so fascinated by such a puzzle and was eager to see how Holmes would tackle the matter. To my complete surprise, he sat himself down in one of the easy chairs and simply gazed around. We were silent, watching him observe every detail of the furnishings. And then he said,
You must be very weary, Leacock. Might I suggest that you leave us, go to your room, take a bath, change the clothes that you've been sleeping in, and get yourself something to eat. By that time, I shall have finished in here, and we can talk once again.
Well, I think that's an excellent suggestion. If you don't mind, I'll do exactly that. Please touch the bell if you need anything. One of the servants will attend you.
Splendid. Just how big is your staff?
I have a butler, James, a cook, Mrs. Hawkes, and Ruby, the housemaid. Small staff, but we manage between us. I'm a bachelor. The house is not all that big, really.
I see. Well, I may ask to interview all 3 servants before I go. Meanwhile, take your time in recovering from your long ordeal.
Thank you. It is indeed a relief to have you dealing with this terrible matter. Please do make yourself at home.
Well, now, Watson, what do you make of things?
Well, bless him, I know, Holmes. If Leacock is right and no one took the diamond out of this room, then it must still be here. Do you intend to search the place?
No. I think that would be something of a waste of time. Leacock will have moved everything in his efforts to find the jewel. No, just a few things. The curtains to start with. Yes. They're very thick. And the windows are securely fastened. The drop to the gardens is quite considerable. Now the lamp, the reading lamp.
Well, it lights up all right now.
Yes, but let me switch it off and take out the electric light bulb. It's interesting, very interesting. And very swift. A matter of a few seconds to remove the bulb and replace it. Really a wonderful invention, the reading lamp. Now, what was it Leacock said? They searched thoroughly and found nothing but a threepenny piece on the carpet. Now, on the mantelpiece, I think he said. Now, let's see. Yes, here it is. Yes, I think I'll pocket this.
Oh, Holmes, I've heard of people picking up small coins for luck, but don't you think in these circumstances it's a trifle mean?
Not at all. It might bring me good luck, yes. I think now, while Leacock is about his ablutions, it'll be a good opportunity to have a word or two with the servants. Shall we find our way to their quarters, Watson?
We made our way below stairs, as it were, and found the cook, Mrs. Hawkes, busy preparing a meal. How much she knew of the drama going on about her was hard to guess, but she did have decided views.
Don't hold with it, Mr. Holmes. It's dangerous, all this electricity. It's not natural. Why, we'll all be burnt in our beds if we don't watch out.
No, you may find that it won't be long before you're able to cook with it.
Me? Oh, never. Gas is bad enough. Give me a good coal fire, I'll produce you a decently cooked meal.
Is that the fuse box up there?
That's right. James and I was having a bit of dinner at that table. The leftovers, you understand. Ruby had gone to clear up in the dining room. We was about to get ready to do the washing up when, suddenly, there's a spark from that there box. All the lights go out. I had candles at the ready, never did trust the electricity. James got up and fiddled about and eventually put bits of wire back in that thing. But it took him time, I can tell you. Gave us all such a fright. I tell you, it's far too dangerous an invention.
Well, we must have progress, you know. What about the telephone?
Well, I must admit, I have answered it on the odd occasion. Seems funny hearing someone's voice speaking from miles away at the same time you are, if you know what I mean. As a matter of fact, I heard Ruby's father only yesterday. He'd been ill. Telephoned her to say he was better. I answered the phone, and then I called Ruby.
Ah, I see. Well, I'm glad you think some modern inventions are useful, Mrs. Hawkes. Well, we shall leave you now. I think Mr. Leacock will want to have a few words with us before we get back to London. A good day to you. Come, Watson.
We waited a short time until Claude Leacock appeared, looking considerably refreshed and eager to know what Holmes had decided. Holmes remained totally non-committal, but gave quite precise directions.
I shall leave you now, Leacock, and travel back to town. Watson and I will lunch there. We both have several things to do. But in the meantime, will you please get in touch with your friends, Peter Marvin, Edmund Chester, and Roger Wallace? Tell them that they must all three return here this evening at 8:30. Tell them that I, Sherlock Holmes, have investigated and decided exactly how the diamond disappeared. Tell them that I expect it to be returned.
Holmes, this is extraordinary. Are you sure?
Oh, yes, perfectly sure. You must telephone each of them now and say that it is a matter of life and death. And if they don't arrive on time, I shan't place their future at the value of a threepenny bit. Those words, understand? Come, Watson. We've just time to catch the next train home.
We caught the next train with some minutes to spare, and Holmes was extremely thoughtful for most of the journey. Eventually, he stopped puffing at his empty meerschaum pipe, gazed out at the fields flashing by the window, and said,
"The beryl coronet, the Amersham emerald, and the Mazarin stone. Those three cases that you have chronicled immediately spring to mind, don't they, Watson?"
"Oh, you mean they all three dealt with missing jewels? Yes, I remember."
But they are different from the present case in two respects. Can you say what those two respects are, Watson?
Let's see. No. The rest of I can.
The telephone and electric light. Yes. Two of today's modern advances in the easy living of our present-day society, and both an integral part of this very puzzling case.
I confess I cannot see how.
No, you will, Watson, you will. You have already accepted the telephone and used it to great effect in your personal and professional life. I think you may soon appreciate electricity to the full. Might I suggest that you start by learning how to replace a fuse, Watson?
I was glad of the afternoon to devote to my own work, but interested when, in the early evening, Holmes once again asked me to accompany him back to Lee House at Richmond. We were back in the same room again by 8 o'clock. The other guests had arrived, and Claude Leacock introduced us both. Holmes had, on the train, given me the most explicit instructions. I didn't understand them at all, but knew better than to query his requests. Before the assembled company had gathered to hear what he had to say, I was dispatched to the servants' quarters. Apparently, once I'd left the room, Holmes got down to business.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad that you've all managed to arrive here on time as requested. That's good. It means we will have cooperation.
Of course. But I couldn't make sense of Claude's message. He said you knew exactly what had happened to the diamond. And some rot about our lives not being worth threepence. What's it mean?
Please, Mr. Holmes will explain. Just give him time.
Thank you. Now, firstly, will you all resume the positions you were in last night when the lights fused and the diamond disappeared?
Please. All do as he says.
I was standing right here.
I know where I am.
Good. Now, I assure you that apart from the inevitable searching that you yourselves did, everything is exactly the same as it was last night. Now, the top electric light is on and the reading lamp on the table is off. It is all exactly the same, is that not so?
Absolutely.
Yes,
exactly.
Precisely. Now, I shall just alter things a little by ringing the servant's bell. So, Now, Leacock, will you please produce the leather case in which the Blumhoff diamond was taken from the safe?
Of course, I have it to hand. Here.
And the tissue paper?
Of course.
Now, place them on the small table in exactly the position you can remember.
Certainly.
Thank you. Now, I think I should tell you that you will be receiving a call from the police within the next 10 minutes.
Oh, but if you wanted to come here...
Gentlemen, I must explain. The police will call on the telephone. It will be up to you then to say what course of action you wish them to take. You can merely say it's a false alarm, or you can instruct them to take action against the man who took the diamond.
But we don't know who took the blood.
Patience.
You rug, sir?
Yes, I did, Ruby. Here, I have something of yours in my pocket. A threepenny bit. It was found on the floor here last night, after the lights went out and a valuable diamond disappeared. It is yours, isn't it?
Well, look here. What sort of joke is this? Well, why drag Ruby into it?
You will see. Please do not move from your positions. Now, allow me, I shall turn on the table lamp. So.
Like someone out here. Damn bad taste, Holmes. The matches. We know it's no good trying the light switch.
Here we are.
Matches, go. Great heavens. Look, in the light of the match. Something glittering on the tissue paper.
It's the diamond. The diamond is back.
Yes, and so are the lights. Watson's fixed the fuse in the kitchen exactly as instructed. Well, Leacock, I told you I'd be responsible for returning your diamond. Now, gentlemen, I shall leave you. The good Watson will be here in a moment, and we just have time to take a carriage to the station for the train home.
But what does it mean? How did it all happen? Who is responsible?
Gentlemen, you can do one of two things. Work it out yourselves and agree to take appropriate action against the would-be thief, or place the whole thing in the hands of the police and let them work it out. If they do, then criminal action will be taken against the culprit, and your business will be made public. If you do it yourselves, then it can still be resolved in secrecy.
But we don't know which one of us is guilty. How can we know?
Let me give you a very broad hint. The maid, Ruby, is a well-known jewel thief who's only worked here a few months. She has also worked for considerably longer for Mr. Peter Marvin. And Mr. Marvin phoned yesterday to this house, impersonating her father, to say he was much better. Doesn't that give you a clue, gentlemen? Watson, you're here. The case is closed as far as we are concerned. Shall we go home?
I was as baffled as I usually am when Holmes solves an intricate case. I knew he wouldn't tell me all about it until he was ready, and this came after we were safely settled in an otherwise empty compartment on the London-bound train.
You see, it was all a childishly simple trick. The whole success of the theft depended upon the lights going out at exactly the right time. Fuses do not blow without some reason. In this case, a threepenny piece inserted under the bulb of a lamp was a piece of metal bridging the contacts and causing the electrical short circuit. I noticed a small stain on the coin in question.
Yes, but who put it there?
Ruby the maid, while they were having dinner. She hid behind the heavy curtains near the lamp. When the lights went out, she swiftly stepped forward, removed the bulb, tipped out the coin, replaced the bulb, and taking the diamond, slipped from the room. By the time the matches flared, she appeared in the door to inquire what the trouble was.
So, she did it all?
Not all. He was acting under Marvin's instructions. He worked it all out, and when he knew the game was all set, he rang her on the telephone, pretending to be her father. That meant they would go ahead with the plan. She must have slipped the diamond into Marvin's coat pocket in the hall when she went out to the kitchen. When I gave them all the warning that I knew how it was worked, Marvin decided that he'd better return the diamond, or his life wouldn't be worth a threepenny bit.
Yes, but how is it that the lights all fused a second time?
Because I put yet another coin in the base of the holder under the bulb. Not so hard up that I can't afford threepence to solve the case, Watson.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Anything in the newspaper of interest, Holmes? I'm rather worried about the floods in Scotland.
What? Oh, the floods. No, not much about it. Water appears to be subsiding, torrential rains abating, local people stoic in the circumstances.
Well, thank heavens there seems to be an end to it all. I have old friends who are farming in that area.
That's interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thought, Watson, but I just spotted something rather intriguing.
Oh?
Lady Jane Beresford has had the famous Sarussi Pearl stolen whilst giving a house party. And who do you think is in charge of the case?
I can't imagine.
Our old friend Inspector Thorne from Scotland Yard. What's the betting that he'll be around here before lunch? Oh, not to ask advice, of course, mark you, but merely to drop in for a cup of coffee, swapping stories, you know, that sort of thing. I lay 10 to 1 that we find ourselves involved. What do you say?
We present the Stories of Sherlock Holmes. Tonight,
the Sarussi Pearl.
Suddenly, it was spring, and one of the most beautiful springs we'd seen for many years. It was the more appreciated as it followed a severe winter with serious flooding in the north. The parks and gardens began to stir with life. Overnight, the air became warm and soft. Blossoms filled the trees and shrubs. In the city, children were bowling their hoops and playing hopscotch in the alleyways. In the country, house parties could now be arranged with tennis and croquet for the guests. I was always happy at this time of year. There would be fewer cases of illness owing to the winter cold. Even Sherlock Holmes, who professed never to care a jot about the weather, appeared to respond cheerfully to the changed conditions. On this particularly bright morning, we'd hardly finished breakfast before there was a ring at the doorbell. And some minutes later, Mrs. Hudson showed in Inspector Thorne of New Scotland Yard and his assistant, Detective Sergeant Pollock.
You're bright and early, Thorne. Enjoying the change in the weather? Pray do take a seat. Will you have some coffee?
Thank you. Yes.
Sergeant?
Thank you. Don't mind if I do.
Yes, but allow me.
Tell me all about it, Thorne. You cannot have called here just because you want to share our coffee. I see from the newspaper that you're engaged upon the case of Lady Beresford's stolen pearls. Is it proving interesting?
It's always difficult when one's dealing with the aristocracy. It can be rather embarrassing. It's uncomfortable to question a lord or a baronet, and, this case is nearly a dozen of them.
Here you are. Your coffee. Well, do tell us all about it.
Yes, pray do. But first, let me refresh my memory regarding your central character, Lady Jane Beresford. She is a widow, is she not? Lord Beresford died some 6 years ago, leaving her the ancestral seat of Ashwood Hall in Oxfordshire. She's an extremely rich lady who entertains lavishly and owns the famous Sarussi Pearls. It's something from this collection that is missing?
A tiara.
Ah.
It seemed she opened the country season with a house party. 12 house guests. All top drawer, naturally. Guest list reads like who's who. I was sent to Oxfordshire the moment the yard was called in. Lady Beresford insisted that the local police should not be called in. She wants the whole matter handled with the utmost discretion. As little publicity as possible. How the morning papers got hold of the news, I can't think. Anyhow, Pollock and I went up there, and of course we were granted an audience with Lady Beresford at once. She was extremely upset.
This is very considerate, Inspector. I do appreciate it. It's a most delicate matter, you see, and I'm sure you'll be most discreet.
You can be sure of that, my lady. Now, please tell us all the facts, right from the start, leaving nothing out, however insignificant.
Well, a month ago, I sent out invitations to a dozen or so friends of mine. The list is there on the side table. I've had my secretary prepare it for you.
Thank you. I see there are 14 names here. Did they all come to the house party?
2 were unable to. The Earl of Baronsmere and his wife. They were stranded in Scotland in all that terrible flooding. The others all came and stayed here, naturally. On the Sunday evening, we had a recital, a string quartet from Oxford. It was a great success, and the guests all retired around midnight. It was quite formal, evening dress, of course. I wore a lavender gown and the tiara.
Any other jewellery?
With the Sarussi Pearls, Inspector, any other jewellery would be quite out of place.
Quite. Well, please carry on.
But I keep my jewels in a safe in my late husband's bedroom. It's the very latest in safe, very secure. Nobody but my secretary and myself know how to open it. But it's my own fault. I was simply careless. It had been a wonderful weekend, and I was exhausted when I retired. Foolishly, I did not return the tiara to the safe. I left it instead in a jewellery case in my dressing room. In the morning, it wasn't until after all the guests had departed that I remembered that the tiara was still out of the safe. I went to the dressing room. The jewellery box was still there, in the same place. But the tiara was no longer inside. It had been stolen during the night. I immediately reported the matter to Scotland Yard.
How many servants have access to your dressing room, Lady Beresford?
3, my maid, the housekeeper, and the chambermaid. But they all swear that they were never in the rooms. You wish to question them, of course, but they've all been with my household since before my husband's death. All my staff are 100% trustworthy. Oh, you do see what this means, Inspector. If no one living here stole the tiara, then it must have been one of the guests. The cream of British aristocracy is on that guest list. How can I let any one of them believe that I think them to be a cheap thief? It's unthinkable. And yet the theft took place. I don't know how you're going to investigate this, Inspector, without bringing shame and humiliation to all of us. It's quite dreadful. Dreadful.
Of course, I questioned all the servants. The impression I got was that they were totally loyal to Lady Beresford and quite horrified that this should have happened. I made an examination of the rooms and the grounds. The dressing room in question is a corner room. Outside there's just one floor and then the ground floor. There's a large creeper growing along the wall. Clear evidence that it had recently been climbed. There were marks made to cover up the ground at the roots, which may have shown footprints.
So you're fairly certain that entry was made from the outside during the time Lady Beresford was sleeping, by a person or persons unknown?
That's right. Now, we can discount casual robbery. How would the thief know that the pearls were being worn on that particular night, and that they were to be found in her ladyship's dressing room?
How indeed.
So her ladyship's fears are confirmed. It was one of her guests who turned thief. I'm not looking forward to questioning all those titled people. It'd be impossible not to cause offence.
May I see the list?
There you are, Miss Holmes.
Oh, thank you. The Earl of Newport, Marchioness Zindobri, speech from Lady Courtney, Count Hubert von Parent, the Honourable S. O'Keefe, Sir James and Lady Ford Wallace, Viscount McFadden. It's quite a celebrity start to the spring season. Well, now, it doesn't seem to be at all difficult, Thorne.
It doesn't?
No. Of the 12 names we have here, 5 are women, who are, after all, unlikely to go scampering up creepers during the night. Of the other 7, 4 are men hardly able to climb a flight of stairs. They're so old. Viscount McFadden lost a leg in a shooting accident last year. Therefore, we're left with 2 young suspects. The Earl of Newport is known to me, and I should say he would never be a thief. The other, the Honourable S. O'Keefe. I've never heard of him. Well, the name has a decidedly false ring to it. Watson, please pass me the large blue book at the end of the 3rd bookshelf, please.
This one?
That's it, yes. Thank you. Yes, I already have a suspicion growing in my mind, but one must verify everything. I'm sure you'll agree, Thorne. Now, O'Keefe. As I thought. No such person listed. Well, that's your man, Thorne, no doubt about it. The course is clear. Find out who the man is, how long Lady Beresford has known him, and why he happened to be in such august company.
Well, that's a very useful suggestion, Holmes.
May I make another?
Well, of course.
There are very few men in England who would dare to commit such a crime. An ordinary crook could never hope to carry it off. To start with, he has to fool some of the oldest and best-bred families in the land. He'd have to be extremely well-read, well-travelled, and well-educated. In short, a black sheep from the upper classes who has turned to crime through force of circumstances, or maybe just sheer boredom. That narrows it down even further, wouldn't you say?
Got anyone in mind, Holmes?
Yes, one in particular. Slim Buxton. Public school background, married twice for money. He's several aliases, and is known in the London underworld as the Duke. Now, don't try and look him up at Scotland Yard. He's too clever to have a criminal record. If you like, I'll make inquiries through my own contacts. They would know who could locate a buyer for rare and famous pearls.
Yes, that might be just as well.
Yes, I doubt, however, if the Duke would risk trying to dispose of the Sarussi Pearls in England. Certainly not so soon after the theft, at any rate. The collection was designed for the Sarussi family, the famous Italian bankers. The collection came into the hands of the Beresford family when Alberto Sarussi disposed many of his assets in order to finance his vast Middle East concerns. Yes, well, I'd have a watch placed on all ports and check all continental shipping. Pick up the Duke, pin a crime on him so you can hold him, and then get to work.
Well, as I say, it's worth following up. Got that, Pollock? Yes, Inspector. Well, thank you very much, Holmes, for the chat and the coffee. We'll be getting in touch. Good morning to you. Morning, Mr. Morning. Good morning.
Of slight amusement. But once they'd gone about their business, he became very thoughtful.
This is a very puzzling affair, Watson. Simply does not make sense. There's far more to it than Thorne thinks.
Well, if he does take your advice and manages to catch the Slim Buxton fellow, then it'll be entirely due to you, Holmes.
It'll take a smarter man than Thorne to catch the Duke out. Well, I shall be out all day, but if you're here this evening, I expect to have news.
You're going to pursue the case. You're going after this man, Slim Buxton, yourself.
Oh, no. I shall let Thorne do all that. I expect him to be successful up to a point. No, I shall be tracking down the real criminal. I'll see you this evening.
Sherlock Holmes' attitude of being one step ahead of everyone else could be extremely irritating. But he was so seldom wrong that I'd learned to live with it, and I must admit that I looked forward to hearing the progress both he and Thorne had made during that day. When I returned to Baker Street that evening, I found Holmes seated by the open window, a sheaf of telegrams on his lap. He looked up cheerfully and said,
"Listen to this, Watson. Your supposition's entirely correct. Slim Buxton identified as Honourable S. O'Keefe, booked under his own name, passage on SS Emerald Isle from Portsmouth to Dublin this evening. Pollock and I will be on board. Hope for catch red-handed before stop at Liverpool tomorrow. Regards, Thorne."
I must say things are moving, Holmes, but why are Thorne and Pollock boarding the ship? They know the man's guilty. Why don't they hold him on suspicion until it's all been cleared up?
It's quite simple. They hope to catch him on board with the pearls. If they move in too soon, they might get their man, but they will have no proof. Thorne thinks he's playing a very clever game.
Oh, well, it sounds astute enough to me. I just hope he can pull it off.
I should be very surprised if he does. A trip to Liverpool might prove most interesting. How are you placed, Watson, for a couple of days?
Yes, I suppose that'd be all right. I could,
Well, I think it might take longer. If we go over to Dublin, if you could spare the time and the interest, I promise you will not be out of pocket at the end of the trip. Shall I make the necessary arrangements? The SS Emerald Isle will be at Liverpool tomorrow, so we must take the first train. Will that be all right with you?
By this time, I was too intrigued to want to miss a minute of any further developments, and I simply agreed. All the same, I wondered what was about to happen. I also wondered about Thorne and Pollock aboard the SS Emerald Isle. How exactly would they go about it?
This is how we'll go about it, Pollock. Watch the man like a hawk. He's not have a clue who we are. One of us must be with him all times. And the only time he'll be alone is when he goes to his cabin. Then we watch the gangway. Notice if he talks to anyone, makes friends with people, or engages anyone in what looks like a business transaction. We've got our man, I'm sure of that. And he must have the pearls either in his luggage or about his person. Is all that clear?
Yes, Inspector, I understand.
Good. Then we must not appear to be too friendly. Look, he's getting up from the table over there. He's finishing his drink. He's heading for the deck. All right, get after him. Keep your ears and eyes open and report back when I can take over from you. Now, off you go. That's right.
You wouldn't happen to have a match on you, would you, old chap?
Yes, I think so, sir. Thank you. Oh, deuced rude of me. Would you care to smoke? No, thank you, sir. Calm sea, lovely night. Should be a good crossing tomorrow. Going far on this trip? Well, no, that is... Well, I don't think so. Like that, is it? You know, you really should make up your minds. After all, it is the public's money you're spending, is it not? What? What do you mean? I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, come on now. Credit me with a little more discernment. Perhaps it is just as well that we can have this little chat, and it saves so much time, you know. My name, as you know, is Slim Buxton. I don't know yours, but you really should cut along to your superior, the worthy inspector, and tell him that this trip is a complete waste of time and money. I rather object to a nice sea crossing being spoiled by being treated as a common criminal. I have not committed a crime, and you will never be able to prove that I have. So be a good man and leave me alone, will you? Now, I think I will retire for the night. Good night. I hope you sleep as well as I know I shall. Of all the blasted effrontery, the blaming cheek! How dare the man take such liberties? I'll have him arrested immediately. I have the captain put a close watch on his cabin. He'll be dragged off this ship at Liverpool and held for what, Inspector? We haven't got a thing on him. He gained entry to Lady Beresford's home at Ashwood Hall by impersonation. That's good enough for a start. But she invited him. No, we haven't got a thing on him, and he knows it. Don't stop raising objections, Bolliger. I'm holding that man tomorrow morning the moment we tie up at Liverpool, and that's a fact.
James and I boarded the night train for Liverpool, having been lucky enough to secure a double berth at short notice. We were expected to arrive at Liverpool at 6 o'clock the following morning, in good time to meet up with the SS Emerald Isle from Portsmouth later the day. The next day, as the packet was being moored at the dock, we saw a police carriage standing outside the portmaster's office. Inspector Thorne was already at work upon his victim.
It's no good, Inspector. It's no good. There's nothing here. I've been through this case half a dozen times. Well, take the handle off. Take the bottom off the case. I do hope that you're going to replace all this, Inspector. I regard it as willful damage to private property. I know you carry a warrant to search, but not to destroy. May I get dressed now? You may, but you're not leaving England. I can detain you under my special powers, and I shall do so now. I know you're at the root of all this trouble, and by heaven, I'll stick at it until I have proof. Well, the best of luck to you. Since I have been deprived of my rights of travel and my belongings are in tatters, I take it you will be good enough to escort me back to my London home, where I can at least change into decent clothes before taking this appalling business any further. Very well. Come with me. Sergeant, get all this stuff together. Come along there. Hurry, man. Hurry.
To my surprise, Holmes seemed little interested in Thorne's interrogation of Slim Buxton. He merely requested that the sergeant stay with us at Liverpool when the official police party took the impeccably cool suspect away to London. Holmes boarded the SS Emerald Isle and had a word with the purser.
The cabin allocated to Mr. Slim Buxton. I'm afraid it's been given to somebody else, sir. It just isn't free.
Oh, that is a pity. Mr. Buxton then just left the ship. I'm a bad sailor, and I thought I'd like a cabin for the crossing.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You see, there was a lady, and she had her name on the list for cancellation. It's a Signora